Class 5, Grade 12, Li Wu. Divine Kingdom area 40,000 square kilometers. Grade breeding talent. Overall evaluation E. The students below the stage looked up at the light screen and could not help but sigh. What a pity. The initial Divine Kingdom area is far too small. Even in grade breeding talent cannot make up for it. It's still not bad. Nearly half the people don't awaken any talent at all. At least Li Wu doesn't need to worry about population. If there are too many people, you still have to be able to feed them. Be careful not to spend more than you can afford. In a corner of the student formation, a young man spoke with open envy. Yang Fanji, if only I could awaken a breeding talent too. Wouldn't I just take off then? Awakening hasn't even begun, and you're already planning to freeload off your parents. Yang Fan said with a laugh. My dad hasn't a grade planning talent. Living off my dad is nothing to be ashamed of. Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but nod. He knew his sworn brother Zhang Pang's situation well. After all, Zhang Pang's father was the owner of the grain shop in Mingwei community, earning no less than 10,000 faith points every month, a modest fortune. Ever since the miracle descended upon Blue Star, everyone had possessed a divine kingdom, and all ordinary production activities had come to a halt. Where would grain come from? It was produced within the divine kingdom. Where would protein come from? Livestock were raised within the divine kingdom. How were houses built? They were constructed within the divine kingdom as well. As the divine kingdoms developed, every need of people in the real world was fulfilled. Those so-called blessed 996 schedules from the ancient textbook era vanished without a trace. Now everyone needed only to devote themselves wholly to a single task, finding every possible way to develop their divine kingdom. I hope I can awaken a talent too. That way the burden on my family would be much lighter. Yang Fan prayed silently. Class 1, Grade 12, Aluobing. Divine Kingdom area 500,000 square kilometers. Grade Ice Spiritual Root Talent. Possesses special building Ice Temple. Grade Spiritual Plant Ice Snow Lotus. Overall evaluation A. The crowd below the stage fell silent for a moment as they stared at the light screen, and then an uproar erupted. Worthy of being the Luo family's heaven-favored daughter. An A evaluation. She can basically be guaranteed admission to a top-key university. Of course, it's an Ice Spiritual Root Talent. With this, the descendants of believers in her divine kingdom will have a high chance of awakening Ice spiritual roots. She can choose the cultivation path with her eyes closed, just by Ice attribute cultivation arts. The development of her divine kingdom will be a smooth road. Dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The Luo family truly lives up to being a great clan with a tier 3 deity. Their descendants' talents are exceptional. The teachers supervising the awakening on stage also nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems the Luo family has placed high hopes on you. They've even purchased buildings and spiritual plants for you in advance. Once the Ministry of Education's resources are allocated, you can buy more breeding cards. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Luo Bing replied coolly. Class 5, Grade 12, Fengyu. Divine Kingdom area 10,000 square kilometers. No talent awakened. Overall evaluation F. Class 2, Grade 12. Class 1, Grade 12, Li Tianheng. Divine Kingdom area 400,000 square kilometers. Grade Berserk Blood Talent. Possesses special building Spring of Life. Grade Spiritual Plant Blood Soul Mushroom. Overall evaluation B. With Luo Bing's dazzling performance setting the precedent, when geniuses like Li Tianheng appeared afterward, the reactions of the spectators were no longer as explosive as before. Those from great families really have it good. With people cultivating them in advance, even the Ministry of Education's first evaluation is bumped up by a grade. It's unfair. How can they be allowed to game the system like that? Stop complaining. They've worked hard for many generations. We just can't compare. Class 7, Grade 12, Zhangpang. Divine Kingdom area 70,000 square kilometers. Grade Planning Talent. Overall evaluation F. When Zhangpang returned to his seat, his expression was a mix of laughter and tears. Yang Ji, I ended up with a planning talent too. Is my family destined to farm for generations? Don't complain after getting a bargain. As long as you have a talent, you've got a high chance of entering a key class in the midterm exams, Yang Fan said teasingly. It's just great. I can only take the logistics route. I'll probably be my old man's assistant in the future, Zhangpang sighed. Soon it was Yang Fan's turn to awaken. Stepping onto the stage, he stared at the massive, transparent crystal before him, nerves tightening involuntarily. Empty your mind and place your hand on the awakening stone, the teacher said softly. Hearing the voice, Yang Fan felt a sudden clarity in his mind and instinctively extended his right hand. So this is the power of a deity. A thought flashed through Yang Fan's mind. He knew that any teacher capable of assisting high school students in awakening was at least a tier 1 deity. The instant Yang Fan's right hand touched the awakening stone, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into a boundless void. Time felt as if it passed in a single instant, and also as if hundreds or thousands of years had gone by. At this moment, Yang Fan felt as though he had established a connection with a distant sea of stars. Divine Ruler Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area 1,000,000 square kilometers. Talent Grade Resource Talent All resources within the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS Grade Evolution Talent Unique Talent can accelerate Divine Kingdom evolution currently hidden. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan awoke. The sports field was utterly silent. Everyone stared at the light screen in a daze. Class 7, Grade 12 Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area 1,000,000 square kilometers. Grade Resource Talent. Overall Evaluation C. The teacher announced, an odd look on his face. What the hell? What's going on? 1,000,000 square kilometers, and it's only grade talent. There has to be a mistake. Isn't it usually that the larger the Divine Kingdom, the better the talent? Yeah, and it's a Resource Acceleration Jack-of-all-trades talent too. This is absurd. Class 7, Grade 12. Isn't that the class for descendants of divine beings? That 1,000,000 square kilometer figure seems to be the upper limit for a first awakening, doesn't it? Down below, jaws dropped one after another. Even Luo Bing, whose talent was the best so far, now looked at Yang Fan with a hint of curiosity. Quiet. In a Divine Kingdom awakening, anything is possible. History is not lacking in deities whose initial divine kingdoms were vast, yet whose talents had limited potential. The teacher's gentle tone carried a strange power that stilled everyone at once. Yang Fan lowered his head and walked back to his seat. SS Grade Talent. Waves of turmoil surged within Yang Fan's heart, yet he did not dare reveal the slightest hint of it on his face. Old Yang, you're incredible. 1,000,000 square kilometers. Your initial resources are more than 10 times mine. With a divine kingdom that big, I'll send my believers over to open up land and farm for you in the future. We can split the profits 50-50, Zhang Pang said, clapping a hand onto Yang Fan's shoulder. No problem. Yang Fan forced out a natural-seeming smile. A man is not guilty, but bearing jade, he becomes guilty. The methods of deities were endlessly bizarre. Yang Fan had seen news reports of deities invading others' divine kingdoms to plunder resources, even enslaving other deities. No matter what, I must not reveal a single hint of this, Yang Fan resolved in his heart. The testing ended quickly with a wave of the supervising teacher's right hand. The awakening stone vanished into his sleeve. Until the college entrance examinations, your time will be completely your own. You may go home and discuss your future development with your elders. The Ministry of Education will also issue each of you a development plan outlining the most suitable direction for your divine kingdom. I know many of you hope your believers can go to the battlefield and take the path of a war-focused divine kingdom. But what I want to say is this: only the path most suited to you will take you furthest. There is no shame in becoming logistics personnel. The benefits may be lower, but you will live longer. The developmental direction of your divine kingdom is of utmost importance. For most of you, simply follow the guidance provided by the Ministry of Education's intelligent life form. Don't try to act clever on your own. As the words fell, the teacher vanished on the spot. So this is the means of a deity. If only I could wield such power one day. Stop dreaming. Without good talent or resources, we'll probably remain divine forms our entire lives, unable to even break through to demigod, let alone become true deities. Let's go. I might not have much talent, but the area of my divine kingdom is decent. In the future, I can let my dad raise cattle and sheep there, and our family situation will get a bit better. Ignoring the conversations around him, Yang Fan did not join in. After exchanging a brief farewell with Zhang Pang, he quickly left the school and took a bus home. Please lie down in the safety pod. The nuclear-powered bus is about to depart. Maximum speed 800 kilometers per hour. Yang Fan lived in Mingyue residential community at the southernmost edge of Yang County, more than 300 kilometers away from Yang County No. 1 high school. This nuclear-powered bus was produced within the divine kingdom of a certain mechanical deity. Although it was an obsolete model eliminated by the city for a poor family like Yang Fan's, its cost-performance ratio was excellent. Arriving at Mingyue residential community stop. Fare 100 faith points. After getting off, Yang Fan quickly went upstairs and returned home. Yang Fan's father was named Yang Tiexin and possessed an great excavation talent, while his mother Sun Rong happened to have a tiny mineral vein within her divine kingdom. The two hit it off because of this, started living together, and later on Yang Fan was born. At this moment, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong were sitting cross-legged in the living room. A stack of blank cards lay before them. They picked one up, set it down, then passed them to each other in turn. Yang Fan was long since used to it. This was simply his parents' work. His father sent believers with excavation talent to work in his mother's divine kingdom, then stored the rare ores into blank cards, which were finally put up for sale online. One could say that the reason Yang Fan had grown up safely and could even attend Yang County No. 1 high school was entirely thanks to that tiny mineral vein in his mother's divine kingdom. Fan, you're back. There are fresh steaks and salad in the fridge. Let your father and me finish digging out today's output from the vein, then we'll talk with you about your awakening. Sun Rong spoke. Yang Fan nodded, indicating that he understood. Life in their household was extremely tight. Yang Fan's tuition, living expenses, the rent for their unit in Mingwei residential community, plus all kinds of taxes. After everything each month, they could barely save any faith points. It was no exaggeration to say their family had always lived on the brink of being cut down, so the most important thing each day was to extract every bit of output from the mineral vein. Yang Fan sat down at the dining table and activated his smart wristwatch, where he saw a prominent email from the Ministry of Education. Student Yang Fan, initial Divine Kingdom area is 1 million square kilometers, grade resource type talent. The Ministry of Education recommends you take a logistics and resource transit development path. Reason: the Divine Kingdom's area is vast, suitable for serving as a warehouse, and you possess an grade resource talent, giving your resources a certain appreciation and preservation value. Believer training should focus on farming, husbandry, mining, hunting, herbal gathering, and other livelihood-oriented professions. For early-stage Divine Kingdom development, it is recommended to purchase breeding cards as the territory is too large and the initial population is severely insufficient. As the student has received a C- evaluation, the Ministry of Education awards 1 faith points. Note: these faith points are tagged and can only be used to develop the student's own Divine Kingdom. They may not be used for taxes, entertainment, or other purposes. A random crate building card is awarded. Note: cannot be sold. Yang Fan tapped the attachment icon at the lower right with his gaze, and at once he sensed a strange surge of energy appear within his Divine Kingdom. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent: grade resource talent. All resources within the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade talent evolution. Unique talent can accelerate Divine Kingdom evolution. Faith points 100,000. Building crate building card in used. As expected of a once-in-a-lifetime awakening reward. Truly generous, Yang Fan murmured in awe. Relying on Sun Rong's tiny mineral vein, their family's monthly income was only a little over 3,000 faith points, whereas this time the Ministry of Education had directly awarded 0. Such enormous wealth naturally tempted many in the past. There were even extreme cases of people frantically having children only to sever the parent-child relationship after obtaining this reward. Because of this, the Ministry of Education issued new regulations. The reward could only be used to develop the student's own Divine Kingdom. Fanner, with your Divine Kingdom awakened, did you receive any talent? At some point, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong had finished their work for the day and were now seated beside Yang Fan. Grade resource talent, Yang Fan answered. Is that so? That's not bad at all. It's a versatile all-purpose talent. Your Divine Kingdom will grow much faster than that of ordinary people, and there are many ways for you to earn faith points in the future. Yang Tiexin nodded satisfaction on his face. Placing a piece of steak in front of Yang Fan, Sun Rong continued. Good news. Our family's burden will be much lighter from now on. Fanner, what did the Ministry of Education reward you for your grade evaluation today? I'm not sure yet. What? Don't tell me your jack-of-all-trades talent actually earned in a grade evaluation. Yang Tiexin joked with a laugh. I'm grade. PFT. Yang Tiexin spat out a mouthful of freshly squeezed juice on the spot and started coughing violently. You little rascal, don't brag in front of your old man. Grade evaluation. Look at our family background, your mother's and my genes, and you think we could birth that kind of genius? I'm serious, Yang Fan replied solemnly. Seeing the expression on their son's face, the couple finally grew serious as well. They knew very well that their boy was not someone who boasted. Could it be that you have a dual talent? Sun Rong asked. No, nothing like that. But my Divine Kingdom covers 1 million square kilometers, Yang Fan said. The existence of an SS grade talent was far too important. Even to his own parents, Yang Fan was unwilling to mention it. Not because he didn't trust them, but to reduce potential risks. 1 million square kilometers. Are you serious? Instead of explaining further, Yang Fan simply forwarded the Ministry of Education's document to his parents. Good heavens, how many Divine Kingdom expansion cards does this save us? And all these rewards. This equals 3 or 4 years of our net income, doesn't it? Yang Tiexin swallowed hard, throat bobbing. Jumping to his feet, he slapped Yang Fan's shoulder excitedly. Hurry up and use that crate building card. If you can draw a small mineral vein, I'll take out a loan to buy breeding cards. Then our family can finally move out of Mingwei residential community. At his words, Yang Fan's thoughts stirred, and he activated the crate building card. As his consciousness sank into the Divine Kingdom, he saw a crescent-shaped pool of well water appear at its center. Moonwell produces 1 drop of moonlight dew every 10 years. Moonlight dew possesses faint detoxification, slight healing, and mild body-strengthening effects. With long-term consumption, it can alter one's constitution. Well, did you get a resource-type building? In reality, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong asked hopefully. It's a moonwell, Yang Fan replied. Having studied Divine Kingdom basics for so many years, he naturally recognized this building. It's a pity it's not a mineral vein. Otherwise our family could truly trade our slingshot for cannons, Yang Tiexin sighed. Rolling her eyes, Sun Rong said, don't be so ungrateful. The market price of a moon well is around 300,000 faith points. For a family like ours, we might only have this one chance in a lifetime to obtain something like it from an awakening. Moreover, the moon well's output is stable. One day in reality is 1 year in the divine kingdom. In just 10 days there will be a drop of moonlight, due worth 1,000 faith points. With this moon, well, even if Fanner does nothing else, he'll be someone earning 3,000 a month. In the future, even if he chooses to lie flat, at least life will be covered. Your mother's right. The Ministry of Education's reward only comes once in a lifetime, and thankfully, it wasn't some consumable or combat-type building. The law forbids selling those. That would have been a real trap. Mom, Dad, with this new income our days will be much easier. You don't need to overexploit your believers anymore. It's bad for your health. Yang Fan said seriously, his expression grave. In this era where divinity has spread among all people, the human lifespan has increased dramatically. Even the weakest divine creature can live for around 5 centuries, while a demigod has a minimum lifespan of 1,000 years. As for the true gods, the span of their lives is something Yang Fan cannot yet fathom. The development of a divine kingdom is not merely about the quantity of resources obtained. More crucially, a god's divine realm is inextricably bound to that deity's mind, flesh, and even soul. When the overall strength of a divine kingdom grows, a portion of that power will be reflected back into reality, enhancing its god to a corresponding degree. This is why that teacher who oversaw awakenings could display such miraculous means. Conversely, if a divine kingdom is damaged or its believers grow weak, the god will usually become mentally listless and physically frail and may even suffer sudden death. We understand. You little rascal don't need to worry. Your mother and I are still young. The development of a divine kingdom is a bottomless pit to begin with. We may not be able to help you much, but at the very least we must not become your burden, Yang Tiexin said with a hearty laugh. I've just awakened, so I'll head back to my room first, Yang Fan said helplessly. Without the strength to prove himself, any further words would only sound hollow to his parents. For now, the most important thing was to study his SS grade talent. Back in his room, Yang Fan sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, letting his consciousness sink into his divine kingdom. Mountains and rivers stretched before him, deep valleys, lush vegetation, and towering ancient trees. The entire divine kingdom exuded a boundless vitality. Yang Fan felt as though a single thought would suffice for him to reshape the very mountains and rivers of this land. Soon his gaze fell upon the humans ceaselessly prostrating themselves around the moon well. There were 200 in all, their bodies barely covered. Men and women alike knelt naked on the ground, bowing devoutly. A line of information surfaced: believers, barbarians. Number 200. Daily faith points provided 0.0001. Yang Fan was not surprised by the count of 200 believers. He had already studied such theories in high school classes. In the initial state of a divine kingdom, most gods have only about 100 believers. That he possessed more than twice that number was likely related to his divine kingdom's land area having reached its upper limit. Yang Fan felt no trace of complacency at this. For a divine kingdom, believers are the easiest resource to obtain. One can invest in breeding cards, expend faith points to issue divine oracles, and urge reproduction, or simply purchase population directly from higher-level divine kingdoms. For those wealthy scions who are never short of faith points, the number of believers is hardly a concern at all. The quality of believers far outweighs sheer quantity. These lowest-tier barbarians, for instance, even if they numbered in the millions or tens of millions, the faith points they yielded each day might not equal those provided by a single first-tier life form. What exactly is this evolution talent? Yang Fan murmured, his gaze lingering on the conspicuous SS-grade talent as his expression turned pensive. Sensing the thought of its god, the divine kingdom projected a brief message into his mind. The message read, by consuming faith points you may accelerate the evolution of the divine kingdom. At its current strength, a tenfold evolutionary acceleration can be activated consuming 100 faith points per day. With the 100 faith points awarded by the Ministry of Education, Yang Fan hesitated not at all and immediately activated evolution. In his perception, the flow of time within the divine kingdom suddenly sped up tenfold, and his believers grew busier at once. The men went out hunting, while the women gathered fruits and vegetables, and at night they would pair and reproduce at random. When Yang Fan returned to reality, only an hour had passed. Upon entering his divine kingdom again, he found that the area around the moon well had changed dramatically. They had fenced off a clearing around the moon well, stacking gathered logs in a complete circle, and even erecting a simple thatched hut there. 1 day in reality equated to 1 year in the divine kingdom, and under tenfold accelerated evolution, a rudimentary tribal form had already taken shape. What most captured Yang Fan's attention, however, was the moon dew, which had accumulated in no small amount. A single drop of moon dew is worth 1000 faith points. With just this one crate structure the moon, well, I can already offset the cost of evolution, he mused. If I had more resource structures, wouldn't that be a veritable fortune? Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Only now did he truly grasp how terrifying this SS grade talent was. With resources 10 times greater than others, his advantage would only grow more overwhelming as time went on. Yang Fan drew in a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tremor in his heart. Having grasped the function of his evolution talent, his next step was to focus entirely on developing his divine kingdom. Yang Fan lightly tapped his wristwatch and a pale blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. The screen displayed, Yang County No. 1 high school senior student. Divine creature. Status ordinary citizen of the Federation. Below it appeared, please select a module news chat shopping entertainment divine kingdom simulated battle divine forum. Yang Fan lightly tapped the shopping module and an abundance of items immediately emerged before his eyes. 10,000 head of non-ranked antelope, price 100 faith points. The introduction continued, provided by AI Meon Company, inspected and certified. The antelope are healthy and free of any infection. Buyer bears data transmission fees. Transmission is free for a one-time purchase of 100,000 head. Ordinary iron or 10 tons, price 500 faith points. Grade breeding card 1 unit, price 500 faith points. Ensures a 50 increase in reproductive rate within the divine kingdom for 10 years and raises newborn survival rate by 30. Ordinary peach trees 1,000 saplings, price 100 faith points. Ornamental high-quality variety, bearing abundant fruit each year to help believers stave off hunger. Grade spiritual value frost mushrooms 100, price 200 faith points. A dense stream of information scrolled past before his eyes. The sheer volume of it made Yang Fan's head swim. After awakening my divine kingdom, the shopping interface has become this rich. I really need to filter it, he muttered. He said softly, help me filter out the supplies most essential for my current divine kingdom development. The system responded, Citizen Yang Fan, divine kingdom newly awakened, possessing grade resource talent, initial divine kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. The Ministry of Education has awarded you 100 faith points. Based on big data analysis, the following products are most suitable. Grade breeding card in the early stage divine kingdom resources are sufficient and population must be vigorously expanded. Planting technique manual elementary, herb gathering knowledge elementary, hunting skills basic architecture, 100,000 kilograms of fertile soil. Citizen Yang Fan is highly suited to a logistics role. You may choose 1 to 2 directions from the above to develop further. Federal body refining technique, strongly recommended purchase. Supported by federal preferential policy, extremely high cost performance ratio. Please provide a more specific development direction, Citizen Yang Fan, so that I may offer more precise advice. With the advent of the divine era, technology had advanced in leaps and bounds. Even an ordinary citizen like Yang Fan could enjoy the services of intelligent life forms, which would sift through the sea of information to extract what was most useful for him. With my evolution talent hidden, this federal intelligent life form is still recommending I follow a logistics path, Yang Fan said with a wry smile. Divine kingdoms focused on planting, mining, or animal husbandry, no matter how far they pushed those fields, would at most produce a wealthy magnate. In the end, they still served as support for divine kingdoms possessing combat capabilities, seeking shelter under their protection. In other words, life-type gods were generally vassals of combat-type gods. Without his SS-grade evolution talent, Yang Fan would likely have followed the Ministry of Education's suggestion simply to make life easier for his family. Yang Fan tapped lightly on the federal body refining technique to open its detailed introduction. The description read, Federal body refining technique jointly created by high-level gods. It provides significant enhancements in strengthening the body and increasing strength. Through long-term cultivation, it can to a certain extent alter believers' aptitudes and can be inherited by their descendants. This method is subsidized by the federal government. Original price, 100 faith points. 50% discount for general citizens, 5% of original price for students. A remark followed, the federal body refining technique will greatly elevate believers' basic qualities and is all-encompassing. Whether they later pursue martial cultivation, immortal cultivation, or even mechanical ascension, it offers considerable benefits. Even for logistics roles, it can dramatically increase believers' work efficiency. Strongly recommended for students. It concluded with a warning, cultivating the federal body refining technique consumes large quantities of meat. Be sure to replenish resources in time to avoid damaging the divine kingdom's ecological system. Looking at the introduction to the Federation's body refining technique, Yang Fan could not help murmuring. No wonder teacher once said that after awakening a divine kingdom, one must buy a copy of the Federation body refining technique, even if it means taking out a loan. I never expected it could actually alter a believer's innate aptitude. Yang Fan's theoretical grades in high school were not bad, so he naturally understood just how precious something was if it could change one's aptitude and even be inherited by the next generation. With a 50% discount, it cost only 50,000 faith points. Yang Fan did not hesitate and clicked purchase directly. Help me search for life forms that can provide large quantities of meat and that possess a breeding capacity that is not weak, he said. Yang Fan spoke in a soft voice. At present, his divine kingdom contained only a few scattered antelopes, rabbits, and tigers, these low-level non-ranked beasts. Under the current circumstances, the ecosystem could naturally remain balanced, but once his believers began cultivating the Federation body refining technique, that would likely no longer be enough. With his evolution talent in place, time flowed far too quickly within the divine kingdom. Yang Fan could not possibly keep a constant watch and pour in resource cards all the time. Achieving a self-sustaining ecological balance was clearly the optimal choice. Searching option 1, 10,000 red-eyed rabbits, ordinary beasts worth 10 faith points. Their advantage is extremely strong reproductive capacity, surviving solely on grasses with no offensive ability. The drawback is that they reproduce too swiftly and easily damage the ecosystem, so an oracle must be issued for believers to cull them regularly and keep their numbers within a reasonable range. Option 2, 10,000 western cattle, ordinary beasts worth 200 faith points. Their advantages are delicious meat, herbivorous diet, and gentle temperament. But western cattle dislike traveling in herds, their habitats are not fixed, and hunting efficiency is relatively low. Option 3, 1,000 Bodhi treasure serpents, first-tier demonic beasts worth 5,000 faith points. Their advantage lies in the extremely high nutritional value of their flesh and blood, making them exceptionally suited for cultivation with the Federation body refining technique. The drawback is that their reproductive ability is average. Without an oracle to restrain believers hunting, they can easily be hunted to extinction, and during the early development phase of the divine kingdom, they pose a certain degree of danger. Option 4, 100 deep-sea demon wolves, second-tier demonic beasts worth 50,000 faith points. Option 5. The intelligent life form provided over 100 options in total, yet Yang Fan quickly selected the Bodhi treasure serpents. Although the reproductive capacity of the Bodhi treasure serpents was rather weak, he currently had few believers, only about 200. With 1,000 serpents released into the divine kingdom, Yang Fan did not even dare to place them too close to the moon well for fear that his believers would suffer losses. In the short term, there was absolutely no need to worry about them being hunted to extinction. Once his believers became familiar with the Federation body refining technique, he could then issue an oracle. Yang Fan wandered the marketplace a while longer and spent 10 faith points to buy 10 stone houses. He then spent 1,000 faith points on 100,000 antelopes, and while picking up other bargains, bought the cheapest construction manuals and basic tool use skill, basic weaving skill, basic planting skill, and basic harvesting skill. In any case, Yang Fan bought whatever was cheap. With his evolution talent, as long as his believers were brought to the threshold, they would naturally summarize their experiences, learn, and improve on their own. There was no need at all to spend vast amounts of faith points on high-level skills. Strictly speaking, even if he did not purchase these basic skills, over time the believers in his divine kingdom would slowly work them out on their own. However, he truly could not bear the sight of his believers wearing almost nothing, so he decided to nudge their progress forward just a little. Altogether, he had spent 60,000 faith points. The resources awarded to him by the Ministry of Education now amounted to less than 40,000. Yang Fan drew in a deep breath and continued, "Help me search for spiritual plants that are relatively tight in supply on the market, simple to cultivate, but with long growth cycles, and whose purchase costs I can afford." Scanning. A total of 2 types of spiritual plants have been found. First, seeds of wood, Lingji 1000 in total, maturing once every 100 years and capable of repeated harvesting. They must be planted beside fertile soil and require the roots of a centennial ancient tree. Cost 30,000 faith points. Believers are required to possess intermediate cultivation skills, and the roots of the centennial ancient tree must be purchased. Each sowing incurs a cost of 6,000 faith points. If cultivation succeeds at current market prices, 1,000 wood Lingji are worth 11,000 faith points with a 3-month yield rate of approximately 16.34%. The cultivation process is too complex, and the initial investment is too high. "Give me the second option," Yang Fan said, shaking his head directly. Second water lotus, 1,000, grade, spiritual value, priced at 20,000 faith points. Its maturity period ranges from 100 to 300 years, and it can be harvested repeatedly. 1,000 water lotus seeds are worth 2,000 faith points with an annualized yield fluctuating between 10 and 30%. The maturation time of water lotus is far too long. As a senior high school student who has only just awakened his divine kingdom, this intelligent life form does not recommend that you cultivate water lotus on a large scale as an investment. Take heed. Reading the introduction to Water Lotus, Yang Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. Aside from its long growth cycle, Water Lotus had almost no drawbacks, and it just so happened to complement his evolution talent. Unlike others, he could harvest 2,000 faith points in at most a month. In less than a year, he could double his capital. It was absolutely a windfall. The rivers within my divine kingdom cover a considerable area. Perhaps I can plant them on a large scale. It is a pity that the initial investment cost is still too high. Yang Fan sighed softly, then clicked purchase. 20,000 faith points was no small sum. Given his family's situation, even without eating or drinking, they would need perhaps half a year to save that much. If not for the Ministry of Education's reward, Yang Fan would hardly have qualified to make this investment. According to federal law, as long as students do not take the initiative to invade others' divine kingdoms while in school, their own divine kingdoms are protected by law. I still have 1 year of high school and 4 years of university left. I have ample time for development. I will use my evolution talent to carry out various divine kingdom investments, then use the faith points earned to strengthen my believers' power and ultimately charge toward demigodhood and even true godhood. Yang Fan planned. This was Yang Fan's blueprint. Just as Yang Fan was deep in thought, the mechanical synthetic voice of the intelligent life form sounded from within his wristwatch. According to the law, the faith points currently expended by citizen Yang Fan originate from rewards issued by the Ministry of Education. All items purchased must be used within your own divine kingdom and may not be resold or gifted to others. Once discovered, you will face criminal liability. Do you agree to sign the informed consent statement? I agree. Yang Fan wrote his name on the light screen with his finger. Purchase successful. Birdflight Data Same City Express is honored to serve you. Within 30 minutes, all resource cards will be placed in your inbox. Please retrieve them in a timely manner. In less than 5 minutes after placing the order, Yang Fan noticed dozens of new messages in his inbox. With a single tap to receive, all the items in the inbox transformed into strands of pale blue data that materialized into reality, landing in the center of his palm. So this is the means of high-level deities. It is truly astonishing. With my evolution talent, perhaps one day, I too will be able to touch this level. Yang Fan sighed as he gazed at the cards in his hand. Nowadays, people hardly needed to leave their homes at all. One could attend classes at home, work from home, and as long as one possessed faith points, one could even enjoy all kinds of entertainment at home, projecting one's consciousness into another virtual world. Virtual items could likewise be manifested into reality through blank cards. The exponential surge in efficiency was all thanks to the emergence of divine kingdoms. Yang Fan projected his consciousness into the divine kingdom and first placed the Bodhi treasure serpents in a region 100 kilometers away from the moon well. Next came the 100,000 antelopes. 50,000 were positioned on the eastern and western sides of the moon well, while the other 50,000 were distributed around the Bodhi treasure serpents. The Bodhi treasure serpents also needed to feed, and these antelopes were the food Yang Fan had prepared for them. Antelopes themselves possessed a certain reproductive capacity. With such a large initial population, even at the very bottom of the food chain, they should still be able to reproduce normally. Finally came the Water Lotus. Yang Fan placed them in a large river closest to the tribe. When they matured, his believers would need to harvest them. After finishing all of this, Yang Fan mobilized his faith points and brought down a divine oracle. At that moment, everyone around the moon well in the divine kingdom seemed to sense something in the unseen, and as if guided by an invisible will knelt down in unison. My God, we are your most devout believers. Please bestow your oracle upon us. We are willing to give our lives for you, the believers shouted in unison. Yang Fan's voice resounded ethereal and sacred. Your strength is still far from enough to bear my will. This divine kingdom is but in its initial awakening. All beings are frail and incapable of shouldering great responsibilities. From this day forth, I shall grant you a cultivation method, the federal body refining art, along with various foundational techniques. This shall be the cornerstone of your existence and the gate leading toward higher realms. Diligent cultivation without slackening is the only path to transformation. Thank you, our God. A curtain of golden light descended from the heavens and sank into the space between the brows of each believer. After the transmission was complete, Yang Fan stirred his thoughts, and 10 stone houses appeared on both sides. This is the moon well. You shall build your tribe around it, which will lessen plagues and disasters. Every 10 years, a single drop of moon dew will be nurtured within the well. Without my oracle, you may not take it on your own. Within 100 kilometers of this place lies a treasured land where Bodhi serpents are being nurtured. They are first-rank demonic beasts. Once you have achieved success in the federal body refining art, you may form teams to hunt them. These serpents are powerful and far beyond what you can currently contend with. Remember this well. In the great river on the other side, I have placed water lotuses. Their maturation period is roughly between 100 and 300 years. You must assign people to inspect them at intervals. Once they are ripe, harvest them and store them in your warehouses. We shall strictly obey the oracle. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes free of greed, filled only with devout reverence. These believers were still human, with the full range of emotions and desires, but that was reserved for their interactions with other beings in the divine kingdom. Toward Yang Fan, this god, they dared not show the slightest impropriety. It was as if such reverence had been etched into the depths of their souls. After he finished all his instructions, the golden radiance of the oracle slowly faded away. God Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area 1,000,000 square kilometers. Talent Frank Resource Talent. All resources within the Divine Kingdom grow 10% faster. SSS-Rank Talent Evolution. Unique talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently concealed. Believers Barbarians, 600. Cultivation Method Federal Body Refining Art. Faith Points, 17788. Daily gain of Faith Points 0.0005. Buildings Moon well produces 1 drop of moon, due every 10 years. Assets Bodhi Serpents, 2,210. First rank Demonic Beasts Water Lotuses, 1,000. Frank Spiritual Plants. Looking at the current state of his Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan revealed a satisfied expression. For the time being, he did not plan to continue purchasing resources, as he still needed to reserve faith points to accelerate the Divine Kingdom's evolution. Due to his awakening, this was the first time in several months that Yang Fan had stepped out of his house. Now somewhat exhausted, he collapsed directly onto his bed and slipped into a deep sleep. He slept straight through until dawn. Upon rising, Yang Fan felt his mind clear and refreshed, and it seemed as though his body had become noticeably sturdier. He had long anticipated this. Under the tenfold time acceleration of evolution, 1 day in the outside world equaled 10 years in the Divine Kingdom. Coupled with the fact that the Divine Kingdom was in a period of rapid development, significant changes were to be expected. When Yang Fan's consciousness entered the Divine Kingdom, he discovered that the tribe's population had already reached 600, a full 3-fold increase, with nearly half of them being infants and children around 7 or 8 years old. This was thanks to the many antelopes he had released around the tribe, making food extremely abundant. With the moon well present, as well, the probability of death from illness had greatly decreased. Furthermore, because they cultivated the federal body refining art, both adults and children looked far more robust than before, their spirits bright and vigorous. The moon well had also condensed a drop of moon dew, but for now Yang Fan did not intend to sell it. The quantity was far too small, and the listing fees would consume too much. In addition, the number of Bodhi serpents beyond the 100-kilometer mark had doubled. However, many of them were only about a meter long, still undeveloped serpent babies. What shocked Yang Fan most was the number of antelopes. Within his perception, their population had already approached 500,000. However, the surrounding vegetation was being rapidly consumed, and many antelopes had begun to starve to death, causing their numbers to stabilize in a dynamic balance. Yang Fan paid this no heed. Ultimately, the issue lay in the lack of hunters. As for the green vegetation, it would continue to grow, while the carcasses of dead antelopes would fertilize the soil, bringing nothing but benefits to his Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom was flourishing in every direction. Yang Fan was confident that ordinary high school students of similar standing could not possibly have developed their Divine Kingdoms as well as he had. Of course, he could not compare himself to prodigies like Luo Bing. Supported by a great clan, she had likely already placed multiple high-grade buildings within her Divine Kingdom. The initial resource gap was too vast. Even with an SS-Rank talent, the distance between them remained a chasm. The growth of a Divine Kingdom required time. One cannot become fat in a single bite. At this moment, Yang Fan had already withdrawn back to reality. It's almost time for class, he thought to himself. He took a helmet from under his bed, put it on, and instantly entered the virtual world. My dad bought me a breeding card yesterday. When I woke up today, I found my believers had increased by 30. The effect is really impressive. Same here, though my initial population was a bit low, only 50 people. Population doesn't matter that much. As long as resources are sufficient by the time we graduate from high school, having at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of believers is normal. What truly matters is how to make the believer stronger. Now that you mention it, I feel wide awake. Yesterday, my old man transferred 50,000 faith points to me so I could purchase the federal body refining art. Me too. My dad said this investment is absolutely worth it and bought it for me at once. Let me tell you, the Ministry of Education rewarded me with an rank building. Guess what it is? As soon as Yang Fan entered the school location in the virtual world, he felt the heated, bustling atmosphere. After all, they had only just awakened as divine beings yesterday, so it was natural for everyone to be this excited. Brother Yang, I saved a seat for you. Zhang Pang waved to Yang Fan from the third row. Just after Yang Fan sat down, Zhang Pang could not resist asking, Brother Yang, you really made a splash yesterday. A crank evaluation. Among all the third-year students aside from those from great clans, you're definitely in the top tier. Tell your brother, what did the Ministry of Education reward you with? 100,000 faith points and a crank building. Yang Fan replied without concealment, or rather there was no need for him to hide it. I knew it. You must have bought quite a few good things yesterday. Zhang Pang's face was full of envy. Though his family was well off enough not to care about a mere 100,000 faith points, it was still a considerable sum. Not bad, Yang Fan said with a faint smile. What did the crank building turn out to be? The Moonwell. Nice, brother. You haven't even graduated high school yet, and you're already earning 3,000 faith points a month, Zhang Pang exclaimed, giving him a big thumbs up. Buildings like the Moonwell, versatile and universally useful, were well known to everyone. Textbooks had even mentioned a low-tier god who once built over 10,000 moon wells in his divine kingdom as a long-term investment. At that moment, a graceful young woman walked up to the podium. She was the homeroom teacher of Class 7 in the third year, Li Qingying, a first-rank deity. Good morning, Teacher Li. The students of Class 7 rose together and greeted. Good morning, everyone. Please sit, Li Qingying said with a light wave of her hand. A blue light curtain formed behind her instantly, becoming a blackboard on which she wrote 4 large characters: divine beings. First of all, congratulations to all of you for awakening your divine kingdoms yesterday and becoming divine beings. Among you, 3 students deserve special commendation. Yang Fan received a clevel evaluation, Li Shihao received a clevel evaluation, and Wang Jinyu received a D-level evaluation. Although the awakening of a divine kingdom carries a certain degree of randomness in this world, luck itself is also a form of strength. As your teacher, I offer you my congratulations. Li Qingying lightly clapped her hands as she spoke. All the students of Class 7, Grade 12 came from ordinary families. Having 2 clevels and 1 D-level among this year's awakenings was already enough to satisfy her. The other students looked at the 3, Yang Fan and the others, with faces full of envy. It was not merely the evaluation itself they coveted, but the preferential allocation of Ministry of Education resources that such evaluations represented. Though the resources awarded by the Ministry of Education could not be spent on ordinary living expenses, at the very least, they spared one from constantly reaching out to the family for further investment, indirectly easing the burden at home. Since the advent of the divine era, human lifespans have increased dramatically. You are still young. You must not lose yourselves over temporary gains and losses and forget your original heart. Li Qingying smoothly shifted the topic. Do you understand? Yes, teacher, the students replied. Good. Let us begin today's lesson. What do you think a divine being truly is? Li Qingying pointed to 4 large characters written on the blackboard. Isn't that what we are? Someone called out. Gods who possess a divine kingdom, another offered. Ordinary people who after awakening become divine beings, a third voice added. Voices rose one after another from below the podium as students eagerly offered their answers. Smiling faintly, Li Qingying let her gaze fall upon Yang Fan. Student Yang, what do you think? Yang Fan froze for a moment. He had always listened attentively in class, yet had never considered actually answering a question. Why was the teacher calling on him today? Ahem, my thoughts are more or less the same as everyone else's. Yang Fan scratched his head and gave a simple, foolish grin. Seeing this, a trace of disappointment flickered in Li Qingying's eyes. So he is just an ordinary student. Li Qingying sighed inwardly. She then shifted her gaze to Li Shihao. Student Li, what is your view? The core of a divine being lies not in the divine, but in the being, Li Shihao replied calmly. After awakening, we gain a divine kingdom, and that kingdom is like a sheepfold while our believers are the lambs penned within. By the same logic, we can draw another conclusion. Those who have not become gods are merely one link in the biological chain. From a certain perspective, even we ourselves are lambs, or simply another segment of that chain. He voiced his thoughts in a level tone. As his words fell, many gazes turned toward him, some curious, some astonished, some pensive, and some speechless. Yang Fan looked at him, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. This guy is interesting, he mused inwardly, but it's a pity. He clearly knows he is a lamb, yet still strives to present himself as a lamb with independent thought. He's not steady enough. Li Qingying's eyes lit up. Where did you hear that? She asked. In my free time, I like to log into the school library system and read, Li Shihao replied. Very good. Your insight is commendable. Though somewhat unpleasant to hear, its core idea is correct. So-called divine beings have still not transcended the category of human. Aside from lifespan, your bodies remain fragile. Go 10 days without eating, and you will starve. 3 days without water, and you will die of thirst. A minor traffic accident could very well cost you your life. A divine being is merely a more advanced creature, still fragile, all the same. I know you have just awakened your divine kingdoms and are brimming with youthful ambition, she continued, but I must regretfully tell you a statistic: 90% of the students in this class will never break through to demigod. Li Qingying's expression was utterly serious. The classroom fell into deep silence, many students looking stricken. Their parents were not demigods, either merely divine beings engaged in logistical work. Most parents hoped their children would at least break through to demigod and thus change the fate of the family. Teacher, how can one break through to demigod? A student asked, raising his hand. By diligently developing your divine kingdom and making your believers strong enough, she replied. Of course, if you want a quantitative indicator, even if you did nothing every day relying only on your believers' faith, you would still have to gain 1,000 faith points per day. Rely solely on faith to obtain 1,000 faith points a day. Many students' jaws dropped, their eyes filled with disbelief. 1,000 a day meant 30,000 a month. Many of their parents together could not even earn 5,000 in a month, let alone such a figure. And this was not income from selling resources from the divine kingdom, but merely the most basic harvest of faith. Do not be too astonished. Once you truly become demigods, you may no longer even care about such a trifling amount of income. With his head lowered, Yang Fan pondered in secret. I still have to strive to elevate the life level of my believers. With the strength my believers possess now, even if the population of my divine kingdom grew to 1,000,000, the faith they could offer each day would probably still be only a single digit. This was precisely why gods could not grow stronger by blindly swarming their divine kingdoms with believers. If the population expanded without restraint, the divine kingdom would eventually be unable to sustain them. Quality of troops matters more than sheer numbers. My fellow students, I am not trying to discourage you, Li Qingying said, but to help you see reality clearly. To become demigods, you must make your believers strong enough. I reviewed all your awakening reports yesterday. 70% of you have no innate talent, and most of the remaining talents are of the domestic or livelihood type. Think about it. If your believers spend most of their time mining, farming, or hunting, mere transactional labor, how are they supposed to become truly strong? At her words, many faces tightened with worry, and several students grew visibly anxious. I understand your difficulties, she went on. Your families are not well off, and after becoming divine beings, your first thought was to help ease their burden. But as your teacher, I must tell you this: if you wish to break through to demigod from this moment on, you must exhaust every possible means to raise the strength of your believers. Purchase resource cards, breeding cards, all kinds of cultivation arts, and spiritual plants, and invest everything into the development of your divine kingdoms. If circumstances allow, seek what support you can from your families. To break through to demigod, the core is not talent, but resources. As she said this, a long sigh rose silently in Li Qingying's heart. The greatest weakness of Class 7, Grade 12 lay in their lack of resources. If this were Class 1, full of top students, their teacher would very likely be using a completely different teaching model. Teacher, once we advance to demigods, do we then step beyond the category of human? Li Shihao asked curiously. Of course. The strength of your believers will feed back into the body of the corresponding god, she explained. You have only just awakened, so the changes may not yet be obvious. But after some time, when your divine kingdom enters its golden period of development, you will gradually sense your own physique changing. Scaling walls and leaping across rooftops will no longer be difficult. As for breaking through to demigod, I can tell you clearly, even if you were struck by a supercar traveling at 2,000 kilometers per hour, your life would not be in danger. What about true gods then? Someone asked. As long as the divine kingdom endures, the god cannot die, Li Qingying replied with firm conviction. She spoke those words to encourage them. In truth, there was another sentence she did not voice. Once one truly became a god, if a feud of life and death arose, no one would bother to act in the real world. They would simply dispatch their armies into the enemy's divine kingdom. Li Qingying's lesson passed quickly. Throughout the period, the students engaged in animated discussion, and before they knew it, the class was over. After the teacher left, Zhang Pang couldn't help but say, Brother Yang, now that we have awakened the divine kingdom, the federal government has granted us many privileges. Should we go to the entertainment district for some fun? What kind of fun? Yang Fan replied with a look of suspicion. Let me tell you secretly, yesterday I visited many places, and there is a Tianxiang Human Realm Club where we can spend on the first floor with our status only 2,000 faith points. Sorry, women only slowed down my sword drawing speed. Let's talk later. Yang Fan hurriedly exited the virtual space, afraid of being tempted by Zhang Pang. Back in reality, Yang Fan opened the shopping panel again. Now my followers are practicing the federal body refining technique. Is there any way to enhance their strength? Yang Fan inputted his needs. Based on citizen needs, the following solutions are provided. First, purchase spiritual values that can change qualifications, which will greatly speed up the training progress of followers. For example, 100 class spirit plants, blood lotus seeds, priced at 1,000 faith points. Followers need to take them for a long time. In the divine kingdom's time, each person will take one per month, and it will take decades to be effective. This is too expensive. Yang Fan's face twitched at the sight. Now he had 600 followers, and one round would cost 6,000. Over 12 months, that amounts to 7,000, and only a day had passed in the outside world. Spirit plants that change qualifications are all very expensive. This is already the cheapest option I've found. Isn't there something that can slowly change the qualifications of followers over time? This is too costly. You can choose to purchase techniques to enhance the strength of followers. Considering you just awakened the Divine Kingdom for long-term development, the chosen techniques should not only enhance strength, but also subtly improve the qualifications of followers. Recommend something for me. Egene Washing Marrow Technique, Class Technique valued at 2 million faith points. Egene Classic Class Technique valued at 5 million faith points. Changchun Technique Class Technique requiring a bit of Divinity, currently not available for purchase due to identity restrictions. The intelligent system recommended over 100 types of techniques, but none were affordable. More importantly, it seemed there were insufficient permissions, many behind were censored, and he could only see that such things existed without knowing their names. I'll just continue farming, wash up, and sleep early. Yang Fan sighed. The following reality began to return. Yang Fan attended classes in the virtual world punctually every day. How should the Divine Kingdom develop? What resources yield the best cost-effectiveness in the early stages? How to maintain the ecological balance of the Divine Kingdom and ensure positive evolution? Cultivating diverse directions for followers. As the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Li Qingying covered everything comprehensively in her classes, but perhaps because the students from Class 7 came from ordinary backgrounds, she focused more on logistical aspects. Even so, Yang Fan listened attentively. With his talent for evolution, his Divine Kingdom could develop comprehensively. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed, and under the influence of the evolution talent, the Divine Kingdom experienced a century of change once again. God Master Yang Fan. Area of the Divine Kingdom, 1 million square kilometers. Talent Class Resource Talent accelerates growth of all resources in the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS Class Talent Evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Followers Barbarians, 5,230. Technique Federal Body Refining Technique. Faith Points 7788 providing 0.006 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Well produces a drop of moon, due every 10 years. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snake X5311 First Level Demon Beast Water Lotus X100 Class Spirit Plant. A century's time has brought earth-shattering changes to the Divine Kingdom. With the moon well as the center, the tribe built hundreds of stone houses around it, expanding the area to 5,000 square kilometers. Thanks to the basic skill cards invested 10 days ago, the followers have become much smarter. They even fenced off a large area to raise antelopes for easier hunting. Some followers transplanted the wild fruit trees from the Divine Kingdom to the vicinity of the tribe for centralized harvesting, increasing efficiency. Elders did odd jobs in the tribe. Young women picked wild fruits. Adult men formed teams for hunting. Boys played in the fields, and infants cried for feeding in their rooms. Under Yang Fan's watch, a team of 50 adult men was carrying a Bodhi treasure snake, measuring a full 20 meters back to the tribe. The hunting team is back. It's an adult Bodhi treasure snake, shouted a small boy with half his body exposed from a high point in the tribe. Upon hearing this, the entire tribe became active. But why are you the only ones back? An elder asked. Village chief, we used to catch juvenile snakes. Perhaps we did it too many times, and these creatures have become smarter. Today there was actually an adult Bodhi treasure snake lying in ambush, and only half of our 100-member team returned. The leading man answered calmly, his eyes showing no sadness, but rather satisfaction with this harvest. As long as you didn't return empty-handed, that's good. The medicinal effect of adult treasure snakes is powerful. Dilute it with more water for the children to take. For the next few months, don't go to the Snake Valley for hunting. Digest this harvest well. If another warrior like you emerges in the tribe, we can actively hunt adult treasure snakes. Everything is for the man said excitedly. Everything is for the deity. The village chief raised his hands high in reverence. In the void, Yang Fan observed everything with satisfaction. In 100 years, the overall strength of the followers has increased by more than 10 times. The number of Bodhi treasure snakes also increased significantly, with about 1,500 mature snakes, while most others were juvenile snakes. Seemingly noticing something, Yang Fan frowned slightly. Why has the number of antelopes decreased so much? It's less than 2,000 now. After all, this is Yang Fan's own Divine Kingdom, and he quickly found the reason. The main reason is that the followers practiced the federal body refining technique, coupled with the explosive population growth leading to a geometric increase in meat consumption. About 30 years ago, the previous village chief discovered this problem and began to limit villagers' hunting, even raising some in captivity. The second reason is the reproduction of Bodhi treasure snakes. Their consumption of meat is also horrifying, several times more than the entire tribe. Though they are first-level demon beasts, these creatures lack high intelligence and do not understand the principle of overexploitation. They basically eat when hungry, sleep after eating, and wake up to eat again. If the tribe did not hunt juvenile snakes periodically, their numbers would only increase, and they might have already begun to disrupt the ecological chain. The biodiversity in the Divine Kingdom is still too low, and the chain is unstable. Additionally, I need to buy some grass seeds so that herbivores like antelopes can have more food. Having clarified the shortcomings of the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan returned to reality to start shopping. 6-leaf grass seeds capable of covering 100,000 square kilometers grow extremely fast and require plenty of water. Once the growth density reaches a certain level, they will compete for water, ensuring they do not grow wildly and disrupt the ecology. Priced at 200 faith points. Buy 10,000 non-level wild boars priced at 300 faith points. Buy 1,000 non-level tigers priced at 400 faith points. 100,000 hamsters priced at 300 faith points. 100 million earthworms which can enrich the soil and increase the growth speed of vegetation priced at 100 faith points. Buying and buying. Yang Fan waved his hand grandly, spending nearly 3,000 faith points on various non-level beasts. These beasts are not the followers of Yang Fan. They will only follow their instincts to hunt and breed among themselves. Perhaps after several decades, or even centuries, they may face extinction. Yang Fan was indifferent to this. Firstly, the cost of low-level beasts is extremely low, and secondly, this is a necessary process for ecological evolution. Li Qingying once mentioned in class that deities can invest various resource cards, but one must be cautious of the intensity. If beings above the second tier are invested during the early stages of the Divine Kingdom, it could bring catastrophic disasters. As for low-level beast species, the more the better. Deities do not need to interfere. Once a species becomes extinct, it only proves that it is unsuitable for the development of the Divine Kingdom and is automatically eliminated by the entire ecological chain. Survival of the fittest. In the path of developing the Divine Kingdom, it is not about going faster at all costs. Time is equally important. 100 Dark Knight Vultures first-tier demon beasts priced at 300 faith points. Merchants note it is not recommended to purchase within 100 years of the Divine Kingdom's history, as these demon beasts often hunt human infants. Yang Fan hesitated slightly, but still clicked to purchase. Based on what he learned in class, he felt that his followers were living too comfortably. The Bodhi treasure snake is quite lazy and will hardly leave that valley, while beasts like antelopes cannot cause harm to the tribe. Only when there is pressure is there motivation. Yang Fan felt it was time for the Divine Kingdom to introduce some dangerous species. A comfortable environment cannot cultivate powerful followers. Upon receiving the cards, Yang Fan immediately invested them all into the Divine Kingdom. A series of lights flashed and roars of beasts echoed deep within the Divine Kingdom's forest. Tigers, porcupines, rabbits, hedgehogs, and mice began to surge like ants. A piercing screech rang out in the sky. At this moment, in the valley where the Bodhi treasure snake resides, a snake measuring 50 meters long began to coil its body, adopting an aggressive posture as if sensing its nemesis. Yang Fan focused his thoughts and decreed to the tribe, "My followers, you have performed excellently over the past century. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you a divine miracle, granting you more food." "Thank you, our God." All the followers knelt in unison. Even the 2- and 3-year-old infants fell over on the ground. Opportunities come with risks. The crisis from the sky has already been born, and you must be prepared. Leaving this message, Yang Fan took out 3 blank cards, collected 11 drops of moonlight, due along with the 500 water lotus seeds from the tribe's storage, and then collected 500 adult treasure snakes and 500 juvenile snakes from the Snake Valley before returning to reality. In a world where online data can manifest into reality, everyone can be both a buyer and a seller. Yang Fan registered for a Taotao account using his student ID, then connected his transaction account to his Divine Kingdom and began editing for sale. 11 drops of moonlight, due priced at 1100 faith points. 500 water lotus seeds priced at 1000 faith points. Bundled sale of Bodhi treasure snakes, 500 mature ones, and 500 juveniles priced at 300 faith points. After editing, Yang Fan clicked to submit. Taotao item review approved, qualification review passed, now listed for sale. Transaction completed, total income of 1500 faith points. A 10 personal income tax and a 2 platform transaction fee will be deducted by Taotao. Your total earnings are 13200 and faith points have been credited to your Divine Kingdom. Hearing the notification tone from Taotao, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. As long as the price is reasonable, transactions are indeed quick, but the taxes are quite high. Besides these, there's also a head tax to pay every year. The federal government is truly greedy. In this world, everything is digitalized and intelligent. Whether you are an ordinary person or a high-ranking deity, you cannot escape taxes. Only death and taxes are unavoidable. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources in the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Followers Barbarians 5230. Cultivation method, federal body refinement technique. Faith points 14988 providing 0.006 faith points daily. Buildings moon while producing 1 drop of moonlight, due every 10 years. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snake X4311 First Tier Demon Beast Dark Knight Vulture X10 First Tier Demon Beast Water Lotus X10 Grade Spiritual Plant. In just about 10 days in reality, Yang Fan earned 13200 faith points. If his parents were to find out, they would probably be shocked speechless. Even so, Yang Fan was still unsatisfied. To put it accurately, he had not fully utilized his talent. I am still too poor. If I had a background like Luo Bing combined with an SS grade talent, I would surely take off instantly. I must find a way to obtain more initial funds. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. With the evolution talent earning faith points naturally came tenfold compared to others. Take the Moon Well, for example. Its market value is 300 faith points, with a monthly income of 300 faith points and an annual income of 3600, yielding a mere 12 return. Compared to other Divine Kingdom assets, its yield is extremely low, but for Yang Fan, it is a 120 return. The cost can be recovered in 1 year, and most importantly, it does not waste time in cultivation. Followers only need to cultivate. Unlike others, my followers do not need to waste time on skills like planting and hunting. Enhancing their strength is their core task. As for the resources they need, they can be provided entirely through buildings like the Moon Well. Yang Fan murmured, "It's almost time for class. I'll think about it again tonight." He stopped pondering and put on the virtual helmet. In the virtual world, Class 7 of Senior Year 3. Today we will discuss the prosperity of the Divine Kingdom. Li Qingying wrote the characters for prosperity on the blackboard. In the 10 days since awakening, everyone was no longer as fervent as at the beginning. Although they were all attentively listening to the class, there was a hint of fatigue in their eyes. To develop the Divine Kingdom, one must purchase resource cards, issue divine decrees, and find ways to earn faith points. Especially for students from financially struggling families, this period has been particularly hard. Seeing the state of the students, Li Qingying was not surprised at all. Instead, she said, "Before this class, I have a piece of good news to announce. Our Class 7 of Senior Year 3 will organize a monthly test. Considering that everyone has just awakened their Divine Kingdoms, this exam will not involve any combat between followers. Instead, intelligent beings will connect each of your Divine Kingdoms and comprehensively evaluate the prosperity to rank them." Li Qingying pointed to the large characters on the blackboard with her right hand, revealing a small dimple. "After all, it is an internal class exam. The school will not provide any rewards, but as your class teacher, I am personally willing to sponsor. The 4th to 10th place will each be rewarded with 200 faith points, the 3rd place with 400 faith points, the 2nd place with 600 faith points, and the 1st place with 100 faith points, along with a selectable grade building." Wow! The classroom instantly buzzed with excitement, and most of the students' expressions turned animated. Li Qingying, being a first-rank deity, could ignite the students' fervor even with a mere fraction of his wealth. They all sat upright, fearing they might miss a single crucial point of the lesson. This diligence stemmed not from a love of learning, but from its connection to faith points. Children from impoverished families mature early. Seeing his words had spurred the students into action, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossed Li Qingying's lips. Prosperity involves many aspects for which the Federation government has a standardized evaluation process. Primarily, it concerns the population and strength of followers, the value of various resources within the Divine Kingdom, including but not limited to land, spiritual plants, and non-believer creatures. "Doesn't that mean whoever invests more has higher prosperity?" a student retorted. "Your point is essentially correct, but not entirely so. Besides that, biodiversity, the stability of the food chain, the sustainability of the Divine Kingdom's development, and even its internal tidiness and aesthetics are all included in the evaluation criteria." Li Qingying continued with a smile, "Don't think what you learn in school is unimportant. If a rich second generation merely piles up resources, they might start strong, but in the long run their Divine Kingdom will become bloated, even indigestible. Developing a Divine Kingdom is a science. Resources are important, but for you ordinary students, you must invest more effort in learning to maximize the utility of every resource." Hearing this, the students listened even more intently, as if grasping a lifeline. What Li Qingying said was true, but he omitted the real point. The most crucial factor for Divine Kingdom development was still resources. No matter how well an ordinary person mastered knowledge and squeezed every resource dry, how could they ever compare to those born with silver spoons? The resources those others wasted would be enough to burst their Divine Kingdoms. In this world, social classes were already solidified. Climbing upward was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Additionally, I have good news. I have applied to the Education Department, and Class 7 is now all removed from the Minor Protection Act. You are eligible to apply for loans from the Education Department. Loans? Yang Fan's eyes also lit up. According to federal law, citizens who had not awakened their divine kingdom and lacked independent capability could not participate in the federal education fund loans. Li Qingying coughed, his expression turning grave. External loan companies generally charge over 50 annual interest, but the federal education fund loan is 0. It won't accrue interest until you lose your student status, and you don't even need to repay the principal during this period. This is an investment from the federal government for all students, and for most it might be the last investment of their life. This fund is extremely important. Remember to use it for your own divine kingdom's development. As for the loan amount, it's determined by your evaluation at awakening. Grade gets 3 a grade, gets 1 grade, gets 2 0, and grade gets 5 0. Teacher Lee, this isn't fair. With such a huge gap in loan amounts, aren't the top 3 spots already decided? Someone asked anxiously. Absolute fairness doesn't exist in this world. Instead of complaining, think about how to use your limited resources to develop your divine kingdom. The assessment begins in 10 days. Everyone be prepared. With those words, Li Qingying's figure vanished instantly, presumably returning to reality. Zhang Pang nudged Yang Fan's shoulder. A 5-0 loan with no interest and 4 years until graduation. You could double it with a simple investment. How is that different from free money? No wonder my dad says the early bird gets the worm. Even Zhang Pang, who came from a relatively well-off family, was visibly moved. 5-0 faith points could buy out his father's entire grain warehouse. This money can't all be used for investment. The cost of nurturing followers is also considerable. Yang Fan feigned a sigh of lament. Just then he felt a scrutinizing gaze. It was Li Shihao who was looking at him and slowly rising. Seeing Li Shihao about to approach, Yang Fan hastily logged out of the virtual world. Seeing this, Li Shihao was equally stunned. He was sure Yang Fan had seen him, but had suddenly fled. Li Shihao, I won't lose to you in this internal assessment. Wang Jinyu stood up and said, so confident. And aren't you forgetting someone? Our class Yang Fan also got a grade evaluation. 5-0 is a lot, but Yang Fan's family is too poor. His parents can't provide him with any help. That's his ceiling. Wang Jinyu said flatly, as if he didn't consider Yang Fan worth mentioning. My family background is also ordinary, unlike you with your well-off dad who has 10 cargo transfer points in Tomorrow District. Li Shihao remarked. Stop being sarcastic. Although you're a collateral branch of the Li family, you got family investment after your grade evaluation 10 days ago. I'm afraid the total prosperity of everyone else's divine kingdoms in the class can't match yours alone. Wang Jinyu rolled his eyes. How do you know such a secret? Li Shihao was shocked. Fuck you. The other day we were drinking at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and you were bragging about it to a dozen people. Now you're pretending to forget. Can't you live without showing off? Have you been stifled as a bookworm all these years? Wang Jinyu spat, and without waiting for a response he logged out of the virtual world. Li Shihao stood there, his face flushing slightly. He coughed awkwardly and logged out as well. It's good to be related to a big family. With just a bit of potential you can get investment. The Li family and the Luo family are the 2 biggest families in Yang County. Li Shihao has successfully changed his fate. With his current strength, he could probably go straight to the 3rd-year top class. Wang Jinyu is also not to be underestimated. I saw his dad handling a loan recently, probably trying to give him a boost before the college entrance exam. Yang Fan, however, was unaware of the subsequent events and had no interest in his classmates' gossip. His only concern was to quickly apply for the loan purchase resource cards and enrich his divine kingdom. As soon as Yang Fan clicked on his wristwatch, he saw a voice call from Zhang Pang. Answering it, Zhang Pang's boisterous voice came through. Brother Yang, why did you run off so fast? I wanted to ask why you didn't go to the gathering Li Shihao organized the other day. That guy has really made it. He treated all us brothers to a round without batting an eye. The show-off was so damn satisfying. Gathering. Haven't you seen the group message? All the boys from class 7 grade 3 were invited. What about the girls? You seriously don't check your messages. We went to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Why would we bring female classmates? They don't have male models there. Ahem, I didn't notice. Yang Fan said awkwardly. On a serious note, Li Shihao said he couldn't reach you, so he asked me to relay that he wants to treat you to a meal. Zhang Pang said. Why does he want to treat me to a meal? Yang Fan looked puzzled. Though they had been high school classmates for 3 years, both he and Li Shihao were reserved by nature. Thus, they had never formed any real bond. Li Shihao possesses the Class C Divine Talent Steel Body. He is destined to pursue the path of the combat divine realm. To secure his rear supply lines, he requires subordinate divine realms. He has already extended invitations to several talented classmates, including generous offers. I suggest you consider it seriously. Li Shihao is now officially recognized as a prodigy by the Li family. His future trajectory far surpasses anything we could hope to achieve. Aligning with such a rising power would ensure greater stability and security for your own divine realm down the line. My father once pledged allegiance to one of his classmates. We've known each other since childhood, so trust comes more naturally, Zhang Peng explained patiently. I understand, but I've been rather busy lately. I'll get back to you when I have time. Yang Fan replied briefly. He chose not to refuse outright. Li Shihea's overture appeared to most observers a rare opportunity. A blunt rejection would contradict Yang Fan's principle of low-profile discretion. Fair enough. You're also rated Class C, so you certainly have room to explore. Perhaps even the elite students from Class 1 will extend olive branches to you. Either way, my message is delivered. By the way, let's meet up sometime. Not in the virtual world, but at my home for dinner. That works, Yang Fan agreed. Zhang Peng's father ran a business in Moonlight Residential District, and the two families had exchanged visits frequently during childhood, hence their close rapport. After ending the call, Yang Fan tapped his wrist terminal and entered the Federal Faith Point loan portal. Citizen Yang Fan, your current loan quota stands at 5 million faith points. Please sign the informed consent. Yang Fan opened the form. Its clauses spanned dozens of pages. To aid students, the federal government had highlighted key provisions. Among them was the penalty for default compulsory deployment to the front lines, where one would labor without pay, producing supplies for frontline divine realms, until the full debt was repaid. When the countdown concluded, Yang Fan signed decisively. With his SSS-Rank evolution talent, he was confident he could double his principal within a year. Risk, in his view, simply did not exist. Loan approved. The federal government recommends allocating these startup funds exclusively toward personal divine realm development. Do not indulge in luxury or transfer funds to others. In case of fraud, contact the official Federal Faith Point loan hotline. Unlike the Ministry of Education's grants, these loaned faith points were entirely at Yang Fan's discretion. Faith points 5014988, daily yield 0.006. Staring at the sudden surge in faith points, Yang Fan wasted no time. He immediately launched the Divine Realm Marketplace. Search for structures analogous to the Moonwell. Requirements must generate stable returns solely through natural passage of time within the Divine Realm. No expenditure of devotee energy. Ideally, it should gradually enhance devotees' physical constitutions and refine their innate aptitudes. Yang Fan entered his specifications into the search bar. Searching. Class C structure Sunspring. Yields 1 drop of Yang essence every decade. Effects include bodily fortification, strength enhancement, and toxin neutralization. Market value 1000 faith points. Construction cost 3000 faith points. Class C structure Phantom Spring. Condenses 1 drop of phantom venom per century. Market value 5000 faith points. Construction cost 1000 faith points. Merchant note: devotees lacking sufficient cultivation base risk chronic poisoning. The venom must be extracted once every millennium, or toxic mists may accumulate across the divine realm. Class C structure Skeleton Tower. Converts animal carcasses into skeletal warriors. Each warrior yields 0.1 faith points. Construction cost 5000 faith points. Average projected ROI 36 per big data analytics. Class B structure 100 Weapon Tower. Automatically refines iron ore into hundreds of cold weapons for trade. Construction cost 200 million faith points. Average projected ROI 16 per big data analytics. Yang Fan, startled to see Class B structures appearing in results, immediately paused the search. I seek stable divine realm investment. With my current capital, only Class C structures are viable. Recommend the optimal combination. Big data analysis indicates the optimal pairing is Moonwell and Sunspring. At current market valuation, their combined ROI stands at 12. Over time, both structures exert a positive influence on surrounding terrain, enhancing devotees' physiques and synergizing with the federal body cultivation art. When placed adjacently, they gradually fuse over millennia, granting a 0.01 chance that the divine realm will spontaneously evolve a unique structure, the Fountain of Life. Should even one emerge, investment returns would increase exponentially. Query the market price of the Fountain of Life. Yang Fan asked curiously. Special structure Fountain of Life. Official recommended transaction price 1 billion faith points. Currently critically undersupplied. Unavailable for purchase. Fountain of Life heals all injuries instantly for beings below 5th tier of life. Produces 1 drop of life water every decade. Valued at 1 million faith points. Also critically undersupplied. Unavailable for purchase. Reading this description, Yang Fan instinctively drew a sharp breath. It was like purchasing a lottery ticket. Win once and fortune would be secured forever. Suddenly, he recalled a textbook passage describing a divine realm densely populated with moonwells. Now he suspected Sunsprings had likely been integrated too. Just one Fountain of Life would erase all sunk costs. Recalling Li Tianheng, the Li family's prodigy, who had possessed a Fountain of Life in his divine realm on the day of awakening, Yang Fan felt profound awe. How advanced then must the divine realms of those privileged elites truly be? Yang Fan rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by pressure. Possessing an SSS-Rank evolution talent, he never doubted his latent potential, but the chasm between himself and those signs was far wider than he'd imagined. Others inherit generations of accumulation, while I wield a cheat. The road ahead is long. Let time reveal what lies ahead, Yang Fan encouraged himself. Purchase 4 Moonwells and 5 Sunsprings. He confirmed the order instantly, too. 7 million faith points vanished without hesitation. With these foundations, and his evolution talent, his monthly net income would soon reach 300 faith points. Now search for high-yield spirit plants. Must improve divine realm ecology, be easy to cultivate and harvest, demand no devotee effort, and cost under 1 million faith points. Search complete. Recommended Class C spirit plant, soul-nourishing tree. Extremely resilient, usable in alchemy. Its value increases exponentially with age. Long-term cultivation enhances mental clarity and subtly elevates spiritual insight among nearby life forms. Soul-nourishing saplings 10005000 faith points. Merchant advisory: due to its exceptionally slow maturation, this plant attracts covetous attention. Investment risk is extremely high. Large-scale cultivation is strongly discouraged without familial backing or formidable personal strength. Current market pricing: 10-year-old specimens, 510 faith points per tree, century-old, 700 millennium-old, 500 10,000-year-old, 1 million faith points per tree. Studying the details, Yang Fan suppressed his excitement and asked, would cultivating 1,000 saplings be considered excessive? Per big data analytics, not at all. Then purchase them. Transaction successful. Also acquire 2,000 water lotus seeds. Transaction successful. Randomly assign 1 million herbivorous creatures of unranked tier. Transaction successful. Purchase 1 franc breeding license valid for 100 years. Transaction successful. In moments, Yang Fan had spent another million-plus faith points. With no further immediate needs for his divine realm, he halted procurement. Once these resources entered his divine realm, a period of explosive growth would follow. Such accelerated expansion demanded constant vigilance from Yang Fan, as the divine sovereign. His remaining faith points were reserved strictly for unforeseen exigencies. His consciousness entered the divine kingdom and began loading resources. The Moonwell and Sunspring stood side by side, placed at the very center of the tribe. The yin and yang forces neutralized each other, radiating a rich vitality for 100 miles around. The believers who witnessed this scene all knelt in gratitude for the divine blessing. The seeds of the water lotus fell into the nearest great river, filling the entire waterway. Yang Fan evenly distributed 1 million animals across the divine kingdom. Since creatures naturally migrate, placing them all around the tribe would create excessive density. Even if he scattered countless grass seeds, it would be impossible to sustain them. Spreading them across the entire divine kingdom meant using 1 million square kilometers to support the tribe and the Bodhi spirit serpents. The 1,000 saplings of soul nourishing wood were stored in the tribe's warehouse. Then Yang Fan issued a divine decree for the next 100 years, focus entirely on developing the tribe. Apart from cultivating the Federation body tempering art, you must prioritize reproduction. There are 1,000 soul nourishing wood saplings in the warehouse. Enclose a safe area, plant them all, and designate it a forbidden zone. No one is to approach. Obey your divine majesty's decree. Both the believers within the tribe and those hunting outside knelt down. As Yang Fan directly activated the century-long grade breeding card, his consciousness returned to reality. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources within the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade evolution talent. Unique talent accelerates Divine Kingdom evolution currently hidden. Believers Barbarians 5,230. Techniques Federation body tempering art. Faith points 1314988. Daily faith point generation 0.006. Buildings Moonwell X5 produces 1 drop of moon essence every decade. Sunspring X5 produces 1 drop of sun essence every decade. Assets Bodhi Spirit Serpent X4711. First grade Beast Dusk Vulture X10. First grade Beast Water Lotus X210. Grade Spiritual Plant Soul Nourishing Wood X110. Grade Spiritual Plant. The Moonwell and Sunspring provided a fixed 300 faith points monthly. The Water Lotus alone yielded Water Lotus seeds worth at least 200 faith points each month. Additionally, there were the Bodhi Spirit Serpents and the long-term investment of Soul Nourishing Wood. Even our most basic income is now 500 faith points. As expected of an SS grade talent, this wealth-generating ability is monstrous. Yang Fan let out a long breath, his expression invigorated. Without the evolution talent, investing nearly 4 million faith points would yield only a 1 monthly return. Now it was 10. A monthly income of over 10 was undoubtedly a high-risk sector in Divine Kingdom investments, yet Yang Fan had achieved high-risk returns through risk-free investments. The future holds promise, Yang Fan mused. His stomach growled in protest. He was still a divine being, though his physical constitution had strengthened significantly through the Divine Kingdom's development, he still needed to eat. Arriving in the living room, his parents were eating steak while discussing the sale of iron ore. The price of ordinary ore is too low now, and half of it must be sold cheaply to Lord Lin Lang. The profits are dwindling, Yang Tiexin sighed. The soul calming grass I planted last month has matured. I can sell it for 200 faith points, a little extra income. Faith points are needed everywhere. That kid just awakened his Divine Kingdom. Though he hasn't asked if we don't support him, his results might fall behind his classmates. Feiner got a great evaluation. We can't hold him back. How about mortgaging my micro-iron mine so he can give it his all before the college entrance exam? Sun Rong's face showed hesitation. The micro-iron mine within her Divine Kingdom was the foundation of their family's survival, and the interest on the mortgage loan was steep, a truly difficult decision. Hearing all this from the stairs, Yang Fan's heart tightened. He had been so focused on developing his Divine Kingdom that he had neglected his parents. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I don't need help from home. Yang Fan walked over to Yang Tiexin, took his left hand, and connected his consciousness to his Divine Kingdom, directly transferring 100 faith points to him. Sensing the change in his Divine Kingdom, Yang Tiexin's face changed dramatically. What are you doing, boy? Why are you transferring 100 faith points to me? Shouldn't it be your old man giving you money? I got a loan from the federal fund. 0 interest, 5 million points, Yang Fan stated directly. Both Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong stood frozen in shock. 5 million faith points. We've never seen that much in our lives. Are you serious? The federal fund loan is that generous? Of course it's true. Besides, my Divine Kingdom is developing very well. One day you'll break through to demigod, then godhood. Don't worry. As his mother, Sun Rong quickly waved her hands. Feiner, you're in a critical period of Divine Kingdom development. Even with a 5 million interest-free loan, you can't spend recklessly. You don't understand. Faith points are never enough. Mom, you have to trust me. Do you really think your son is the type to put up a false front? Yang Fan looked at them seriously. He couldn't reveal the existence of the evolution talent. Giving them 100 faith points was to prevent them from overworking their believers. Over the years, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong's hair had noticeably grayed, a clear sign of strain on their Divine Kingdoms. You've always had your own ideas. Well, hold on to these faith points for now. If you need anything before the college entrance exam, just tell us. If you're truly confident about breaking through to demigod, we can arrange the mortgage. Yang Fan nodded, grabbed a piece of snowflake beef and a glass of fresh juice, and returned to his room. For now, though, he was wealthy, likely with a higher monthly income than anyone in Bright Moon District. He lacked corresponding strength. He would keep a low profile. In time, he would ensure his parents lived well. In the following days, Yang Fan entered his Divine Kingdom more frequently. Besides attending classes on the virtual world, he set an alarm to enter every 2 hours. Under the influence of the breeding card, the tribe's population grew to 800 in the first decade. In the second decade, it reached 15000. In the third decade, it reached 27000. At the start of the fourth decade, due to overpopulation, the new village chief led the expansion of houses with men, women, and children all joining in. The population only increased to 3000. In the fifth decade, a baby boom occurred, pushing the population past 45000. In the sixth decade, it easily surpassed 5000. The tribe's rapid population growth, combined with the cultivation of the Federation body tempering art, created an immense demand for meat. The antelope-like herbivores were being consumed too quickly to keep up with training progress. The tribe organized a 1,000-person team to hunt Bodhi spirit serpents. In just a few hours, while Yang Fan slept, the serpents in his Divine Kingdom were nearly hunted to extinction. Horrified by this sight, Yang Fan immediately purchased another 10,000 Bodhi spirit serpents and issued a divine decree forbidding excessive hunting. The sudden investment of such extensive resources, combined with a tenfold evolution efficiency, has led to some imbalance in the biological chain. If the tribe continues to develop like this, even 1 million herbivores won't suffice for their consumption. The frequency of alarms must be increased, and they must always be ready to invest resources. Yang Fan thought to himself. He then purchased a large amount of grass seeds in the marketplace, such as marigold and earthy grass, as well as green vines. These green plants filled the entire divine realm within just a year. In the 7th decade, the elders of the tribe discovered that the population was indeed too large. Living in close quarters caused significant destruction to surrounding resources, and the waste could not be processed quickly, resulting in a foul smell and a high likelihood of illness. The tribe convened a meeting to prepare for the establishment of a new tribe to disperse the population. In the end, they decided to create 4 subtribes approximately 500 kilometers away from the main tribe. As for who would be dispatched, it was entirely based on the order of strength. Only the strong were deemed worthy to reside in the main tribe. The village chief issued a command: if any descendants in the subtribes displayed exceptional talent, a family of 3 could relocate back to the main tribe. Regarding the development of the divine realm, Yang Fan did not interfere actively. After they reached their conclusion, he purchased lower-level knowledge of road construction and bridge building in the marketplace and invested it into the divine realm to help his followers avoid unnecessary detours. In the 8th decade, the number of followers had reached a staggering 100,000, and the new tribes were fully formed. They were named after the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird, while the main tribe was renamed Divine Enlightenment, symbolizing the place where divine decrees were issued. On this day, Yang Fan once again felt the pressure emanating from the divine realm. With the population explosion and everyone practicing the Federation's body refining technique, the consumption of food was immense. Relying solely on those herbivorous animals was utterly insufficient. Yang Fan could sense that the growth rate of vegetation had already reached its limit. Moreover, there were also 4 seasons in the divine realm: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. In winter, merely relying on dried meat would be inadequate for sustenance. Without intervention, many followers would starve. During this period, Yang Fan also invested several food resource cards, barely maintaining balance. While browsing the marketplace for solutions, he received a call from his close friend Zhang Peng. "Yang Gu, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Come over to my house for dinner," said the voice on the other end of the line. Yang Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit dazed. Although the divine realm had rapidly developed during this time, he felt physically stronger, yet the fatigue of his spirit had not diminished. He hadn't had a single restful night's sleep in the past 8 or 9 days. A leap in development like this is not advisable, Yang Fan sighed, and got up to head downstairs. The divine realm was developing too quickly. In just a few days, he had invested over 100,000 belief points. Now, while the divine realm appeared flourishing, it was actually quite dangerous. With a moment's inattention, the ecosystem could be disrupted, leading to the desertification of the divine realm. Yang Gu, how is your divine realm doing? With 5 million resources poured in, it must have changed dramatically, Zhang Peng said as he put his arm around Yang Fan's neck. It's become a bit too intense. You say I'm fat, and yet you're out of breath. After this class monthly exam, I will certainly dazzle your titanium alloy eyes. Zhang Peng proudly raised his neck, his tone filled with mystery. Yang Fan merely smiled. It was highly likely that the one who would be dazzled would be Zhang Peng himself. I heard you're coming over for dinner. My dad specially cooked spiritual rice and blood python meat. You look like you haven't woken up. This is just what you need. Zhang Peng's father, Zhang Wanshan, was a notable figure well known in the Minghua community. The crops grown by Zhang Wanshan were of good quality, and they were cheaper than the food in the marketplace with no shipping costs. Therefore, nearly 30% of the residents in the community were his customers. Yang Fan's parents often purchased rice from Zhang Wanshan for their followers, and in turn he would buy some iron ore from them, which was mutually beneficial for their businesses. Xiao Fan is here. I heard you received a clever evaluation. You are the genius of our Minghua community, but why haven't you been seen out and about recently? I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. Zhang Wanshan, with his square face, displayed a standard smile at Yang Fan. I've met Uncle Zhang. Don't be so formal. You two go wash your hands first. The blood python meat in my pot is almost ready. After saying this, Zhang Wanshan hurried back to the kitchen. Zhang Peng came from a single-parent family. It was said that when he was very young, the 3 of them were having a meal when his mother's divine realm was suddenly breached by unknown assailants vanishing before his eyes. In this era, transportation is convenient, housing is affordable, and there are no worries about food and clothing. On the surface, everything seems flourishing, but there are also countless hidden risks. If the divine realm is not strong enough, you might vanish one day while eating, using the restroom, or taking a Zhang Wanshan prepared a large feast, most of which consisted of frank beast meat, with the main dish being blood python, a drank beast, which indicates that his family was doing well. After all, Yang Fan usually ate beef without any rank, which could not compare nutritionally. Xiao Fan, although the body changes of our divine beings mainly come from the development of the divine realm, consuming more high nutritional food is also beneficial. Eat more of this blood python meat. Zhang Wanshan served a large piece of meat to Yang Fan. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wanshan nodded and continued, you've always been reserved, but when developing the divine realm, don't isolate yourself. Interacting more with classmates will be beneficial. Yang Fan gratefully nodded and said, Uncle Zhang, if the followers practicing the Federation's body refining technique require too much food, what is a good solution? Something that is a one-time fix and doesn't need resource input later. That's not difficult. Just buy some livestock to invest in the divine realm, and then scatter some grass seeds. And what if it's still not enough? You've just awakened your divine realm for less than a month. Ooh, why are you asking this? How many followers do you even have? Zhang Wanshan showed a look of confusion. This is a question I saw on the Divine Forum. I was a bit curious as I might encounter it in the future. Yang Fan provided an excuse. Such a low-level resource issue is only encountered by divine beings. If the population develops too quickly and the area of the divine realm is insufficient, relying solely on herbivorous animals for food will indeed make it impossible to maintain the ecosystem. At this time, you can issue a divine decree to open up a piece of wasteland near the town, then buy some high-yield seeds like corn and rice, whichever has a higher yield. Plant that. If there's not enough meat, then provide the followers with some carbohydrate-rich staples. These options may not be highly nutritious, but they will fill you up. Is planting nurturing and harvesting too time-consuming? Yang Fan frowned slightly. He had considered these, but most of his followers did not possess planting talent. Relying on skill cards, they could only have a basic understanding of planting, but the entire process would still be too time-consuming. Yang Fan hoped that his followers could devote all their time to cultivation. This is a common misconception among newcomers, thinking that relying solely on a federal body refining technique will allow every follower to become as powerful as a dragon. In a few years, your divine kingdom will have hundreds of thousands or even millions of inhabitants. Do you expect everyone to cultivate daily without engaging in production? Humans are intelligent beings who know how to utilize tools, allocate resources, and assign roles, instinctively categorizing themselves into different ranks. You only need to issue divine decrees for them to plant seeds. There is no need to assign tasks, as their internal system will have those without talent and weaker abilities take care of these mundane tasks. In the Divine Kingdom, 90 of the followers are expendable. Their roles are to maintain production for the operation of the Divine Kingdom and to earn us faith points. The remaining 10 consists of talented, strong individuals who may eventually break through to first or even higher tiers through cultivation. Some will become even stronger, live longer, and help us manage the entire Divine Kingdom. Like the real world, the population will grow, classes will shift, and survival of the fittest will allow this civilization to gradually ascend. If you intervene too much and push everyone to cultivate, you will actually be disrupting this system. Perhaps in the short term your followers will become stronger, but that is because you are continuously spending faith points to sustain this system. Once external support is lost, the system will collapse even faster. After listening to Zhang Wanshan's explanation, Yang Fan's face revealed a look of realization. In recent days, the consumption of faith points has indeed been increasing, and those elderly, weak, and children who cannot obtain food should perhaps be allowed to die naturally. This is the survival of the fittest in the biological chain. As a deity, I should not interfere with these trivial matters. Zhang Wanshan took a sip of wine and spoke with enthusiasm. These are all minor issues. If you can break through to demigod status in the future, you can sign agreements with other divine beings to have them cultivate food and gather resources for you. If your strength is sufficient, you could even conquer other divine kingdoms and use their entire realm as your granary. Use someone else's divine kingdom as your granary. Is that legal? Yang Fan swallowed hard. One of my classmates is a first-tier deity, and I am currently his subordinate. This is what he told me. This world is like a vast arena where different divine kingdoms can wage war against each other, with millions or even billions of followers being annihilated and the core of the divine kingdoms being plundered. As divine beings, we view demigods and deities from a high vantage point, yet when we reach their level, we face even greater cruelty. This is still too distant for you. At least before you graduate from university, you need not worry about anyone invading your divine kingdom. Zhang Wanshan, with his remarkable insights, shared many stories about demigods and even deities with Yang Fan and Zhang Peng, both of whom listened with great interest. Upon returning home, Yang Fan immediately searched for grain crops in the marketplace. Corn seeds 500 priced at 300 faith points. Drought-resistant, wind-resistant, with extremely high yields and strong satiation effects, no specific planting conditions. Vegetable seeds 500 priced at 500 faith points. No specific planting conditions. Spirit rice seeds 500 priced at 500 faith points. The divine kingdom needs to possess spiritual energy and spiritual soil, and only followers who are spiritual farmers can cultivate them. Yang Fan chose the cheapest corn and vegetable seeds, then invested them into the divine kingdom and issued a divine decree. Guided by Zhang Wanshan, Yang Fan did not plan to intervene too much in the life trajectories of his followers. If he continued to purchase food and invest it, the population would likely continue to grow, and eventually the divine kingdom would become unsustainable, leading to mass deaths and even outbreaks of disease, which would be counterproductive. With a new source of food, the tribe's consumption of meat finally became less excessive and the ecosystem began to stabilize. In the 9th decade, the population reached 1100. Even with the support of breeding cards, the tribe no longer expanded wildly, primarily restricted by the environment, as the current population density was too high and gradually approaching saturation. To further increase the population, significant construction would be necessary to expand living spaces. In the 100th year, the effects of the breeding card officially disappeared. Yangfan's consciousness entered the Divine Kingdom. Now his followers had developed from a small tribe into something resembling a town. The city of divine enlightenment stood at the center of the Divine Kingdom, with the moon well and sun spring enriching the life energy. Meanwhile, the four cities of Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke stood proudly in the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast respectively. The Serpent Valley in the south was now filled with Bodhi treasure snakes, and due to the high density, the snake population began to spread outward. Dark night vultures often appeared in the sky, seeking an opportunity to strike. A variety of flora and fauna flourished in the mountains, with the roars of beasts echoing throughout. The current Divine Kingdom boasted rich biodiversity and a stable ecosystem. The population of followers had also reached saturation. Next, the plan was to strengthen followers' abilities based on the federal body refining technique and resources over time. The death, reproduction, and cultivation of followers slowly propelled the entire civilization forward. Divine Lord Yangfan. Area of Divine Kingdom, 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources within the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Followers Ancients 110000. Method Federal Body Refining Technique. Faith Points 1070988. Daily Faith Point Generation 0. 55. Buildings Moon Well X5 Sun Spring X5. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snakes X27233. First Tier Monsters Dark Night Vultures X1345. First Tier Monsters Water Lotuses X210. Grade Spiritual Plants Soul Nurturing Wood Century-Old X10. Grade Spiritual Plants. After a century of development and resource investment, the population of followers reached 1100, and their identity transformed from barbarians to ancients. Upon awakening the Divine Kingdom, all followers were of barbarian status. As civilization evolved with stable food, secure dwellings, city construction, and knowledge transmission capabilities, coupled with breaking through the limits of barbarian strength, their identities would evolve into ancients. After the ancients come the mortals. At that point, the followers' intelligence would awaken, forming a small human society with division of labor and cooperation, trading goods, and even establishing schools to impart techniques. Once followers develop into mortals, the Divine Kingdom will stabilize. They will slowly form a social system, avoiding excessive resource exploitation, allowing the entire Divine Kingdom to thrive. Further down the line, a tiny fraction of followers will break through to first-tier life forms. As for the paths they take, they are myriad. Some may enter the Tao through martial arts, becoming martial artists, others may cultivate immortality through refining qi, becoming cultivators, or they may ascend through machinery, transforming into intelligent beings. Only when followers transcend the mortal realm can divine beings begin to transform into demigods. For Yangfan, this is still too distant, as none of his followers have even managed to cultivate the federal body refining technique to a small success. However, with the evolutionary talent in place, as followers develop generation after generation through survival of the fittest and genetic selection, there will inevitably emerge talented descendants, which Yangfan is not anxious about. Today marks the day of the monthly exam for Class 7 in the 3rd year of high school. Yangfan took out the virtual helmet and put it on his head. In the virtual world, more than half of the classmates in Class 7 had already arrived, indicating that everyone was taking this seriously. Seeing Zhang Pang waving at him, Yangfan was about to walk over when a voice called out to him. Brother Yangfan, after the assessment, I would like to invite you to Tianxiang Rinjian for a gathering. Li Shihao walked over to greet him. Many classmates displayed looks of envy at this scene. A genius recognized by the Li family, destined to achieve at least semi-divine status, being personally invited by him, sets a significantly higher starting point compared to others. Yangfan felt a bit helpless inside, but he showed no signs of it. Sure, being publicly invited, if he refused again, it would surely offend the other party. With his talent for evolution, all he needed to do was to survive and slowly develop. As for showing off and stepping on geniuses, Yangfan was not interested. Showing off in front of others can be very gratifying, but lacking the strength could be fatal. I will book a private room now and send you the coordinates later. Li Shihao laughed heartily. A quarter of an hour before class started, the homeroom teacher, Li Qingying, also arrived in the classroom. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to start. With a snap of her fingers, the original classroom began to transform, instantly turning into a playground, and in front of them was a huge LCD screen. The assessment is quite simple. The official AI will connect to your divine nations and provide a comprehensive evaluation. This AI adheres to the federal law No. 1068 privacy clause, and any A grade or higher structures in the divine nation will not be displayed. The prosperity range of a divine being's nation is between 0 and 100, with higher values yielding higher scores. After explaining the rules, Li Qingying took out a tablet from her pocket and continued, the order will be based on the comprehensive evaluation during awakening. The lowest scores will start first, and I will begin calling names now. Ma Tutu, a slightly plump girl, mustered her courage and walked up to Li Qingying. Relax, the federal AI is non-aggressive. If you lift the restrictions on your divine nation, it will initiate a full scan and the results will be projected onto this large screen. Ma Tutu lightly tapped her forehead and then gently closed her eyes. Divine Lord Ma Tutu. In number of followers 1532 and follower identity barbarian strength, signs of practicing the federal body refining technique. Most followers have robust physiques with 5 showing mild ailments requiring attention to the environmental hygiene of the divine nation. Buildings grade Plow Fort X3 and assets. Bloodflower Valley X120, first grade monster Sanhua, spiritual rice X110, grade spiritual plant. Comprehensive evaluation. The ecological stability of the divine nation is solid with adequate food supply and a wide variety of over 100 species, including antelopes, tigers, and lions, creating a complex and dynamic biological chain. However, the overall strength of the followers is too weak, posing a certain risk if they encounter large carnivorous creatures. In suggestion, purchase breeding cards to increase the population and acquire various basic skills to enlighten the followers in advance. Prosperity score 0. 3. Looking at the displayed text on the screen, Li Qingying couldn't help but shake her head. You may go down now and remember that developing your divine nation is currently the most important task. 10 days ago, everyone received federal funds, but this little girl's divine nation is too barren, clearly not making full use of resources. The belief points have no legal restrictions, and perhaps she is using them for her family or indulging in pleasure. However, Li Qingying would only provide guidance without further interference. She is a teacher, not a babysitter. Divine Lord Sima Yu, a number of followers 5024N. Buildings grade spiritual spring, wells, X10N. Prosperity evaluation 0. 8-inch N. Divine Lord Wang Enquin, prosperity evaluation 0. 7-inch N. Truly, the federal government's AI is highly efficient. It almost immediately projected all the information onto the big screen after connecting to the students' divine nations. However, this evaluation is indeed strict. After assessing over 50 individuals, none scored even a measly 1. In next, Zhang Pang. Upon hearing Li Qingying's voice, Zhang Pang turned to give Yang Fan a glance, as if hinting at a prelude. Divine Lord Zhang Pang, number of followers 11243 and follower identity barbarian strength, practiced the federal body refining technique and grade skill iron body technique in buildings grade Plow Fort X20 grade fertile earth house X20 grade natural spring X20 grade automatic cedar X2 grade moon well X1 grade constant temperature greenhouse X15 and assets strong body rice X100 grade spiritual plant digger worms X100 first grade monster wood spirit mushrooms X500. In comprehensive evaluation, the ecological environment is very stable with a clear direction, able to maintain the current progress. Suggestion: consider purchasing advanced planting talent skill books to accelerate the excavation of follower potential and enhance crop growth efficiency. In prosperity evaluation 1. 9-inch. Looking at Zhang Pang's dazzling data, especially in the buildings column, many students displayed envy. So ruthless. How many belief points did Zhang Pang invest? Zhang Laobo usually keeps a low profile, but when it comes to spending, he is quite generous. It really pays off to rely on family. Li Qingying nodded in satisfaction. In less than a month, a prosperity evaluation of 1. 9 shows that your family has put in quite a bit of effort. Keep it up. Zhang Pang nodded and returned to his seat, lightly touching Yang Fan's arm and whispering, "Did my splendid data blind your eyes? It's all right, but it's still a far cry from mine. Come on, I didn't expect you to enjoy showing off too. It's just a 5 million limit. What can you do with it?" Zhang Pang rolled his eyes. In the early stages of a divine nation, there aren't many secrets, which is why Li Qingying organized such a public prosperity evaluation assessment, pulling up each other's divine nation data for everyone to see. How could those with weaker strengths not feel anxious seeing so many buildings and assets in their classmates' divine nations? Only with pressure comes motivation, and this also facilitates her future teaching. Divine Lord Wang Xinyu, number of followers 1423 and follower identity barbarian strength federal body refining technique grade skill strong body technique grade skill muscle regeneration technique in buildings grade wine pool and meat forest X10 grade blood spring X10 grade muscle regeneration pool X3 grade wet bone forest X1 and assets first grade automatic training stakes X100 blood shadow wolf X180 first grade monster nethercat X2023 first grade monster bodhi treasure snake X11234 first grade monster. In comprehensive evaluation, the strength of the followers is considerable, nearing the limit for barbarians, but the divine nation lacks carnivorous resources necessitating continuous investment to maintain ecological balance. Suggestion: in the early stages of a divine nation, do not overly pursue follower strength. Instead, purchase more wine pool and meat forest to maintain consumption balance, or acquire non-ranked flora and fauna to improve ecological stability. Prosperity Evaluation 4. 1. Looking at Wang Jinyu's data, many people displayed shocked expressions. How much resources must have been poured in for the strength of his followers to approach the limit for barbarians. Moreover, the other party is surely preparing to take a combat-oriented path, with followers focusing solely on cultivation, needing to purchase required resources externally. For those from ordinary families, this is simply wealthy to an extreme. Coming down from the stage, Wang Jinyu looked at Li Shihao and said, "So how about it? If you give me another 10 days, I'm confident I can help my followers transition to ancient humans." Seeing Wang Jinyu's spirited demeanor, Li Shihao wore an awkward expression. "Have I been too pretentious? I hope I didn't provoke him too much." Li Shihao felt a twinge of regret. In the past, Li Shihao was a distant relative of the Li family with no living allowance, and his parents were merely divine beings. His family situation was not much better than Yang Fan's. In such an environment, he had kept a low profile at school, but ever since awakening his Kraid talent, the Steel Body, he was officially recognized by the Li family. Resources were poured into his divine kingdom without restraint, and the once distant geniuses now began to greet him proactively. Li Shihao was just a young man under 20, and the drastic change in his status naturally made him feel a bit exhilarated. Showing off in front of his classmates became his greatest joy during this time. Having shown off too much, Li Shihao felt a bit weary and had even been reflecting during this time. It is not about having too little, but about being uneven. Have I overdone it in front of those former friends? Li Shihao cleared his throat and said, "Indeed impressive, but I do have family investment, so I have to stay a step ahead in the early development of my divine kingdom. Testing will begin soon. In front of the Federal Intelligent Life, there will be no secrets about my divine kingdom, so I should give Wang Jinyu a heads up to avoid him being caught off guard." It was no secret that he was recognized by the Li family. Using the Li family's resources as cover, winning the assessment would not make the other party lose face too much. "It's not that he is stronger than me, it's just that luck is on his side." People often console themselves this way. Next up, Li Shihao, Li Qingying announced. Originally, Li Qingying intended to let Li Shihao be the grand finale. In her mind, there was no doubt that his divine kingdom's prosperity should be the first. However, according to the Ministry of Education's ranking of awakenings, Li Shihao was placed behind Yang Fan, and she could not change the order. As the intelligent life entered the other party's divine kingdom, the specific data would appear before everyone. Divine Lord Li Shihao. Believer population, 10323. Believer identity, Ancient Ones. Strength, Federal Body Refinement Technique, Kraid Technique, Easy Muscle Washing Technique, Kraid Technique, Easy Muscle Scripture, Grade Martial Skill Tiger Roar Fist Technique, Grade Martial Skill Light Body Technique. Buildings: Kraid Building Wine Pool and Meat Forest X50, Kraid Building Training Room X5, Kraid Building Moon Well X2, Kraid Building Sun Spring X2, Grade Building 100 Spirits Blood Pool X1. Assets: Bodhi Treasure Snake X100 Level 1 Monster Blood and Flesh Spiritual Mushroom X100 Kraid Spiritual Plant Soul Nourishing Wood X100 Kraid Spiritual Plant Magic Tongue X100 a Grade Spiritual Plant. Overall evaluation: the ecology of the Divine Kingdom is at a stable, critical value. Even with a plant like Magic Tongue that reproduces crazily, it still cannot provide food for millions of herbivorous animals. Suggestion: the number of Bodhi Treasure Snakes is X. Mixing blood from different monsters will enhance the effectiveness of the 100 Spirits Blood Pool. Prosperity Evaluation 12. 3-inch. The scene fell silent for a moment before a cheer erupted. Big Brother Li is amazing, even has grade buildings, truly a genius from a big family. While you all were stunned, I searched a bit and found out that this 100 Spirits Blood Pool can actually extract the blood and flesh of monster corpses to form blood pills. Not only can they enhance the strength of believers, but they can also be directly sold in the marketplace. The annualized return calculated by big data is as high as 54.6. No wonder Big Brother Li raises so many Bodhi Treasure Snakes. In less than a month, the believer's identity has already become Ancient Ones. It's too exaggerated. Last year, graduates from Yang County No. 1 high school still had classmates who were still barbarians. Does Big Brother Li still accept believers? How about taking me in as a brother? The scene instantly became lively as the things written on that big screen were simply too luxurious. Li Shihao took a deep breath, maintaining the expression on his face, trying not to appear too proud. He knew very well that his achievements in such a short time were entirely due to the 100 Spirits Blood Pool. This was granted to him by the elders of the Li family when he was recognized. It was precisely because of that large number of blood pills that the strength of his believers improved so rapidly. Being invincible feels so lonely, Li Shihao thought to himself. In another 6 months the classes would be divided, and he would have to compete with those monsters in the senior class. The days of showing off were becoming fewer. Below, Wang Jinyu clenched his fist, and then relaxed, his expression no longer conflicted. The vast gap also had its benefits. It would prevent the rise of rebellious thoughts. Li Shihao is right, he has the investment of the Li family. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up. It's not that I am inferior to him, but that he is simply lucky. Wang Jinyu sighed in his heart, no longer feeling jealous, only admiration. Yang Fan was not as fanatical as others, but looking at that grade building, he too felt envy. The higher the level of the building, the more its effects and money-making abilities multiply exponentially. Yang Gu, although Li Shihao can't compare to the top 10 monsters in the class, he is definitely a genius. Being his believer is not a loss. If possible, please recommend me to. Zhang Pang said eagerly. Before Yang Fan could respond, they heard Li Qingying shout. Don't feel pressured. The resource impact is the greatest in the early development of the Divine Kingdom. Even if a genius has a great talent, if born in a common family, they cannot compare to the waste of a big family. Maintain a calm mind. The development of the Divine Kingdom is a long-term battle. Li Qingying comforted Yang Fan, who stood in front of her. Upgrade building, many weak demigods probably don't even have one, so it's no wonder the gap is so wide. Yang Fan lightly tapped his forehead, then lifted the restrictions to allow intelligent life to investigate the Divine Kingdom's data. Prior to this, Yang Fan had already halted the tenfold evolution. Although he had not heard of intelligent life leaking secrets about Divine Kingdoms, Yang Fan was not willing to take. Excluding SSS talents, the development of his Divine Kingdom might astonish others, but it would certainly not exceed their understanding, and there was no need for secrecy at the moment. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Believer population 110000. Believer identity Ancient Ones. Strength. Some believers have begun practicing the federal body refinement technique. Buildings Moon Wells X5 Sun Springs X5. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snake X27233 Level 1 Monster Night Vulture X1345 Level 1 Monster Water Lotus X200 Grade Spiritual Plant Soul Nourishing Wood Centuries X100 Grade Spiritual Plant. Overall evaluation food is sufficient, ecology is stable. As an early Divine Kingdom, it is developing exceptionally well. Suggestion none. Prosperity evaluation 22. For inch. Am I seeing things? Yang Fan's believer population is 11000. Is it more than 10 times mine? What's going on? This must be a mistake. Why is his believer identity Ancient Ones? A large population is one thing, but why is the strength so high? How does he support a population of 11000 and still receive an evaluation of sufficient food and stable ecology? This means his Divine Kingdom can be self-sufficient. The students below looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Zhang Pang's eyes widened, feeling that the display screen was too bright and glaring, causing his eyes to hurt. Teacher Li, could there be a mistake? Wang Jinyu's face twitched as he spoke. Losing to Li Shihao, he accepted it. After all, the other had upgrade building. But how could Yang Fan have such a high prosperity level? Neither his buildings nor assets seemed particularly remarkable. The only outrageous thing was the population of his followers. After all, he had just awakened, and upon returning home, he used a breeding card. How could there be such a significant disparity? Moreover, there were even followers who had mastered the federal body refining technique. Is that correct? It seems very wrong. Only a little over 20 years had passed since the advent of the Divine Kingdom, and the federal body refining technique was created by high-level deities. The nuances and variations are limitless. How could uncultured barbarians learn it in less than 100 or 80 years? Wang Jinyu felt increasingly incredulous and directly questioned the result produced by the intelligent life. Shut up, the intelligent life calculations of the federal government are comparable to high-level deities. How could there be any mistakes? Li Qingying interrupted with a wave of her hand, and an overwhelming divine aura silenced the student. Li Qingying turned to Yang Fan and said, the population issue is easily resolved, but I'm quite curious. How could your followers master the federal body refining technique in such a short time? Your development speed rivals that of those prodigies. After all, Li Qingying was a first-tier deity, and her knowledge far surpassed that of these students. In 20 years, elevating the population from hundreds to tens of thousands is not particularly difficult. Grade or higher breeding cards or certain special buildings can achieve this. Most people, however, wouldn't choose to operate this way, as it would place too much burden on the Divine Kingdom. However, mastering the federal body refining technique is quite challenging. In the initial establishment of the Divine Kingdom, the followers had low qualifications. They could either rely on time or use heavenly materials and treasures or special buildings to enhance their qualifications. If this were in a large family, Li Qingying wouldn't be surprised at all. As long as there is a willingness to invest, even the most incompetent barbarian physique could be turned into a genius in cultivation. But Yang Fan was merely a child from an ordinary family, which made it seem out of place. Teacher Li, when my followers reached the third and fourth generations, several prodigies emerged. Then I issued a divine decree urging them to focus on cultivation. The flesh and blood of the Bodhi treasure snake was more than sufficient, allowing them to barely master it just yesterday. Yang Fan had already prepared his explanation. The better the qualifications of the followers, the higher the probability of future generations being prodigies. However, the descendants of followers with average qualifications are not necessarily inferior. With a large enough base, 1 or 2 prodigies will inevitably emerge. Moreover, the most important thing is that such probability issues cannot be explained. You are indeed quite lucky, Li Qingying chuckled softly. Li Qingying did not doubt this. After the dawn of the divine kingdom, countless strange occurrences arose, and Yang Fan's situation could only astonish these students. Watching the students tremble under her imposing aura, Li Qingying retracted her divine presence and asked, "Do you all think Yang Fan's prosperity rating is unfair?" Exactly. Others might be fine, but Li Shuhei's divine kingdom is clearly stronger than Yang Fan's, especially with a grade building like the 100 Spirits Blood Pool. How could the rating be so much lower than Yang Fan's? Wang Jinyu raised a question. Yang Fan's followers were ancient beings, and just this alone made Wang Jinyu feel inferior, but Li Shuhei was not bad either. Moreover, the data gap between the two was too vast. Just considering the asset value within the divine kingdom, Li Shuhei was probably hundreds of times greater than Yang Fan. Li Qingying explained, the prosperity rating does not compare the overall strength of the divine kingdom, but rather the stability of the current ecosystem. Do you really think the Federal Intelligent Life provides an excellent comprehensive evaluation so easily? Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Li Qingying directly pointed at Wang Jinyu. How many faith points do you need to invest in your divine kingdom daily? About 25000 faith points, Wang Jinyu replied. Your population is only about 1/18 of Yang Fan's, yet he can sustain himself while you have to invest so much every day. Don't you think there's a problem with that? Wang Jinyu was left speechless. He was well aware of the flaws in his divine kingdom, asserting that it didn't hurt to invest over 20,000 faith points daily would be a lie. However, Wang Jinyu couldn't fathom how Yang Fan managed to do it. With such a large population, and in the initial stages of the divine kingdom's development, how could he sustain himself? This is the importance of theoretical knowledge. Li Qingying stated, her gaze towards Yang Fan growing more satisfied. Theoretical knowledge is not insignificant. Do you really think tossing various biological resources into the divine kingdom is all that's needed? If it were that simple, aside from universities, all basic education institutions could be dismantled. For instance, the Bodhi treasure snake thrives in an environment rich in vegetation. Is it a lush forest or a damp, dark ravine? Aside from the living environment, what food sources are most suitable for it? If the living conditions are too favorable, will there be overreproduction? Should we introduce natural enemies? How far is the habitat of your followers from these food sources? Is it necessary to issue a divine decree to prevent overhunting? What plants are suitable for growth by the riverside? Which ones thrive in barren lands which can withstand severe cold? Even the most basic plants hold significant knowledge. If you had listened attentively in class and often researched in the school library after class, you could have planned ahead even before investing in cards. This would greatly increase the resource utilization rate of the divine kingdom. Of course, plants and animals will also undergo natural selection. Under poor living conditions, animals will migrate and plants will naturally die. However, all of this takes time. I can responsibly tell everyone that if everything relied on self-adjustment within the divine kingdom, it would take at least hundreds of years. In reality, you may have graduated high school by then. Today is a great example, and I hope everyone can value theoretical classes. Hearing this, the faces of the crowd revealed an expression of realization, and at that moment their gazes towards Yang Fan had changed. They previously only knew Yang Fan as someone low-key and not good at speaking, but they didn't expect him to be a hidden academic who frequented the library. Li Shuhei looked at Yang Fan with curiosity as well, wondering in his heart. I never encountered him in the library. Could it be that he borrowed books from the federal government's public library? Seeing that the educational purpose had been achieved, Li Qingying directly announced the end of the class. The rewards for the 2nd to 10th place will be directly credited to your divine kingdoms. The others please leave. Yang Fan, come with me. Li Qingying grasped Yang Fan's left hand, and the two of them transformed into faint blue data, disappearing before the crowd. In an instant they appeared in an office. Do you feel proud? You have already outpaced your classmates by hundreds of years. Li Qingying asked. The student dares not. In response to Li Qingying's assumption, Yang Fan could only say that his strength relied entirely on others' fantasies. Yang Fan had learned quite a bit about the theoretical knowledge of the divine kingdom, but it was absolutely impossible for him to consider everything so comprehensively. The high prosperity rating was entirely due to the Divine Kingdom's self-adjustment over 200 years. However, even if he said this himself, no one would believe him. You are indeed quite steady, but I must commend you. I have never encountered a student with such solid theoretical knowledge. However, do not become too proud. You may be ahead of ordinary students, but compared to the offspring of prestigious families, this can actually be a disadvantage. Take the Luo and Li families, for instance. They have their own financial advisors, individuals who specialize in assisting the younger generation in establishing divine realms. They have immersed themselves in this path for hundreds, even thousands of years, and there are many in this generation whose prosperity far surpasses yours. Li Qingying reminded. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. You scored first in this assessment, and I promise to grant you a level structure. What type do you wish for? Is there a building that can slowly alter the qualifications of believers? You do not seek rapid growth and strength, but rather focus on the foundation of your believers. You're doing quite well. However, what you are asking for is not something a level building can provide. Let me think. Li Qingying's eyes narrowed slightly as she connected with her divine realm. After a moment, she seemed to have found a target. I don't have the building you want, but I do have an adult Tai Sui. Would you like it? Tai Sui. Yang Fan was stunned. He had seen it in books. Tai Sui were not beasts, but poultry cultivated by top livestock masters. Its body resembled a small mountain, immobile, and once the meat was harvested it would regrow by the next month. The meat of Tai Sui indeed has the effect of altering qualifications, albeit very weakly. Most deities treat it merely as a meat-producing machine akin to a level building's meat and wine pool. However, the value of an adult Tai Sui can reach 2 million faith points, which is relatively expensive even among level buildings. Teacher Li, is this not too precious? Yang Fan inquired. This was something I purchased years ago. Nowadays, even the mortal believers in my divine realm find its taste lacking. It is of no use to me anymore. I'll consider it an investment in you. In the future, if conditions allow, you can also purchase a level structure, the 100 Spirits Blood Pool. By placing the Tai Sui within, you can ensure a steady output of blood pills. Thank you, teacher. An adult Tai Sui would be immensely helpful for Yang Fan at this moment. Once placed in the divine realm, his believers could feast on its flesh, greatly aiding their cultivation of the Federation's body refining techniques. Before you leave, let me give you one more piece of advice. Just now, the intelligent life only evaluated the prosperity of your divine realm, while I am providing investment advice. The investment returns from the Moon, Well, Sun, Spring, and Water Lotus are too low. Your family situation is not great. You need to teach your believers some skills to engage in high-return work. Developing a divine realm requires enormous resource support. Once you leave the virtual world, hurry and sell these things and seek other investments. You are still young. This investment style is more stable than those old fossils. How can that be? And one more thing, ordinary people should not consider birthing a fountain of life. The odds are even lower than encountering an old man who sees you favorably and grants you 100 million faith points. Understood. Yang Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. He had thought about high-return divine realm investments, but for him it seemed more like a loss than a gain. The higher the threshold, the greater the investment return. This requires believers to possess corresponding life skills, and Yang Fan also needs to closely monitor their work. Just like his parents, who had to issue divine decrees daily to instruct believers in mining. If they exhausted the mines, it would damage the vein's foundation. With a tenfold evolution talent, this is incredibly exhausting. He could achieve in one day what others would in 10. Even low-yield assets would become highly profitable. His energy should be focused on enhancing his believer's strength. If it weren't for Yang Fan being born into an ordinary family and being diligent in his studies, Li Qingying, as a deity, wouldn't have taken the time to guide him alone. After Li Qingying departed, Yang Fan did not immediately return to reality as he received an invitation. Brother Yang, I reserved a private room at Tianxiang Rendezvous. The coordinates are 369, 110, 1742. You can teleport directly by clicking the coordinates. Yang Fan lightly tapped the blue coordinates and his entire being transformed into data, arriving in a private room. If he were not aware that he was in a virtual world, he would almost doubt the authenticity of it all. The aroma of the dishes, the scent of high-quality perfume, and the fragrance of sandalwood from the tables and chairs made one feel as if they were in a real place without any sense of incongruity. How is it? Is this your first time here? Doesn't it feel different from the classroom? Seeing Yang Fan's surprised expression, Li Shihao couldn't help but say, Indeed. This is the entertainment area. If it were not sufficiently realistic, who would come here to consume? From the perspective of dopamine secretion in the cerebral cortex, this place is no different from the real world. Brother Yang, you should come here often when you have the time. The pressure of constantly watching over the development of the divine realm is immense. Unlikely classmate, I am not so wealthy, I have invested all my faith points in the divine realm. Yang Fan conceded. Your personality indeed resonates with mine. This is known as delayed gratification. I used to read books in the library about divine realm investments, and every book mentioned this point. The books stated that if deities wish to become wealthy, they must learn to delay gratification. The faith points we earn must be reinvested in the divine realm. Compounding interest is the first miracle of divine realm investment. Even if the annual return on investment is only 10, if you persist for 100 years, your final returns will be 13780 times. Brother Yang, don't you think that's remarkable? If an ordinary family could truly practice delayed gratification, could they also become wealthy one day? Li Shihao took a deep breath and asked, that should be possible. A month ago, I thought the same way. I even planned that once my divine realm awakened, I would have my believers learn various life skills, then rest easy with investments. After 100 years, I would become a wealthy person and allow my parents to enjoy their later years. At this point, Li Shihao stood up and picked up a glass of red wine, gazing out the window. Until I awakened my clever talent, the steel body, and the Li family approached me, a branch disciple. It was then that I realized how foolish my thoughts were. I am a second-rate genius of the Li family, and at that time I received a level building and 20 clever buildings as rewards. If this had been in the past, such wealth would have been something I could only dream of after a lifetime of hard work. In addition, I receive a family subsidy of 2 million faith points every month and enjoy a dividend of 10 million faith points annually from the Li family's talent investment fund. Not to make you laugh, Brother Yang, but when I saw the Li family's legal team present this contract to me, I almost fainted from happiness. What nonsense about compound interest investment, what delayed gratification leading to wealth. In this world, choices are far more important than hard work. Luck often makes reality more dramatic. Congratulations, Li classmate, for reaching great heights. Yang Fan remarked. Yang Fan had also gained insight today, realizing just how substantial the wealth of these prestigious families was. Li Shihao turned his head and fixed his gaze on Yang Fan. When the Divine Kingdom first awakened, everyone had grand ambitions, believing that as long as they worked hard, life would become better and better. But what is the reality? Look at our parents. They tirelessly exploit themselves, their bodies hunch, their hair graying, yet they still have to work. Divine beings have a lifespan of 500 years, but most will age and die in 200 or 300 years. What do you think, Brother Yang? The Divine Kingdom's resources are overdrawn. Yang Fan replied without hesitation, as his mother's son Rong already had health issues related to this. The Federation has a head tax, and to earn belief points, every transaction must pay personal income tax. Even online trading platforms charge a 2-transaction fee. You must know that with the current advancement of the internet, facilitating transactions incurs no cost. When we graduate and lose the protection of the Federation's laws, we must either become strong enough or find a powerful backing. There are taxes everywhere in life, various hidden expenses. To cultivate believers for the safety of the Divine Kingdom, or to directly seek a powerful backing and hand over the majority of the benefits to them. All of this turns compound interest into a beautiful mathematical problem. The investment return rate of the Divine Kingdom is very high, but if you only invest, your Divine Kingdom will become a delicious piece of fat waiting for the day when you hand over your life to the enemy. Li, you are indeed well-read and knowledgeable, Yang Fan admired. This compliment came from the heart. Being only a junior in high school, he had not considered such distant matters. Li Shihao's insights and thoughts provided him with much inspiration and warning. Brother Yang, I will get straight to the point. I want you to become my subordinate deity. I know that with your qualifications there are actually better options. Even the talented direct descendant of the Li family, Li Tianheng, you would be qualified to try. However, before that, let me share my terms. As long as you choose to sign a contract with me, I will subsidize you with 1,000 belief points each month. Furthermore, after a year, I can provide you with a level building. Most importantly, from now on, I am willing to purchase all resources produced within your Divine Kingdom at market price. Of course, we will conduct transactions via bank transfer to legally avoid taxes. Hearing this, Yang Fan looked a bit puzzled. Subordinate deities generally sell the resources of the Divine Kingdom to their protectors at a discount of 30 or even 50. He did not understand the significance of Li Shihao's actions. Observing Yang Fan's expression, Li Shihao explained, I wouldn't have offered this price before today, but this assessment has shown me your other value. What value? Actuary, you possess the talent of an actuary. With an initial capital of merely 5 million belief points, you've developed the Divine Kingdom to this extent in just 20 days. I believe your talent in this area is quite strong. I want to take advantage of your Divine Kingdom's resources, but I hope you can help me plan the Divine Kingdom in the future, Li Shihao stated frankly. Yang Fan understood now. It seemed that the other party had misunderstood him, like Li Qingying. Doesn't the Li family have its own actuaries? And currently I shouldn't compare to them. The fees for actuaries are covered by the Li family's top talents through fund reimbursement services, while I need to pay myself a price that I cannot afford at this moment. Li Shihao's expression turned a bit awkward. Yang Fan sighed, can I refuse? Seemingly not expecting this answer, Li Shihao was taken aback for a moment. Why, oi? Li Shihao was confident his terms posed no loss to Yang Fan. Full price purchase of Divine Kingdom resources plus monthly subsidies. This was a windfall from the heavens. I want to pursue a combat-oriented path, not engage in logistics work. But your talent. Li Shihao seemed incredulous. Thank you for your generous invitation, but I have my own ideas and I don't possess much talent as an actuary. The development of the Divine Kingdom involves an element of luck. After a moment of silence, Li Shihao finally set down his cup, looked up, and smiled. Business may not have been concluded, but there's still camaraderie. We are classmates, and perhaps in the future we can still manage the Divine Kingdom investments together. Since you are here, I must play the host. Brother, I invite you to enjoy yourself. In that case, I thank you, Li. Follow me. It'll take you to experience the local customs and culture here. Li Shihao laughed heartily and pulled Yang Fan into another private room. This is a special service of Tianxiang. Once we awaken the Divine Kingdom, we are considered adults and thus eligible to consume here. Brother, please choose a companion. With a wave of his hand, Li Shihao made a row of female portraits float in the air. Name Lu Ruoyan. Measurements 85, 58, 90. Personality open. Strength divine being. Price 1 belief points for the night. Name by Ningbing. One by one the photos were either enchanting, voluptuous, or pure. Yang Fan could not help but swallow hard, momentarily unsure of how to choose. Noticing that Yang Fan had not moved for a long time, Li Shihao grinned mischievously. Need a special type. What is a special type? Human wives, sister flowers, mother-daughter flowers, or if Brother Yang has a heavier taste, there are elf and beast folk options. If you want something even more extreme, there are beautiful goblins. Yang Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Of course there are demigods and deities to play with in Tianxiang, but they are all upstairs. We lack the qualifications, and with the current intensity of our consciousness, it would be easy to get ourselves killed. Li Shihao chuckled. This place is incredibly versatile. Yang Fan's face twitched. With the advancement of internet technology, even two planets apart can communicate on a conscious level. But Brother Yang can rest assured Tianxiang has an excellent reputation. The attendants here are not virtual beings, they truly exist in reality. Life is tough for everyone, they come out to earn some extra support, you understand. Li Shihao wore an expression that all men would understand. Yang Fan cleared his throat. I've never consumed here before, this is my first time, so. Everyone has a first time. Anyway, it's a virtual world, it doesn't count as cheating on a future wife. Shall I arrange it for you? That would be troublesome. The other day, I heard a friend say that goblins. Stop right there, I think this Lu Ruoyan. Li Shihao showed a look of regret upon hearing this. In that case, Brother Yang, please enjoy yourself. We can gather again when you have time. Saying this, Li Shihao paid the bill and tactfully exited the private room. Yang Fan watched the other party's retreating figure, his face twitching. He always felt that this guy wanted to prank him because of the earlier refusal. In another private room, Li Shihao sat at the main seat, and an elder with graying hair radiated a demigod aura, quietly standing beside him with documents in hand. Uncle, and what do you think of this classmate of mine? Li Shihao inquired. According to the young master's description, his talent is indeed quite good, but the conditions you've offered are too generous. After all, he is a classmate. I just didn't expect him to refuse such good terms. If the young master truly wishes to recruit him, perhaps you can start with his parents. No need. Means can conquer a person, but cannot win their heart. The development of the Divine Kingdom is a long race. Relying on those underhanded methods will only lead to mutual attrition in the end. Having more friends is better than having more enemies. Li Shuhai was born into an ordinary family and lacked the arrogance typical of the scions of grandees. He was more inclined to discover the shining qualities in people like Yang Fan. The old man replied expressionlessly, "You are right, my young lord. How is the family's loan processing going? We have applied for 50 million faith points with an annual interest rate of 11.2, requiring only interest payments for 5 years, after which equal principal and interest repayments for 20 years. Is this the maximum amount? If my young lord demonstrates the value of a first-class genius, it can be raised to 500 million. In that case, loan the entire amount and spend 20 million to buy 10 adult Tai Sui, investing them all into the 100 spirits blood pool. After deducting the 11.2 capital cost, I can still earn about 37.6 annually. The remaining 30 million will be used by uncle and to purchase resources primarily to enhance the strength of the believers. In 6 months, there will be a class assessment in school, and I must give my all. If I can advance to a first-class genius in the family, my chances of entering a key university will be significantly higher." Understood, young lord. A whole night passed, and Yang Fan finally returned to reality. After all, it was his first time, and the experience was incredibly exhilarating. The young lady named Lu Rian was quite talkative, engaging him for an entire hour before getting to the point. Her sick brother, her gambling father, her mother who favored sons over daughters, and her shattered self. Yang Fan felt that she was 100 times poorer than himself. In the dim light, the pitiful beauty was so charming that even his cold-blooded nature couldn't resist giving her a drop of moonlight dew as a token of his feelings. Lu Rian immediately offered herself, presenting various poses and toys. Yang Fan couldn't help but lament that there were still many mysteries to be uncovered about the human body. Afterward, the two exchanged contact information. As they reached a crucial moment, Yang Fan promised to take care of the business in the future. The sensations were so vivid that even though he had gone to relieve stress, he returned to reality feeling utterly exhausted. Amitabha women only affect the speed at which one draws their sword. It is better to avoid matters of rescue and suffering in the future. Yang Fan took a deep breath. Adjusting his mindset, Yang Fan immersed himself in the divine realm. With a thought, he placed the Tai Sui given to him by Li Qingyin beside the divine enlightenment city and decreed a divine message. My devotees, this is divine meat bestowed by the gods capable of altering one's aptitude. Clean the meat, and it will grow back next month. Stronger believers will enjoy priority in distribution. We are grateful for the divine grace. The believers knelt and bowed. At the moment the Tai Sui entered the divine realm, Yang Fan immediately sensed specific information. With the current consumption capacity of his believers, just this one Tai Sui could sustain all food. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh, realizing its worth of 2 million was indeed justified. He probably wouldn't have to worry about food for a long time. Even the grains planted recently could be neglected. Practicing the Federation's physical refinement technique, it was naturally best to consume meat. Subsequently, Yang Fan activated his tenfold evolution talent and returned to reality. After witnessing the Li family's cultivation of geniuses, the slight pride that Yang Fan had just felt was completely shattered. Even with his resource acquisition ability being 10 times that of others, he dared not feel arrogant. If only I could secure more initial capital, Yang Fan sighed. Although a person's heart is only the size of a fist, desires are limitless. Just a month ago, Yang Fan's family's monthly income was less than 5,000, yet now the minimum net income is 5,000, but he still felt dissatisfied. Standing in different positions, people see different views. In the past, he had no qualification to approach the current Li Shuhai, and naturally, he wouldn't feel any sense of urgency. Now, as a student, he was protected by the Federation's laws, but what about 5 years later? Not to mention 5 years in the future, are the Federation's laws truly foolproof? Rather than entrusting one's fate to so-called rules, it is better to strengthen oneself. I must use every means to enrich the divine realm, empower my believers, and break through to demigod or even divine status as soon as possible. Yang Fan quietly reminded himself. Suddenly, a call request unexpectedly rang out from his watch. It was Zhang Pang. Once the call connected, a cacophony of cries filled the line. Foster father, you have hidden things from me so well. How did you manage to acquire a population of 11000? Yesterday was my son's fault. He shouldn't have shown off in front of you, and your glorious radiance has blinded my eyes. Please visit my humble abode so I can admire your magnificent and glorious image. I don't accept adopted sons. Yang Fan rolled his eyes in response. How about a biological son then? I can give birth myself, and I don't need one of your size. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. No. My brother with such a strong leg, it would be unreasonable not to embrace him. I ask for nothing else, just simple guidance on the development of the divine realm. Zhang Pang corrected his tone. I may not be able to offer much advice. I have things to attend to, so I'll hang up now, Yang Fan said, immediately ending the call. In the following days, Zhang Pang kept calling and visiting. Being his close friend, Yang Fan had to take some time to offer a few suggestions. Looking at the development of Zhang Pang's divine realm, Yang Fan discovered that his theoretical knowledge was severely lacking. Aside from the farmlands near the tribe that his father Zhang Wanshan had helped arrange, the rest was simply unacceptable. The other areas were almost unbearable to look at. Compared to him, Yang Fan's theoretical knowledge could truly be called that of a top student. After a few days, he significantly improved Zhang Pang's divine realm ecology, instantly earning the other party's gratitude and gaining a little fanboy in the process. After dealing with his close friend, Yang Fan returned to his daily life. During the day, he attended classes earnestly, and after class, he would browse the mall and the divine forums, researching how to better develop the divine realm. Now that the ecology of Yang Fan's divine realm was stable, coupled with the Tai Sui serving as a meat-producing machine, food was simply abundant. This led to a significant decrease in hunting among the believers, and all creatures in the divine realm began to reproduce. Now what Yang Fan needed to do was study how to enhance the strength of his believers. Considering his evolutionary talent, he mainly focused on spiritual plants or monsters that could gradually alter one's aptitude. Items that could enhance aptitude were extremely expensive, with 99 being prices Yang Fan currently couldn't afford. However, if he chose items with an especially long activation time, the prices would be relatively lower. After spending a long time browsing the mall, Yang Fan indeed found some suitable options. Class 100 Spirits Peach X100 priced at 1000 faith points. Merchants note long-term consumption can enhance the aptitude of believers. If considering future development and cultivation purchase with closed eyes, there is a very low probability of the believer's descendants being born with spiritual roots. Requires pairing with soil of breath, and the peach pits after consumption can be resown with a 37% chance of sprouting. Yang Fan waved his hand and directly purchased it, also buying 1000 square meters of soil of breath. Given the current number of his believers, these 100 peach trees were barely sufficient, but fortunately, they could be cultivated further, which saved him a lot of faith points. Time was the one thing he cared least about. Spirit Fish Doll X100, a first-tier monster priced at 600 faith points. Long-term consumption has the effect of strengthening the physique. But Yang Fan also bought some grass carp sea bass and mandarin fish, placing them in the river as food for the spirit fish dolls. To establish a simple aquatic ecology, he also bought some aquatic plants such as watergrass algae and water vine, as well as aquatic creatures like shrimp and pufferfish, purchasing everything in a bundle. These unranked plants and animals were very cheap, and Yang Fan didn't even blink at the prices with his current. As for whether the creatures he bought could survive, Yang Fan wasn't worried at all. Other than the spirit fish dolls, the rest of the creatures didn't even count as assets. Whether they could thrive in this ecosystem would be left to time to decide. Time would sift out the best combination of the food chain. First-tier Demon Beast Bird 2000 priced at 15000. First-tier Demon Beast Eagle Falcon 2000 priced at 15000. Yang Fan purchased them all, wanting to increase the number of aerial predators to prevent the Dark Knight Vulture from becoming too powerful. After investing resources into the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan issued a divine decree informing about the planting methods of the 100 Spirit Peach and the existence of the Spirit Fish Doll. God Lord Yang Fan. Area of the Divine Kingdom, 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources within the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS grade talent evolution, unique talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom, currently hidden. Believers Ancient People 110000. Method Federal Body Refinement Technique. Faith points 970988. Daily faith points provided 0. 56. Buildings Moonwell X5 Sun Spring X5. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snake X29343. First tier Demon Beast Dark Knight Vulture X1665. First tier Demon Beast Spirit Fish Doll X100. First tier Demon Beast Bird X200. First tier Demon Beast Eagle Falcon X200. First tier Demon Beast Taisui X1. Water Lotus X200. Grade Spiritual Plant Soul Nurturing. 100 Years X100. Grade Spiritual Plant 100 Spirit Peach X10. Grade Spiritual Plant. Yang Fan maintained his calm life, attending classes on time, regularly visiting malls and forums to check for any unexpected situations in the Divine Kingdom, and in the blink of an eye 20 days passed. In the Divine Kingdom, however, this equated to 200 years. A month had passed since the last sale of Moonlight Dew and other supplies, and Yang Fan prepared to sell again to replenish faith points. However, before he entered the Divine Kingdom, he felt a warm current surge within his body. A powerful force flooded into his limbs and bones, making Yang Fan feel that he was now 4 or 5 times stronger than before. Noticing the significant changes in the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan quickly entered his consciousness. Believers Mortals 120 provide daily faith points 1. 4. During these 200 years, the population of believers in the Divine Kingdom actually experienced a peak, followed by a decline. Approximately a century ago in the history of the Divine Kingdom, the population had surpassed 2400. At that time, the population density in the God Enlightenment City and the other 4 cities was extremely high, and various small tribes began to appear around the 5 major cities. Simultaneously, the supply of Tai Sui meat finally became insufficient. Believers began to hunt to maintain food supplies. Soon there were complaints about the distribution of Tai Sui meat from the 4 major cities, leading to negotiations with the main city. Negotiations failed, and war broke out. The 4 cities of Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiue, and Xuanwu besieged God Enlightenment. This became known as the War of the 4 Kings. All of this occurred while Yang Fan was asleep, but even if he were awake, he would not interfere. Believers are also human, naturally possessing emotions and desires. War only serves to strengthen civilization. As a deity, Yang Fan would never interfere in development as long as there was no extinction of civilization in the Divine Kingdom. The War of the 4 Kings lasted for 10 years, reducing the population to 8,000. The final outcome was a peace treaty signed by 1 emperor and 4 kings where God Enlightenment City received 40 of the Taisui meat, and the remaining 60 was shared among the 4 cities. This war eliminated a large number of weaker believers, leaving mostly the strong. This was followed by nearly a century of peace during which the population surged back to 180,000. As believers practiced the federal body refinement technique, their increasing strength led to higher consumption of meat. Now the population of 180,000 could no longer be fully supplied by Taisui meat. The population began to fluctuate dynamically 17,000, 16,000, 1,000. During this century, God Enlightenment City expanded nearly by half, and the 4 cities also established cities, significantly reducing population density. Believers began to engage in trade, and the upper classes started to issue decrees and set rules. For this reason, Yangfan's believers transitioned from ancient people to mortals. Observing the development of his believers from a divine perspective, Yangfan felt quite satisfied. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before his believers would reach the first-tier life. The federal body refinement technique is only suitable for building a foundation. Even if cultivated to the extreme, it only leads to first-tier life. In the future, one still needs to purchase techniques and various weapons. Relying solely on the believers to explore the inheritance is too slow. This all requires faith points. Yangfan rubbed his head, sometimes feeling troubled by the rapid development of the Divine Kingdom. Yangfan roughly assessed the assets within his Divine Kingdom directly, taking out a blank card to withdraw all Moonlight Dew and Yang Essence, then taking away 2 Bodhi Treasure Snakes, 2 Dark Night Vultures, 2 Spirit Fish Dolls, and 2 Water Lotus Seeds. All these resources were sold through Taotao Network. Total income 81 faith points, deducting 10 personal income tax, and 2 platform facilitation fee. Net income 712800 faith points. Faith points 166,2000 daily faith points provided 1. 4. Feeling that the biological chain within the Divine Kingdom was very stable, he aimed to utilize faith points to the fullest. Yangfan decided to spend 1.2 million to purchase 2 more moon wells and 2 sun springs. Faith points 46,2000 daily faith points provided 1. 4. Buildings Moon Well X7, Sun Spring X7. With the level of technological development in this era, as long as one is willing to put in the effort, almost all knowledge can be obtained from the internet. Thus, the knowledge taught in class by teachers became less significant and daytime classes decreased. With a large amount of free time, even Yangfan, who was not fond of socializing, began participating in class activities. It wasn't out of boredom. Rather, he gradually discovered that his classmates indeed had redeeming qualities. Unlike the divine forums, face-to-face discussions in the virtual world allowed everyone to be more open and sincere. What type of spiritual plants can be planted on a large scale for maximum yield? What treasures can significantly improve the qualifications of believers? Whether there are powerful techniques at inexpensive prices, it turns out that private transactions to evade taxes are legal. Everyone searched for information online, refined and extracted useful things, and then shared them with each other. Yangfan had to admit that humans are indeed social animals. The efficiency of collaboration far exceeded solitary efforts. Especially talents like Li Shihao, who came from prominent families, had access to information channels that far surpassed what they could compare, often enlightening everyone with just a single sentence. In the private room of Tianxiang Rinjian, Li Shihao, Wang Jinyu, Yangfan, Zhangpeng, and a dozen other male classmates from Class 7 of the 3rd year gathered together. With Li Shihao the prominent figure present, many female classmates wanted to join, but the Tianxiang Rinjian venue was somewhat awkward. Having girls they knew from reality nearby made it hard to relax, so they stopped inviting female classmates later. Brother Hao, aside from the federal body refinement technique, my believers have also practiced the Ejin wash marrow technique. The consumption of meat is truly terrifying. The speed of meat production in the wine pool and meat forest cannot keep up, and I now have to buy meat from the mall every day. Wang Jinyu gulped down a mouthful of wine. He had already come to terms with things, no longer viewing Li Shihao as a rival, but rather following him closely, referring to him as Brother Hao. Before Li Shihao could speak, a somewhat short classmate raised his hand and said, "I have the livestock talent," and raised quite a few Bodhi treasure snakes, especially the unclassified cows, horses, and sheep, which can number an additional 700 to 800 daily. Brother Wang, would you like to buy from me? You can avoid the mall's taxes. I offer a 5 discount for mutual benefit. No problem, I want as many Bodhi treasure snakes as you have. However, as for beef and mutton, it's a no-go. My believers have already become ancient people. The federal body refinement technique has been learned, and ordinary meat is ineffective, only serving to fill the stomach. Wang Jinyu nodded in agreement. Under the leadership of Li Shihao, the boys of Class 7 in their senior year have formed a small circle, exchanging information and trading resources. Legally avoiding taxes isn't shameful. After all, the government can't expect friends to transfer money while paying taxes, right? Actually, you could buy an adult Tai Sui. Li Shihao reminded. Tai Sui? That thing costs 2 million faith points, Wang Jinyu exclaimed. One Tai Sui would be enough for you to develop for a long time, and consuming Tai Sui meat regularly has a gradual effect of enhancing one's aptitude, which is far more cost-effective than indulgence in excess. Since Brother Hao said so, I'll go back and ask my dad for some funding to try it. The lack of meat resources is severely limiting the development of my divine realm. Wang Jinyu clapped his hands decisively. Zhang Pang also began to promote. My dad recently harvested 10 tons of spirit rice, and the price is definitely cheaper than in the market. If any brothers need it, just call me. I have raised quite a few fish-type demon beasts, all traded at 95 of market price. I have meat spirit mushrooms. During this time, everyone has become more familiar, and private trading is a mutually beneficial affair, naturally allowing for free conversation. Wang Jinyu turned to Yang Fan and asked old Yang, do you still have any Bodhi treasure snakes for sale? They'll give you 2000 adult Bodhi treasure snakes for a friendly price of 95000 credit points. Yang Fan spoke frankly. Private trading is indeed cheaper than in the market, so he naturally doesn't mind selling some when the opportunity arises. Damn you guy, how can you be fiercer than Wang Motzi, the snake-selling specialist? Another 20000. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were the one raising them. Save them all for me, I want them all. Wang Jinyu waved his hand. There was no choice, he had been terrified by the lack of meat lately. Buying from Yang Fan directly saves him 500 faith points, which is no small amount. After this batch, I won't have any left, I can't sell any more in the short term, Yang Fan added. Although there is no shortage of food for the Bodhi treasure snakes, their breeding speed is not fast, and with enemies like the night vulture, if too many are sold, they might become a rare species in the divine realm. If you need any, just find me. Ever since I started practicing the muscle bone purification art, the efficiency of consuming meat has increased several times. I don't know when this hard life will come to an end. Wang Jinyu's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, he envied Yang Fan's self-sufficient divine realm. Although the growth of his followers isn't that fast, at least his own deity doesn't have to worry. Wang Jinyu felt like a nanny with tens of thousands of sons to raise. If it weren't for the support from his family, the ecosystem of his divine realm would have collapsed long ago. Li Shuhao suddenly changed the subject. You've been working so hard lately for the school competition in a month. Everyone looked at Li Shuhao with curiosity. After interacting for a while, they discovered that his information always came a step ahead of everyone else's. That's right, my dad is supporting me with a loan, just so I can make an appearance at the competition. Wang Jinyu nodded. Brother Wang, do you have any insider information? It's not confidential. I expect the teacher to announce it in the next few days. Every year, the first quarter after the awakening of the Divine Realm, all senior students must participate in the Divine Realm War. The Divine Realm War. Really? We can participate so soon? Many people had heard this term before, as there was much discussion on the Divine Forum, but experiencing it firsthand was another matter. Li Shuhao explained it's not a real war in the Divine Realm, it's just to let the followers battle against various creatures in another space. At that time, not only will the school hierarchy attend, but also prominent families like the Li and Luo families will come to observe. If you perform exceptionally well, there might even be investments. Hearing the word investment, Yang Fan, who had been listening quietly, suddenly lit up. He desperately needed resources now. That's right, my dad thinks the same way. My family is well off, but only compared to ordinary people. If I can make an impression at the competition, the big families might take notice. Just a little bit of their support could change my fate. Wang Jinyu took a deep breath, his expression serious. Brother Wang, you can definitely do it. That's right, well, I'll cheer you on together. Except for Li Shuhao, Wang Jinyu, and Yang Fan, who confirmed they would pursue the combat path, the rest of the classmates chose to develop a logistical divine realm. Everyone will participate in the assessment, but most students are just going through the motions. Therefore, when they heard about the assessment content, the others were merely eavesdropping. Li Shuhao glanced meaningfully at Yang Fan, but said nothing more. Only Li Shuhao knew that Yang Fan wanted to pursue a war divine realm. Without talent in combat or support from big families, it seems impossible for an ordinary person to pursue a war divine realm in the eyes of outsiders. However, since this matter involved Yang Fan's privacy, Li Shuhao chose to remain silent. After becoming a second-tier genius of the Li family, he had experienced a lot during this time, and his demeanor had become much steadier than at the beginning. After eating and drinking to his fill, Yang Fan stepped out of the private room, saw that no one was around, hurried to another room, locked the door, and then contacted his old friend Lu Ruyan. Now Yang Fan had some assets. Spending 100 faith points wasn't a big deal for him, and he often rewarded himself. As they interacted more, Lu Ruyan opened up quite a bit. Yang Fan didn't know the truth about her tragic family background, but once during a critical moment, Lu Ruyan unexpectedly received a call from a man in his 20s. Although Yang Fan felt excited, he also had basic morals. He hurriedly stopped his actions, fearing he might disrupt someone else's family. The result was a rather shocking mom from the other end. At that moment, Yang Fan felt, that's even more stimulating. After a few more days, Yang Fan attended class. On the podium, Li Qingying suddenly announced in a month all senior students will participate in the major examination, which will take place in the divine realm of our school principal. Your opponents will be various demon beasts, and the followers will be transferred in their true forms to the divine realm battlefield. This will be the first real war you encounter in your life. The boys in class had already heard this news during the last Heavenly Fragrance event, so they weren't too surprised, but the girls were much more excited. Is it the divine realm war? Are we really participating this soon? I'm a bit excited, but also a bit scared. What's going on? It's not a real war in the divine realm. What you will face are various demon beasts specially raised by the federal government. While these demon beasts may be individually stronger than your followers, they lack cooperation and formations, posing little danger. If you're worried about too much damage to your followers, you can withdraw at any time. Li Qingying explained. Next, please open your inbox. 10,000 spirits returning to origin array. Yang Fan discovered that there was actually a skill card in his inbox. This is an level array card provided free of charge by the federal government to all senior students. The market value of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array is as high as 1,000 faith points. Many students' eyes lit up upon hearing the value of this card. Looking at the expressions of the students ranked lower in the class, Li Qingying sighed softly and said, with 10,000 followers, this grand formation can be set up. Practicing with this formation can even aid in the cultivation of the Federation's body refinement technique, greatly enhancing the physiques of the followers. If it weren't for the firm decision to pursue a logistics path, it would be best not to sell this formation card. Li Qingying understood that the assessment a month later was not aimed at all students. What the school truly wanted to filter out were those talented individuals with combat capabilities. Many students exclaimed with excitement, "Yay!" Although the assessment had nothing to do with them, receiving a free 10,000 faith points to invest in the Divine Kingdom would certainly improve their family's situation. In the coming month, I will teach you how to arrange troops and organize battles using the Wanling Guiyuan formation, and even how to utilize the formation for cultivation. Students determined to pursue a logistics path may skip class. The rest should listen attentively. If they perform exceptionally in this grand assessment, there may even be opportunities for investment from prominent families. Yes, teacher. Many students still had eager eyes. Returning to reality, Yang Fan immediately invested this Wanling Guiyuan formation into the Divine Kingdom. This is the Wanling Guiyuan formation. 10,000 people form one unit. This formation can assist you in cultivating the Federation's body refinement technique. In 300 years, there will be a war with alien races during which you must not harm each other. Everyone must cultivate with full effort. Yang Fan issued the divine decree. We humbly obey the divine command. The entire human race in the Divine Kingdom knelt to the ground. With tenfold evolution talent, Yang Fan did not immediately exit the Divine Kingdom, but quietly observed the performance of his followers. Perhaps due to poor qualifications or the complexity of the Wanling Guiyuan formation. In the span of a year in the Divine Kingdom, the team from Xinchi City performed the best, yet they still moved awkwardly. After a whole year of practice, they couldn't even achieve a synchronized formation. Is their talent really this poor? Their bodies are so uncoordinated that it would be better if they simply did not cooperate at all. Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh upon returning to reality. As the Wanling Guiyuan formation skill card was loaded into the Divine Kingdom, the content of the formation naturally appeared in Yang Fan's mind. Though complex, it seemed to Yang Fan that grasping its form was quite easy. Yang Fan opened his wristwatch and entered Wanling Guiyuan formation in the search bar of the Divine Forum. The poster must be a high school student. Are you about to take the quarterly assessment for the entire school soon? Here's a suggestion: don't foolishly let your followers practice on their own. Their life levels are too low and they're too foolish. It would be a waste of time for them to explore on their own. The first floor is right. The poster can buy some basic formation knowledge from the marketplace to load into the Divine Kingdom, but you must also research the Wanling Guiyuan formation yourself. As gods, our life levels are higher. Once we grasp the key to the formation, we can directly issue divine decrees to guide our followers and help them avoid detours. Moreover, during the assessment, you will need to command the battle. If you have no understanding of formations, it could cause problems, and if your followers are massacred by the beasts, it would be a huge loss. Stop browsing the Divine Forum. The school's instructors are at least first-tier gods. Remember to pay attention during classes. Once you enter society, hiring a god to guide you in formation cultivation will be prohibitively expensive. Good luck, poster. I hope you achieve good results. Many people on the Divine Forum were asking questions, and there were even numerous posts from previous years. Yang Fan roughly browsed through the posts, gaining clarity on the direction of his efforts moving forward. The next day in class, about one-third of the students attended while the rest had completely given up on pursuing the path of the War Divine Kingdom. Yang Fan listened attentively. Under the guidance of Li Qingying, a first-tier god, his understanding of the Wanling Guiyuan formation progressed rapidly. The changes in the formation, the movement of the formation, how to defend, attack, and maneuver. He even learned to use the Wanling Guiyuan formation to assist in cultivation and enhance the strength of his followers. Li Qingying taught step by step, and within just one class the difficult points Yang Fan couldn't comprehend yesterday suddenly became clear. Yang Fan noticed that even Li Shihao was listening attentively. It seemed the discussions on the forum were not unfounded. In the outside world, a day had passed, but 10 years had elapsed in Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Upon returning to consciousness, he found that his followers had not progressed much. Although the team stood more orderly, many positions still had errors in detail. If they truly participated in the grand assessment in this state, a casual wave of beast attacks would scatter their. Yang Fan immediately issued a divine decree, imparting his understanding of formations and the knowledge taught by Li Qingying directly into the minds of his followers. First, let everyone memorize it. Over time, they will surely understand. Following that, Yang Fan did not return to reality, but instead observed his followers practicing the formation. Whenever he noticed any flaws, he directly issued divine decrees to correct them. Fortunately, Yang Fan was merely a consciousness within the divine kingdom. To him, the changes within the divine kingdom felt like fast-forwarded slides. He could clearly sense every detail, yet his perception of time remained anchored in reality. Otherwise, passing 10 years casually might drive Yang Fan's mind to collapse. That night, Yang Fan stayed up very late, returning to reality at 1 in the morning, forcing himself to sleep. Under his guidance, the followers made remarkable progress in understanding the Wanling Guiyuan formation. Just one night alone saved them decades of time. These changes also gave Yang Fan a deeper understanding of the development of the divine kingdom. Gods should not actively interfere with the survival, reproduction, or evolution of their followers, nor disrupt an already stable ecological system. However, this does not mean that gods should remain inactive. Relying solely on the natural evolution of the divine kingdom is too slow and may even cause the entire civilization to stagnate. Thus, gods should provide appropriate positive guidance. For instance, the Wanling Guiyuan formation brings countless benefits to the followers without any harm. In such situations, he could fully utilize all resources to accelerate this evolution. A strong follower will in turn benefit the god, and the god should likewise provide resources for the divine kingdom, assisting the growth of their followers. The relationship between the divine kingdom and the god appears to be subordinate on the surface, but in reality, it is a symbiotic relationship. The divine kingdom is the god's wealth, and the god is the safeguard of the divine kingdom. If one were to neglect the divine kingdom simply because of one's evolution talent, they would inevitably become indistinguishable from the masses. Even if one had 10 times the resources of an ordinary person, with the current qualifications of the followers, those advanced techniques would be utterly incomprehensible. If the progress itself is 0, it doesn't matter if the time flow rate is multiplied by 10, even if it were 100 or 1,000 times, it would still be 0. In the time that followed, aside from attending classes, Yang Fan's consciousness was basically immersed in his divine kingdom, frequently issuing divine decrees. With his assistance, the Wanling Guiyuan formation practiced by the followers had now grasped its form. 50 years into practicing the Wanling Guiyuan formation, Yang Fan felt it was already taking shape. Now a 10th Sandstrong team, relying on the formation in battle, had at least tripled their overall strength. By the 100th year, Yang Fan felt he had taught nearly all he could. Though there were still flaws, there were no obvious gaps in the execution of the formation. Ordinary beasts without intelligence could not easily break it. Even small-scale beast tides would not suffice. By the 150th year, those followers had begun using the Wanling Guiyuan formation for cultivation. Various major cities organized troops for sparring, both to test the true combat effectiveness of the formation and to practice the Federation's body refinement technique through real combat. By the 200th year, relying solely on the meat of the Taishui had become insufficient to support the army's consumption. The Emperor of Shinshi City issued military orders for the 4 kings to send troops to Snake Valley to hunt the Bodhi treasure snake. The battle between humans and the demon beasts lasted for 2 full years, resulting in the slaughter of nearly 50,000 adult Bodhi snakes, which were transported back to the major cities in batches. Yang Fan, fully aware of this, naturally felt a surge of anxiety, for this was a total of 250,000 faith points. Over the course of several centuries, the Bodhi snakes had spread from the original Snake Valley to the entire mountain range, numbering over 100,000. However, this disorganized combat power was still utterly insignificant in the face of the human race, who had already learned the Wanling Guiyuan formation. Perhaps because he had once issued a holy decree his followers withdrew after hunting nearly half the number of. Yang Fan did not stop them. Soon the senior year assessments would take place, and he needed to quickly enhance his followers' strength to gain exposure and secure investments. Even without these Bodhi snakes, Yang Fan would find ways to invest in other sources of meat. As my followers grow stronger, their consumption of resources becomes truly frightening. No wonder everyone is living so tightly. Yang Fan sighed softly. Despite currently leveraging his evolutionary talent to earn resources at 10 times the efficiency of others, if his divine kingdom could not be self-sufficient and required external resources, the consumption would still be tenfold. 30 years had passed in the divine kingdom, and his followers' strength had increasingly improved. Now within the Wanling Guiyuan formation, Yang Fan found himself unable to provide further guidance, and even watching his followers practice the formation offered him considerable insights. After all, it was merely in grade formation. With over 200 years of exploration, the faces of the army had changed several generations, yet the knowledge had been passed down. Now as his followers performed the Wanling Guiyuan formation, they not only had its form, but also a hint of spiritual charm. Yang Fan understood that this indicated his followers had cultivated the formation to a minor success. On this day, just after class, Yang Fan felt a change in his body before he could log out of the virtual world. An invisible energy coursed through him, causing his cells, flesh, and bones to begin to mutate. The sound of cracking echoed from various parts of his body. Yang Fan, forced to exit the virtual world, could barely remove his helmet before breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. A first-tier being was born within the divine kingdom. As a divine entity, its capacity to accept bodily mutations was strong, and within mere breaths that pain dissipated. Yang Fan rose, raising his right hand to punch forward. With a sizzle, an unusual sound rippled through the. To think that merely birthing a first-tier being could make my body so much stronger. How formidable must the bodies of demigods and divine beings be? Yang Fan swallowed hard. Upon entering the divine kingdom, he immediately located the first-tier being, who was none other than the emperor of the divine awakening city. Crossing a tier in life level, the lifespan of this being would increase by 200 years. While an increase in lifespan was secondary, the most important aspect was that the breakthrough in life level would have a washing effect akin to the I Ching, allowing this emperor to produce more exceptional offspring in the future. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Followers first tier being 1 mortals 150000. Methods federal body refinement technique Wanling Guiyuan formation minor success. Faith points 833000 provides 2. 6 faith points daily. Buildings Moonlight Wells X7 Sun Springs X7. Assets Bodhi Snakes X88 765 First tier Demon Beasts Night Vulture X3122 First tier Demon Beast Spirit Fish Dolls X16620 First tier Demon Beast Rock X45533 First tier Demon Beast Hawks X42332 First tier Demon Beast Tai Sui X1 Water Lotus X2120 Grade Spiritual Plant Soul Nurturing Wood Century X120 Crate Spiritual Plant 100 Spirits Peach X25711 Crate Spiritual Plant. Looking at the current situation of the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan decided to take the initiative to intervene this time. He sold 10 Night Vultures Hawks and Rocks respectively, and used the proceeds to purchase a total of 100,000 adult Bodhi snakes, which were then released around the 5 major cities. Currently, the ecological system within the Divine Kingdom was insufficient to support the development of his followers, and many began hunting antelope-like herbivores to stave off hunger. It was a crucial time for last-minute preparations before the exams, so a sufficient supply of resources was essential. The reason for selling those flying demon beasts was primarily because his followers lacked any means to counter aerial threats. The weapons in the Divine Kingdom were still stuck in the Stone Age, and the only ranged attack method, the bow and arrow, was still made of wood. While they could manage to kill antelopes, it was a dream to use them to hunt first-tier flying demon beasts. This also meant that these flying demon beasts had no natural enemies. In hunting Bodhi snakes, they were still in competition with the human race. The rivers and lakes within the Divine Kingdom were sufficiently vast, and coupled with the lack of fishing methods among his followers, the spirit fish dolls were reproducing wildly. There are still many detail issues in the Divine Kingdom that need to be resolved, but for now, I must focus all efforts on developing military strength. To become strong quickly, I must secure investments from wealthy families. Yang Fan muttered to himself. After interacting with Li Shihao, his mindset had changed significantly. Relying solely on his SS-grade talent to quietly amass wealth was no longer feasible. Divine beings have a lifespan of only 500 years, and his starting point was too low. Compared to the wealth of those wealthy families, his initial funding could be described as approaching zero. One must be cautious and pragmatic. However, when a tremendous opportunity presents itself, one must seize it with all their strength. Sometimes choice outweighs talent, and a greater platform surpasses effort. Stagnation is merely a synonym for cowardice. With the introduction of 100,000 Bodhi snakes into the divine kingdom, the ample supply of meat led to an arms race between the cities, all striving to prepare for the impending war against foreign races on behalf of the divine. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and now 6 first-tier beings had been born within Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Each of the 5 major cities selected the strongest adult males to form 5 armies. The Divine Awakening Army was led by 2 first-tier beings overseeing 10,000 elite soldiers. The White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird named their armies after their respective cities, with each 10,000-strong army having a first-tier being as its commander. Watching the army drill, Yang Fan could feel a chilling and bloody aura overwhelming him. Thanks to the 100,000 Bodhi snakes, he introduced his followers had been honing their skills in real combat while training. After all, these were first-tier demon beasts, and even a first-tier being's followers unarmed might not be a match for them. Every hunt for the Bodhi snakes resulted in casualties, with new recruits continuously joining the army. Amidst such intense practical training, they had already become a battle-hardened force. In just 1 month, the comprehensive combat power of his divine kingdom had multiplied by more than 10 times, which greatly satisfied Yang Fan. Faith points 422030. Due to the resource investments during this period, Yang Fan's liquid funds had dwindled to below 500,000. Yang Fan took out a blank card and collected the Moonlight, Dew Sun Essence, and Water Lotus seeds from the storage. By selling them in the market after taxes, he garnered about 800,000 faith points, bringing his total funds back to 1,200,000. Yang Fan opened the shop and searched for weapons. Grade weapon spear priced at 1000 faith points. Grade weapon hammer priced at 1300 faith points. Grade weapon Qingfeng sword priced at 2000 faith points. Looking at the weapon prices, Yang Fan frowned slightly. This is a bit too expensive. A single weapon costs tens of thousands of faith points, not to mention armor and helmets. Just for grade weapons to fully equip a believer from head to toe, it would cost 300 to 400 faith points. No wonder those gods who follow the war path need to recruit so many subordinate gods, but just the cost of weapons alone is astronomical. Yang Fan sighed. With his current financial capacity, he had no qualification for large-scale purchases, and those common soldiers were not worthy of such weapons. The prices are too high. Help me search for ordinary weapons. I need to equip many mortals, preferably iron, and the total price for 500 sets should be within 1 million. Yang Fan continued searching through the intelligent life. Filtering through merchants, the best choice is recommended Mo Tai Mercenary Core Shop. Ordinary iron weapons 200 sets priced at 4 million faith points. The current merchant is online. You can ask if they sell separately. Yang Fan opened the chat box and typed, "Boss, I want to buy 500 sets. Is that possible? 1 million faith points ready for transaction." The other party replied immediately, "Can you lower the price a bit? I'm just a senior high school student. It's a small business, no bargaining." At that moment, on a distant planet, a man sat at his workbench, smoking a pipe, spitting out another sob story. "I've been in customer service for so many years, my ears are nearly calloused from hearing this script. Being poor brings many troubles. Do I still need to find ways to improve product competitiveness to earn the money of the wealthy? Is there really no discount? For my first big order." Yang Fan still wanted to negotiate. No. The other party decisively refused. Having done business for so long, their resolve was firm. Prices cannot be easily changed. "I come from a single-parent family and have 2 younger sisters to support. There's really no way." "Stop right there. I'm sending you the link. I can't go any lower." Yang Fan looked at the pop-it-up link, 500 sets of ordinary iron weapons for 800. Is it really this simple to negotiate? Yang Fan's mind was a bit dizzy, fearing the other party would back out, and hurriedly transferred the faith points. Transaction successful. At that moment, the other party took a couple of deep puffs of smoke, their expression somewhat melancholic. Just then his door was pushed open and 2 little heads peeked in. "Dad, brother wants you to come eat." The twin daughters called out simultaneously. "Got it. How did you do in class today? Did the teacher reward you with little red flowers?" The man stood up, gently holding one daughter. "Yes, we recited the biodiversity research report in front of the whole class today, and the teacher rewarded us. Good girls." After completing the procurement of ordinary soldiers' weapons, Yang Fan prepared to equip each of the 6 first-level beings with a complete set of grade weapons. He found another private shop, clicked on the chat box, and typed, "Boss, can you lower the price a bit? I've been raising 10 younger sisters alone since my parents passed away. Oh, I really don't have any extra faith points." Get lost. The chat box was closed by the other party. Yang Fan felt a crow fly over his head. In the end, he spent nearly 2,000 faith points and managed to buy exactly 6 sets of first-level weapons. His liquid funds hit rock bottom again. After investing all these resources into the divine nation, Yang Fan stretched and went to bed early. He had done all he could and hoped to stand out tomorrow to gain investment from those bosses. Early the next morning, Yang Fan got up and headed to school. This assessment was not in the virtual world. All students and teachers from the senior year had to gather at County Yongno, one high school. 3 months had passed since the awakening day, and Yang Fan stepped through the gate of County Yongno, one high school once again. The school playground was very lively with over 200 students in the entire senior year. Even though the vast majority were from the logistics faction, they were still required to be present. I heard Principal Hong Bing will make an appearance today. He's a 3rd-tier god. It's rare to see such a big shot. According to my elders, today's assessment location is a divine nation that the principal fought for against foreign gods when he was young. To train young people, this divine nation is specifically used to raise various levels of monsters, and then the coordinates are made public for student assessments. Is that true? Is the foreign god's divine nation the same as ours? Pretty much, it's just the believers that are different. We are human, so the believers are humans. The believers of those foreign races have all sorts of monsters, including the undead demons and all kinds of bizarre creatures. Handsome guy, you know a lot. Not bad. My grandfather is a demigod and quite talkative, so I've heard more stories. Yang Fan arrived at his seat and curiously looked around. Since the divine nation gave birth to first-level beings, Yang Fan felt his senses had become much sharper. His class 7, had the weakest aura, while Li Shuheo, the strongest student, exuded an aura like a furnace. Calling it a flame would be an understatement. Standing in the middle was class 1 of the senior year. Even from a distance, Yang Fan could feel the terrifying aura emanating from them. Luo, being the pride of the Luo family with great talent, has reached such a level in just 3 months. Yang Fan gazed at the figure. Although there was no temperature change in the air, an invisible chill pierced his. The other's strength was likely several levels above his own, with terrifying talent and family backing. If he was running forward, she was driving a sports car. Yang Fan took a deep breath, lowered his gaze, and tried not to draw attention. Brother Yang, how's your preparation? Li Shiheo greeted. It's okay. After this assessment, if you want to change your development direction, my previous suggestion still stands. During the last prosperity evaluation assessment, although Yang Fan impressed him, he still did not hold high hopes for the direction of the divine nation the other chose. Without combat talent and family investment, in just 3 months, how much could a believer's strength change? Thank you. Yang Fan nodded gratefully, knowing the other meant no harm. Another genius from class 7, Wang Jinyu, was currently very quiet, continuously taking deep breaths, clearly very nervous. Brother Yang, after the exam, come to my house for dinner. It's been a while since I heard from you. We need to catch up. Zhang Pang came over and put his arm around Yang Fan's shoulder. We'll see. I've been preparing for today for a long time and want to gain investment from those big families. But come on, who among us in logistics would get investment? My believers just farm. During the exam, I plan to send 1,000 believers to the exam area to turn back if they see a first-level monster. These exams take 10 days to half a month to finish every year. I don't want to waste time in school. Zhang Pang rolled. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the playground platform, slowly descending. I am Yang Wanli, the director of education at our school. Dear students, over the course of your senior year, you will face 3 major examinations. The first is the Battle of the Divine Kingdom, followed by the midterm class assessment, and lastly the National College Entrance Examination. Today marks the first of these, and its significance is undoubtedly clear to all of you. Before we commence the examination, I would like to extend a warm welcome on behalf of our school to all the guests present. Yang Wanli snapped his fingers, and soft melodious light music began to play from all directions. Elder Luo Chengfeng, welcome to our school. Elder Li Yuan, welcome to our school. President of the Liangzhou Chamber of Commerce Mi Kaier. President of the Blacksmith Association Tai Wuqing. Owner of the Central Plains Building Wan Sanqian. Yang Wanli recited the names swiftly. With each name, he concluded a person would appear on the platform as if teleporting to their designated seat. Truly Yanyangno. One high school, the highest institution in the county, attracts many distinguished figures for such a large-scale examination. Yang Fan had only seen these people on the front pages of local news, and now he was seeing them for the first time in reality. After the guest introductions were complete, Yang Wanli elegantly bowed in a gentlemanly manner to the crowd on stage, and then turned, extending his arms, speaking passionately. You are the students of Yanyangno, one high school, the pride of the county. Today's examination is the most important opportunity of your lives. The esteemed individuals behind me represent various industries and families in our county. They will dedicate their valuable time to closely observe the examination process. Those who perform excellently may receive investments from major companies. You are the glory of No. One high school, the future of our county, the blossoms of humanity. The future belongs to you. Next I invite Principal Hong to speak. As his words fell, a figure suddenly appeared at the highest seat, without any fluctuation of aura. The principal of Yinyang one high school, who is also the deputy county chief backed by the federal government and possessing the strength of a third-tier divinity, is undoubtedly a figure standing at the pinnacle of Yinyang. Yang Fan looked up at the principal, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he felt unable to see the principal's face clearly. The examination content is quite simple. There is no limit on the number of followers or the methods of combat. You may use all means available. You will have a total of 10 days. 1 point for a first-tier monster, 10,000 points for a second-tier monster, and 1,000,000 points for a third-tier monster, with final rankings based on the scores. To encourage you, the school committee has decided that the scores at the end of the examination will be converted into belief points at a 1:1 ratio credited to your respective divine kingdoms. After explaining the rules, Hong Bing waved his right hand gently, and a series of nutrient pods filled with green liquid accurately landed in front of each student. Considering that you are still divine beings, not eating for an extended period poses a risk to your lives, we will use nutrient pods instead. Enter them, and clear your mind. Your consciousness will naturally enter my divine kingdom. The examination venue is within the divine kingdom of an alien race, which spans over 100 million square kilometers. Even 10 years would not suffice to explore it fully. In the real world, going 10 days without water or food, even divine beings would face life-threatening danger. The nutrient pods originated from the mechanical civilization's divine kingdom, initially designed for mass cultivation of ordinary believers. Now they unexpectedly provide sustenance for these divine beings. The nutrient pod is simple to operate. You just open the hatch and lie inside. Although it contains a green liquid, it does not obstruct breathing. Yang Fan entered it, cleared his mind, and his consciousness quickly appeared in an open space. As he looked around the environment, he instinctively reached out to touch the ground, only to find his right hand passing straight through. Is this merely a projection of consciousness? However, I can connect to my divine kingdom at any time, allocating various resources and followers without any restrictions. Yang Fan instinctively understood the rules of this place. Lift the restrictions of the divine kingdom and make the coordinates public, allowing other deities to enter freely. So that's how it is. Yang Fan communicated with his divine kingdom, summoning the Divine Enlightenment Army, the Azure Dragon Army, the White Tiger Army, the Vermilion Bird Army, and the Black Tortoise Army to this location. We greet our God. 50,000 soldiers bowed in unison to Yang Fan. This place is where we will engage the alien races. Split into 5 groups and advance in a fan shape. Slay any monsters you encounter. We shall obey the divine command. According to market prices, a first-tier monster is worth less than 10 belief points, but this assessment rewards 100 belief points for each. Not only can he earn high scores to attract the attention of influential families, but he can also conveniently gather resources. Yang Fan naturally aimed to make a profit, as such opportunities to earn belief points are rare. Moreover, Yang Fan sensed that no outsiders were spying on his divine kingdom, prompting him to activate his evolutionary talent. War entails losses, but with the assistance of the evolutionary talent, his divine kingdom could continually supply troops and food. The students participating in the examination were unaware that at that moment a massive sky screen had appeared over Yinyang one high school, capturing all the students' performances. Is that the talented girl from the Luo family? She has already birthed a third-tier life form, without a doubt securing first place in the assessment. No wonder, coming from the Luo family, how much resources must this have cost? In the eyes of the crowd, Luo Bing commanded an army of 100,000, with the leading general wielding a white spear, exuding an unmistakable third-tier aura. Behind him stood nearly 20 second-tier beings, with the number of first-tier beings exceeding 1,000. Moreover, all were well-equipped, their shiny silver armor stretching as far as the eye could see. Such combat power is a staggering advantage. Elder Luo, congratulations. I didn't expect this generation of the Luo family to produce such a prodigious talent. If given 100 years, she will likely break through to divinity. Mi Kaier remarked with admiration. I appreciate your kind words, President Mi. Luo Chengfeng replied with a professional smile. Li Tianheng from the Li family is also impressive. Although his followers have yet to reach third-tier beings, his talent is said to be blood fury, capable of instantly enhancing follower strength by 50. His true power is likely only matched by Luo Bing in the entire senior class. And there's this Li Feng. Is he going for a mechanical approach? Yinyang one high school is bursting with talent this year. I covet the talents of Class 1. I just hope that the ordinary classes can also yield some good seedlings. Once Sanqian, the owner of the Central Plains building, chuckled. Does Boss 1 know how substantial the contracts prepared this time are? Tai Wuching inquired cautiously. As long as they have the ability, I can meet their price. That's quite an investment. I have no choice. Last year, during the reclamation, an accident led to the mysterious deaths of 12 demigod executives. Now there is a severe vacancy in the company's middle management. If we don't cultivate new talent in advance, we will face a succession crisis. Juan Sanchian spread his hands in a helpless gesture. On the playground of one high school, not even an hour into the examination, and students had already begun to emerge from their nutrient pods. More and more students were leaving. Within half a day, 50% had given up. This did not surprise anyone, as those developing their divine kingdoms for logistical purposes understood that this examination was merely a formality. The students who had finished did not leave immediately. Instead, they curiously gazed at the sky as some of them. They took this opportunity to see how their brothers' divine kingdoms had developed. What the hell is happening, adoptive father? So many followers, all armed with weapons. Isn't adoptive father raising the Bodhi treasure snake? Zhang Peng rubbed his eyes vigorously, his mind struck with 1,000 points of impact. Who is this person? Clearly someone from Class 7, yet their score is nearly in the top 100. Though only a few hours had passed, in reality several months had already gone by in the divine realm. A massive leaderboard stood tall in the center of the playground. Rank 1, Aluo Bing 1. 63 million points. Rank 2, Li Tianheng 40,000 points. Rank 99, Li Shihao 18,000 points. Rank 105, Yang Fan 14,000 points. The current rankings do not reflect true strength. After all, the area of the divine realm for this assessment is vast, and most followers spend their time searching for monsters with few real opportunities for combat. Some students from Class 3 are still beyond the 800th rank. Yang Fan caused quite a stir upon awakening. Although he has an grade talent known as resource, his initial divine realm area reached an astonishing 1 million square kilometers. I remember now, this guy is impressive, having 6 first-level beings. His divine realm's development is sufficient to qualify for Class 1, right? Judging by the strength of the followers, it's still somewhat lacking. This Li Shihao is also from Class 7. How can he be so strong with 300 first-level beings? With such ability, why is he still in Class 7? He's different now. After awakening and grade talent, he has already been recognized by the Li family, and during the class assessment, he will definitely be promoted to Class 1. You're outdated on the news. On the high platform, Yang Fan suddenly surged to around the 100th rank, naturally attracting the attention of some prominent figures. This kid is impressive. Since he's assigned to Class 7, it seems he has no background. To develop his followers to this level in just 3 months is no small feat. Juan Sanchian sighed. Indeed, he is quite skilled with the 10,000 spirits reversion formation, having killed so many monsters without more than 100 followers injured and none dead. Tai Wooking's gaze was filled with appreciation. Brother Tai, how about you let me have this person? That won't do. Let's see who can offer the better terms. Nearly 100 magic wolves engulfed in blue flames charged down from the mountain. Shield soldiers hold the line, flank the enemy with spearmen on the sides, and archers prepare in the rear. Yang Fan raised his hand to command. The sound of crashing echoed in the battleground as the skulls of first-level monsters were tougher than ordinary refined iron. With just one wave of impact, the shields were shattered, and among them dozens of followers were bitten by the magic wolves, their necks snapped, and chests crushed, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Faced with this scene, Yang Fan's expression remained unchanged. Under the influence of the evolution talent, the followers in the divine realm reproduced quickly, and those fallen soldiers could be replenished immediately. In comparison, Yang Fan was more distressed about the weapons. He had only purchased 50,000 sets of ordinary weapons, and losing one meant one less. Had I known the consumption of these weapons would be so great, I would have procured more as backups. Yang Fan sighed lightly. This was his first time participating in a divine realm war, and without any elders to guide him, he indeed had many considerations that were not well thought out. 100 magic wolves were nothing to an army of over 10,000. Apart from the initial wave that caused injuries to dozens of followers, they were soon surrounded and cut down by thousands of soldiers. Yang Fan looked deep into the divine realm and murmured, the density of monsters in this area is still too low. We must delve deeper. With only 10 days for the assessment, staying at the edges would lead to far too low efficiency in hunting monsters. Yang Fan issued a divine decree directing the other 4 armies to converge toward the divine awakening army, closing the distance to 20 miles and continue pushing forward. The leaderboard displayed on the large screen in reality. Rank 172, Yang Fan 3. 64 million points. Since this is the divine realm of the 3rd-tier deity, Hong Bing, Yang Fan's initial marching route was very cautious. During his 5 years in the divine realm, he encountered only first-level monsters, and the largest group he faced had only appeared as 300 beasts. Such a stable approach naturally allowed other students to catch up in points. If Yang Fan knew of this result, he would certainly be dissatisfied, but his buddy Zhang Peng was currently beside himself with excitement. My brother is so impressive, I'll stick with you from now on. Zhang Pang, holding his lunchbox, continuously shoveled food into his mouth. During this time, Zhang Pang did not leave the school. When hungry, he would directly order takeout, fearing his brother would not see him first when he came out of the nutrition chamber. In just 3 months since awakening in the divine realm, the followers possessed such combat power. Breaking through to demigod status in the future is a sure thing, and there's even a chance to become a deity. As for whose subordinate god to be, Zhang Pang had already made a decision in his heart. In the future, he would plant crops for Yang Fan. After all, they are brothers, and the price couldn't be too harsh. Talented individuals like Luo Bing and Li Tianheng already surpassed 50 million points and had begun hunting second-level monsters. However, the big bosses from the various counties on the high platform did not focus their attention on them. The main purpose of observing at Yang County No. 1 middle school was to recruit young talents for their own companies, and talents from large families like Luo Bing were naturally not their targets. Yang Fan is in trouble. He actually encountered a group of giant lizard rabbits, nearly 3,000 first-level monsters. His army is likely to suffer significant losses. Wan Sanqian remarked while looking at the light screen in the sky. His luck is somewhat poor. These 50,000 followers should be the backbone of his divine realm. If they suffer losses in this battle without reinforcements, he may not have the qualifications to delve deeper. Tai Wuching expressed regret. In the divine realm, Yang Fan looked at the giant rabbits towering over 2 men, immediately issuing commands: prepare defenses. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger armies accelerate to close in. Orders were followed without hesitation. The 2 first-level beings of the Divine Awakening army stood at the formations, all soldiers closely huddled together, raising their weapons steadily. Nearly 3,000 first-level monsters presented the largest challenge the Divine Awakening army had ever faced. Dust and smoke billowed as the giant lizard rabbits pressed against the shield soldiers, their forepaws smashing down on the soldiers' heads. With a loud bang, hundreds of followers' heads were smashed off, their bodies collapsing into pools of blood. The first row retreat. The second row spear teams advance. Suppress with arrows. Left flank soldiers hold the line for this general. Anyone who dares to take a step back will be executed without mercy. Fight for the deity and do not retreat, even in death. Empowered by the 10,000 spirits reversion formation, even with only 10,000 mortals, they managed to block the first wave of attacks at the cost of only a few hundred casualties. The battle situation in the divine realm was clearly visible from the outside. Wan Sanqian's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. The 10,000 spirits reversion formation already shows a hint of divine essence. He has actually grasped it to a minor achievement. This doesn't seem right. Not just him, even the elders from the Luo and Li families have shown interest. Even if we start counting from the awakening of the divine realm, it has only been 3 months. To practice and grade formation to such a level is no small feat. Luo Changfeng stroked his beard, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. The greatest impact of divine wars was on the formation arts, as high-ranking deities would deploy colossal arrays formed by billions of believers during their conflicts. The complexity of formations far surpassed that of cultivation techniques and martial skills. At least until now, no other student in the senior year had managed to practice the myriad spirits returning to origin array to the minor mastery stage. Li Yuan, an elder of the Li family, lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, then turned and inquired, "Teacher Li Qingying, this is a student from your class, isn't it?" The minor mastery stage of the myriad spirits returning to origin array was already enough to attract the attention of both major families. Li Qingying's inner shock was no less than anyone else's, yet she still put on a knowing look. Yang Fan is indeed a promising talent. It is only reasonable that he has grasped the minor mastery stage of the myriad spirits returning to origin array. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Li Qingying continued to explain, 2 months ago, I organized a prosperity assessment and his evaluation was 22. 4. You must understand this child comes from an ordinary family. His largest source of funds was a 5 million faith point loan from the federal fund. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. An actuary's talent. So that's it. Actuaries are usually people of exceptional comprehension. This boy must have relied on his own efforts to comprehend the essence of the myriad spirits returning to origin array and then passed it on to his followers. Luo Chengfeng's eyes flickered with a strange light. With such comprehension and an actuary's talent, if he could secure investment, his chances of becoming a low-ranking deity were not low. Even for major families like the Luo and Li clans, a deity was an extremely important asset. Looking at the expressions of Li Yuan and Luo Chengfeng, the others showed signs of regret. Wan Sanqian had already thought highly of Yang Fan, but now the boy's performance was too outstanding. If the 2 major families made a move, there would be no room for his Zhongyuan building. When the competition is over, I'll still try my best to win him over, Wan Sanqian sighed inwardly. Li Qingying, as Yang Fan's teacher, couldn't help but curl a smile at the corner of her mouth. I misjudged him. Although his divine kingdom talent is average, I never expected he himself would possess such remarkable comprehension. Yang Fan, who was commanding the siege of demonic beasts, had no idea that he had caught the attention of such important figures. At this moment, looking at the ground littered with demonic beast corpses, he could only exclaim inwardly, "These faith points are too easy to earn." With the encirclement by the Azure Dragon Army and the White Tiger Army, the battle was won at the cost of only 500 soldiers. 3,000 first-rank demonic beasts meant he could exchange for an additional 300,000 faith points when the assessment ended. As for the losses, they were negligible. Within his divine kingdom, training was proceeding intensively. With a mere thought, Yang Fan conscripted another 500 adult males to replenish the ranks. Next, the 5 armies will converge and push deeper. Yang Fan issued the divine decree. If he had had 50,000 troops just now, he could have easily annihilated this small beast horde. The deeper they went, the stronger and more numerous the demonic beasts became. There was no need for extensive searching. Half the assessment time had already passed, and he had to speed up. As expected of a divine kingdom worthy of being conquered by a deity, its area was unimaginably vast. All the senior year students were inside the kingdom, yet after such a long time, there was not a single trace of human presence. During this time, Yang Fan's army had fought over 100 battles of varying scales against beast hordes. The most brutal encounter was with 8,000 wind wolves led by a second-rank wind wolf king. In that battle, nearly 15,000 of Yang Fan's followers perished, including a general who was a first-rank living being. Yang Fan had long grown numb to this. Although these people were his followers, watching them reproduce generation after generation, he simply could not regard them as humans like himself. A benevolent deity could not walk the path of a war divine kingdom. If he truly could not bear the death of his followers, he might as well take up farming like Zhang Pang. Fortunately, Yang Fan's divine kingdom had a tenfold time acceleration. Even if the army suffered such heavy losses, he could replenish his forces in time, and the overall strength did not decline too much. 3 more days passed in real time. Within the divine kingdom, Yang Fan's 50,000-strong army was now reduced to 20,000, every soldier bearing wounds and exuding a depleted aura. As they advanced deeper into the hinterland, the demonic beasts Yang Fan encountered grew increasingly powerful, and the numbers of the beast hordes multiplied exponentially. He even encountered hordes led by 2 or 3 second-rank demonic beasts. Under the immense disparity in basic strength, even with the enhancement of the myriad spirits returning to origin array, the army's casualties continued to mount to the point where the replenishment of soldiers within Yang Fan's divine kingdom began to fall short. Faced with this situation, Yang Fan had no choice but to halt his advance and retreat 1,000 li. With insufficient strength, pushing deeper would only accelerate the loss of his followers. A few more battles, and he would have to end the competition prematurely. Thus, it was better to find an area with a lower density of demonic beasts and hunt steadily. That way he could earn more points. The assessment time flew by, and the participating senior students simultaneously heard the voice of Principal Hongbing. "The assessment is over. Come out." Yang Fan felt a force of repulsion. The remaining 20 to 30,000 remnants of his followers were instantly teleported back to his divine kingdom, and his consciousness returned to his physical body at the same moment. First place, Luo Bing points 434,000. Second place, Li Tianhing points 970,000. 43rd place, Li Shihao points 450,000. 64th place, Yang Fan points 38,000. 463rd place, Wang Jinyu points 207,000. Climbing out of the nutrient pod, Yang Fan looked at the leaderboard in the center of the sports field, a hint of surprise on his 64th place. This result is beyond my expectations. It seems the children from those major families aren't as strong as I imagined. No wonder it's an SS-Rank talent. A smile curled at the corner of Yang Fan's mouth. Being able to enter the top 100 was already an outstanding achievement, even in the top senior class. Yang Fan was naturally satisfied with this result. Yang Fan could feel the gazes of many people upon him now. Besides the students around him, many important figures on the high platform were also scrutinizing him. Not bad. I didn't expect this kid's divine kingdom to have such depth. The total troops he deployed in this assessment must have exceeded 2,000. Wan Sanxian took a deep breath. Based on this, the total population of his divine kingdom is at least between 5,000 and 1,000. For a deity, this population was nothing special. However, Yang Fan's divine kingdom had only been awakened for 3 months, making this achievement quite eye-catching. But his tactical deployment was still too poor. If he had committed all 2,000 troops from the start, he could have advanced at least another 2,000 kilometers. He's young, and it's his first time participating in a divine war. It's normal that he didn't dare to risk everything. With this boy's comprehension and the development speed of his divine kingdom, if he is willing to join my Zhongyuan building once he breaks through to deityhood, I will give him the position of vice president. On the high platform, many important figures chatted casually, but their gazes involuntarily swept towards Li Yuan and Luo Chengfeng. Compared to major families like the Luo and Li clans, the companies they represented were far inferior. Every year during the investment in the students of Yang County High School, the Luo and Li families would pick the most promising geniuses, leaving only scraps for the other forces. The Li family will contend for this Yang fan, Li Yuan declared directly. The Luo family will do the same. We'll see who wins by their own means, Luo Chengfeng echoed. Recruiting geniuses was not about coercion. Protected by federal law, even the powerful Luo and Li families had to rely on excellent contracts to win the willing allegiance of talented individuals. Only Li Shuheo and Yang Fan from Class 7 of the third year managed to enter the top 100 of the grade. At this moment, Li Shuheo gazed at Yang Fan, who surprisingly had acquired 38 million points, and an immense wave surged within his heart. Li Shuheo was all too aware of the price he had paid to achieve such results. In order to rapidly enhance the strength of his followers, Li Shuheo frantically used the 100 spirits blood pool to generate blood pills. Instead of selling these pills, he chose to have all his followers consume them. In just a few months, the 50 million he had borrowed as a genius loan was nearly depleted. It was only with such resources poured in that he could achieve the current results in the grand competition. But what resources did Yang Fan have? At this moment, Li Shuheo suddenly realized that Yang Fan's value was far beyond his imagination. If the other party could meet his own conditions, his rank might very well make it into the top 30. Thinking of this, Li Shuheo's gaze towards Yang Fan changed. He understood that even the Li family where he belonged would likely invest in Yang Fan. Thinking of this, Li Shuheo's gaze towards Yang Fan changed. He understood that even the Li family where Li Shuheo did not feel jealous about this. After all, they had been classmates living together for 3 years, and now they were like brothers. If his friend became stronger, there was a chance he could also benefit from it, at least gaining a partner for collaboration. Foster father, do you know how I spent these past 10 days? I have been waiting for you like a star waiting for the moon, and finally, you have shown up. In the top 100 of the grade, why didn't you say you were this impressive earlier? From now on, I will stick with you, brother. You mustn't look down on me. Zhang Peng rushed over and hugged Yang Fan tightly, his loud cries drawing the attention of many classmates. The two had been best friends since their first year in high school, and most of Class 7 knew this relationship. Now many looked at Zhang Peng with envy. With such a capable brother around, the future development of the Divine Kingdom would surely be much easier. In times of wealth and nobility, one must not forget their companions. If one cannot rely on their father, they can rely on their brothers. Of course, calling him foster father is completely fine. At that moment, Zhang Peng had a completely laid-back attitude. Suddenly, Principal Hong Bing stood up, his voice resonating in everyone's mind. The grand competition has concluded, and the faith point rewards will be distributed to everyone's Divine Kingdom. As for those who wish to invest in our students, please contact them individually in the virtual world. After his words fell, Hong Bing's figure vanished from everyone's sight, as if he had teleported. As a third-tier deity, Hong Bing's standards were naturally lofty, not to mention someone like Yang Fan. Even a proud daughter of heaven like Luo Bing would not catch his eye. Many prominent figures on the high platform stood up simultaneously and bowed to the void. Brother Yang, hurry home and enter the virtual world. I believe many important figures want to recruit you. Li Shuheo reminded him as he walked over. Yang Fan nodded, turned to Zhang Peng, and said, I will head back first. The important matters come first, and after you've handled everything, come over for dinner. Zhang Peng nodded quickly. This was a matter of investment for prominent families, a shortcut for ordinary people to leap into success. He dared not delay Yang Fan. Once outside the school, Yang Fan activated his wristwatch, spending 400 faith points to summon a fast car. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at Mingyue Community. Upon returning home and going upstairs, Yang Fan immediately put on the helmet and entered the virtual world. As soon as he entered, he received several invitations. Classmate Yang Fan, I am a lawyer from the Ma family. My family head has seen your outstanding performance in the grand competition and wishes to sign an investment contract with you. Virtual world coordinates 133, 175, 2068. I look forward to discussing the details in person. Yang Fan showed a contemplative expression. Ma family is that the second-hand grain merchant. Yang Fan had a vague impression of the Ma family. Although they were not as powerful as the Luo family or Li family, they controlled over half of the grain trading channels in Yang County, making them quite influential. Yang Fan lightly tapped the coordinates, and his consciousness was transported to an ancient-style tea house. You must be classmate Yang Fan. I am Zhang Sen, a lawyer from the Ma family. It is an honor for you to come. Here is the contract from the Ma family. Zhang San took out a stack of documents and respectfully placed them before Yang Fan. Once the investment contract is signed, the Ma family is willing to provide you with 50 class buildings worth up to 500 each immediately, along with a monthly subsidy of 300 faith points. This investment will continue until your university graduation. In return, after you become a demigod, you must join the Ma family and work for them. If you become a deity, the Ma family is also willing to hire you as a guest elder, allowing you to enjoy dividends from the Ma family's profits without any specific job responsibilities. As Yang Fan carefully reviewed the contract, Zhang Sen elaborated on the key points. Seeing that Yang Fan was still studying the contract's contents, Zhang Sen continued, the federal government places great importance on the investments of major families and students. Therefore, it stipulates that the contract signing ceremony must be conducted in the virtual world. Aside from what I just mentioned, the rest is a standard contract template, so you don't need to worry about being scammed. Yang Fan nodded at these words. Can I take some time to consider? Of course, that is your right. Zhang San smiled, but a trace of imperceptible disappointment flickered at the corner of his mouth. With a talented student like Yang Fan, many major families would want to recruit him. To be precise, the Ma family was somewhat out of the running. They were merely hoping to catch a break by extending an invitation. Zhang Sen understood in his heart that saying he needed to consider actually meant he was refusing. Yang Fan opened another invitation coordinate, and his consciousness was instantly transported away. After Yang Fan left, another figure appeared in the room. Wang Jinyu, is it? I am Zhang Sen, a lawyer from the Ma family. Although your results are average, our Ma family. Following the order of invitations, Yang Fan had already met 6 groups of people with the best conditions coming from the lawyers of the Liangzhou Chamber of Commerce, offering an initial investment of 50 million faith points along with a monthly subsidy of 1 million faith points and a class spiritual plant. Though Yang Fan was somewhat tempted, he did not rush to agree and decided it was best to wait until he had seen all the investors before making a decision. Hello, I am a lawyer from Zhongyuan Building. Our boss is very optimistic about your potential. We are willing to provide an initial investment of 50 million faith points along with a monthly subsidy of 1.5 million faith points. Furthermore, our boss promises that when you break through to a first-tier deity, he will offer you 5 equity in Zhongyuan Building and the position of vice president. I will consider this carefully. Yang Fan politely bowed in response before clicking on the last 2 invitations, the Li family and the Luo family, the 2 most powerful families in Yang County. Congratulations, classmate Yang. Elderly Yuan believes you have exceptional potential and may even become a deity in the future. The Li family is willing to offer you treatment as a second-tier genius. This includes a monthly subsidy of 2 million faith points, and you can receive 10 million faith points annually from the Li Family Genius Fund. These basic rewards will continue until your university graduation. In addition, upon signing the contract, you will also receive a short-term investment of 100 million faith points immediately. The Li family's lawyer smiled, but his eyes still held a hint of arrogance, seemingly unconcerned whether Yang Fan would refuse. Can I reply later? Yang Fan inquired carefully. Of course, according to federal law, students being invested in have 1 day to make their choice. After 1 day, if no contract is signed, the contract template in your hands will automatically disappear. Thank you. On the other side, Yang Fan's consciousness arrived in a living room. Looking around, he expressed confusion. Why did the place for the Luo family's discussions resemble a private residence? Are you Yang Fan? A melodious female voice like that of a lark appeared behind Yang Fan. Upon hearing the voice, he hurriedly turned around, only to be met with the sight of a woman with a gaunt face. The other person's voice was youthful, her eyes clear, yet her skin was cracked in patches resembling an elderly person nearing the end of their lifespan. This young lady. I am indeed Yang Fan. Yang Fan politely bowed. The other person carefully scrutinized him from head to toe, then, without saying a word, turned around and went upstairs. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan felt a bit bewildered. Is this how the Luo family discusses investments? Where's my contract? Yang Fan pondered in confusion. Just as he was wondering, a familiar figure came down the stairs. Seeing the newcomer, Yang Fan quickly stood up and bowed. This person was none other than Elder Luo Qingfeng, who was seated on the high platform. This was a true deity. How could Yang Fan afford to be negligent in a private meeting with him? Investment contracts are typically handled by the lawyers of various families. Why is Elder Luo personally involved? Do you think highly of me? Yang Fan felt puzzled. He was self-aware. Although he had performed well in the recent competition and caught the eyes of major families, it did not mean he was worth Elder Luo's personal effort to recruit. Little Yang, may I call you that? Luo Chengfeng said with a kind expression. Feel free, senior, Yang Fan replied, somewhat flattered. Having a deity be so courteous to him felt strange in every way. Here are 3 contracts, you may take a look. With a snap of his fingers, 3 documents landed before Yang Fan. Yang Fan opened the first contract. The terms were very similar to those offered by the Li family, with the only advantage being fewer restrictions. He only needed to have his name associated with the Luo family, and resources produced within the divine realm would be prioritized for sale to the Luo family at market price with no other limitations. Yang Fan understood that this was likely the best contract he would see today, and barring any surprises he could sign it. Although he was puzzled as to why there were still 2 more contracts, he picked up the second one and opened it. Moments later, Yang Fan looked up at Luo Changfeng in disbelief and said, "Senior, is this correct?" The terms of the second contract were almost too good to be true. A monthly subsidy of 5 million faith points, an Endofire bonus of 30 million from the Luo family's Genius Fund, and upon signing the contract, he would not only receive an initial investment of 100 million faith points, but also upgrade building. Yang Fan suddenly felt as if he was being handed a pie from the sky, or why did it feel like the other party was treating him as a family heir to cultivate? "Little Yang, do you want to sign this second contract?" "Yes," Yang Fan nodded seriously. Upgrade building is worth at least 500 million, and given his current status, he had no right to purchase it. The first contract outlines the benefits I can offer you under normal conditions, while the second is what I can provide through my influence. If you want the second contract, you must sign this third supplementary agreement. Luo Changfeng pointed to the final document. Yang Fan took a deep breath, glanced at the other party suspiciously, and opened the document. The words post-marriage agreement stood out in front of him. Yang Fan looked up at Luo Changfeng, his mind momentarily short-circuited. "Do I really have the fate to become a rich woman's son-in-law? The person you just met is my granddaughter Luo Ro. Oh, she is only 2 years older than you. Last year, she was ambushed by a half-god of an alien race during a training assessment at the university. Now the divine realm is filled with toxins and her life is in danger. Isn't it possible for you to cure her with your status?" Yang Fan couldn't help but ask. "It's not that simple. To be precise, the cost is too high for me to bear, and Luo Rao's talent isn't as exceptional as her cousin Luo Bing's. The family cannot afford to spend such a huge price for her. So my marriage partner is Miss Luo Ro." "That's right. This child lost her parents in the war against the alien races, and now it's just the 2 of us relying on each other. With this situation, she hopes to have a child before the divine realm completely collapses." "Why me?" Yang Fan pointed at his own nose. "Although your divine talent is poor, your comprehension is excellent. With this investment, you have a significant chance of becoming a true deity in the future. This can also be seen as finding a good father for the future child." Luo Changfeng spoke slowly. Looking at Yang Fan before him, he felt somewhat downcast. Ever since his granddaughter's divine realm was damaged, those young talents he once knew had gradually distanced themselves, and he could only find young people with decent talent but low status to marry into the family. Yang Fan perfectly fit his requirements. Yang Fan turned his attention to the third post-marriage agreement, studying it carefully, fearing there might be some hidden traps. In less than 15 minutes, he finished reading it. Although it was called a post-marriage agreement, it did not restrict the married life between Yang Fan and Luo Ro. Rather, it resembled a property division agreement. As for the content, it was even unrelated to the girl named Luo Ro, but concerned the property division between their future child and himself as the father. The 2 core points were that the child born must have the surname Luo. Perhaps fearing Yang Fan might misunderstand it, even included an annotation explaining that this was the only way to become a member of the Luo family and enjoy the resources for cultivation. The second point was that upon Luo Rao's death, 2/3 of her estate within the divine realm would be inherited by the child, while the remaining 1/3 would be transferred to Yang Fan. As for the restrictions on Yang Fan, they were virtually non-existent. The only requirement was to have a child within 5 years. Moreover, the agreement even thoughtfully included a supplement stating that if the male party had fertility issues, they could use genetic engineering for pairing. After reading through the entire document, Yang Fan felt as if refusing would be against natural justice. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Senior, it seems I have no reason to refuse. Good, then I will arrange for a moving company to bring your parents to the villa area in Yang City. In the future, Ruer will live with you, and she must not be wronged. Before that, may I meet Miss Luo Ro alone?" Yang Fan hurriedly interrupted. "Of course, she hasn't left the virtual world. She is currently upstairs. You can take these 2 contracts. Once you sign your name, they will automatically take effect. You young people chat. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Luo Changfeng smiled slightly and directly exited the virtual world. In the era of the divine realm, resources could buy everything, not to mention beings like Yang Fan. With enough betrothal gifts, one could even marry a deity. It was merely a contractual marriage. Being able to gain such enormous benefits without cost, Yang Fan naturally would not let this great opportunity slip away. Upon reaching the second floor, Luo Ro was currently grooming herself in front of the mirror, the thick powder on her face making her complexion appear much better. "Did you finalize the discussion with my grandfather?" Luo Ro asked her, back to Yang Fan. "It's all settled. We can sign at any time." Yang Fan nodded. Luo Ro turned around. "So should I now address you as husband?" "There's no need for such formality among young people," Yang Fan replied, his face slightly flushed. This isn't a one-night romance. Once I sign, the two of us will be in a marital relationship as defined by the federal law, even exceeding the interests of parents as a joint community. Before today, Yang Fan had never considered marriage, yet the other party offered too much. Luo, Ruor, may I call you that? Yang Fan coughed as the other party was now his wife, making it feel too distant to address her as Miss Luo or Luo Ro. Feel free, Luo Ro said, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Compared to the scions of those great families, Yang Fan's slightly awkward demeanor made her find him somewhat amusing. Husband, you need not be nervous. With the talent you've displayed, had you been born in the Luo family like me, your achievements would undoubtedly surpass mine from back then. Given my current situation, in fact, I am not worthy of you. Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hand. I am more than willing to accept this arrangement. What a joke. The other party is a descendant of deities, and the dowry she provides could save him a decade of unnecessary struggles. Though this wife appeared withered and worn due to the damage to her divine realm once the lights were out at night, it would all be the same. What mattered was the richness of the dowry, a swift lift from poverty to prosperity. This was hardly unworthy, it was akin to winning the lottery. Observing Yang Fan's astonished demeanor, Luo Ro found it both laughable and somewhat tragic. This is the coordinate of my divine realm. Since we have confirmed our relationship, please enter. Luo Ro invited Yang Fan into her divine realm. Yang Fan gently tapped the coordinate, and his consciousness was drawn into her divine realm by an invisible force. Two pearly white phantoms floated high in the air of the divine realm, representing Luo Ro and Yang Fan's consciousness. Before Yang Fan, Luo Ro released the permissions of her divine realm, allowing everything within to be. The divine realm spanned a vast area of 8.0 square kilometers. However, apart from the 2,000 to 3,000 elderly and ailing mortals living in the very center, there was not a trace of life elsewhere, all shrouded in toxic mists. Forests, mountains, rivers, and even the high skies were filled with a greenish gas. Yang Fan's expression grew solemn as he sensed that this toxic gas was extremely troublesome. Even a trace appearing within his divine realm would likely spell disaster. This is the poison of the half-god death spider of the alien race. Though the quantity is small, its quality is exceptionally high. If left to metabolize solely within the divine realm, it would take at least 50 years in the real world. Luo Ro sighed softly. Let alone 50 years with her current body, she would struggle to endure even 5. Is university this dangerous? There are always those with unfortunate luck. What should have been a routine evaluation turned into an encounter with the alien half-gods hunting our clan's talents. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the supervising teacher, I wouldn't even have had the chance to return home. Is there no way to heal? Yang Fan frowned slightly. He had a good impression of this girl named Luo Ro, although they had only just met. Their dialogue was devoid of any concealment, clearly showing her honesty. How could there be none? It's just that the cost is too high. It requires a high-tier healing deity's intervention, at least 100 divinity points, but I personally do not match such a value. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in Luo Ro's eyes. Who wouldn't want to live well? But the continuation of a great family relies not on human sentiment. Those with better talent are entitled to more resources. Fairness, justice, and transparency are the core foundations maintaining the family's enduring prosperity. Since Luo Ro dropped out of school apart from her grandfather Luo Qingfeng, no one in the family had spoken on her behalf. Former elders and childhood friends had all distanced themselves from her. The harshness of society and the coldness of human relationships could not be more evident. Divinity points? Yang Fan asked with curiosity. It's normal not to know. This is the currency among deities. 100 million belief points can condense into 1 divinity point. Luo Ro explained. Yang Fan swallowed hard. The cost of treatment was indeed astronomical. 100 billion belief points was simply a staggering figure. Is there a way to alleviate it? The water of life can delay the collapse of my divine realm. However, the Luo family has limited reserves of the water of life, and purchasing it in the market comes with a premium. Even my grandfather cannot continuously sustain my life with such strategic resources. It doesn't matter, although we are now husband and wife, don't waste resources on this. I am already critically ill. Continuing to invest in treatment will only lead to a situation where I lose both life and funds. Luo Ro calmly expressed her views, her eyes devoid of any fear of death. The water of life, Yang Fan murmured. Yang Fan had seen an introduction to this item in the marketplace. The fountain of life could produce a drop every 10 years with an official price of 1 million belief points, yet it was always out of stock. For others, a monthly expenditure of 1 million belief points was no small sum. After all, developing a divine realm also required substantial investment. But Yang Fan was different. With his evolutionary talent, once he secured the investment from the Luo family, his monthly income would surely skyrocket. Perhaps he should lend a hand to this nominal wife. Though there were no feelings between them, Yet she was still his angel investor, and within his capacity, helping her was not a bad idea. With this in mind, Yang Fan directed his gaze to the center of the divine realm. How do you have so many moon wells and sun springs? Yang Fan asked. At the center of Luo Rao's divine realm stood 200 moon wells and sun springs, exuding an incredibly rich life aura. These are all the assets I sold from my divine realm. My followers are weak and unable to make further investments in other divine realms, so only these fixed output buildings can generate income, serving as a legacy for future children. Moreover, if luck permits, I might even give birth to a fountain of life, and I might be able to raise my child, Luo Rao explained. Yang Fan pondered for a moment, then awkwardly asked, "Can these buildings be placed in my divine realm?" As soon as he said this, Yang Fan regretted it instantly. Saying such a thing now felt like he was eagerly trying to consume the last remnants of a dying household. It was too shameless to begin emptying her divine assets while she was still alive. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Even Luo Rao seemed taken aback by Yang Fan's words. Both fell silent for a moment. Luo Rao sighed deeply. "Actually, after I die, these divine assets will also be entrusted to your care. I only have a few years left." At that moment, a hint of sorrow and helplessness flickered in her eyes along with a trace of confusion. Seeing her expression, Yang Fan felt an urge to slap himself. He didn't genuinely wish to take advantage of her. After all, keeping these assets in his divine realm would yield tenfold returns. However, his SS-level talent could not be mentioned to others. "Ahem, I was just joking, you shouldn't." "I agree." "How you agree?" Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. Luo Rao nodded. "That's right. In a moment, I'll transfer these buildings to you, but we need to sign a legal agreement. You cannot sell them. Once our child's divine realm awakens, the income from these buildings must be transferred to them monthly. Let me clarify that once the agreement is signed, you cannot backtrack. In addition to federal government supervision, if you violate any terms, the Luo family will sue you in the future." Luo Rao spoke in a calm and cold tone, as if merely discussing a business transaction. Members of large families are often quite pragmatic. Even when they feel their trust is misplaced, they do not immediately resort to crying or regretting, but rather make the most rational choice. Yang Fan instinctively nodded. "My grandfather arranged for a moving company to go to your community. You will have to explain things to your parents yourself. Please guide me in my brief remaining life, my partner, Yang Fan." Luo Rao said calmly, without joy or sorrow. Before Yang Fan could respond, a wave of rejection pulled him back to reality. Removing the virtual helmet, Yang Fan immediately slapped himself, saying, "How could you say that out loud? Now you've offended someone deeply." In Luo Rao's divine realm, those 200 moon wells and sun springs yield a normal monthly income of 1.2 million, but in Yang Fan's divine realm, it would be 12 million. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Fan instinctively expressed his thoughts. At that point, purchasing the water of life would be more than sufficient, which would mean a win-win situation. Such thoughts are beautiful, but reality is full of misunderstandings. This newly met wife has probably already assumed he is a complete scoundrel. Meanwhile, Luo Rao had also returned to her study in the real world. At this moment, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, gazing at her withered reflection in the mirror, and said sadly, "Luo Rao, what more are you hoping for? Haven't you seen enough of such things during this time? It's merely a cooperation. Girl, are you done?" Luo Chengfeng knocked on the door. Luo Rao nodded. "What do you think of that guy, eh? Not bad." Luo Rao chose to conceal the last bit of displeasure. Given her current circumstances, she had no grounds to be picky. Continuing to complain would only make her grandfather uncomfortable. "That's good, I've investigated, and although Yang Fan's parents are merely divine beings, their reputation in Minghui community is quite decent. They are not the sharp-tongued sort. This villa will be left for you and them to live in. With their help looking after you, grandfather can feel more at ease. For the next while, I must go develop land for the family." After finishing, Luo Chengfeng took out a card and placed it in Luo Rao's palm. Feeling the information from the card, it contained 5 drops of the water of life. "Grandfather, you don't need to work so hard. There's no need to keep investing these strategic resources into I'm a first-tier deity after all. If the water of life weren't so scarce, with market prices soaring and the Luo family store having no stock, I could have supported you for another 100 years without issue. Today, your in-laws and Yang will be moving in. These 5 drops of water of life should be used together to ensure my granddaughter looks beautiful on her wedding night." "Thank you, grandfather. Your granddaughter understands." Luo Rao smiled, her cheeks even taking on a rosy hue. "I will take my leave now. You all must work hard so I can hold my grandson soon." Once Luo Chengfeng's presence completely faded from the villa, Luo Rao's expression instantly returned to normal. She tossed the card onto the table, crossed her arms, and snorted coldly, saying, "Does this scoundrel deserve it? Those despicable dog-like creatures, apart from my grandfather, not a single good man exists among them." As she spoke, Luo Rao kicked the corner of the table hard, causing tears to well up in her eyes once more. In Mingwei community, at that moment Yang Fan was sitting at the dining table discussing the situation with his parents. Fainer, are you feeling too much pressure with your divine realm's development lately? Sun Rong looked concerned. Why don't we just mortgage the micro-mine? Yang Tiexin turned to discuss with Sun Rong. Seeing that his parents completely did not trust him, Yang Fan felt equally helpless. Dad, Mom, can't you have a bit of faith in your son? Yang Fan complained. Trust? Of course we trust you, but you can't be joking about your father and mother. The Luo family is inviting you to be a son-in-law. As long as you sign the contract, there will be an initial investment of 100 million belief points along with upgrade building. Son, once your mother and I mortgage the mine, we will take you to the best mental health department at Lujia Hospital in the county. Over the years, many students have suffered mental breakdowns due to excessive pressure. This is no small matter. Yang Tiexin said with a worried expression. Yang Fan was momentarily speechless. Just then there came a knock at the door. Did you go to Old Zhang to buy food? Sun Rong asked. The believers have enough to eat for now. I plan to buy more next month. Then who is this? He'll go check the door. Yang Tiexin got up and walked to the door. As the door opened, 5 burly men came into view, the leader exuding the aura of a demigod. This senior, did you come to the wrong place? Yang Tiexin's voice trembled. Mingwei community is a slum in the county where all the residents are divine beings. How could a demigod come here to visit? Is this the home of young master Yang Fan? The leader asked politely. Yang Fan, young master. Yang Tiexin was filled with questions. At this moment, Yang Fan also arrived at the door saying, I am Yang Fan. Who are you? We have met young master Yang Fan. You are now a second-tier genius of the Luo family. My name is Zhang Yunxiao, a guest elder of the Luo family, and I will handle family matters for you until you graduate from university. As for these, they are the moving company staff arranged by Elder Luo Chengfeng to help you move to the villa in Yang City. Zhang Yunxiao explained. Please come in. Yang Fan pulled Yang Tiexin aside and gestured for them to enter. The moving company was very professional, using specialized packing boxes to quickly pack up everything in the rooms. At this moment, both Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong were in a daze, watching as several rooms were cleared in less than a quarter of an hour, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Demigod Luo family, Yang City Villa. Was everything just said by their son true? Even though Yang Fan's parents were filled with confusion, they did not dare to speak further in front of Zhang Yunxiao, the demigod. The moving company led the way in their truck while Zhang Yunxiao drove, with Yang Fan's family of 3 following behind. Yang Fan sat in the passenger seat and couldn't help but say, Senior. Young Master Yang, there is no need to be polite. Since you have been assessed as a second-tier genius by the family, your future achievements will not be lesser than mine. I am the guide assigned to you by the Luo family. During your upcoming school years, feel free to consult me with any matters. Zhang Yunxiao explained. Looking at the other party's meticulous demeanor, Yang Fan was somewhat curious. Do all geniuses of the Luo family have a demigod accompanying them? Only those of second-tier and above geniuses receive this treatment. Are there many of these geniuses? As of now, there are 14 first-tier geniuses who have not yet graduated from university and 468 second-tier geniuses. Hearing this, Yang Fan took a sharp breath. One must say it is no surprise that the Luo family has nearly 500 demigods invested in this regard. However, among this batch of first-tier geniuses, there are only 2 Miss Luo Bing and young Master Luo Hen. There are 76 second-tier geniuses, of which 28 are from the county's one high school, while most of the others are cultivated in the city. Young Master Yang, the monthly allowance and initial faith point investment from the family will be deposited into your divine kingdom this afternoon. Additionally, there is an grade building that you need to select. Yang Fan looked down at the content on the electronic panel. Bailing blood pool, invest flesh and blood to transform into blood pills, which can accelerate cultivation. Long-term use can alter one's aptitude. Spirit weapon workshop, invest ores to automatically generate weapons. The strength of the weapons is related to the grade of the ores, with the highest being able to generate A-grade weapons in bulk. Mechanical heart can slowly improve the physical structure of believers, causing their bodies to begin aligning with mechanical civilization. Unlike the mall, the introduction on the electronic panel is very concise. Aside from the building name, the description of the building's function is also quite simple. Senior Jean, are there only 3 grade buildings to choose from? Grade buildings are strategic resources. Even for the Luo family, there are not many available for talented disciples to choose from. Zhang Yunxiao's words were a subtle expression. Yang Fan was merely an outer family genius. Although the family promised him a grade building, it was certainly the lowest value tier. Do you have any suggestions, Senior Jean? After all, Zhang Yunxiao was a demigod powerhouse and now his guide. Yang Fan naturally wanted to make good use of this connection. It depends on the direction you choose, young master. If you plan to develop towards a mechanical civilization in the future, then just choose the mechanical heart directly. If you want to invest in your divine kingdom to earn a large amount of faith points in the early stages and then reinvest to enhance the strength of your believers later, the Spirit Weapon Workshop is a good choice. As for the Bailing Blood Pool, it has a strong overall capability. The blood pills it produces can enhance the strength of believers, and the annualized return from selling blood pills is also quite substantial. Zhang Yunxiao shared his understanding. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and then resolutely decided to choose the Bailing Blood Pool. With this investment from the Luo family and his evolved talent, Yang Fan was confident that his resource-gathering ability far exceeded others. In comparison, enhancing the strength of believers is more important. This school's grand competition is a perfect example. If he had chosen to reinvest all faith points into his divine kingdom pursuing so-called compound interest, he would not have achieved excellent results in this competition to be invested in by a prominent family like the Luo. In the era of divine kingdoms, resources are crucial, but the core is still strength itself. I choose the Bailing Blood Pool, Yang Fan confirmed. Zhang Yunxiao nodded. The application can be approved this afternoon. The family will send the resources to your inbox. I have added you as a friend in the virtual world, so if you have any questions in the future, you can contact me directly. Regarding resource allocation in the Divine Kingdom family benefits applications, and even daily trivial matters, as long as you need anything, just let me know. Thank you very much. No need to be polite, this is my job, Zhang Yunxiao said seriously. After arriving at the villa in Yang City, he bowed to Yang Fan before leaving. He was the guide assigned to Yang Fan by the Luo family, not a babysitter, and he had other matters to attend to. Plus, with the virtual world, he could assist Yang Fan remotely with any questions. The villa in Yang City is located at the center of Yang County, ensuring excellent privacy. The movers placed the items in the front yard and then departed. At that moment, Luo Ro pushed open the large door to the living room. Husband. Luo Ro revealed a sweet smile. Yang Fan stared at her, momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Luo Rao's skin was delicate and fair, exuding a rich vitality, resembling a blossoming young girl just coming of age. Most importantly, the noble aura emanating from her, stemming from her prominent family, captivated Yang Fan so much that he found it hard to look away. Yang Fan believed he had developed resistance to beauty after undergoing several lessons from Lu Ruyan, but at this moment he realized that his state of mind still needed cultivation. Hello, mother-in-law. Hello, father-in-law. Without waiting for Yang Fan to speak, Luo Ro approached the elders and respectfully bowed. Looking at this princess-like girl before him, Sun Rong felt it was surreal. Are you really my daughter-in-law? Sun Rong rubbed her eyes vigorously. Of course, but my divine kingdom is damaged and I don't have much lifespan left. I consider myself fortunate to have married you. Before I die, I only hope to have a son or daughter with you, and I will be content. Luo Ro squeezed out a tear, looking pitiful and evoking sympathy. Upon hearing this, Sun Rong immediately panicked, turned around, and slapped the back of Yang Fan's head, pulling him by the ear to present him in front of Luo Ro. Daughter-in-law, what nonsense are you talking? Do I not know how much this brat weighs? If you can look up to him, that is his fortune from 10 lifetimes. How can there be any notion of climbing up? You will be in charge of this family from now on. If he dares to bully you, I will break his legs. Sun Rong was a kind-hearted person. Looking at Luo Rao's pitiful appearance, she felt as if she was looking at her own daughter in that instant. As for her biological son Yang Fan, at this moment, he had already been forgotten in the clouds. Seeing Yang Fan in a daze, Luo Rao's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and she felt a sense of triumph in her heart. Stupid scumbag, with such kind and reasonable parents, how could they give birth to such a greedy guy like you? As long as I am alive, you can forget about bullying me. Daughter-in-law, it's sunny outside, you should go rest in your room. My wife and I will tidy up these things. Yang Tiexin said, while carrying a large moving bag. Thank you, Dad. Luo Ro nodded. Although she had consumed the water of life, her divine kingdom was like a room with leaks, and that life energy would slowly dissipate. As a divine being, she too had to reduce her activity. Yang Fan was about to follow her upstairs when his mother Sun Rong called out to him. Yang Fan, come here and help me. Yang Fan looked puzzled at her words. They didn't have many things, so how could it be his turn to lend a hand? However, since his mother had given the order, Yang Fan couldn't refute and could only obediently go out to carry furniture. Brat, treat this wonderful girl well. If I find out you make Rose suffer, I won't let you off the hook. Sun Rong whispered a reminder. No, I didn't. Then why did my daughter-in-law look like she was about to cry just now? How would I know why she looked like that? Yang Fan's face twitched. Although he said something foolish this morning, at that time Luo Rao's aura was stronger than is completely different from her demeanor just now. Moreover, at this moment Luo Ro had returned to her original demeanor, leaving Yang Fan puzzled and wanting to go upstairs to inquire. There's nothing wrong with being a son-in-law, and this is the Luo family. You've gained a tremendous benefit. Don't be ungrateful. In the future, just pamper your wife at home, understand? Yang Tiexin's expression was also serious. Confirming that Yang Fan had become the Luo family's son-in-law, he felt no dissatisfaction as a father. He was only worried that this happiness might be fleeting. Their family was merely a typical divine, being incompatible with a colossal entity like the Luo family. For now, all he could do was remind Yang Fan to cherish Luo Ro. I understand. Yang Fan did not wish to explain further and could only echo his parents' words. Truly, this was a villa district, and the equipment in the room was quite complete. Smart robots, massage chairs, temperature and humidity regulators, various pieces of furniture exuding luxurious fragrances. Looking at the complete arrangement, Yang Tiexin could only feel that the items from his own home would not stand out. After a moment of study, those pieces of furniture were stuffed back into the pocket and thrown into a corner of the yard. When a child is with a wealthy woman, the parents shouldn't be suffering in silence. Yang Fan ascended the stairs alone and pushed open the door to the room. At this moment, Luo Ro was already half reclining on the bed in her pajamas, eyes closed, resting. Sensing the movement, Luo Ro opened her eyes and calmly said, "The medicine on the table has been taken. It is a fertility potion. Now go take a shower, and in 10 minutes we'll get to the main event." At this moment, there was no trace left of the pitiful demeanor from earlier. Her gaze toward Yang Fan was like that of a stranger, calm and wise. Luo Ro returned to her normal state, was quite beautiful. Due to the damage to her divine realm, she exuded an air of languor. Yang Fan watched as she lay so on the bed, and his body had already reacted. He coughed and said, "What's wrong with your body?" "Taking 5 drops of the water of life at once will temporarily suppress the toxic mist, but the effect won't last long," Luo Ro casually explained. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. After this I want to sleep. I'm very tired, you understand." Listening to her distant tone, Yang Fan felt a bit embarrassed, but still complied with her request. After finishing his shower, Yang Fan jumped onto the bed, pinning Luo Ro beneath him. His action startled her. My body isn't well right now, I'll be gentle." Luo Ro lightly bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear, but she refused to back down, mustering her courage to fixate on Yang Fan's eyes. "Don't worry, I'm not a scumbag. What happened this morning was truly justified," Yang Fan whispered in Luo Ro's ear. Feeling the warm breath from his mouth, Luo Ro hurriedly closed her eyes and urged, "Faster. I want to sleep soon. Oh, I'm really tired. Do you understand? If you go faster, it won't be gentle anymore." "You scumbag, don't make me call my parents." "Are you sure? Should we call them like this now? Do you want to die?" Luo Ro's body was indeed very weak at this moment, coupled with the fact that it was her first time. Even though Yang Fan was trying his best to control his movements, she still found it hard to bear. Looking at Luo Ro pale and lying on the bed already asleep, Yang Fan couldn't help but caress her cheek. "Don't worry, I will heal you," Yang Fan spoke earnestly. Unlike Lu Ru Yin from Tianxiang Renjian, Luo Ro was the first woman in his life in the truest sense. Yang Fan even had to admit that although they had only met a few times, Luo Ro had indeed touched something. Life is like a journey. Those with strong spirits will always step forward with determination, yet this process need not be lonely. If one treats me with sincerity, I will surely reciprocate that sincerity. Yang Fan, not feeling sleepy yet, sat at his desk and opened the inbox on his wristwatch. Outsider second-tier genius. Yang Fan, congratulations on being evaluated as a second-tier genius by the Luo family. You are now rewarded with a level building the 100 Spirit Blood Pool. A card featuring the 100 Spirit Blood Pool building fell into Yang Fan's right hand. In addition, there was a construction from Luo Ro, but it also included a legal document. Only by signing his name could he access these resources. Yang Fan skimmed through it briefly and, finding no issues, wrote down his name. He then entered the divine realm and loaded the resources. A large number of moon wells and sun springs were arranged within the divine enlightenment city. In an instant, a terrifying life force spread out, causing the surrounding plants to begin growing wildly. Then came the level building the 100 Spirit Blood Pool, covering an area of 200 square kilometers. Yang Fan couldn't even find a place to put it in any city. With a thought, Yang Fan moved a giant mountain outside the divine enlightenment city, and the 100 Spirit Blood Pool appeared in its place. As soon as the 100 Spirit Blood Pool emerged, a powerful bloody scent filled the air. This bloody scent was pure yet rich in vitality. Even if believers lived nearby, they would not fall ill. Faith points 143200, providing 3.7 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Wells X207, Sun Springs X207, level building 100 Spirit Blood Pool X1. The reward of 36 million from the lottery, combined with the Luo family's initial investment of 100 million plus a monthly subsidy of 5 million, had all been credited. Now Yang Fan's faith points within his divine realm had reached an extraordinarily exaggerated level. At this moment, Yang Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. With such a large sum of money, how to spend it must be approached with caution. It's better to consult others for advice. Yang Fan donned his helmet and entered the virtual world. The moment he entered, he received several invitations from his classmates, including Li Shuheo and Zhang Peng. Yang Fan did not accept the invitations, but instead found the chat window for Zhang Yunxiao and politely typed, "Senior Zhang, do you have time now?" After a while, a coordinate address popped up in the chat box. Yang Fan lightly tapped the coordinate, and his consciousness was instantly drawn to a loft. In the small room, there were only Yang Fan and Zhang Yunxiao, but it was quite noisy outside. Sounds of chatting, yelling, metal clashing, and waves of heat. "Where is this?" Seeing Yang Fan's curiosity, Zhang Yunxiao patiently explained, "This is the Luo family's outpost in the virtual world. In this era, the economic benefits created by the virtual world have long surpassed reality. It would not be an exaggeration to say this is a mirror of the real world. Every major family has its own outpost in the virtual world where they can trade, learn, and even fight. Unlike those from prestigious families, commoners like Yang Fan have relatively limited experiences, but Zhang Yunxiao did not look down on him, as he had once climbed up from the bottom himself. "Senior Zhang, the resources provided by the Luo family have arrived. I've come to seek your guidance." Yang Fan respectfully bowed. "You really don't need to call me senior. In the Luo family, your status is even above mine." Zhang Yunxiao gave a wry smile. I'm a few hundred years older than you. Young Master Yang, if you wish, just call me Zhang Lao. If that's the case, please guide me, Zhang Lao. How many faith points do you currently have? 140 million. So many. Zhang Yunxiao's eyes showed some surprise. In the school competition, I earned 36 million faith points. I see with such achievements, it's no wonder you were rated as a second-tier genius by the Luo family. Has the blood pool been received? It has been loaded into the divine realm. Then I suggest you buy 10 adult Tai Sui first, which will perfectly fill the 100 spirit blood pool. In reality, it can output about 100 blood pills each month, with each priced at 100 faith points. Not considering the value of the level building itself, the annualized yield is around 50. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a bit puzzled. Isn't this yield a bit low? If one only considers the cost of investing in Tai Sui, the rate of return is indeed decent, but one must realize that this utilizes a grade building. The value of a single grade building is at least 500 million, so from this perspective, the rate of return is extremely low. The 100 spirit blood pool produces blood pellets based on the energy of the flesh thrown in. 10 Tai Sui are far from the limit of a grade building. Once you become a demigod or even a deity in the future, slay high-ranking alien believers and cast their bodies into it, the blood pellets produced could reach 100,000 or even 1,000,000. Currently, choosing to purchase corpses from the marketplace would be too costly. Given the state of your divine kingdom, Tai Sui meat offers the best cost-effectiveness. Most importantly, there is no need to instruct followers to continuously throw flesh into the blood pool. It is very convenient. Zhang Yunxiao patiently explained the reasoning. A glimmer of realization dawned in Yang Fan's eyes. Given his current strength, a grade building was indeed excessively powerful, so naturally, he could not utilize it to its fullest. Yang Fan was not worried about this, as he possessed the talent of evolution. Once he cast the Tai Sui into the pool, this fixed income would reach tens of millions monthly. If you wish to rapidly enhance your followers' strength in the short term, I can provide you with a resource procurement list. Decide for yourself whether to purchase, as each divine kingdom develops differently. If you need to consider the ecological stability, species diversity, and resource self-sufficiency of your divine kingdom, I suggest you hire an actuary. How much does an actuary cost? Yang Fan asked curiously. The cheapest is 50 million faith points. Yang Fan gulped, stunned by the price. Seeing Yang Fan's expression, Zhang Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't think it's expensive. These actuaries have genuine skills. They can help you adjust the species distribution within your divine kingdom, establish buffer zones between various organisms, and determine the training methods and direction for your followers. This job is highly sought after, and most major families recruit them. Hiring an actuary once can generally sustain you until you become a demigod without needing to plan your divine kingdom in the interim. If you have enough faith points, there's no need to be stingy. It can significantly reduce your divine kingdom's development time." "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Zhang." Yang Fan nodded, but in his heart he had already decided not to waste money on this. After all, to him, time was the least valuable asset. Spending such a huge sum of faith points on an actuary would be better used to purchase a large amount of resources to invest in the divine kingdom, allowing it to evolve through natural selection while also earning resources. I've sent you 2 documents. One focuses on enhancing follower strength, and the other covers insights on divine kingdom investment. These are my personal views. You have greater talent than I, so use them only for reference and choose the best." Yang Fan said gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Zhang." These were the experiences of a demigod in the early stages of divine kingdom development, which would undoubtedly be of great help to him now. Additionally, second-rank geniuses of the Luo family can receive a loan of 50 million faith points at an annual interest rate of only 11.2. I've already applied for this family benefit for you, and it should be credited to your divine kingdom shortly. Now that you are a genius of the Luo family, you can enter the Luo family's virtual world headquarters at any time. Within the family, there are various transactions including weapons, herbs, spiritual plants, and various pills. Although not as comprehensive as the official platform, prices are lower due to the lack of taxes. Come and take a look when you have time. I understand. Work hard to improve your followers' strength. The better your performance, the more support you will receive. Zhang Yunxiao gave a final reminder. Yang Fan took these words to heart, and ignoring invitations from other classmates directly logged out of the virtual world. With a huge sum of money in hand, he felt uncomfortable if he didn't invest in his divine kingdom as soon as possible. Before making large-scale purchases, Yang Fan decided to first open the documents Zhang Yunxiao had sent. The development of a divine kingdom primarily depends on resources. To make resources snowball, the choice of divine kingdom investment is extremely important. I, Zhang Yunxiao, am just an ordinary person. The reason I could become a demigod is due to excellent investment and financial management thinking. I have summarized a basic investment philosophy for ordinary people. Any investment with an annualized return rate below 80 should not be touched. Seeing the introduction of one of the documents, Yang Fan's forehead creased with several black lines. This elder Zhang, it turns out he's a financial wizard. But this seems somewhat at odds with my development direction. Yang Fan couldn't help but complain. Century Bloodthirsty Ganoderma, the seed purchase price is extremely low. 10,000 seeds cost only 10,000 faith points. Each plant requires a follower to tend it carefully, watering it daily with the follower's blood. It matures in a century. A single Century Bloodthirsty Ganoderma sells for up to 10 faith points, and the profit margin can increase tenfold in just 3 months. This is the secret to my becoming a demigod. Oh, I would not casually reveal it to anyone I didn't favor. The drawback of this method is also obvious. It consumes followers heavily. Watering Bloodthirsty Ganoderma in this way, followers typically do not live past 30 years, and over a century, about 50,000 followers would be consumed. Therefore, Century Bloodthirsty Ganoderma cannot be planted on a large scale. The optimal cultivation quantity is 5% of the total follower population. This method requires the use of a grade or higher reproduction card. Remember this carefully. Reading this, a chill ran down Yang Fan's spine. This seemingly upright demigod Zhang Yunxiao turned out to be such a sinister capitalist behind the scenes, essentially selling the blood of his followers. Yang Fan did not harbor any particular feelings for those followers, but such an investment model gave him an eerie feeling. Although the rate of return was terrifying during that period, the development of followers in the Divine Kingdom would likely come to a standstill. With the talent of evolution, ID better not look at these crooked paths. Yang Fan set aside the investment advice and began studying how to enhance follower strength. Blood Demon Flower, a crade spiritual plant. Planting it in large quantities around cities will stimulate followers' appetite and urge them to exercise. Followers' physical condition will improve significantly in the short term, but it will also affect their consciousness, gradually reducing their comprehension. In the long run, it damages the follower's foundation. This method is best used as a crash measure a month before an assessment. Flesh devouring art, a crade technique that makes practitioners crave meat intensely. This technique causes followers' bodies to swell and lose flexibility, but their defense and attack power increase significantly. Constant attention must be paid to the followers' living conditions. If meat is insufficient, followers will resort to cannibalism, exchanging children for food, or even devouring each other. This, Yang Fan tilted his head at a loss for words. For a moment, he felt he didn't recognize this senior anymore. He seemed so normal on the surface, yet he was so ruthless to his followers. Yang Fan had an intuition that the potential of senior Zhang Yunxiao's divine kingdom had likely reached its limit, and he would never break through to the realm of deity in this lifetime. Forcing growth short-sighted, Yang Fan made his judgment inwardly. If Zhang Yunxiao were to learn of Yang Fan's assessment of him, he would likely be furious enough to curse out loud. How could an ordinary man who climbed step by step to the demigod realm through sheer effort succeed without taking these unorthodox paths? His potential might be exhausted, but out of 10,000 ordinary men like him, could even one become a demigod? The experience Zhang Yunxiao imparted to Yang Fan came from genuine goodwill, as both the strengths and weaknesses were clearly marked. Being ordinary men themselves, they naturally shared a sense of mutual empathy. It was a pity Yang Fan possessed SS grade talent and could not perceive the other's heartfelt intentions. Zhang Yunxiao's methods are all too extreme. With my evolution talent, there's no need to tread such a path. A wasted reed. Yang Fan muttered to himself as his consciousness once again entered the Divine Kingdom. He noticed his faith points had reached 193. 22 million. The 50 million loan from the Luo family had also been credited. Opening the shop, Yang Fan first purchased 14 adult Tai Sui. 10 of them were directly thrown into the 100 spirits blood pool, while the other 5 were placed near the 5 main cities as permanent sources of flesh and blood. This cost him 28 million faith points. To round off the numbers, Yang Fan also bought 193 moonwells and sunsprings, spending 115.8 million. The moonwells and sunsprings were long-term fixed investments Yang Fan planned to make, and he did not intend. As the number of these two structures in the Divine Kingdom increased, coupled with his evolution talent, the probability of them mutating into life springs was naturally 10 times higher than for others. Most importantly, this investment required no further effort, allowing him to fully dedicate himself to enhancing his followers' strength and the ecological development of the Divine Kingdom. Subsequently, Yang Fan purchased the Crade technique, the Yijin Shisui Gong, costing 2 million faith points. In an instant, Yang Fan's faith points dropped to 42 million. After investing all resources into the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan issued a divine decree. My followers, to reward your outstanding performance in the war against the alien races, I bestow a miracle. Beside each main city lies an adult Tai Sui. Outside the Divine Revelation City is a 100 spirits blood pool. Every 30 years it produces 10,000 blood pills reserved only for the strong. These pills greatly enhance physical constitution. This technique is called the Yijin Shisui Gong. Cultivated alongside the Federation body tempering art, it rapidly improves strength. As the divine decree descended, the faces of followers in every main city brimmed with fervent devotion. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent Grade Resource Talent accelerates growth of all resources within the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS Grade Evolution Talent Unique Talent accelerates Divine Kingdom evolution currently hidden. Followers First Order Beings 5 Mortals 70000. Techniques Federation Body Tempering Art Yijin Shisui Gong 10,000 Spirits Return to Origin Array Minor Completion. Faith Points 42 million Daily Faith Point Generation 7. Buildings Moonwell x 400 Sunspring x 400 Grade 100 Spirits Blood Pool x 1. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snake x 78777 First Grade Demon Beast Tai Sui x 15 Water Lotus x 2 Grade Spirit Plant Soul Nourishing Wood Century Old x 1 Grade Spirit Plant 100 Spirits Peach x 35711 Grade Spirit Plant. A satisfied smile crossed Yang Fan's face. Now with the evolution talent, the Moonwells and Sunsprings generate 24 million faith points monthly. The century-old blood pool bolstered by the Tai Sui yields 10 million faith points monthly. Combined with various demon beasts and spirit plants, my actual monthly income exceeds 35 million. However, the blood pills are meant to nurture followers, so there's no need to sell them. Yang Fan had already decided to invest all blood pills into his Divine Kingdom to strengthen his followers, while the proceeds from Moondew and Sun Essence could be reinvested or used to purchase other resources to enrich the kingdom. He still had plenty of faith points left, so there was no rush to spend them. With sufficient faith points, Yang Fan intended to spend this time browsing the shop for items he couldn't afford before or consulting classmates to see if there were more suitable buildings or spirit plants. Faith points could never be fully earned, and he needed to keep some safety funds. Besides, his wife was suffering from a terminal illness requiring monthly expenditures on life water. Having done all this, Yang Fan looked at the beautiful woman lying in bed, felt a wave of exhaustion, and climbed into bed, holding her as he drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Yang Fan entered the Divine Kingdom to inspect. With the addition of the Yijin Shisui Gong, his followers' consumption of meat had increased significantly. However, with 5 Tai Sui and the occasional blood pills, these demands were a trivial matter. Even though the time flow in his Divine Kingdom was 10 times that of others, development still required vast amounts of time. Without resource investment, constant observation was meaningless. Should I buy some breeding cards to accelerate the kingdom? Yang Fan felt conflicted. The last time he used breeding cards, the resource burden on the kingdom was too heavy, causing him no small amount of trouble. Moreover, there were no imminent assessments, so he could simply let the kingdom develop naturally. Some things, when forced, yield the opposite of what is intended. As his consciousness lingered in the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan suddenly felt the person in his arms stir, and he quickly returned to reality. Luo Ro opened her eyes to find herself in Yang Fan's arms with him gazing at her. Her face flushed, and instinctively she tried to push him away, but her body was too weak to break free. You? Let me go. We've already seen each other intimately. Oh, what's there to be shy about? Do you have no shame? We're married. Is that shameless? Yang Fan teased. Seeing Luo Rao's delicate and dependent demeanor, he couldn't help but jest. The once noble daughter of a wealthy family, now fallen from grace, had been picked up by this commoner like himself. Just then a gentle call came from outside the door. Yang Fan Ruer, are you awake? I've prepared a meal. Mom, I'm awake. He'll be right down. Luo Ro answered first. Alright, if you feel you haven't slept enough, you can rest more. They'll have Yang Fan bring the food up, and you can eat in bed. No need. Hearing their exchange, Yang Fan gave the woman in his arms a strange look. He couldn't help but ask, do you have a split personality? No. Then why is your attitude so different toward me and my parents? To good people I am good. To bad people I am bad. Luo Ro explained while dressing. I've already explained yesterday's incident. That's not what you think. Yang Fan rubbed his temples wearily. It's better to judge by actions than by words. With that, Luo Ro went downstairs alone. As expected of a wealthy household, the ingredients in the fridge were all second and third grade demon beast meat. The atmosphere at the table was momentarily awkward. Apart from Yang Fan, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong both regarded Luo Ro the heiress with caution, hesitant to touch their chopsticks. Luo Ro picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, her face instantly breaking into a smile. Mom's cooking is wonderful. I want to eat this every day. Sun Rong breathed a sigh of relief and the dining mood eased considerably. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but admire Luo Ro. His wife's talent for winning over elders was truly unmatched. Unlike him, who could never get his parents to believe anything he said. For a moment, Yang Fan felt that if things continued this way, he would soon lose their favor. After dinner, Yang Fan went upstairs and directly transferred 5 million faith points to Luo Ro's right hand. Feeling the changes within her divine realm, Luo Ro looked puzzled and asked, why did you transfer 5 million faith points to me? I will transfer to you every month until I have the ability to heal you. For now, use the water of life to sustain yourself, Yang Fan stated plainly. Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion, misunderstanding, and a hint of wariness. Although 5 million faith points were far less than the assets she had given to Yang Fan, she never imagined he would transfer funds to her. A scumbag is typically one who only takes and never gives right. Luo Ro thought in confusion, wondering if she had misunderstood him or whether Yang Fan was simply playing a long game, fishing for something bigger. However, her divine realm currently had no assets left, only a few faith points reserved for purchasing basic supplies. There were no fish to bait him with. At present, her only value lay in having a first-tier deity for a grandfather, but targeting the assets of a divine being was tantamount to courting death. Luo Ro hesitated, unsure of what to say. What? It's nothing. I suggest you only consider the rights and obligations within the contract. Overthinking might leave you with nothing to gain. What do you mean? Never mind if you don't understand. Luo Ro huffed and continued to lie on the bed, preparing to rest. With 5 drops of the water of life helping to suppress the toxic fumes in her divine realm, she had slept well last night and wanted to catch up on her sleep. I need to attend a class in the virtual world. Please do not disturb me unless it's important, Yang Fan instructed before putting on his helmet. As Yang Fan entered the classroom, all eyes fell upon him. Brother Yang, good morning. Many people came forward to greet him. Yang Fan's status in Class 7 of Senior 3 was now on par with Li Shuhua. Foster father, this way, I've saved a seat for you. Zhang Pang exclaimed as he jumped up. Seeing his playful demeanor, Yang Fan smiled knowingly and walked over. Sitting down beside Zhang Pang, Yang Fan noticed that his friend appeared somewhat reserved. What's wrong? Yang Fan inquired. Foster father. No, just call me Brother Yang. That title is only needed once. That feels odd if used repeatedly. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. All right, Brother Yang. I heard you married into the Luo family and are now their second-tier genius, Zhang Pang said with a curious expression. How did you know? Yang Fan was equally surprised that this had only happened yesterday. How could the news spread? Word has spread throughout the school. There are quite a few direct descendants of the Luo family in Class 1 of Senior 3. Through the chat groups, news travels quickly, and by this morning, basically everyone in the school knows. Zhang Pang explained. Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, considering it an implicit agreement. Brother Yang, you're truly impressive. You encountered such good fortune. The Luo family is one of the 2 major families, and you've essentially soared to the heights of a dragon. Zhang Pang said with envy. Being a son-in-law of the Luo family is not something just anyone can achieve. They clearly recognized Yang Fan's potential. When are you coming to my house for dinner? Remember to bring your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law is unwell and cannot go out. You can come to my house. All right, I'll come over tonight for a meal. My family has moved. I'll send you the address later. You moved so quickly. As they were engrossed in their conversation, Li Qingying entered the classroom. At that moment, her gaze also lingered on Yang Fan for a brief moment. After the first major assessment in school, some students merely went through the motions, while others gained substantial rewards. The event has passed, so I will refrain from criticism or praise here. What you need to prepare for next is the midterm exam, especially for those in our class who follow the war faction. This will be an important class division exam for you. Not only will the school provide corresponding rewards, but the factions you belong to will also use this exam as a basis for evaluation and rank setting. The midterm exam in 3 months is the second most significant assessment after the college entrance examination. From now on, there can be no slacking. Yes, teacher. The students responded in unison. Today we will discuss the growth path of believers. Yang Fan, do you have any insights? Li Qingying called on him directly. Again, Yang Fan felt a pang of frustration. He really disliked answering questions in class. All he wanted was to listen attentively and absorb knowledge, yet here, he was becoming a representative student. He didn't like the pressure of being in class. Ahem, Teacher Li, I don't have any unique insights, Yang Fan said awkwardly. Really? Li Qingying looked at him skeptically, not believing his response at all. Having scored over 20 points in the first prosperity assessment, it was evident he had been studying hard in the library. How could he possibly not know this? Having felt deceived by Yang Fan once before, Li Qingying sensed that he was once again playing the fool. She was somewhat helpless. This top student in her class seemed too low-key, making it difficult to use him as a model. Li Shuhua, you speak. Li Qingying turned to him. Li Shuhua stood up and spoke confidently. Once believers reach the mortal status, they begin to break through the tiers from first-tier beings to fifth-tier beings. After that, the divine realm must choose a development path, which is what the teacher refers to as the path. Currently, there are 3 main development paths for human divine realms. Cultivation path, cultivating techniques from the inside out. Believers' spiritual roots generally fall into 5 categories: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with realms, including chi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Martial path, cultivating techniques from the outside in, with realms, including martial apprentice, martial master, martial king, and martial emperor. Mechanical path, not primarily relying on techniques for cultivation, but opting for technological modifications of the body, categorized into first-tier intelligent life, second-tier intelligent life, and so forth. In addition to the 3 mainstream paths, there are also spiritual paths like the illusory god path and the virus-driven zombie path. However, information on other paths is scarce, often only suitable for specific groups, and their development direction is overly singular, so unless there are special circumstances, they are not recommended for trial. Based on Li Shuhua's response, Li Qingying was quite satisfied. Not bad, as expected from our class top student. Even after becoming a second-tier genius of the Li family, you still take the time to learn various knowledge. Keep it up, and your future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I still have much to learn in theoretical knowledge, and wouldn't dare to show off in front of my classmates. At this point, Li Shuhua specifically glanced at Yang Fan. Currently, the unofficial top scholar in Class 7 of Senior 3 is Yang Fan. Even though he answers, I don't know, when faced with questions in class, everyone still believes he is just being low-key. Feeling the admiring gazes of those around him, Yang Fan found it somewhat uncomfortable. What Li Shuhua had just said, he genuinely did not know. How had everyone started to deify him? The entire class listened with great attentiveness, especially those students who harbored hopes of advancing to demigod status. Li Qingying elucidated the developmental trajectory, strengths, and weaknesses of each path with clarity. Yang Fan too pricked up his ears and sat up straight. This concludes today's lecture. For those of you who aspire to break through to demigod or even deity status, preparations must commence from this moment onward. Should you choose the path of cultivation, you may begin nurturing various spiritual plants and fruits within your divine kingdom. If your followers consume these celestial treasures over an extended period, the probability of birthing geniuses with spiritual roots will increase dramatically. Similarly, the martial path requires the cultivation of precious medicines capable of tempering the physique. The mechanical path necessitates familial support to procure a mechanical heart at the earliest opportunity. With these words, Li Qingying's figure dissolved from the virtual world. After the teacher departed, Li Shihao rose and announced, "Fellow male comrades, let's gather at the usual place. Today the bill's on me. Long live Brother Hao." That's our Hao, always looking out for his brothers. The boys in the class erupted with excitement, their faces alight with adoration, utterly indifferent to the girls' reactions. The girls, however, found themselves in an awkward position. With the addition of Yang Fan, a formidable talent, to Class 7's roster of geniuses alongside Li Shuhao, exchanging insights on divine kingdom development with such individuals would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits. Yet Li Shuhao harbored an unwavering fondness for Tianxiang Renjian, and since he hadn't extended an invitation to them, the girls felt it inappropriate to impose themselves. Why must it always be Tianxiang Renjian? Can't we go somewhere else? These guys are so cringeworthy. I definitely won't marry any of them in the future. Many of the girls silently grumbled. Arriving at the private room of Tianxiang Renjian, Yang Fan and Li Shuhao took the seats farthest inside, directly facing the entrance. Wang Jinyu sat to Li Shuhao's right, while Zhang Peng, owing to his connection with Yang Fan, seated himself on Yang Fan's left. The other students took their seats casually, as they were all destined for logistical roles as deities, their future achievements largely similar. Brother Yang, allow me to congratulate you on securing investment from the Luo family. You are certain to soar to great heights and become a true deity. Li Shuhao raised his glass in salute. The other students likewise lifted their glasses toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan was now a vastly different figure from just a few days ago, already a scion of a prominent family. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become an object of universal admiration in the future. You're too kind. Let's progress together from now on, Yang Fan replied courteously. Even when he awakened his divine kingdom with an SS-grade talent, Yang Fan had remained unassuming, let alone now that he had become a second-tier genius of the Luo family. Yang Fan truly felt little stir from this development, regarding it merely as a smoothing of his future path, hardly a monumental opportunity. Yet his composed demeanor struck others as profoundly inscrutable. To secure the Luo family's investment and still maintain such equanimity, truly he was the top scholar of the class. This attitude of neither elation at gain nor dejection at loss made him seem as though he had lived for centuries. Li Shihao gave a thumbs up and said, I still have much to learn from you, Brother Yang. It is I who should learn from you. The questions you answered in class today broadened my horizons considerably. Yang Fan spoke earnestly. Damn it, don't play that pretending to be weak game with me. With so many classmates here, Li Shuhei's face flushed slightly as he shot Yang Fan a glare. Witnessing this, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had merely voiced his genuine thoughts. Why had the other grown angry? We're all classmates, just joking around. Don't be so serious. Come on everyone, let's drink. Zhang Pang interjected, lightening the mood. Why, let's drink. It's been nearly half a month since our last gathering due to the exams. By the way, Wang Jinyu, I've cultivated about 500 adult Bodhi treasure snakes. Are you interested? Yes, I'll take as many as you have. I have a batch of A-grade spiritual ice begonias in my divine kingdom. When used as medicine, long-term consumption is beneficial for awakening spiritual roots. Brother Yang, if you plan to follow the cultivation path, I can help you cultivate them. We can negotiate the price. And me? I have 3 miniature mineral veins in my divine kingdom. Are you still in need of subordinate deities? Everyone chimed in with their offers, but the conversation invariably revolved around Li Shuhao and Yang Fan. Yang Fan in particular had now risen to prominence, and since no one had heard of him having any subordinate deities, the other students naturally sought to latch on as such a powerful figure. I already have 3 subordinate deities, Matzi Wei Feng and Yuma. I don't need any for now, Li Shuhao said, shaking his head. The 3 he mentioned were precisely the classmates in Class 7 with the best resource-oriented talents for divine kingdoms. One possessed planting talent, another had animal husbandry talent, and the third had a small mineral vein within their divine kingdom. Having more subordinate deities was not necessarily better. Once a contract was signed, the subordinate deity's divine kingdom would be open to the patron, who would not only need to station troops for protection, but also dispatch reinforcements in the event of an invasion, potentially triggering a divine kingdom war. Benefits and risks were inherently intertwined. When others became your subordinate deities, they sold resources from their divine kingdoms at low prices and prioritized your needs. Such advantages could not be obtained for nothing. Although there was no risk of war before graduation and having subordinate deities was entirely beneficial for one's divine kingdom development, the gains obtained now would have to be repaid in the future. The subordinate deity contract operated under higher rules than federal law, akin to an oath sworn between deities. Violating it would bring divine punishment upon the divine kingdom, and in severe cases could even shatter the kingdom's core. This was precisely why many logistical divine kingdoms chose to become subordinate deities during their school years. First, classmates were relatively trustworthy. Second, once in society facing the pressure of divine kingdom invasions, their bargaining power would be minimal. To ensure their safety, they would have to sell their divine kingdom resources at rock-bottom prices. Many eyes turned toward Yang Fan. In Class 7 of the senior third year, only Li Shuhao, Yang Fan, and Wang Jinyu were qualified to take on subordinate deities. Li Shuhao had no intention of accepting more subordinate deities, and discerning observers could see that Yang Fan's potential far surpassed Wang Jinyu's. Given the chance, everyone hoped to become Yang Fan's subordinate deity. The stronger the patron deity, the higher the status of their subordinate deities. Which of the grain merchants, weapon workshops, or butchers in the districts hadn't latched onto a powerful deity? Otherwise, with so many resources sitting in their divine kingdoms, they would have been invaded long ago. I haven't thought that far ahead yet, Yang Fan said indifferently. With his evolution talent, Yang Fan had no shortage of basic resources whatsoever, and thus felt no motivation to develop subordinate deities. The crowd's faces fell with disappointment. Brother Yang, if you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Same here. My father is planning to take out a loan to buy me another miniature mineral vein. Not to mention anything else, I can supply you with weapons throughout your student years. Yang Fan acknowledged each of them, but inwardly he remained unimpressed. Old Wang, your exam results were pretty good this time too. Did you secure any investment? The classmate who had sold the Bodhi treasure snakes asked Wang Jinyu. Wang Jinyu nodded. The Ma family gave me 20 crate buildings and a monthly subsidy of 100 faith points. The Ma family. You mean that big grain merchant from Yang County? Brother Wang, that's impressive. That's a substantial investment. Many classmates wore expressions of envy. A monthly subsidy of 100 was an astronomical sum for an ordinary family. I've recouped the initial investment, Wang Jinyu said with a faint smile, not entirely satisfied but not disappointed either. Compared to Yang Fan's investment, his own was utterly insignificant, but for himself, it was at least a way to account for himself to his family. For the remainder of the evening, everyone traded updates about the development of their respective divine realms, investments in those realms, how followers might augment their strength, and the various beasts and spirit flora they had encountered. After listening for a while, Yang Fan could not help but frown. Ever since receiving the Luo family's investment, the subjects his classmates spoke of seemed to exist on an entirely different plane. Many of their so-called experiences held no practical lessons for him. For example, with the Bailing Shuichi reliably producing blood pills, the low-tier spirit metrics classmates touted as ways to strengthen followers were rendered unnecessary. Or take divine realm investments. Yang Fan's monthly income now hovered in the tens of millions, so he had no interest in trifling high-risk ventures. It occurred to Yang Fan that there would be no point in attending these class reunions anymore. People climb upward while water flows downward. If those conversations held no value for him, he might as well save the time and spend it browsing the deity forums alone. Sated and tipsy, Li Shihao had arranged private rooms for everyone. Soon only he and Yang Fan remained. Getting Luo family investment and still coming to this gathering. Don't you find it dull? Li Shihao chuckled. Yang Fan nodded and asked with some curiosity, you really enjoy organizing these sorts of events? Bear in mind Li Shihao's situation mirrored his. At this echelon of gathering, one could offer advice to others, but seldom receive any tangible aid in return. Yang Fan could not fathom such a waste of time. Divine realm growth depends chiefly on internal evolution. Pouring resources in and watching them doesn't accomplish much. Besides studying in the library, I must find some diversion. Don't you enjoy the sensation of everyone orbiting around you like stars circling the moon? Li Shihao said with unabashed pride. Hearing that, Yang Fan could only give a rueful half-smile. Turns out the boy simply liked to posture. On a more serious note, I was assigned by the group owner to invite you into a chat group. I sent you a link. Group owner. Yang Fan glanced at the sudden notice. Yangxian Genius Exchange Class of 2026. You are invited to join. He tapped with his right hand. Within moments, the admin approved him, and a flurry of messages appeared. A newcomer. Any red packets? Welcome, Yang Fan. New members, please change your remark real name system, prefix your faction before your... So this is Brother Yang Fan. I'm Typhone from the Blacksmiths Association. If your Divine Realm followers need weaponry, come to me. Prices are favorable, I guarantee they'll beat them all. We should drink together sometime. I'm Wang Yuan from the Li family's outsiders. Li Shihao added, first time joining the group. Might as well send 100,000 faith points as a courtesy red packet. Yang Fan nodded. He no longer cared about such expenditures. Once the newcomer red packet appeared, many in the group were drawn out like moths to a flame. He opened the packet and found the luckiest claimant was a familiar name. Luo Bing 30,000. The group owner is impressive. Of 100 claimants, she grabbed 30,000. Li Shihao, having only snatched a paltry 199 faith points, felt nearly sick with envy. Is everyone in this group from Class 1's geniuses? Yang Fan asked. More or less, Li replied. Mostly the next generation of Yangxian's prominent families, though there are also those who stood out after awakening in the divine realm or excelling in competitions. The group owner is Luo Bing, the deputy is Li Tianheng. Those two are the top prodigies of our... You earlier thought our Class 7 reunion meaningless. Everyone in this group are the school's elite, many born to influential families. Their foundations in the divine realm, their worldly insight, and their information channels surpass ours. Li Shihao confessed awkwardly that the grandiose things he boasted about at past reunions were largely things he had merely repeated from them. No wonder, I half expected the Li family to have a deity lecturing us. As if Li said, do you think those deities have spare time? He went on, rolling his eyes. At the end of the day, however gifted we are still divine beings in miniature. In the eyes of true deities, we remain ants. Unless you are a direct relative, a second-rate prodigy, like me, won't even earn a greeting from the elders. Whether lesser divine beings, demigods, or full deities, mutual trade and cooperation are required. Helping one another and jointly exploring the unknown is the norm. If you lock your gates and fight alone, you will only find yourself left further and further behind. This chat group is a small circle of mutual recognition, a place to trade resources, share intelligence, and sometimes organize events. In the future, after we graduate to university, members here can form offensive and defensive alliances. Don't mute the group, it will prove useful to us. Li Shuhao's expression turned earnest. Yang Fan nodded. Thanks. Let's not bother with formalities. We're both from class 7 year 3, though our bond is naturally tighter than with others. Just then a barbed message appeared in the group. He's only a Luo family son-in-law. Since when did the entry threshold drop so low? The remark came from Luo Mingxuan, noted as a direct line scion of the Luo family. Yang Fan's brow tightened as he read the message. Li Shihao could not help but say, "Yesterday when they were debating whether you were qualified to join, that fellow was being sarcastic. You only just joined the Luo family. How did you manage to offend him?" Yang Fan shook his head. "I don't know him." "Then that's strange. Maybe he's just a troublemaker, a hothead," Li muttered in disgust. They reminded themselves that all of these people were classmates. Being admitted to the group signaled sufficient potential. Divine realm development was a marathon. No one could predict the future. Thus, even if they privately looked down on one another, they wore smiles in public, since cooperation might arise at any time. Someone who openly mocked as Luo Mingxian did was certainly an outlier. He has the talent to deserve entry. Any objections? The group owner Luo Bing's voice cut in. At her words, the entire group fell silent. Luo Bing was the unquestioned leader of Yangxian's senior class. When she spoke, none dared contradict her. In the real world, Luo Mingxian slammed his virtual helmet onto the floor in fury. "A mere commoner dares to compete for people with me. Just wait." Unable to take his ire out on Luo Bing, Luo Mingxian redirected it toward Yang Fan, who had remained silent. In the virtual space, Yang Fan received a private message from Luo Bing. "Don't worry about Luo Mingxian. If he causes trouble, contact me. Take care of my cousin." Luo Bing had spoken on his behalf for the sake of Luo Ro. Yang Fan felt a flush of surprise. He now had a convenient wife, and even knew this icy beauty. With that realization, he felt awkward staying overnight at the Tianxiang Inn. Under Li Shihao's knowing look, "I understand you." Yang Fan returned to reality. At this moment, Luo Ro had already finished her bath and was lying on the bed. Looking at Yang Fan, she directly commanded, "Take your medicine, take a bath, get in bed, and let's get things done." Her tone was as if she was assigning tasks, causing Yang Fan to roll his eyes. "Do you know Luo Mingxian?" Yang Fan suddenly asked. Upon hearing this name, Luo Rao's expression changed slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. "Has he caused you trouble?" Seeing Luo Rao's change in demeanor, Yang Fan couldn't help but think as expected. He had just joined the Luo family and didn't even know everyone. How could he possibly offend him? The only possibility was that his wife had some past grievances with the other party. "Not really trouble." Yang Fan shook his head. "Luo Mingxian is of average talent, but both his parents are first-tier deities. I am a year ahead of him. Before my divine kingdom was damaged, he had pursued me, but was rejected by me. Later, when I encountered problems, my grandfather initially intended to give a substantial dowry based on our previous relationship, hoping we would marry and have a child. However, he developed a disdain for me, not only demanding a hefty sum of core assets from my grandfather's divine kingdom, but also insisting on a clause in the prenuptial agreement stating he would not bear any child-rearing costs afterward. Thus, the two families had some unpleasantness. It is likely because of this that he holds animosity towards you." Luo Ro did not hide this. At this moment, there was a hint of apology in her gaze towards Yang Fan. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but lament the ruthlessness of these scions from powerful families. Not only did he demand a large dowry, but he also didn't want to raise his own offspring. "Who do you think you are? Is your gene that valuable?" No wonder Luo Chengfeng's prenuptial agreement was so biased towards him as an outsider. It turns out he had past experiences. "Don't worry about it, I promise I will definitely help you recover." Yang Fan gently kissed her, then went to take a bath. In the bed, Yang Fan turned over and lay on top of Luo Ro. "It doesn't hurt as much today. You can do whatever you want," Luo Ro said softly. Looking at her, giving a demeanor of submission, Yang Fan wanted to show off, but chose to be gentle, considering, "Ru, I plan to invite a friend over for breakfast tomorrow." After finishing, Yang Fan said, That's fine." Luo Ro waved her hand, already too tired to move. After Yang Fan sent the villa address to Zhang Peng, he held Luo Ro and drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, the voice of Sun Rong came from outside the door. "Feiner Xiaozhang has arrived. The food is almost ready. You and Ro girl should wake up and get up." Yang Fan replied and started getting dressed with Luo Ro. "Is this friend really important? Should I put on makeup?" Luo Ro asked. Living in a powerful family, Luo Ro placed great importance on etiquette. Although Yang Fan came from a humble background, he was now her husband, and she would still try to take care of Yang Fan's reputation in front of outsiders. "He's my best buddy. No need to be too formal, just wear casual clothes." Although there is now a significant gap in our statuses, interpersonal relationships aren't solely based on interests. There are always some childhood friends, and no matter if you are a deity or a divine being, you can still sit at a roadside stall for barbecue. Yang Fan explained. Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan in surprise, her gaze showing a slight change in opinion towards this interest-driven scoundrel. In the living room, Zhang Peng was very casual, knocking and inspecting the high-end furniture. Brother Yang, you've really made it big. This villa in Yang City is only eligible for deities and their families to reside in, and the living environment is indeed different. Zhang Pang said with envy on his face. Seeing Luo Ro standing beside Yang Fan, Zhang Pang immediately stood straight and saluted her with a standard military salute. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Yang Guest's little brother, sorry to intrude. If you have any commands in the future, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. You? Hello, Luo Ro said softly. It was her first time meeting someone like Zhang Pang. Although he wore a flattering expression, his eyes were very clear, as if he truly intended to follow through on his words. It's time to eat, Yang Tiexing called out while helping Sun roam. Zhang Pang had grown up watching him, and after moving to their new residence, both elders were very happy to have visitors from Minghui community. I actually wanted to come over for a free meal last night, but who would have thought that Li Shihao would treat us? I couldn't pass up such a good deal, Zhang Pang said while eating, still mumbling. Treat? Where? Yang Tiexing casually asked. Tian with tea house. Yes, their tea is very good. Zhang Pang lowered his head, thinking to himself how close he was to spilling the beans. How can young people drink tea for that long? I really don't understand them now. Zhang Pang didn't respond, fearing he would say something wrong with Luo Ro nearby. After all, his older brother was already a married man, and even if Tianxiang Rinjian didn't involve bodily transactions, some women still consider spiritual infidelity as infidelity. It's worth noting that Yang Gu was the one who married into the family. Zhang Pang wished he could slap himself twice. It was all the fault of his loose tongue. Yang Fan took a bite of the spirit fruit on the table and asked, do you have something to discuss in the real world? Regarding this best buddy, Yang Fan was quite familiar. He had noticed something was off with Zhang Pang's expression when he invited him for dinner yesterday. My dad asked me to build a relationship with you as soon as possible and become your divine servant. You weren't online in the virtual world, and there were too many people in class and gatherings. If I got rejected, that would be embarrassing for me. With Yang Fan breaking the ice, Zhang Pang spilled his heart out. Yang Tiexing and Sun Rong quickly got up and moved to the kitchen. These past few days they had learned through various channels about their son's performance at school. It was understandable that some classmates wanted to become divine servants. The divine servant contract is very important. It's better for the older generation not to interfere with the affairs of the younger generation. No problem, Yang Fan readily agreed. Really? You agreed just like that? The contract hasn't even been signed. My dad said that with your talent you are very likely to become a deity in the future. As long as the resources of the divine kingdom are not less than 50, it can be agreed upon. Zhang Pang stated frankly. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan had not yet reacted, but Luo Ro beside him could no longer hold back. What is wrong with this person? The divine servant contract hasn't even been discussed, and you directly revealed your bottom line. Are you two this close? The divine servant contract isn't negotiated like this. Luo Ro couldn't help but remind him. She had once had her own divine servant, and negotiations in the virtual world required detailed discussions under 360-degree surveillance. It couldn't be concluded in just a few hours. These two were different. One casually agreed, while the other directly revealed his bottom line. Luo Ro felt that negotiating with these country bumpkins was too wild. Oh, she wanted to return to the city. We're brothers. If my big brother has meat to eat, how can I have less soup? Zhang Pang patted his chest, looking. Zhang Pang had already made up his mind. Even selling the resources of his divine kingdom at a 50% discount would not trouble him. At worst, it would only temporarily hinder the development of his divine kingdom. Once Yang Fan became a deity, he could, like his father, open a grain shop in Minghui community and realize the dream of joining the middle class. No need to sell to me at a discount. Keep the grain grown in your divine kingdom for your own development. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile. He had no interest in the meager resources within Zhang Pang's divine kingdom. Making him a vassal deity was not about profit, but about looking after his close friend. Brother Yang, this isn't right. Zhang Pang was taken aback. If you can cultivate spirit rice or crops that improve the aptitude of your followers, you can sell them to me then. My divine kingdom is developing well. There's no need to drain yours. Yang Fan spoke earnestly. He grasped his friend's right hand and connected their consciousness to the divine kingdom. Let's go through the formalities, Yang Fan said softly. God Yang Fan and God Zhang Pang hereby sign a vassal deity contract. In the event of an invasion of either divine kingdom, the other shall dispatch troops for support. Additional terms none. God Yang Fan agrees. God Zhang Pang agrees. A surge of rule-based power manifested within their divine kingdoms. Yang Fan sensed a one-way passage connecting his divine kingdom to Zhang Pang's, allowing him to dispatch troops at any time. Godfather, you are far too good to me. Zhang Pang was so moved, he nearly wept. Get lost. Finish eating and head back to class. I don't have an extra virtual helmet for you. All right. Though the contract is signed, Brother Yang, if you ever need anything, just say the word. My divine kingdom now produces 1,000 tons of grain annually along with some crade and grade spiritual plants. Just give me a shout. After Zhang Pang left, Luo Ro cast a peculiar glance at Yang Fan. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just surprised by your actions. I used to freeload meals at his place when we were kids. I'm just helping a friend. I don't care about the resources in his divine kingdom. Yang Fan explained. Luo Ro shook her head. I just feel you're different from what I imagined. Willing to sign such a vassal contract for a friend hardly seemed like the act of someone who only cares about profit. At that moment, a glimmer of trust toward Yang Fan stirred within Luo Ro. Perhaps he wasn't the kind of scoundrel who would exploit a family's downfall. Maybe there was a genuine reason behind his earlier demand for those assets. Returning to the room, with Luo Ro, Yang Fan put on his helmet and began the day's studies. In the days that followed, Yang Fan's life settled into a steady rhythm. Apart from attending classes, he devoted his time to the Genius Exchange Group and the Deity Forum. Each night, after fulfilling his marital duties, he would check on his divine kingdom before resting. Since being verbally reprimanded by Luo Bing, Luo Mingxian rarely spoke in the group. To maximize resource utilization, Yang Fan posted any questions about divine kingdom development in the group without hesitation, caring little if others thought him ignorant. Through such relentless inquiry, he indeed gleaned much useful information. 10 days passed in the real world while a century elapsed within his divine kingdom. With the supply of blood pills and abundant longan meat, the population of his followers slowly recovered over the century, and several first-order beings emerged. Followers, first-order beings, 14 mortals, 100. Yang Fan understood that with the current resources in his divine kingdom, the follower population would continue to grow, but it would take time. In the virtual world, the Yang County Genius Exchange Group. I've heard news that the frontline battle against alien deities is brutal and the demand for the top-grade wound medicine, extreme hemostatic powder, is enormous. This medicine requires a grade spiritual plant called coagulation flower, offering short-term profits. Where did you get this news, brotherly? What's the rate of return? From a senior disciple of my grandfather, who's on the front line. Yang Fan watched the group chat, already accustomed to such discussions. Even members of prominent families were keen on divine kingdom investments, as faith points were always in short supply. Coagulation flowers are easy to cultivate. Just plant them in fertile soil, but the growth cycle is long, requiring 200 years in the divine kingdom. According to my grandfather, the shortage of these flowers won't be resolved within a year. Planting them now could yield at least 2 rounds of excess returns. This investment has high returns and low risk, definitely worth a try. Seeing this, Yang Fan's expression grew serious. Easy to cultivate, long growth cycle. Wasn't this perfect for him? With that thought, Yang Fan immediately checked the marketplace. Coagulation flower seeds, X100 price, 100 faith points. Seller's note: simple to sow, but these flowers need ample sunlight and water, requiring sparse planting over large tracts of farmland. Maturation cycle: 200 years in the divine kingdom. Mature coagulation flowers, X100 plants, price, 300 faith points, grade spiritual plant, restocking. Seeing this, Yang Fan was mostly convinced of the earlier claim. In 200 real-world days, the return rate could reach 200. With his tenfold evolution talent, he could harvest a batch in just 20 days. Yang Fan's eyes gleamed brighter. If used wisely, this could be his chance to profit handsomely from the war. Just then, another message popped up in the group. I just checked. The news is likely true. But the 200-day real-world growth cycle is too long, and it requires extensive land reclamation. Quite troublesome. Exactly. If we invest too little, it's pointless. But large-scale planting could severely damage the divine kingdom's ecosystem. I'm torn. I just ordered seeds and plan to have my vassal deities plant them. With such high returns, they'll take 90% of the profit, and they'll still make a good deal. Makes sense. But my vassal deities specialize in livestock and forging, so I can't invest much in this. Although the message sparked discussion, the interest soon faded due to the long growth cycle and the trouble of land reclamation. Yang Fan stopped monitoring the group and began searching the Deity Forum for posts about extreme hemostatic powder and coagulation flowers. After cross-referencing multiple sources, Yang Fan hesitated no longer and invested 40 million faith points directly. His first investment was a whopping 4 million seeds. Upon obtaining the resource cards, Yang Fan immediately loaded them into his divine kingdom and issued a divine decree. My followers in the coming days send all adult males to convert all suitable flatlands into farmland. Then plant the coagulation flower seeds. These flowers need ample sunlight and water, and they grow large. Maintain a minimum distance of 10 meters between each seed. We obey the divine decree. The followers would never defy the gods' commands, even if they didn't understand them. The environment in the divine kingdom was not entirely suitable for farming. Besides forests and mountains, there were vast ocean areas. Since Yang Fan had not focused on agricultural development, the reclaimed land was scattered. It took nearly 1,000 followers several years to clear enough land for the 4 million seeds. The area spanned a full 5,000 square kilometers. Seeing this, young fan sighed inwardly. I thought this million square kilometer territory was vast enough, but it's still insufficient. As a deity, Yang Fan knew the approximate arable land within his divine kingdom. If he had the followers continue reclamation, they could free up at most another 5,000 square kilometers. Thus, he could plant up to 8 million coagulation flower seeds at once, requiring an investment of 80 million faith points. Under the influence of his evolutionary talent, over the past 20 days in the real world, an income of 240 million was generated with a gross profit of 160 million. Such earnings are beyond the scope of mere profit for a divine being like him. I am about to become wealthy. Yang Fan was extremely excited. This was the benefit that came from his identity. It being a second-tier genius of the Luo family allowed him the opportunity to join the Genius Communication Group. These confidential pieces of information are completely inaccessible to ordinary divine beings. Only the children of prestigious families who have deities backing them have the chance to understand them. Yang Fan was able to ride this opportunity to soar. Yang Fan forcefully suppressed his inner excitement, trying to act as usual. After planting the blood flower in his divine realm, he issued a divine decree instructing his followers to cultivate the remaining fields. In just 3 days of reality, the divine realm had already experienced 30 years with followers extensively cultivating farmland to plant blood flowers, which began to affect the entire ecological environment of the divine realm. The plains had rich soil and abundant water resources, making them the best living environment for herbivorous creatures like antelopes, horses, and cattle. However, due to this investment, the creatures were forced to migrate. Areas that had previously maintained ecological balance saw a significant reduction in living space due to the influx of many other creatures, leading to mass deaths. Yang Fan was completely unconcerned about this as compared to the enormous profits. This minor ecological damage was negligible. He could easily maintain ecological balance through external investment. As long as his followers did not experience mass deaths, these biological assets were not worth paying attention to. Yang Fan only regretted that his cultivated area was too small. If conditions allowed, he would have even considered filling the rivers. Greed leads to downfall. One eats as much as their capability allows. I must learn to be content, Yang Fan silently reminded himself with a deep breath. In these past few days, Yang Fan had become even more low-key, diligently attending classes and selectively participating in class activities, trying to blend in. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Fan entered the divine realm and retrieved the 4 million blood flowers along with the produced moonlight, dew, and sun essence, putting them up for sale online. The blood flowers were indeed in high demand. As soon as Yang Fan listed them, they were snatched up. Sale successful. All blood flowers sold. Income of 1.2 billion. Sale successful. 20 drops of moonlight dew sold. Income of 2,000. Sale successful. 50 drops of sun essence sold. Income of 5,000. Sale successful. Notifications from Taotao Network continued to arrive, and within just a quarter of an hour, all items he listed were sold out. Income of 1.44 billion belief points, deducting personal income tax of 10 and platform transaction fee of 2. Current income is 1.267 billion. The belief points have been deposited into the divine realm. This transaction amount is substantial for Yang Fan, but in the context of the entire trading platform, it barely makes a ripple. Moreover, today's marketplace transactions are entirely facilitated by intelligent life, with no human interference. Coupled with the federal government's personal information protection laws, Yang Fan has no worries about anyone knowing how much he earned. Those who have the ability to know about Yang Fan's account transactions are simply not interested, while ordinary people cannot access it. This is one of the major benefits of today's society. Although one cannot escape taxation for the vast majority, there exists absolute fairness in transactions. Opening a shop or company does not require departmental approval, though anything can be sold without any official restrictions. With the rise of intelligent life, such a free ecology has naturally emerged, leading to booming commerce. With a substantial amount of belief points coming in, Yang Fan did not hesitate at all and purchased another 8 million bloodflower seeds to fill all the cultivated farmland. God Master Yang Fan. Divine Realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the divine realm by 10. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the divine realm currently hidden. Followers first tier beings, 34 mortals, 25000. Techniques, Federation body refinement technique, muscle transformation, and marrow cleansing technique, all spirits return to origin array, small success. Belief points 53. 42 million, provide 7. 5 daily. Buildings, Moon Wells x 400, Sun Springs x 400, Grade Building by Ling Blood Pool x 1. Assets bloodflower seedlings x8 million grade spiritual plant. Soul nurturing with 1000 years x100 grade spiritual plant. Since planting the bloodflowers, followers only need to patrol regularly to prevent damage from other creatures, spending the rest of the time on reproduction and cultivation. Because of this, the population of the divine realm and the first-tier beings can steadily increase. Even if followers have practiced the muscle transformation and marrow cleansing technique, their consumption of meat has increased, but with the supply of 5 adult Tai Sui and the continuously produced blood pills, their food remains abundant. In these 200 years, the population should have increased significantly, but the living environment has limited their development. In simple terms, the population density is too high. The more people there are, the more crowded the living space becomes. Additionally, with the activity of cultivation, which allows them to constantly feel the process of becoming stronger, their desire to reproduce naturally decreases. Currently outside the tribe, as long as the land is level, it is basically planted with bloodflowers. If not for this, his followers would likely have already begun to expand the tribe size rather than crowding into the 5 main cities. Yang Fan is not in a hurry about this. While a large population can increase the probability of talented individuals emerging, having the evolutionary talent means that the current population base of 2500 is temporarily sufficient. Human development is a process of survival of the fittest. Those with good talents and high comprehension are more likely to survive and have offspring. Over generations, this remains a positive influence on the entire civilization. Compared to the advantages of the population itself, the resource benefits brought by bloodflowers are even more. On the other hand, due to the existence of blood pills, the number of first-tier beings among followers has greatly increased over these 200 years, yet there are still no second-tier beings. Through communications with those talented individuals, Yang Fan also discovered the reason. Children from prestigious families with backgrounds often purchase the pills produced in the cultivation divine realms. One pill can significantly aid followers in the muscle transformation and marrow cleansing technique, greatly enhancing their qualifications, yet the price is quite expensive. In comparison, blood pills produced in the Bai Ling blood pool, which can be mass-produced, are seen as inferior. While they are abundant, their quality is lacking. Yang Fan is not in a hurry about this. For now, a large amount of capital still needs to be invested in the divine realm. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Only as long as there are enough resources plus the evolutionary talent, he will easily surpass others. After this period of interaction with these family geniuses, Yang Fan's understanding of the development of the divine realm has completely changed. Previously, he would consider the stability of the ecosystem, species diversity, and the sustainable development and self-sufficiency of the divine realm. However, after interacting with these geniuses, Yang Fan discovered that they followed an entirely different route. Excess land is used to plant spiritual plants, water is used to raise spiritual beasts, and mountains and skies are used to nurture demon beasts. Everyone can do these things, but the only purpose of these family geniuses doing so is to earn belief points, which they sell periodically, completely indifferent to whether it affects the ecosystem. All the resources obtained are invested in the cultivation of followers, with strength always being the top priority. What if the ecological balance is disrupted? Just buy some resources to replenish. As long as those creatures do not starve, it is fine. What if low-tier demon beasts die in large numbers? That is simply due to their inability to adapt. Just replace them with a new batch that is reasonably priced and has strong adaptability. What if spiritual plants get sick? Quickly sell them at a low price and buy other seeds. It is more important to minimize the time wasted for followers. In summary, all resources in the divine realm are dedicated to serving the strength of the followers. Upon encountering this realm, Yang Fan gradually realized that the ways of the wealthy truly differ from those of ordinary people. Unlike ordinary people, they have no survival worries. Their families receive monthly stipends, and investments in the divine realm yield profits. 99% of their energy is devoted to cultivating strong followers. These families with deities monopolize transactions and gain vast resources from insider information. Their descendants rapidly enhance their powers, becoming the new generation of deities. The strong remain strong while the ordinary divine beings are perpetually exploited. Yang Fan feels no righteous indignation about this. The strong merely exploit the rules rather than breaking them. Those so-called heretics who aim to overthrow the privileged class are merely opportunists seeking shortcuts. If they succeed, they become the new privileged class. If they fail, the majority of those who perish are merely pawns. Currently, Yang Fan is a second-tier genius of the Luo family, thus entering this privileged system and altering the development path of the divine realm. Bodhi Serpent X1 Night Vulture X5 Spirit Fish Doll X Rock X Falcon X8 Water Lotus Seed Millennium Soul Nurturing Wood X1000 Yang Fan initiated a major clearance sale of resources, no longer caring about the ecological balance of the divine realm, focusing instead on the growth rate of these assets. For the Bodhi serpent, Yang Fan would assess the amount of food and population density around the Serpent Valley to determine the environment that fosters the highest reproductive rate. Once the number of low-tier monsters dropped to a certain level, Yang Fan could sense that the overall pressure on his divine realm had significantly eased. Subsequently, Yang Fan spent 60 million belief points to purchase 100 moon wells and solar springs, leaving only emergency funds. After completing the task, Yang Fan entered the virtual world and sent a location invitation to Zhang Peng. The virtual world is far more interesting than reality. Modern society spends most of its time in the virtual realm aside from sleeping. In just a few breaths, Zhang Peng arrived. "My lord, what is your summons for me?" Zhang Peng feigned a worshipful demeanor. Yang Fan was somewhat speechless. This lad had accumulated more and more nicknames for himself. "All right, let's get down to business. I know of a divine realm investment that has high returns and low risk. You and Uncle Zhang can consider it." "What investment?" Zhang Peng's face lit up. Currently, Yang Fan had access to information of a much higher quality than he did. What kind of money is easiest to earn in this world? Of course, it's information asymmetry. Blood-condensing flower. Search for it yourself. Discuss it with Uncle Zhang. When you get home, the excess profits will only last about a year. You can expect 2 or 3 waves. See you, Yang Fan explained. Zhang Peng nodded, instinctively, his focus entirely on the marketplace. Wow, such exorbitant profits. Zhang Peng did not dare to delay. He immediately returned to reality and pulled his father Zhang Wanshan out of the virtual world. "Dad, here's the situation. Should we plant the blood-condensing flower? Isn't the yield a bit too high?" Zhang Peng swallowed hard, gazing at the high profit rate, unable to believe it. If it weren't for his brother Yang Fan saying so, Zhang Peng might have suspected he was being scammed. Zhang Wanshan took a deep breath. "I saw some snippets on the Divine Forum. It should be related to the top-tier hemostatic powder. This is frontline material. It's likely the war with foreign races is not looking good. So this is war profiteering." "Exactly. How does Yang know such important information?" Zhang Peng, he's now the Luo family's genius. It's normal to have multiple sources of information. So shall we cultivate? Of course. Why not pursue such a money-making investment? I'll mortgage the house and grain shop later, then get some high-interest loans. Once this deal is done, we'll buy a house in the county center. Zhang Wanshan slammed the table, his eyes flashing with greed. "Isn't this risky?" Zhang Peng swallowed hard. After all, he was still a senior student, and he was a bit uncertain. "What do you understand? Ordinary people can't climb up without risk. By the way, you still haven't told me how much profit we need to share with Xiao Yang for this investment." "He didn't say." Luo Ro had gone out with her mother Sun Rong this morning and didn't return until noon. Sensing the door being pushed open, Yang Fan exited the virtual world. At this moment, Luo Ro was in good spirits, unable to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps due to the ample supply of life water, her health had improved significantly during this time, and her appearance was no longer as haggard as it had been at the start. Yang Fan stood up, grasped her right hand, and transferred 5 million belief points for this month. Luo Ro did not refuse this time, but looked up seriously and said, "Husband, I went for a checkup at the hospital today. It's a boy." Yang Fan was taken aback by her words, feeling a mix of joy and sentimentality. The theoretical lifespan of divine beings is 500 years, and many do not have offspring until they are 100 or even 200 years old. Yang Fan, being in his 20s, could certainly be considered an early bloomer in marriage and parenthood. By the time the child grows up, I feel I could call myself an elder brother, Yang Fan thought to himself. Luo Ro hugged Yang Fan and asked, "Husband, what do you think we should name our child?" "I don't have a talent for naming. You can decide it yourself," Yang Fan replied. Luo Ro responded lightly, and then said, "Grandpa wants to meet you in the virtual world. I've sent you the..." "All right, I'll go there first. You rest well. If you need more belief points, just tell me. Since you're pregnant, the life water shouldn't be lacking to avoid affecting the fetus." "Don't worry, husband. Oh, I know what to do." Yang Fan nodded, and then put on the virtual helmet. Luo Chengfeng is a first-tier deity. Yang Fan didn't dare to keep him waiting too long. Lightly pressing the coordinates, Yang Fan felt his consciousness being pulled by a powerful force, instantly transcending space to arrive in the distant starry sky. Upon arriving, he immediately sensed an intense stench of blood. This is war in the divine realm. Yang Fan's eyes widened like copper bells. At this moment, Yang Fan's consciousness was at an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters, yet he could clearly perceive everything happening on the ground. A goblin towering 100 meters tall wielded a giant axe, emitting a terrifying roar, while before it stood a human soaring with a sword. With a flash of sword light, the goblin's head was severed, its body toppling backward with a thunderous crash. In the path of cultivation, is this follower's strength at foundation establishment or golden core? Yang Fan swallowed hard. He could sense the immense power possessed by the follower below. With just this individual, they could sweep through his divine realm. Xiao Yang, you've arrived. Luo Qingfeng's voice sounded from behind. Greetings, grandfather. Where's this? Yang Fan hastily bowed. Though but a speck in the vast ocean today, he had witnessed the terrifying might of a deity, for even a single follower possessed such power. Within the divine kingdom of the goblin demigod, I have been here on behalf of the Luo family pioneering this land, what the authorities call the Divine Kingdom War. We have already won this minor skirmish. Now it is time for mop-up operations. Beyond this point lies our resource outpost. Once you break through to demigod, you will naturally come into contact with this level. Luo Qingfeng explained. He appeared quite cheerful, likely not only due to the smooth progress of his work, but also because he had learned of his granddaughter's pregnancy. There's nothing here worth your attention. Let me take you to the frontline supply point. We can have a good chat. Luo Qingfeng grasped Yang Fan's right hand, and their figures crossed through space to an attic. Have some tea. You and Ro move quickly, but since she is already pregnant, you must exercise restraint during this period. If you harm my little great-grandson, I will not let you off easily. As he spoke, Luo Qingfeng personally poured tea for Yang Fan. I understand, grandson, Yang Fan replied, looking embarrassed. I have been very busy lately and haven't had time to guide your divine kingdom's development. Have you encountered any problems? With the Luo family's resources, my divine kingdom is progressing well. Have you decided on a development path for your divine kingdom? Luo Qingfeng pressed. Yang Fan's expression grew conflicted. I am still torn between the path of cultivation and the path of martial arts. After systematic study, he had a general direction in mind. Whether cultivation or martial arts, the strength lies in the follower's own power. The difference is choosing to temper the body or cultivate the dantian. Yang Fan had his own ideas on this matter, but did not voice them. Luo Qingfeng nodded and analyzed. Once you become a demigod, you will have the chance to participate in divine kingdom wars, some against alien races, others a conflict among kin. Only formidable strength can protect you. The cultivation path, reminiscent of ancient cultivation novels, fosters greater synergy among followers, suits various large formations, and is more offensive in nature. The martial path, however, focuses on the physical prowess of followers, emphasizing defense, greatly enhancing your survivability. The former requires various spiritual root cultivation methods and countless rare treasures. The latter demands more time to temper the body. Each has its merits. Thank you for your guidance, grandfather. Since you haven't made a choice, let your followers decide for themselves. The divine kingdom may already have a predetermined path from the moment of its awakening. Go to the marketplace and purchase a transmission tower, placing within it the techniques and martial skills suitable for both cultivation and martial arts. Over time, you as the deity will naturally discern the more suitable direction for development. I have prepared some resources for you, not of great value, but comprehensive enough that you won't need replacements before breaking through to demigod. Luo Qingfeng placed 2 cards on the table. Yang Fan glanced over them. They contained dozens of cultivation techniques, movement skills, and battle methods. A full set for both the cultivation and martial paths. Techniques and martial skills in the marketplace were not cheap, yet he had given so many. Yang Fan marveled at the generosity of a divine powerhouse toward a junior. Thank you, grandfather, Yang Fan said gratefully. Currently, his funds were almost entirely invested in his divine kingdom, leaving little for extra techniques. With Luo Qingfeng's aid, his followers' development would undoubtedly accelerate. I lack the ability to solve Rouse divine kingdom problem. I can only extend her lifespan as best I can. With my great-grandson in the picture, I will treat you as my own grandson from now on. This is only right. You are in the critical period of your senior year of high school. All your resources and energy should go into developing your divine kingdom. Don't worry about the matter of Rouse life water. I've reaped a good harvest from this pioneering. Luo Qingfeng reminded him. Hearing this, Yang Fan understood Luo Ro must have told her grandfather about the Perhaps it was because his granddaughter was pregnant, or perhaps he deemed him trustworthy that Luo Qingfeng had increased his investment in him. Focus on improving your strength. When you have time, participate in the Divine Kingdom Simulation War. Given the prowess you displayed in the last competition, breaking into the top 1,000 within the family should be no problem. Why haven't you joined even once? Luo Qingfeng asked, puzzled. Yang Fan looked bewildered. He knew of the simulation war as the federal government had dedicated an entire section to it. However, he had been busy investing in his divine kingdom. Between classes and browsing forums, his consciousness was constantly monitoring the growth of blood coagulation flowers and issuing frequent divine decrees for his followers to hunt surrounding beasts. He simply had no time to explore other matters. The blood coagulation flower, being a great spiritual plant, held strong allure for beasts, and Yang Fan did not want his precious asset destroyed by those creatures. Had he not feared desertification of his divine kingdom's ecosystem, he would have sold off all the beasts. Seeing Yang Fan's ignorance, Luo Qingfeng explained, The simulation war is administered by the federal government's supreme AI. Divine beings can field an army of 10,000 followers who participate as consciousness projections. Even if all perish, there are no losses. It greatly hones overall combat capability. Additionally, our Luo family offers ranking rewards. You can check them yourself when you return. Coming from an ordinary background, the information you access is naturally inferior to others. Therefore, you should interact more with your peers instead of developing in isolation. That's what fools do. I will start researching as soon as I return, Yang Fan quickly replied. Go then. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, leave me a message in the virtual world. Yes. Back in reality, Yang Fan materialized the 2 transmission cards Luo Changfeng had: Grade Technique, 5 Elements Foundation, Nourishing Art, Movement Skill, Light Body Art, Battle Methods, Azure Origin Sword, Art Clarity, Needle Technique, Concentration Art. Suitable as a foundational method for the cultivation path. Full set price, 50 million faith points. Recommended for use with a Grade Transmission Tower. Grade Technique, Indestructible Diamond Art, Battle Methods, Mountain Shaking Fist, Iron Arm Art. Suitable as a foundational method for the martial path. Full set price, 50 million faith points. Recommended for use with a Grade Transmission Tower. These 2 sets of inheritance were worth a total of 100 million faith points. A massive investment for any divine being, and only a deity like Luo Changfeng could offer them without a second thought. Even Yang Fan would hesitate repeatedly before purchasing these inheritance sets himself. He opened the marketplace and searched for Grade Transmission Tower. Grade Transmission Tower can house up to 100 grade or lower techniques and martial skills. Price 150000 faith points. Seller's note: this building has no investment value. Unlike Divine Decree Inheritance, it allows followers to choose freely, making it easier to find a suitable cultivation path. Once sold, no returns. Not recommended for ordinary individuals. Customer service has been handed over to an AI. Refunds are not accepted. Looking at the introduction behind the transmission tower, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. 1500 faith points aren't too expensive, but for an ordinary person, it is undoubtedly a substantial investment. Importantly, this type of building has no output, and ordinary people simply wouldn't purchase it unless they were from wealthy families. It's no wonder this merchant doesn't provide customer service, likely out of fear of being pestered by regretful buyers. Yang Fan didn't care about this. For him, 1500 faith points were nothing. He waved his hand grandly and directly purchased 5 transmission towers to be placed in each major city. He then loaded 2 sets of inheritance and issued a divine decree. All followers may study the methods within and choose the one they are most proficient in for cultivation. In the divine realm, there is no distinction between believers and humans. Each person has their own area of expertise, and allowing followers to choose through the transmission tower is far more valuable in the long run than simply bestowing divine decrees. Yang Fan had long since decided on the development path for the divine realm, a combination of cultivation and during this time spent on the divine forum, Yang Fan discovered that he was not the only one with such thoughts. Many deities were also following this path of integration. If the followers within his divine realm could include both heaven-defying cultivators and invincible martial artists, the resulting army would be even more formidable and absolutely unbeatable at the same level. However, such a choice requires more time and resources. Due to slow development, he might even be left behind by others. But Yang Fan was different. With his talent for evolution, the one thing in his divine realm that was not lacking was time. Comprehensive development was indeed the best choice. However, some matters are best kept to oneself and not spoken aloud. After completing all this, Yang Fan found that the followers in the divine realm had already begun selecting their methods, with some even switching their cultivation techniques. There were those practicing the 5 elements cultivation technique and the indestructible technique. Sensing the changes in the divine realm, Yang Fan murmured, "It seems my divine realm is more suited to the path of cultivation." He could feel that the number of those practicing the 5 elements cultivation technique far surpassed those practicing the indestructible technique, indicating that his followers had a greater talent for cultivation. Yang Fan didn't mind this. After all, with such a vast population base, there would always be some martial arts geniuses emerging. Not only that, but Yang Fan also harbored ambitions. If he were to break through to demigod status in the future with enough land and population in his divine realm, he could consider establishing a nation primarily focused on machinery. A mechanical path that could run parallel to cultivation and martial arts isn't simple. After all, the entire virtual world currently operates thanks to the intelligent beings of the mechanical divine realm. However, the investment in the mechanical path far exceeds that of cultivation and martial arts. Yang Fan realized from snippets in the divine forum that he currently lacked the qualifications to delve into it. Soon Yang Fan entered the virtual world and began researching the divine realm simulation battle. Recently, his life had been quite fulfilling, And since the geniuses in the discussion group rarely talked about this, he hadn't attempted it. Had it not been for Luo Chengfeng's reminder today, Yang Fan would have still been unprepared to participate in the Divine Realm Simulation Battle. Yang Fan clicked on the Divine Realm Simulation Battle section with his right hand. Federal Citizen Yang Fan Identity, Divine Being current score 0, current win rate 0. Divine Being Leaderboard of Yang County, shall we proceed? Proceed. Yang Fan clicked lightly. First place, Li Ming Yuan score 6, 4624, win rate 64. 2. Second place, Yang Yuanhao score 6, 3122, win rate 63. 4. Third place, Yang Fan scrolled down the leaderboard but found that he didn't recognize a single name. 100th place, XXX, score 10240, win rate 51. 1. Yang Fan was puzzled. Who are all these people? How is it possible that I, who have entered the small circle of geniuses in Yang County, don't recognize a single one? It's worth noting that this leaderboard displays a total of 10,000 people. As for himself, that's understandable, but what about Luo Bing and Li Tianeng? Could it be that they, like him, have not participated in the Divine Realm Simulation Battle? With his belief that seeking advice humbly is a virtue, Yang Fan opened the Genius Discussion Group. Dear seniors, I just took a look at the Divine Realm Simulation Battle, but why didn't I see any of your names? Doghead to save life. Yang Fan typed the message and sent it. In just a moment, a series of notification sounds came from the group. So bold, what do you mean? It's this chatterbox again, why so many questions? And is this really something to ask in the group? Haha, if I didn't know you a bit, I'd think you were mocking our two group leaders. Brother Yang, there are some things I shouldn't say, but I think it's better for you to talk less. Thank you for livening up the atmosphere, but this statement is too aggressive, you should retract it quickly. Looking at the sudden influx of dozens of messages, Yang Fan was stunned, but heeded the advice and retracted his. At this moment, Li Shihao sent a private message. Brother Yang, what you said is too easy to misinterpret. Send me your coordinates, let's meet and talk. As soon as Yang Fan sent his coordinates, Li Shihao teleported over. Why are you asking about the Divine Realm Simulation Battle? Li Shihao asked. I'm a bit curious. After all, Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are so strong, why didn't I see their names? Yang Fan explained. Do you know how many people live in Yang County? At least 1,090,000,000 of them are divine beings. We have awakened our divine realm for less than half a year, while some divine beings have already lived for over 400 years. We are indeed geniuses, but that also requires time to develop. Those older divine realms have already evolved through thousands of generations. How can you compare with them? Li Shihao rolled his eyes. I see now. Yang Fan felt a bit embarrassed. He had been immersed in discussions with those genius classmates and had forgotten how small and young this circle was. They are only 20 years old, and the development time of the divine realm has not even reached a year. In previous years, very few graduates from Yang County know. One high school have managed to break into the top 10,000. It takes years to produce such a talent. Once successful, they can directly take the special admission route with chances to enter the top 2 institutions in the Federation. I've heard from friends that Luo Bing is working towards that direction. You suddenly blurted that out in the group. Aren't you afraid of attracting hatred? Li Shihao criticized, wildly unsure whether to label Yang Fan as emotionally naive or intellectually lacking. Hearing this, Yang Fan immediately typed, limited experience, absolutely no ill intent, please forgive me, senior. Just then Luo Mingxian suddenly jumped in. Country bumpkin, don't embarrass the Luo family. I haven't seen your name, even within the top 1,000 of our family's internal rankings, useless thing. Upon seeing this message, even with Yang Fan's good temper, his expression darkened. This was no longer just sarcasm, it was a direct affront to him. Wait for me. Yang Fan's gaze turned cold. Brother Yang, ignore this fool. I heard from a friend that Luo Mingxuan's talent is average at best, and despite the limitless support from his parents, he remains at the bottom among the second-tier talents of your Luo family. He is the true waste. Li Shihao snorted coldly. It's nothing. Every major company has detailed information on the Divine Kingdom simulation battles, which are used for internal rankings to encourage young people to quickly enhance their follower strength. There are also many rewards available. You can look into it. Thanks for the reminder. I'll take my leave now. Would you like to gather at Tianxiang Realm later? No, I'm not in the mood. After leaving this sentence, Yang Fan's consciousness vanished from this place. At that moment, Yang Fan had arrived at the Luo family's base in the virtual world and found Zhang Yunxiao. Master Zhang, do you have any knowledge about the Divine Kingdom simulation battles within the family? Yang Fan inquired. Here is the specific leaderboard. Zhang Yunxiao raised his hand, and a display screen appeared. Luo Family Divine Kingdom Simulation Battle Leaderboard. First place, Luo Hen, first tier talent score 1420, a win rate 74. Second place, Luo Bing, first tier talent score 1350, win rate 82. 142nd place, Luo Mingxuan, second tier talent score 542, win rate 71. 2040 first place Luo 1 third tier talent score 121 win rate 64. 2040 second place Yongfan second tier talent score 0 win rate 0. This ranking only counts students who have not yet graduated from high school. Besides those in the county, there are also Luo family talents studying in the city. Among them, there are 2 first-tier talents, 212 second-tier talents, and 1828 third-tier talents. Once you graduate from high school, even if your identity is still that of a divine being, you will no longer be included in the statistics. The Luo family has set ranking rewards. For every 100 places gained, the rewards range from 1,000 belief points at the lowest to 10 billion belief points for first place. Young Master Yang, you should participate in the Divine Kingdom simulation battles more before your graduation. If you can enter the top 100, it will be a considerable income. Zhang Yinshao shared what he knew. As a guest elder, he wouldn't be guiding a high school student if it weren't for the support from the Luo family. Moreover, he had many Divine Kingdom investment matters to oversee. Unless Yang Fan actively inquired, he wouldn't volunteer any reminders. The reason he was willing to share his insights on developing a Divine Kingdom with Yang Fan was that they both shared the identity of being ordinary people. Of course, if Yang Fan weren't an outsider's genius, the Luo family wouldn't assign him such a guest elder. Ultimately, it was about reducing costs. Even as a son-in-law, he was still considered an outsider. Yang Fan did not know that other guides were far more responsible than Zhang Yinshao. Even if he knew, he wouldn't complain, as having a semi-divine powerhouse to consult at any time was already quite good. One must learn to be content. The rewards the Luo family offers for Divine Kingdom simulation battles are also generous. Entering the top 2,000 grants a reward of 1,000 belief points, 5,000 for 1,900th place, and 10 million for 1,000th place. Breaking into the top 100 earns 100 million, while breaking into the top 10 earns a billion. Particularly, the reward for first place is a staggering 10 billion. Yang Fan dared not hope for the 10 billion reward, but he was somewhat confident about getting the 100 million reward for entering the top 100. As for the 1 billion reward for breaking into the top 10, Yang Fan was confident that he could achieve that before the college entrance examination. Returning to reality, Yang Fan's consciousness entered the Divine Kingdom and issued a divine decree selecting the strongest 1,000 individuals from the 5 major cities. The techniques passed down by Luo Chengfeng had only recently been introduced to the Divine Kingdom, and not many followers had studied them. However, the recently uploaded I Ching cleansing technique had already been practiced to a minor accomplishment by many followers. Excluding the 34 first-tier beings, the bodies of the remaining mortals were also far stronger than when they participated in the school assessment. Yang Fan was confident that these 1,000 elite fighters would be more than enough to handle the previous 5,000 soldiers. Dressed in armor, wearing iron helmets, and armed with weapons, the 1,000 elite troops were fully prepared. Connecting to the virtual world, the consciousness of these 1,000 followers entered the space of the Divine Kingdom simulation battle along with him. Identity divine being number of followers 1,000 meeting simulation battle requirements. Do you wish to start matching? The voice of an intelligent life form echoed in Yang Fan's mind. Start. At this moment, the physical bodies of these 1,000 followers were still seated cross-legged in the Divine Kingdom, only their consciousness descended here. Even if the entire army perished, there would be no loss. According to the introduction of the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, the matching method is based on a comprehensive evaluation of win rates and scores targeting the entire population of the federal government. Only the rankings are divided by region. This means that the opponents encountered could be from the county, the city, or even other planets. Matching initiated, matching successful. In a random battle scene, a forest is generated and the battle begins. As the words of the intelligent life form fell, the soldiers instantly appeared in a dense forest filled with towering trees. About 1,000 meters ahead was a group of barbarian men not wearing any clothes. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan couldn't help but complain in his heart, is this the rookie trying to start a simulation battle right after awakening the Divine Kingdom? What kind of matching mechanism is this? Yang Fan waved his hand, and a first-tier being led a team of over 10 people to charge forward and eliminate the opponents. All followers have perished. A battle concluded. Federal citizen Yang Fan score 1 win rate 100. Would you like to continue the simulation battle? Continue. Scene generation in progress. Gobi Desert battle begins. Federal citizen Yang Fan score 2 win rate 100. In a consecutive 30 battles, Yang Fan soldiers easily defeated the opponents. Matching started. Random scene volcano battle begins. As the scene shifted, Yang Fan could feel the intense heat radiating from the ground in the void, and his followers began to sweat. No wonder, it's a high-level intelligent life. The scenes and sensations simulated are so realistic. Every battle keeps the soldiers at their peak state. Yang Fan sighed in his heart. At this moment, Yang Fan's opponents were considerably stronger. Although all 1000 were mortals, each wore weapons radiating a chilling light. Damn, which wealthy family is this opponent from? All 1000 have been equipped with a full set of grade weapons. This must cost 2 to 300 million belief points. Yang Fan's face twitched. He became more serious. While his soldiers were indeed stronger in the early stages of developing the Divine Kingdom, the influence of weapons was significant, especially since the opponents were all equipped with grade weapons. If he was careless, he might well encounter a disaster. As the two armies clashed, the sound of metal clashing from their weapons filled the air. Although the opponents were well-equipped, their understanding of formations was lacking, and their losses were greater than Yang Fan's each time they charged. As time passed, outnumbered and outmatched, the last enemy was slain by Yang Fan's army. Victory in battle score increased by 40, a current score 70, a win rate 100. Would you like to continue matching? Continue. As Yang Fan's voice fell, the recently deceased soldier's consciousness recondensed, and the lost weapons returned to their hands, restoring their peak state. Random scene. City battle begins. In this battle, a first-tier creature has already appeared among the opponent's army, but their equipment is quite poor, consisting solely of ordinary iron weapons. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Fan felt a bit less pressure than before. As he continued to match, perhaps due to his consistent win rate of 100, the opponents he faced began to noticeably strengthen, and with each victory, the points Yang Fan earned increased by dozens. Points 362. Do you wish to continue matching? Continue, Yang Fan replied firmly. The scene will randomly generate a grassland, and the battle begins. As the intelligent life spoke, Yang Fan's 10,000 elite soldiers arrived in an open area. Watching the opponent's formation, Yang Fan's expression gradually became serious. 2 second-tier creatures and 100 first-tier creatures, and just like the wealthy opponent he had encountered earlier, they were all equipped with grade weapons. This is troublesome, Yang Fan thought with a bitter smile. Not only were the soldiers of higher quality, but their equipment was also better. How could he fight? In the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, surrender was not an option, and since there were no losses upon falling, Yang Fan could only brace himself. If he had encountered such a team during the major exams, Yang Fan would have turned and run without hesitation. Shield soldiers move forward in circle from both flanks. Archers prepare. The enemy's front line is too threatening. Everyone hold your ground. Raise your long spears and throw them. After long-term practice of the 10,000 spirits return to origin formation, Yang Fan's troops worked in perfect harmony, relying on the formation to minimize losses in each engagement. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. The outcome was far better than he had anticipated. He held his breath and chose not to lower the divine decree. After all, under the influence of his evolution talent, the generals at the center of the formation had an understanding of the 10,000 spirits return to origin formation that was no less than his own. Yang Fan did not wish to be an incapable general leading the troops to their doom. At this moment, the opposing deity was also sweating profusely. What's going on? I thought this would be an easy win, but unexpectedly this guy has such a deep understanding of the 10,000 spirits return to origin formation. This is troublesome. In a luxurious villa on another planet, a man was frowning while wearing a virtual helmet. The two armies were engaged in a relentless battle, 9,000, 6,000, 3,500. In the final wave of battle, due to the disparity in weapons and strength, Yang Fan's army could no longer hold out and collapsed to the ground. Battle failed, points reduced by 1. Current points 361, win rate 97. 2. Do you wish to continue matching? No, I will not continue. Yang Fan shook his head and exited the virtual world. He opened the rankings for the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battle. Rank 324, Yang Fan second-tier, genius points 361, win rate 97. 2. He felt little emotional fluctuation regarding this result. If all the soldiers could be equipped with grade weapons, defeating that person should be quite easy, Yang Fan muttered to himself. This Divine Kingdom simulation battle also made Yang Fan realize his strengths and weaknesses. Under the evolution talent, his followers' understanding of formations far exceeded that of their peers, but due to not investing much in improving their qualifications, their strength was still somewhat lacking compared to the talents of those major families. In the early development of the Divine Kingdom, weapons were equally important. However, Yang Fan was unwilling to spend billions of faith points to equip his followers, as there were too many places where he needed to spend money. This time, Yang Fan's ranking jumped directly from 2,000 to over 300, accumulating nearly 100 million faith points, which had automatically been transferred from the Luo family's public account to his Divine Kingdom. Especially after breaking into the top 100, every advancement of 100 ranks would reward over 10 million faith points. Yang Fan remarked that earning money in this major family was easy. Faith points 1126700, providing 1 faith points daily. With this money becoming abundant, what is the most suitable way to use it? Yang Fan fell into thought. Just then his watch suddenly began to vibrate with notification sounds. Old Yang Luo Mingxuan, that useless has started making a fuss again. You should quickly check the group chat. Li Shihao was sending messages nonstop. Hearing this, Yang Fan frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. In the Genius Exchange group. I'm dying of laughter. I thought Yang Fan had some talent, having received so much investment from my Luo family, but I didn't expect he only had over 300 points. If this talent weren't a son-in-law, he might barely qualify as a third-tier genius of my Luo family. We need to be stricter with the group's admissions in the future. We can't let just anyone in the entire group of over 100 people, only Luo Mingxian was constantly outputting. Others were not fools. Whether they agreed with Luo Mingxian or thought he was going too far, no one spoke up in the group at that moment. It's none of their business. There's no need to get involved in someone else's conflict over something unfounded. We have no deep-seated grudges. Don't provoke me. Yang Fan sent a message. Finally, there's a reaction. I thought you had completely lost your temper. So what? If you have the ability, let's apply for the Divine Kingdom battlefield and fight for real. If I don't kill all your followers, I won't be surnamed Luo. Seeing the other party getting more and more aggressive, completely like a second-generation rich kid, Yang Fan didn't want to engage further and directly closed the chat group. On the other side, Luo Mingxuan, seeing Yang Fan not responding, felt even more disdain. You country bumpkin, daring to steal my woman. Once you graduate from university, I will send troops to take down your Divine Kingdom. Luo Mingxian spat. If it weren't for the fact that students' divine kingdoms were protected by federal law, Luo Mingxian would have wanted to locate the coordinates of Yang Fan's divine kingdom right away and deal with him directly. In the real world, Yang Fan took a deep breath. This time the faith points will not be used to purchase fixed assets. I need to strengthen the power of my followers. I am too weak right now. Luo Mingxuan's mockery also made Yang Fan realize a truth: being Loki can lead to being stepped on by others. Yang Fan opened the shop and found the pills he had checked many times before. Bone Cleansing Pill X1, priced at 1000 faith points. Originating from the divine kingdom of a third-tier deity, it can significantly enhance the qualifications of mortal followers. Merchants note the most significant effects are seen on first use, subsequent effects will greatly diminish, and continuous use is not recommended. This type of pill was recommended in the group by Typhone from the Blacksmith Association and received a lot of recognition. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan decided to make a big move and spent 100 million to purchase 100 bone cleansing pills. These elite troops were currently the strongest and most qualified geniuses in the Divine Kingdom, perfectly matching these pills. Once the strength of the followers increased, entering the top 100 in the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battle should be possible. Perhaps he could earn over 100 million faith points again. Yang Fan decided to take the plunge. Even if he couldn't break into the top 100, he needed to rank higher than Luo Mingxuan, or else the incessant buzzing would be too annoying. After the bone cleansing pills arrived, Yang Fan immediately loaded them into the Divine Kingdom and issued a divine decree for the 10,000 participants in today's battle to consume them. Under Yang Fan's observation, the followers began to suffer and convulse painfully after taking the bone cleansing pills. Their skin cracked and oozed blood, and their bones made cracking sounds. Although it looked terrifying as a deity, Yang Fan could feel that the qualifications of these individuals were changing at a visible speed. The poorer the talent, the better the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. The aptitude of this batch has improved at least tenfold, Yang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, he finally understood why Luo Bing had already birthed a third-order being during the first High's Grand Examination. It was simply bought with money. A full month had passed within the Divine Kingdom before these soldiers awakened from the potent medicinal power, yet to Yang Fan it felt like merely a few breaths. This pill can greatly improve your aptitude. Besides diligent cultivation, you all have priority, mating rights over all women in the clan to birth offspring with superior talent. Yang Fan deliberately issued a divine decree. We obey your divine command. The soldiers' faces flushed with fervent zeal. With SS-grade talent, one day in the real world equated to 10 years in the Divine Kingdom. The next afternoon, Yang Fan suddenly sensed a change in his body. A warm current surged through his limbs and bones. This was not the first occurrence. He understood that a second-order being had emerged within his Divine Kingdom. After adapting to the physical transformation, Yang Fan projected his consciousness into the Divine Kingdom and discovered that among the soldiers who had taken the marrow cleansing pill, not only had 2 second-order beings appeared, but the number of first-order beings had increased by over 100. Such was the advantage of high talent. Over a decade, the strength of these 10,000 men erupted like a geyser. Moreover, their offspring were visibly more robust than other infants. However, Yang Fan soon identified a new issue: the consumption of longevity meat and blood pills was alarmingly rapid. Not only did the believers who took the marrow cleansing pill demand more meat, But due to the integration of various techniques and martial skills, the ordinary believer's appetites had also soared. The meat that once sufficed for 5 people could no longer satisfy even one, especially the followers of the indestructible diamond art, who had become veritable gluttons. For now, supplies could barely hold up, but if their strength increased further or the population grew, food would fall short. Additionally, Yang Fan noticed that the quality of the longevity meat no longer matched the current demands. The believers spent an increasing amount of time eating, over an hour each day, to sustain their cultivation energy, and correspondingly more time in the latrines. "We need higher quality food," Yang Fan murmured to himself. Opening the marketplace, he began searching fully automatic concentrator, special building produced by a fifth-order deity's mechanical divine kingdom. It can greatly condense the nutrients of low-grade meat. Price 100 million faith points. Seeing this building, Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Seller's note: inputting demon beast carcasses triggers automatic decomposition. The condensed food is vacuum-packed with a shelf life of up to 300 years. Tip: the fully automatic concentrator comes with a dedicated automatic cutting plant. Placing organisms like longevity into it yields packaged food products. The automatic cutting plant can adjust its footprint and accommodate up to 100 adult longevity. Perfect for the development of a divine kingdom. With one fully automatic concentrator, food worries are a thing of the past. Apart from its exorbitant price, the fully automatic concentrator seemed tailor-made for Yang Fan. But at present he lacked the funds to purchase it. Once the coagulated blood flowers were harvested, or he broke into the top 100 of the Luo family rankings, he would immediately acquire this building. In the future, as Yang Fan's divine kingdom population grew and the believer's strength increased, food consumption would skyrocket exponentially. He had to solve the logistical issue once and for all. Over 10 days later, all the coagulated snow flowers in the divine kingdom ripened, and Yang Fan listed them for sale immediately. Sale successful. Revenue 240 million faith points. After-tax net income 211. 2 million faith points credited. With the funds in hand, Yang Fan promptly purchased 8 million coagulated blood flower seeds, a fully automatic concentrator, and 15 adult longevity, spending most of the income. Projecting his consciousness into the divine kingdom, he found the fully automatic concentrator too vast to fit within the main city. He chose a mountain range closest to the major cities, relocated it, and placed the concentrator there. As expected of a special building from a fifth-order deity's mechanical divine kingdom, it required no external power input. As soon as it was set on the divine kingdom's surface, the colossal mechanical beast began to churn. Thousands of conveyor belts transported the meat. Massive gravity hammers swung ceaselessly. Temperatures alternated between hot and cold. Electric sparks flickered without end. 100 gene of food entered and was compressed to the size of a palm, then flowed into an assembly line for packaging. The finished packaged meat automatically stacked in the commodity area. Yang Fan had placed all 5 longevity from his divine kingdom and the 15 newly purchased ones into the concentrator's automatic cutting plant. Seeing this, his expression turned peculiar. Yang Fan had placed all 5 longevity from his divine kingdom and the 15 newly purchased ones into the concentrator's automatic cutting plant. Seeing this, his expression turned peculiar. The contrast was naturally jarring. This mechanical divine kingdom stuff is incredible. I wonder if those high-energy frozen foods my dad bought back then were condensed by a similar machine, Yang Fan speculated. Shaking off the thought, he began to review the divine kingdom's information. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent: grade resource talent accelerates all resource growth in the Divine Kingdom by 10 SS. Grade evolution talent, unique talent, accelerates Divine Kingdom evolution, currently hidden. Believers: second-order beings, 25 first-order beings, 644 mortals, 33000. Techniques: 5 elements foundation art, indestructible diamond art, federation body, refining technique, marrow cleansing art, 10,000 spirits returning array, minor mastery. Faith points 10. 67 million daily faith point generation, 27. 2. Buildings: Moonwell x 500, Sunspring x 500, Grade 100 Spirits Blood Pool x 1, Soaking 10 Longevity Load Rate 100, Special Building Fully Automatic Concentrator x 1, Cutting Plant loaded with 20 Longevity Load Rate 20, Grade Skill Transmission Tower x 5. Assets: Coagulated Blood Flower Seeds, 8 million, Grade Spiritual Plant Longevity x 30, Bodhi Treasure Serpent. Over nearly 2 centuries in the Divine Kingdom, the believer's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. 25 second-order beings and over 600 first-order beings. Such explosive growth was largely attributed to the investment of 10,000 marrow-cleansing pills. Now the daily faith points he received from believers alone had reached double digits. According to Li Qingying, when this figure hit 100, the Divine Kingdom would undergo a great transformation. The area cap would increase to 10 million square kilometers, and his life level would elevate significantly, reaching the demigod realm. The path to demigodhood was still long, but the dawn was already visible. If it's just for the Divine Kingdom simulation, battle weapons aren't an urgent priority, Yang Fan murmured. With his current believer's strength, equipping them all with grade weapons would easily secure a spot in the top 100 of the Luo family rankings. But there was no need. External tools mattered less than the believer's intrinsic power. After all, the rewards for the Luo family rankings wouldn't be revoked before high school graduation. Moreover, Yang Fan was confident that with his current strength, even without full equipment, he could still secure a top 100 reward. In a virtual world, a Divine Kingdom simulation battle space. Federal citizen Yang Fan, Divinity, divine being, points 361, win rate 97. 2. Would you like to participate in matchmaking? Yes. Yang Fan clicked confirm. Random scene, grassland battle begins. The opponent possesses 1 second-tier being and 10 first-tier beings, with half of the soldiers equipped with a full set of level weapons. Seeing such a lineup, Yang Fan felt no pressure at all. The difference in combat power was too great. Kill. The sound of clashing metal resounded across the grassland as soldiers from both sides engaged in battle, quickly resulting in a one-sided massacre. Now in Yang Fan's array of believers, there was one advanced being stationed for every 15 people, greatly improving the efficiency and strength of the overall formation, leading to easy victories. Battle ended, points 10, current points 371, win rate 97. 5. Would you like to continue matchmaking? Continue. 20 consecutive battles, Yang Fan won them all. Battle ended, points 30, current points 831, win rate 99. 1. Would you like to continue matchmaking? With Yang Fan's current points, the matched opponents were already challenging, and in the recent battle, half of his soldiers continue. Yang Fan also wanted to see how many points he could earn with his current combat power in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. The higher the points, the stronger the opponents encountered in each matchmaking. Although Yang Fan was only a few hundred points behind Luo Bing and the others, the gap was significant. Scene, randomly generating valley battle begins. As the voice of the intelligent life form sounded, an inexplicable pressure emerged in front of the army. Looking at the opposing formation, Yang Fan couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this matchmaking? The army before him had no ordinary beings, all were advanced beings, and not even low-tier ones. Being in the Divine Kingdom simulation station, Yang Fan could clearly sense the specifics of the opposing 3 5th-tier beings, 10 4th-tier beings, 2,000 3rd-tier beings, 2nd-tier beings. Additionally, the equipment on the opposing side was all high-grade, likely not even a level, but at least D or clevel. At this moment, Yang Fan felt as if he had just left the novice village and encountered a world boss. The opposing army charged like arrows released from a bow so quickly that before his soldiers could establish a defensive formation, they were slaughtered. Battle failed, points 1, current points 830, a win rate 94. 2. Would you like to continue matchmaking? Hearing the notification, Yang Fan felt his eyelids twitching. I protest. The gap between the opponent just matched and me is too great. This isn't right. Yang Fan loudly questioned, not caring whether the intelligent life form would respond, mainly venting his frustration. His believers had just been slaughtered like grass, and Yang Fan was almost psychologically scarred. The matchmaking in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle is determined by points and win rates. The last contestant was very close to you. The mechanical, synthesized voice of the intelligent life form echoed in the space. Yang Fan was speechless. He had just significantly improved his strength and was preparing to rack up achievements in the novice village, but unexpectedly encountered a world boss for points. Yang Fan knew in his heart that the person he had just encountered was definitely a top talent from a big place, likely participating in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle for the first time. Monster. Yang Fan articulated his assessment. If he continued matchmaking, he was confident his points could still increase, but it wasn't necessary, because he knew this score would surely place him among the top 100 in the Luo family. Yang Fan returned to reality and checked the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battle leaderboard. Rank 80, Yang Fan, second-tier genius, points 830, win rate 94. 2. Unlike when he signed the investment contract, the rewards for family talents in the Luo family were automatically distributed by intelligent life forms. The moment Yang Fan's score met the standard, his Divine Kingdom received funding from the Luo family. Faith point income 132 million. Faith points 142. 67 million. Yang Fan was still immersed in the joy of his asset surge, unaware that the Luo family's talents were in an uproar because of this. The awakening of the Divine Kingdom had passed for quite some time. Although there were fluctuations in the simulation battle rankings, they were generally not too large. Yang Fan had advanced from rank 2000 to 300 for the first time, and not many paid attention as it was his first participation in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. As a second-tier genius, this score could only be considered mediocre. However, rising from rank 300 to 80 represented a significant achievement. The Genius Group chat was currently in an uproar. Brother Yang is impressive. He actually surged to rank 80 on the Luo family leaderboard. You must have held back in your last simulation battle, right? Strong. Let's communicate more when we have time. Young fan. With this strength, you don't need to be so polite in the chat. You definitely have the combat power of the top 50 in Yang County. No. One high school. Isn't there some bias in your Luo family's rankings? Just rank 80. How could it be top 50 in the grade? What do you know? Many of our Luo family's top talents have been sent to the city for training since childhood. They are mostly within the top 100. Li Shihao was shocked by the chat content in the group. He was still ranked over 300 in the Li family, and how had Yang Fan reached rank 80? Were we really classmates? After the shock, Li Shihao seemed to think of something and directly edited a message. My brother is impressive. Who was the one talking trash a while ago? Luo Mingxian. After sending this message, Li Shihao directly closed the chat group, sitting cross-legged in his room with a look of triumph. In the Luo family villa, Luo Mingxian was furiously pounding the table. Li Shihao, you a sideline of the Li family, dare to gloat over me. Just wait for the midterm exam. Luo Mingxian's eyes reddened. After Li Shihao sent that message, the entire group fell silent in an unspoken understanding. Luo Mingxian understood that everyone was silent to avoid offending him, and they were probably mocking him privately. At this moment, he truly hated Yang Fan. In his opinion, Yang Fan must have held back during his first participation in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. Acting like a pig to eat a tiger led to a misjudgment, causing him to lose so much face. With such a high win rate, Yang Fan likely ended the simulation battle after just one defeat. Had he continued, his points might have been even higher. At this moment, Luo Mingxian felt both jealousy and anger along with a hint of helplessness. If Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom were not protected by federal law, he would have wanted his parents to teach him a lesson. Luo Mingxian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I can't be hasty. When my mother returns from her expedition, she will provide me with plenty of resources, and my Divine Kingdom will experience explosive growth, surely not weaker than his. Luo Mingxian motivated himself. It wasn't just the younger generation. This time, Yang Fan's sudden rise had even caught the attention of the elders in the Luo family. At this moment, Luo Changfeng had returned to the Luo family's headquarters and was participating in the family meeting. Intelligent life, form prompt no. 01, family talent. Yang Fan is participating in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle for the second time with a significant increase in points. He is currently ranked 80 in the family. The prompt sound of the intelligent life form echoed in the conference hall. Originally, this family meeting was to discuss resource allocation after the recent expedition, but unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged that astonished the intelligent life form. Upon hearing the notification sound, Luo Changfeng momentarily doubted whether his ears were mistaken and specifically went to check some information. Good lad, I indeed did not misjudge you. Luo Changfeng was overjoyed and stood up in front of everyone. Old 15, back then when I wanted to give Yang Fan a raise, you disagreed. What do you have to say now? Luo Changfeng questioned the elder sitting beside him. The contract signed between Yang Fan and the Luo family indeed exceeded the standard treatment for a typical second-tier genius, a decision made by Luo Changfeng against the majority's opinion. At that time, quite a few people opposed it, but considering the situation of his granddaughter, Luo Ro, they acquiesced. Now it seems this has attracted a true genius to the Luo family. Those ordinary people without resources, upon receiving investment from the large family, would experience a short-term explosive increase in strength. The greater the increase, the stronger the potential of the divine nation. Now only 2 months have passed since the Luo family signed the investment contract with Yang Fan, and after about 60 years of development of the divine nation, achieving a ranking of 80 in the simulated battle is indeed a noteworthy dark horse. Indeed impressive. I have watched the video of the exam from Yang County No. 1 high school, and it appears I underestimated his potential. I remember the initial funding provided by the family was just 1 billion plus a level building, right? How could the strength increase be so significant? Chengfeng, you didn't give him your cultivation tower in the divine nation, did you? Another elder showed a doubtful expression. Luo Chengfeng snorted, do you think I am a fool? The cultivation tower is my core, building the foundation of my livelihood. He is my granddaughter's husband, not my ancestor. Upon hearing this, the elder who spoke earlier also found it reasonable and awkwardly waved his hand. Indeed, the core buildings in the divine nation are too important. Unless lifespan is nearing its end, one would not give them away, not even to their own children, let alone an outsider. Ladies and gentlemen, although Yang Fan is of a different surname, he is now considered a member of the Luo family, and my granddaughter is pregnant. I believe the Luo family can increase the investment. After all, Yang Fan is his granddaughter's husband. Since he has talent, Luo Chengfeng naturally wants to seize the opportunity to pull in more investment. This moment at the family council coinciding with the intelligent life broadcasting the news is truly a rare opportunity. Elder Qingfeng, do you have any suggestions? Luo Hai, the head of the Luo family sitting at the main seat, inquired. I believe that with Yang Fan's rate of progress, he is no less than a first-tier genius. The family can establish another first-tier genius quota. Luo Chengfeng took a deep breath. My goodness, Luo Qingfeng, you are too shameless. Based on Yang Fan's current performance, he is not even close to a first-tier genius. Although he is your son-in-law, one cannot be so biased. Exactly, being a first-tier genius is a serious matter. Each requires strategic resources. Not to mention that his current potential is insufficient just based on his surname Yang. This alone is unacceptable. This is simply nonsense. The family head asked for your opinions, not for you to daydream. Elders of the Luo family started to voice their complaints. The family resources are limited. Adding another first-tier genius means other people's resources will be reduced, and naturally everyone is unwilling. All right, Elder Qingfeng, we've known each other for thousands of years, so don't play the game of asking for exorbitant prices and then settling for less. Yang Fan indeed performed well. The family will allocate 5 billion from the family account to him. If there are even more impressive performances in the future, the Luo family will naturally increase the investment. The family needs fresh blood. Even if he does not share the Luo surname, as long as he demonstrates enough value, we will not be stingy, Luo Hai stated his decision. Upon hearing this, Luo Chengfeng returned to his seat, but he couldn't help but smile. 5 billion in investment is enough for this lad to develop for a while. Luo Chengfeng felt very pleased. Luo Hai continued, back to the main topic. The family has made significant achievements in this land reclamation. Let's discuss resource allocation. Upon hearing this, all the elders present became serious. The new resource points involve significant interests, which is the main purpose of today's meeting. They do not need to devote too much attention to a genius who is just a divine being. After receiving the resource rewards from the Luo family, Yang Fan had been browsing them all and the divine forum, researching what his divine nation needed most at the moment. Recently, Luo Ro, accompanied by her mother Sun Rong, frequently went to the hospital for prenatal checkups. Although her condition had not improved, her spirit had noticeably brightened, perhaps due to newfound hope for the future. Luo Ro pushed open the door and said anxiously, "Husband, Grandpa wants us to go to the virtual world at the Luo family's residence to find him." All right. Yang Fan nodded, took the helmet from the bedside table, helped Luo Ro put it on, and then their consciousness entered the virtual world together. I asked Grandpa to send me the coordinates so we can go directly to his studio, Luo Ro said. After the divine nation was damaged, Luo Ro had rarely entered the virtual world and had never been to the Luo family residence to avoid meeting people she once knew. Now she felt like a useless person. If she met someone familiar, she wouldn't dare to greet them, fearing it would only add to the awkwardness. Using the coordinates, the couple teleported directly in front of Luo Chengfeng. Little Yang, you truly gave me an enormous surprise this time. At today's family council, those old fellows looked at me. Luo Chengfeng laughed heartily. Luo Ro was somewhat bewildered, having no idea what her husband did to make Grandpa so happy. Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan with a puzzled expression, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Looking at his granddaughter, Luo Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh. Had Luo Rao's divine nation not been damaged, the two would have truly been a perfect match. What is it that Grandpa is referring to? Yang Fan had a suspicion in his heart, but did not dare to confirm. You young man still do not realize what an incredible thing you have done, right? In less than 3 months since joining the Luo family, the divine nation's simulated battle ranking has already risen to 80th place. Even I underestimated you. Luo Chengfeng's face was full of satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Luo Rao's gaze was filled with shock. 80th. As a direct descendant of the Luo family, Luo Ro was most aware of the value of the family's simulated battle rankings. She had barely squeezed into the top 100 before her college entrance exams, while her husband had already surpassed her best result. One must know that the high school midterms for the 3rd year had not even begun yet. The gap was evident. Luo Chengfeng continued, "All right, the timing for you to participate in the divine nation's simulated battle was excellent. The family's intelligent life publicly announced it, and even the family head has remembered your name. This time I secured a direct investment of 500 million faith points for you. The family head has already signed off, and shortly your divine nation will receive it." "Thank you, Grandpa." Yang Fan was overjoyed. This is the benefit of having someone behind you. Without Luo Qingfeng, a first-tier divine being backing him, the Luo family might not have gone out of their way to grant him such a substantial reward. After all, he is surnamed Yang, not Luo. During this family expedition, I encountered a seedling of an ancient elven tree in the divine realm of a different race. Though it is only 1,000 years old, this item is quite rare, so I will add it as a gift for you. Luo Chengfeng took out a card that contained information about the ancient elven tree and handed it to Yang Fan. "Grandpa, you can actually produce a 1,000-year-old elven tree seedling." Luo Ro rolled her eyes. It's only been a short while since the wedding, and you're already trying to go outside the family. Luo Changfeng stroked his beard. Grandpa is a deity. You should know to be more generous. Little Yang is merely a divine being. He can't even fully utilize an ordinary grade building. Resources must match the divine realm itself, otherwise possessing treasures could lead to unwanted attention. Then this 1,000-year-old elven tree is quite useless. The little elves at births only possess mortal strength and offer no assistance. Luo Ro stuck out her tongue. What do you know? For a divine realm inhabited by divine beings, even a seedling of an ancient elven tree can significantly improve the ecological environment and enhance the life force of the realm. Moreover, this thing requires no continuous investment. Over time, both the elven race it nurtures and the value of the ancient elven tree itself will increase. And if it were a 10th sandier or even million-year-old ancient elven tree, how could it possibly end up in my hands? Luo Chengfeng explained. Luo Ro wanted to argue further, but was pulled back by Yang Fan. Thank you, Grandpa. I really like this ancient elven tree. No matter its value, it was a free gift, and Yang Fan was not greedy. Observing Yang Fan's actions, Luo Chengfeng was increasingly pleased. The value of a 1,000-year-old elven tree seedling ranges from 1 to 300 million faith points. You may choose to sell it, but I recommend planting it in the divine realm for cultivation as you are still young. Based on the vitality concentration in your divine realm, over time the tree will give birth to elven life. This race is long-lived, one of the few that can be cultivated as a subordinate race, and they can even assist you in divine realm wars. Of course, you can also choose to sell the elves. An adult elf is worth around 1 million faith points in the market, and they are in high demand, even more precious than the water of life. You do not understand the intricacies involved. Grandpa, you old rogue, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Ro glared fiercely. Luo Chengfeng could only awkwardly pinch his nose in response. Ahem, work hard to improve your strength. As long as you show sufficient potential, I guarantee the investment you receive will not be inferior to that of the direct descendants of the Luo family. Luo Chengfeng changed the subject and began to encourage Yang Fan. After discussing serious matters, Yang Fan spent some time chatting with Luo Ro and Luo Chengfeng about family matters before returning to reality. Husband, I didn't expect your talent to be so exceptional. Ooh, I've held you back by being with you, Luo Ro said apologetically as she removed her helmet. For deities under the witness of federal law, marriage transcends direct kinship and forms a community of interests, and divorce is rarely heard of. Thus, when choosing a partner, everyone is very cautious, either matching in status or complementing each other's resources in the divine realm. With the potential Yang Fan has already displayed, had Luo Ro not been ambushed by a foreign race, and with a first-tier deity for a grandfather, the two would indeed be a good match. But currently she is nothing but a burden. As a first-tier deity, Luo Chengfeng has made significant contributions during this expedition. Under normal circumstances, the assistance he provides Yang Fan cannot possibly be valued so low. It is not just to stabilize his injuries and purchase a large amount of the water of life that has led to financial strain. Luo Ro understands this, while yet she does not wish for her grandfather to make such sacrifices. Once the child is born, the resources needed for each additional year of her life will be no small amount. Luo Ro does not wish for her existence to burden the entire family. It would be better to invest the limited resources into Yang Fan's divine realm. The stronger he becomes, the brighter their child's future will be. Stop talking nonsense. Trust me, it won't be long before I can help you restore the divine realm. Yang Fan lightly flicked Luo Ro's forehead. Having this intention is enough. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The development of the divine realm should be gradual. I understand. The doctor advised me to take a walk every day, and this afternoon I'm going shopping with my mother. Do you need anything? Can't you just place an order directly online? Yang Fan looked puzzled. After all, in this era the network can already deliver goods, so who goes offline? How could you understand the joy of women shopping? I'm leaving, Luo Ro huffed. Yang Fan shook his head, focusing his gaze back on the marketplace. The reward from the Luo family had already arrived. Now his faith points in the divine realm had surpassed 600 million, which was the first time Yang Fan had such a substantial sum. Before making any purchases, Yang Fan decided to research the ancient elven tree seedling that Luo Chengfeng had given him. He opened the search bar and entered the words ancient elven tree. Ancient elven tree classified as a special life structure. It can be categorized based on value: elven tree seedlings 1,000 years, adult ancient elven trees 100,000 years, holy elven trees million years, and the legendary elven divine tree extremely low birth probability. According to records, such structures have only appeared in a few high-tier deities' realms. Different grades of ancient elven trees will give birth to elven life at regular intervals, depending on the vitality concentration of their environment. They are divided into little elves, adult elves, elven warriors, elven kings, and the legendary elven emperor. The elven race is long-lived, and the longer they live, the stronger they become. Due to racial differences, they cannot produce faith points like believers, but they are gentle in nature, requiring only to absorb the life energy that is freely present in the air as sustenance, and can slowly grow without any resource input. The elven race not only does not harm the ecology of the divine realm, but their existence can significantly increase the speed of vegetation growth. If their numbers are sufficient, the ecological environment of the divine realm will be very stable. If other deities were to attack the divine realm, the elven race would also join the fight to protect their homeland. Tip: the growth of the ancient elven tree and the elven race is closely related to the vitality concentration in the divine realm. If you intend to cultivate them, you can purchase buildings like the moon well that enhance the vitality of the divine realm and place them nearby. Looking at the detailed information presented by the intelligent life, Yang Fan became increasingly satisfied with this gift. What does the development of the elven race need the most? It is time. Doesn't this perfectly match with my evolution talent? Without any input, the strength of the elven race will only grow stronger. Perhaps in the short term, this ancient elven tree will not bring me any benefits, and the strength of the nurtured elves will not experience explosive growth like the believers. However, as my divine realm develops over 10,000 years, a million years, or even longer, I will be fully capable of evolving a powerful elven kingdom. Compared to low-level demonic beasts like the Bodhi treasure snake, Yang Fan felt that he could fully utilize the space of the divine kingdom to cultivate the elven race. According to the data, wherever the elven race exists, the growth rate of plants increases significantly by 50. If he could spread the elven race throughout the divine kingdom, it would at least be equivalent to a clever planting talent. Currently, Yang Fan has also cultivated several low-level demonic beasts in his divine kingdom, not for the sake of profit, but mainly to stabilize the ecosystem. If conditions allowed, Yang Fan would sell all of them, especially since many rock birds appeared recently to steal his blood-condensing flowers. Once the ancient elven tree nurtures enough little elves, Yang Fan can attempt to clear out the miscellaneous fish in the divine kingdom, creating a harmonious environment. After understanding the role of the ancient elven tree, Yang Fan began his procurement endeavors. With so many faith points in the divine kingdom, it would be a heavenly punishment not to spend them. First, by 80 adult Tai Sui. Yang Fan waved his hand directly, spending 160 million. Currently, food in the divine kingdom is quite abundant, not only due to the blood pills supplied by the 100 spirits blood pool, but also because the 20 Tai Sui processed by the fully automatic concentrator can produce a large amount of compressed meat daily. Yang Fan could feel that given the current consumption of food by his followers, they could only consume at most 18 of the output, and now the food warehouse is already piled up. However, these foods have a long shelf life. Without long-term concerns, there will certainly be immediate worries. Currently, due to the excessive planting of blood-condensing flowers, the population of his followers has not proliferated significantly. Moreover, as his followers grow stronger, their consumption of food will undoubtedly increase exponentially. Regardless, with enough faith points, he will first maximize the production capacity of the fully automatic concentrator. There is no such thing as having too much stock. Even if they can't finish it and it piles up too much in the divine kingdom, Yang Fan can still sell it in the marketplace. This business deal will never result in a loss. Subsequently, Yang Fan purchased 500 moon wells and 500 sun springs, reducing his funds by 300 million. This was to increase fixed investments. After all, such luck as today cannot last forever. The high returns from blood-condensing flowers will also come to an end after the college entrance examination. For long-term planning, he needed to acquire more fixed assets to increase long-term cash flow. Secondly, it was for the growth of the ancient elven tree. The denser the life energy in the divine kingdom, the faster the growth of the ancient elven tree. Since he was preparing to vigorously cultivate the elven race, Yang Fan naturally had to consider this when making investments. He then purchased 100 wash marrow pills. After the recent development of the divine kingdom, except for those first and second tier beings, the unbroken followers had long since perished. Yang Fan planned to select the best qualified 100 mortals to take the wash marrow pills, thereby improving the overall quality of his followers. In the blink of an eye, his over 600 million faith points had dwindled to just over 80 million. With a thought, Yang Fan loaded all the purchased resources into the divine kingdom. The ancient elven tree was placed deep within the divine kingdom's forest, and then he used divine power to directly clear out a vast area. As the ancient elven tree descended, the towering ancient trees around it seemed to sense something, their branches shaking as if they were excited like humans. Yang Fan could feel that the overall life energy within his divine kingdom had elevated slightly. Then he neatly placed the moon wells and sun springs located in Divine Enlightenment City along with the newly purchased buildings on both sides of the ancient elven tree. An immense life energy instantly filled the entire forest, and the area that Yang Fan had just cleared with divine power began to grow weeds at a visibly rapid rate. Yang Fan could sense that the ancient elven tree enjoyed such an environment, its branches were now enveloped in green leaves, and it had already begun to nurture little elves. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area 1 million square kilometers. Talent Level Resource Talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS Level Talent Evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Followers Second-Tier Beings, 25 First-Tier Beings, 644 Mortals, 33000. Methods 5 Elements Cultivation Method Indestructible Body Technique Federation Body, Refinement Technique Muscle, and Bone Wash Method 10,000 Spirits Returning to Origin Formation Small Success. Faith Points 82. 67 million provides 27 Faith Points daily. Buildings Moon Wells x 1000 Sun Springs x 1000 Special Life Building Ancient Elven Tree 1000 Years Nurturing Little Elves Level Building 100 Spirits Blood Pool x1 Soaking 10 Tai Sway Load Rate 100 Special Building Fully Automatic Concentrator x1 Loading 100 Tai Sway Load Rate 100 Level Transmission Tower x5 Assets Blood Condensing Flowers x8 Million Level Spiritual Plant Tai Sway x110 Bodhi Treasure Snake. With the tenfold evolution talent the Moon Wells and Sun Springs he currently owns can generate a fixed income of 60 million faith points monthly. This is all thanks to the Luo family's investment in him, which was unimaginable in the past. Even so, Yang Fan did not become complacent. During this time, the influx and outflow of faith points made him realize a truth: no matter how many faith points there are, it is never enough for the development of the Divine Kingdom. In the days to follow, Yang Fan's life began to return to a routine. Attending classes, browsing the marketplace and the Divine Forum, attending classmate gatherings. Since the simulated battle of the Divine Kingdom entered the top 100 of the Luo family, those talented classmates became much more courteous to him and often invited him to gatherings. Yang Fan would basically attend. Compared to these prodigies who were born into prominent families, he indeed had less experience. Birds of a feather flock together. The sharing from these people often enlightened Yang Fan. Over the past few days, Luo Mingxian had not spoken in the group, which made Yang Fan feel much quieter. One day, Yang Fan arrived at the virtual world for class as usual. Today, Li Qingying's expression was particularly serious. In 1 month, it will be the midterm exam for the 3rd year of high school. The exam location has already been decided by the school. Li Qingying spoke with a tone filled with seriousness. All the students in Class 7 of the 3rd year sat upright. This was the midterm exam, and class division would occur after the assessment, making it almost as important as the college entrance examination. The location for this assessment is a divine kingdom belonging to a half-god of another race, and the opposing deity has not perished. The entire Class 7 of the 3rd year was unusually quiet, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Teacher Li, did I hear that right? Are we going to invade the divine kingdom of a half-god from another race? A student in the audience raised their hand to ask. The tone and demeanor almost suggested they were directly asking if the school wanted them to go to their deaths. After all, that was a half-god powerhouse. The combined strength of all the divine beings in the entire 3rd year might not be enough for the opponent to use as a toothpick. Once they enter the divine kingdom of another race, it would be tantamount to invasion. At that time, the half-god of the other race would also be able to pinpoint the coordinates of the invading divine kingdom. If their followers launched a counterattack with their current strength, how could they survive? Sensing the confusion among the crowd, Li Qingying explained, the followers of that alien demigod have been significantly weakened by the school's divine authority. Their strongest will not exceed the 5th rank, and all students can collaborate freely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd did not soften in the least. Even if their strength has been diminished by the higher-ups of the school, they are still demigods. The land area of a demigod's divine kingdom spans millions of square kilometers, and one can imagine the number of followers among whom there are definitely numerous beings of higher tiers. If this alien demigod ceases to defend and instead counterattacks their divine kingdom along the coordinates, it would undoubtedly lead to a dire situation with little hope of survival. The difficulty and risks of this midterm examination are exceedingly high. Most students in Class 7 of the 3rd year come from ordinary families, with 90% following logistical routes. The followers within the divine kingdom are weak and feeble. Li Qingying, as the homeroom teacher, naturally understood these concerns. This is a decision made by the federal government. A greenhouse cannot cultivate strong warriors. Compared to the dangers of a real divine war, this school examination has been significantly mitigated. If one is worried about the safety of their divine kingdom, they can choose to stay on the periphery and let the followers handle some harvesting tasks. The main military force of this alien demigod is concentrated in the center of the divine kingdom. Considering that our human divine beings are still present, as long as he is not cornered, he will not launch a large-scale counterinvasion. Li Qingying reassured them. Many students felt a bit relieved upon hearing this. Most of them belong to the logistical faction, and the followers possess little combat ability and would not foolishly venture into the core area of the Divine Kingdom. Due to the inherent life-threatening risks of this midterm examination, the school's rewards are equally generous. The entire examination process will be monitored by high-level intelligent beings. Everything of value obtained within the Divine Kingdom, including spiritual plants architecture and the corpses of alien followers, will be documented. The final score will be determined by the quantity of your gains. Moreover, all resources acquired can be directly transported back to your own Divine Kingdom, and the school will not confiscate them. Even if it is just the peripheral areas, those low-tier spiritual plants are still good resources for beings with divine essence. Li Qingying continued, furthermore, the top 100 students in the entire... Even if it is just the peripheral areas, those low-tier spiritual plants are still good resources for beings with divine essence. Li Qingying continued, furthermore, the top 100 students in the entire school will receive additional rewards. More than 95 of the students in Class 7 of the third year do not feel that these rewards have anything to do with them, yet that does not prevent them from marveling at the school's grand gesture. The special building, the Fountain of Life, rank 3rd, is quoted at 1 billion faith points in the marketplace, but it is completely out of stock. This is a strategic resource, and all transactions are private and peer-to-peer, with the true price definitely exceeding 2 billion. The rewards for the second and first places are even more extravagant, allowing for a selection of any buildings below a grade from the school's inventory. Yang County's No. 1 High School is an official institution with all teachers being sent to the front lines to combat the alien deities. The school's inventory is likely richer than that of local factions like the Luo and Li families. The value gap of grade buildings is enormous. Some, like the Lark Blood Pool, are estimated to be around 1 billion, while others can fundamentally change a believer's qualifications or accelerate the development of the entire Divine Kingdom, rendering their value immeasurable. It could reach hundreds of millions or even billions. There is no fear of the school awarding grade buildings. The worry is being allowed to choose for oneself. This is pushing the extraordinary students in Class 1 to madness. It is not hard to imagine that the competition for the top 2 spots in this midterm exam will be fierce, as the stakes involved are immense. So much so that even the deities would be tempted. The stronger one is the more resources one can acquire. In this midterm exam, 99% of the school's investment is focused on the top 2 spots. Yang Fan is equally intrigued. This is undoubtedly an opportunity to leap into the Dragon's Gate. After a moment, Yang Fan instinctively shook his head. His current strength is still too far from the monsters like Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, who are the focus of family investments. What is yours cannot be lost. What is not yours cannot be obtained. Aiming too high only adds to one's troubles. After announcing the details of the midterm exam, Li Qingying directly dismissed the class. At the same time, Yang Fan received an invitation from Li Shihao. Brother Yang, bring Zhang Pang along for a gathering. Yang Fan nodded, sent the coordinates to Zhang Pang, and then left the classroom with a light tap on the coordinates. This time, Li Shihao chose a secluded courtyard instead of the heavenly fragrance realm, where tea and snacks were already laid out. There were 7 people in total, all of whom Yang Fan knew. Besides Wang Jinyu, there were also Wang Matzi, Wei Feng, and Umo. These 3 are all servants of Li Shihao. Zhang Pang's invitation might also be due to his connection with Yang Fan. Brother Yang, please take a seat. This is the reception room of the Li family. Quiet and private, Li Shihao explained. I thought we were going to the heavenly fragrance realm again. Yang Fan chuckled teasingly. If Brother Yang likes it, I can treat you later. However, we need to discuss serious matters today, which is why I chose this place. Forget it, I'm Olivian's son-in-law. Now I need to maintain my integrity. Yang Fan shook his head. With the talent you've shown, even the Luo family would take notice. Going to the heavenly fragrance realm wouldn't be a problem. Even keeping a little wife wouldn't be an issue. Li Shihao rolled his eyes. Yang Fan simply shook his head and said, don't joke around, brother. Li invited us here for a reason, I believe. Li Shihao nodded seriously. The location of this midterm exam is far beyond my expectations. To achieve good results, we must delve into the heart of the alien deities' territory. It is absolutely impossible to rely solely on one person, so I want to seek cooperation. Without waiting for Yang Fan to speak, Li Shihao turned his gaze to Wang Jinyu. Old Wang, let's be straightforward. With your strength, it is fundamentally impossible for you to enter the school's top 100. I hope you can help me. Brother, what do you want me to do? Wang Jinyu asked in confusion. Sell me all the resources you obtain in the alien deity's territory, and I will pay you double the price. Once the exam is over, I will make a one-time payment, and if I am fortunate enough to enter the school's top 100, I will additionally give you 20 million. Li Shihao stated his conditions. Wang Jinyu did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Okay, I will come to find you before the exam ends. For Wang Jinyu, what he needed most was resources. Being able to sell his gains at double the price to Li Shihao is a good choice. Yang Fan looked a bit surprised. Is that even possible? Of course, there is nothing that cannot be traded in this world. For the school, as long as it is not prohibited, you can do it. I have looked into the records of previous midterm exams at Yang County No. 1 High School. There have been instances of forming cliques, engaging in underhanded tactics, and even directly robbing classmates. As the saying goes, what is not prohibited by law can be done. As he spoke, Li Shuhua's eyes became more solemn. Given the school's generous rewards this time, everything would falter in the face of such immense benefits. In the assessment within the foreign deities realm, one must be cautious not only of the deities' followers, but also of their classmates. Li Shuhua felt that this year's Yang County No. 1 High School seemed to be nurturing a kind of gu, not aiming for an average level of student strength, but rather to cultivate 1 or 2 monsters. Brother Yang, as still living demigods realm, the risks are unimaginable. This is essentially the finishing work of pioneering. It can be understood as the work of a demigod powerhouse, yet I never expected the school would send us this time. Indeed, it is quite dangerous, Yang Fan replied with narrowed eyes. He had witnessed the goblins as tall as small mountains back, then yet he was unsure of the nature of the demigod's followers participating in the assessment this time. Our collaboration could be mutually beneficial. After all, we are classmates with a higher level of trust, aren't we? Li Shuhua said earnestly. Yang Fan fell into deep thought, considering the gains and losses. After a moment, Yang Fan shook his head and said, I have no plans for collaboration at the moment, sorry. Upon finishing this, he signaled Zhang Pang with a glance, then stood up and exited the virtual world together. Li Shuhua had a point. In this midterm exam, one needed to be wary not only of the foreign demigods, but also of their classmates. A foreign demigod's realm would naturally have its treasures, but how the spoils would be divided, and whether backstabbing would occur, or if some might contribute less than others, remained uncertain. These are all issues. Human hearts are far more complicated than battling foreign races. With his SS-level talent, Yang Fan inherently had more troops at his disposal. Collaborating with others to explore the deity's realm has more drawbacks than benefits. Watching the place where Yang Fan had disappeared, Li Shuhua felt a bit regretful, yet he understood in his heart. After all, the other party was a member of the Luo family, and seeking partners would naturally center around the Luo family. Though he and Yang Fan were classmates in such significant matters, personal interests must come first, and Li Shuhua saw nothing wrong with that. On the other side, at the second floor of Mingwei Community, Zhang Pang took off his helmet and began to head downstairs for a meal. He paid little attention to the midterm exam. After all, he was now a subordinate of Yang Fan, so he could just follow along. Once inside the foreign deity's realm, he would follow Yang Fan's arrangements. As a logistics person, he didn't need to bear such pressure. Zhang Pang was currently most concerned about the growth of the blood coagulation flowers in his deity's realm, while the midterm exam could wait. What a pity today Li Shuhua, this wealthy dog, didn't treat us at Tianxiangrenjian, making it a wasted trip, Zhang Pang complained while eating. During this time, he had benefited from Yang Fan's generosity, enjoying several free rides. At the Yang City Villa, Yang Fan listed all the mature blood coagulation flowers, Moon Dew, and Yang Essence for sale online. After tax profits, 275 million already transferred to the deity's realm. Faith points 3. 52 billion. This time Yang Fan only chose to purchase 6 million seeds of blood coagulation flowers, as he needed to clear all the empty spaces around the 4 main cities. This midterm exam disrupted Yang Fan's plans. He had to start developing the population vigorously. To avoid wasting time for the followers, Yang Fan directly chose to purchase finished buildings from the mechanical deity's realm. Grade steel city size, adjustable maximum area of 100 square kilometers, priced at merchants. Note: the city is surrounded by fine iron, providing basic defensive capabilities, equipped with numerous residential and office buildings, with complete living facilities ready for immediate use. Yang Fan directly spent 10 million to load 5 steel cities into the deity's realm. This is considered one of the most expensive buildings among ordinary cities, yet with Yang Fan's current income, he did not mind this expenditure. With the steel cities loaded into the deity's realm, the living area for the followers expanded tenfold. Such a vast city only required 2 million faith points. Indeed, the basic materials and ordinary buildings in this era were quite cheap. Subsequently, Yang Fan issued a divine decree. My followers, in 300 years there will be a life and death battle. During this period, everyone must strive to cultivate and teach the younger generation well, and must not harm each other. Thank you for the divine grace. We shall strive to do our best. After completing all this, Yang Fan bought a 300-year A-grade breeding card, enhancing fertility by 50 and reducing infant mortality by 50. He directly loaded it into the deity's realm. 300 years is enough for Yang Fan to maximize the population of followers in his deity's realm. Under the sweeping reforms, the followers of Yang Fan's deity realm were rapidly developing. In the first decade, a total of 600 newborns were born. With ample food, comfortable living conditions, and sufficient space for survival, plus the support of the breeding card, female followers generally gave birth to 2 children every 3 years. By the third decade, the population in Yang Fan's deity realm had already surpassed 1 million. In the real world, he continued to attend classes and study diligently every day. In recent days, Yang Fan received invitations from other talented individuals. Some were from the Blacksmith Association, some from Zhongyuan Building, but most were from the geniuses of the Luo family. Within just a few days, the entire senior year had formed several teams. Some had their leaders personally inviting Yang Fan, while others did so through intermediaries. Li Shuhua also invited Yang Fan again, but this time he represented another genius from the Li family. Naturally, Yang Fan chose to refuse them all. The people seeking collaboration either had a vast power gap, placing them in a subordinate relationship, or were of similar strength, wary of each other. Though they appeared enthusiastic and grand now, when it came time to allocate resources, it would either be black eating black or bargaining. In this world, there are no true friends, only absolute interests. Since he had enough military support, why should Yang Fan engage in schemes with these individuals? Moreover, after so long, Yang Fan had not heard of any movements from the monstrous level talents like Luo Bing or Li Tianning. Either they had enough confidence in their own strength and did not need to collaborate with others, or they belonged to a higher echelon, one that Yang Fan with his current status was not yet qualified to understand. Yang Fan continued to live as usual, unaffected by the outside world. The deity realm lacked resources, relying on natural evolution, and apart from interacting with genius classmates, he still dedicated an hour each day to read in the school library. Whether it was the development of the human deity realm or information about foreign deities, Yang Fan had much knowledge yet to learn. As a deity, the path ahead is long. He needs to be grounded, taking one step at a time, as long as the direction is correct. During this period, Yang Fan also obtained another round of blood coagulation flowers, netting a profit of 120 million. Adding the income from Moon Dew and Yang Essence, his faith points once again surpassed 400 million. Deity Lord Yang Fan. Deity Realm Area 1 million square kilometers. Talent Grade Resource Talent. All resources in the Deity Realm grow 10 faster. SS Level Talent Evolution. The only talent capable of accelerating the evolution of the Deity Realm currently hidden. Followers Second Tier Beings 102. First Tier Beings 3644. Mortals 2. 64 million. Kin Little Elves 52. Techniques 5 Elements Cultivation Method Indestructible Technique Federal Body Refinement Technique Muscle and Bone Refining Technique Myriad Spirits Returning to Origin Formation Great Accomplishment. Faith Points 4. 62 billion providing 82 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Wells x 1000 Sun Springs x 1000 Special Life Building Elf Ancient Tree 1000 Years Nurturing Little Elves Grade Building Blood Pool of the 100 Spirits x1 Soaking 10 Tai Sui Load Rate 100 Special Building Fully Automatic Concentrator x1 Cutting Plant Loading 100 Tai Sui Load Rate 100 Grade Transmission Tower x5 Grade Steel City x5 Assets Blood Coagulation Flowers x6 Million Grade Spirit Plant Tai Sui x110 Bodhi Treasure Serpent. After a month of frenzied development, Yang Fan's total population has surpassed 2.5 million. The population had already reached this number about a century ago in the Divine Kingdom, but since then it has been fluctuating due to reaching a critical density. As for the food for the believers, it remains abundant. Even with the explosive population growth, the output of the fully automated concentrators far exceeds the consumption on a daily basis. What is even more surprising is the believers' understanding of the myriad spirits returning formation. Now, after reaching a perfected state, the army of 10,000 can lay out the formation with a strength increase of 50% compared to before. This is Yang Fan's greatest advantage compared to others. He has comprehended a formation to perfection. He is confident that no one in the entire senior year would be able to achieve the same. In the past 3 months, while 90 years have passed in other divine kingdoms, he has experienced a full 900 years. During these 900 years, the believers have continuously practiced the myriad spirits returning formation, summarizing their experiences and passing them on to the next generation. It is not that his believers have exceptional comprehension, it is all honed through time. The only thing that makes Yang Fan a bit dissatisfied is that after all this time, there are still no third-tier beings born. One must understand that in the exam 3 months ago, third-tier beings had already appeared in Luo Bing's divine kingdom, and their current counterparts will only be stronger. How many enhancement treasures did Luo Bing provide to the believers? Yang Fan felt a bit sentimental. It should be noted that the time he has developed is 10 times that of Luo Bing, yet he still hasn't caught up to his counterpart from 3 months ago. Yang Fan can understand this. The gap between the two sides is too large. His true explosion of power must be calculated from when he received the investment from the Luo family, as the initial 3 months of development were quite slow. In 2 days, he must go to Yang County No. 1 high school for the midterm exam. Before that, Yang Fan is preparing to make a final push for a simulated battle in the Divine Kingdom. The losses during this midterm exam will surely not be small, and this is the time when his Divine Kingdom's combat strength is at its peak. Before that, Yang Fan also needs to visit the Luo family's base to purchase weapons. The prices of weapons within the clan are half that of the marketplace, which he learned from another Luo family genius during a gathering some time ago. The refining of weapons requires many steps. First, ores are purchased from the market, then refined into iron essence using the refining equipment of the mechanical Divine Kingdom. This iron essence is then handed over to the believers to forge and subsequently sold in bulk at the marketplace. Many merchants engaged in this type of business do not have the capability to handle a complete set of processes. They can only be responsible for multiple or a single link. This raises a problem. Each link must go through the marketplace, which incurs a tax. Layer upon layer of taxation results in the end consumers bearing all the costs. This is called indirect tax. In the 26748th year of the Divine Kingdom, there was a significant objection raised by a deity regarding this. For such complex commodities, the federal government should reduce taxes to benefit the populace. According to historical records, this caused quite a stir with news reports everywhere. Federal government officials even held meetings for over 10 days to discuss it. In the end, they came to a conclusion, changing indirect tax to value-added tax, allowing merchants to purchase tax-related intelligent beings for deductions. Ordinary divine beings were quite satisfied with this outcome. Although the prices of goods did not decrease, the federal government was still taking action, and it was said that deductions could be made. Though they did not understand, it felt like a significant discount. Both higher deities and lower divine beings were pleased with this. You protect my cake, and I protect your thoughts. Everyone has a bright future. During this time, Yang Fan had not touched the funds within the Divine Kingdom solely to procure a sufficient number of weapons. In the last school exam, he suffered due to a lack of weapons. Even with the most ordinary iron weapons, if he had enough supply at that time, he could have gone much deeper. For mortals, the difference between wearing armor and being unarmed is more than tenfold. Arriving at the Luo family's base in the virtual world, Yang Fan found Zhang Yinxiao. I've seen young Master Yang. Zhang Yinxiao stood up to greet him. Yang Fan was no longer the ordinary second-tier genius he was when he first joined the Luo family. He had entered the top ranks in the Divine Kingdom's simulated battles, and as long as he did not fall, he had a great possibility of becoming a deity in the future. Zhang Yinxiao's attitude was naturally much more respectful now. If there were any welfare policies from the family, he would also send a copy of the documents to Yang Fan. This is the benefit brought about by a change in status. People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. The stronger you appear, the greater your potential, and the more people are willing to befriend you. Old Zhang, I want to purchase a large number of weapons. Is there a way? Yang Fan inquired. Yang Fan could have asked Luo Qingfeng, but thinking that these were just low-tier weapons, he didn't want to trouble his grandfather, a deity, and instead sought this nominal guide. Yes, I have a friend whose Divine Kingdom specializes in weapon refining. For talents like young Master Yang, there are discounts when purchasing. Then please make the introduction. He'll send him the coordinates right away, Zhang Yinxiao said as he opened the communication. Before long, a middle-aged man with a big belly teleported to this place. Old Zhang, are you sure this is a big business? You called me here so urgently. Though he appears to weigh 400 or 500 pounds and looks extremely unhealthy, Yang Fan can feel the pressure emanating from him. This person, like Zhang Yinxiao, is a demigod-level powerhouse. Let me introduce, this is Luo Tiety with class forging talent, now specifically supplying weapons for the Luo family. This is Yang Fan, young Master Yang. You should not be unfamiliar with him. Oh, so it's young Master Yang. Your name has been quite loud in the Luo family lately. I heard that the family head specially approved 500 million in funds for you. You are quite accomplished at a young age. I am the great Luo Tiety, doing some weapon business to make a living. If young master doesn't mind, you can call me Luo Fatty, like old John. Luo Taity's face was filled with smiles. Yang Fan, though taken aback by his enthusiasm, hurriedly said, I want to purchase weapons. How many does young master want? 2,000 sets of class weapons and 5 million sets of ordinary iron weapons. Are there any specific requirements for the weapons? Swords, spears, halberds, big hammers, or anything is fine, but armor must be included. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Simple, it'll give you a discount on the 2,000 sets of class weapons. Just 160 million will do, and as for the 5 million sets of ordinary iron weapons, there is hardly any cost, so I'll consider it a bonus. Let's add each other as friends, and from now on, if young master has any needs, you can contact me directly. Luo Taitai said enthusiastically. Hearing the quote from the other party, Yang Fan was also a bit surprised. This was significantly lower than his estimation. Thank you very much. I will definitely contact you first whenever I have needs in the future, Yang Fan said earnestly. Yang Fan directly transferred 160 million faith points, and the other party also delivered the goods on the spot. After the transaction was completed, Yang Fan exchanged a few polite words and then left the virtual world. At this moment at the Luo family base, Zhang Yinxiao curiously asked, selling at such a low price, can you still make a profit? Recently, the family discovered a large ore vein at a new resource point, so the raw material costs have decreased significantly. There is still profit to be made. Besides, isn't this the first time I've done business? For talents like this, once they become demigods, or even deities in the future, their consumption of weapons will not be astronomical. One must look at the long term. Having a long-term partner, even if the profit is thin, is better than leaving these scrap metals in the divine kingdom to gather dust. You really know how to do business. You must learn to deal with people. You are always tinkering with those crooked investments inside the divine kingdom. Though the profits are large, the scale is too small. Investing carries risks. It's always better to have one's believers. No matter how much they are exploited, there will be no complaints. Believers are tied to our lives, and we are the same age. You look much older than me. Luo Taitai couldn't help but remind him. Who told me not to have the Luo surname? Zhang Yongxiu's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. He also understood the drawbacks of exploiting the resources of the divine kingdom, but without the family backing him, he did not have the qualification to take risks in business. Returning to reality, Yang Fan loaded the weapons into the divine kingdom and then issued a divine decree to gather the strongest 10,000 followers. Federal citizen Yang Fan score 830, current win rate 94. 2. Do you wish to start matching? Start. Random scene generation in progress. Volcano battle begins. Less than a minute later, the battle concluded. This time the opponent had 10 second-tier beings, but throughout the entire battle, Yang Fan soldiers suffered less than 100 casualties. One reason is that they are now all equipped with a full set of grade weapons. The second is that the Great Achievement Realm's myriad spirits returning to origin formation is incredibly powerful. The entire battle was simply a crushing victory. Score 20, current score 850, win rate 94. 3. Do you wish to continue matching? Continue. After winning 10 consecutive matches, Yang Fan's score had already exceeded 1,000. At this moment, Yang Fan faced opponents that included third-tier beings, all fully equipped with a complete set of grade weapons. The leading third-tier being wielded a spear and led an army of 10,000 piercing toward the army's throat like a sharp spear. Scatter! A general shouted, and the frontline soldiers holding shields spread out to the sides just in time to let that third-tier being miss. With one vigorous charge followed by a decline and then exhaustion, the third-tier being was about to turn around when surrounded by dozens of second-tier beings. Originally intending to rely on the physical advantage of the third-tier being to create a gap in the myriad spirits returning to origin formation, it was quickly surrounded by Yang Fan's tightly coordinated army. Like a dragon entering shallow waters, within a few rounds the third-tier being's head was severed. The myriad spirits returning to origin formation at the Great Achievement Realm operates with precision, making the army move as one. Clearly both sides had similar weapons and strengths, yet it took less than 500 casualties to annihilate the opposing army of 10,000. In a distant star's apartment, a young woman removed her helmet, her face filled with frustration. You know what's wrong? You look so gloomy. I just participated in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle and encountered a monster. Even though the followers' physical quality is significantly worse than mine, they managed to annihilate my army with just a few hundred casualties. Oh. Did you encounter those family youths wearing a full set of grade weapons? No, their equipment is similar to mine, but it feels strange, like I'm being led by the nose. Pull up the battle video, I will help you take a look. That person has already comprehended the myriad spirits returning to origin formation at the Great Achievement Realm, while you haven't even reached the Minor Achievement Realm. It's normal to be suppressed in battle. The myriad spirits returning to origin formation at the Great Achievement Realm. How come I haven't encountered it until now? This person is either from a poor background relying on the logistics path of the Divine Kingdom, with followers who comprehended the myriad spirits returning to origin formation over a long time, having limited potential in the future. Or they are a genius who recently awakened to the Divine Kingdom, relying on their own understanding to deduce the formation and teach it to their followers. So which one is he? I'm just someone coordinating followers to farm and sell spirit rice. How could I have the authority to know the specific information about the simulation battle opponent? Quickly take a break and have a meal. This Divine Kingdom simulation battle encompasses all divine beings of the human race, and you can encounter any kind of monster. If you meet someone aiming for high scores, it's possible for a 10,000-man army to be annihilated in just a few breaths. There's no need to overthink it. Oh, after the score rose to 1,000, Yang Fan clearly felt that the opponents had become much stronger, with the probability of encountering third-tier beings beginning to increase. After a few more matches, Yang Fan encountered an opponent who had a fourth-tier being and 5 third-tier beings. Their overall strength surpassed Yang Fan's by nearly a factor of 2. Yang Fan remained patient in observing the battle. Now his followers' understanding of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation had surpassed that of the deity himself, and he only needed to quietly watch. Through these few matches, Yang Fan gradually understood the power of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation at the Great Achievement Realm. Even if the opponent's overall strength was stronger than his, there was still a fighting chance. One of the enemy's fourth-tier beings could single-handedly face 100 of Yang Fan's followers. With a sweep of the spear, dozens of soldiers from the front line were directly sent flying. The enemy army did not cultivate the myriad spirits returning to origin formation, but another formation that focused on offense. The army acted like a poisonous thorn, concentrating all their power on one point, instantly piercing the formation's core. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan's expression revealed some surprise. The myriad spirits returning to origin formation is a fundamental formation awarded by the federal government to senior students, known for its strong inclusiveness, integrating cultivation, defense, offense, and mobility. Since the start of the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, Yang Fan had encountered other formations, but the formation of the person before him was even more terrifying, and judging by its power, it must have been comprehended at the minor achievement realm. He had thought that with the myriad spirits returning to origin formation at the Great Achievement Realm, even with insufficient strength, he would still have the power to fight, but he didn't expect the opponent's overall strength to be so formidable. Soon the formation was breached, and it came down to raw strength. The opponent destroyed all of Yang Fan's followers with about 30% casualties. Score 1, current score 1244, win rate 92. 5. Do you wish to continue matching? The voice of the intelligent life form echoed simultaneously. In match. Yang Fan gently shook his head and withdrew his consciousness from the virtual world. The myriad spirits returning to origin formation is, after all, just an grade formation, and because it is too comprehensive, it lacks advantages. If he encounters formations that excel in specific aspects, even if the opponent's comprehension level isn't higher than his, he would still fall into a passive position. I need to purchase other formations. Relying solely on the myriad spirits returning to origin formation is too singular. Yang Fan analyzed his shortcomings. He opened his wristwatch to check the Liu family's Divine Kingdom Simulation Battle Leaderboard. Liu family's Divine Kingdom Simulation Battle Leaderboard. First place, Liu Hen, First Class Genius, score 1950, win rate 63. 2. Second place, Liu Bing, First Class Genius, score 1650, win rate 65. 5. 34th place, Yang Fan, Second Class Genius, score 1244, win rate 92. 5. 111th place, Liu Mingxuan, Second Class Genius, score 842, win rate 51. 2. In this Divine Kingdom simulation battle, all my followers were equipped with grade weapons, maximizing their combat power, yet I only reached 34th place. It's not just him, others are also making progress, especially Liu Hen, whose score is nearly approaching 2,000. Yang Fan had anticipated this result, but unfortunately, this time the progress did not qualify for the Liu family's rewards. The higher the ranking, the more fixed everyone's position becomes, particularly in the top 100, where it's possible that the entire senior year rankings won't see much change. After a genius from the Liu family opened the leaderboard, they suddenly discovered that their ranking had dropped by 1 place. At this moment, various families within the Liu clan began discussing this matter. It's Yang Fan again. He has pushed up to 34th place, pushing me down to 50. How miserable. Still unaware of the need to work hard, truly embarrassing for me. Dad, could you provide some more resources? As your son, I couldn't even maintain a spot in the top 50. It's not a good look for you either. Have you finished consuming the resources I gave you last time? How dare you ask for more? The Genius Group chat of the class of 2026. Brother Yang, you are impressive. I just saw in the family group that my cousin was pushed out of the top 50 by you, and now he's being scolded by Elder Liu. Luo Qingyuan, keep the family matters to yourself, and spare me some face. Sorry, I forgot you were in this group too. My bad, I'll discuss it in another group. You? Are you really not considering cooperation? Yang Fan. There's strength in numbers. After all, they are semi-divine beings from another race, and their followers must be numerous. If we don't cooperate, we could easily be encircled and annihilated. Let's team up, brother. I've already brought in 8 people, and our scores in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle are all above 500. Yang Fan. The Genius Group chat became lively again, with many wanting to recruit Yang Fan once more. After all, only a strong team has the qualification to venture into the heart of the Divine Kingdom in search of more core resource buildings. However, at this moment, Yang Fan had no time to read the group messages as he received a call from Luo Chengfeng. How did you progress in strength so much? You didn't use some method to exploit your followers' potential, did you? The voice of Luo Chengfeng came urgently through the watch. No. What is the strongest strength of your followers now? Second-tier beings. How is that possible? Then how did you score 1244 points? On the other end of the line, Luo Chengfeng was completely stunned, feeling as if Yang Fan was joking with him. I have comprehended the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array to the great perfection level. After a moment of silence, Luo Chengfeng's serious voice came through. Download all the videos of today's Divine Kingdom simulation battle you participated in and send them to me. Immediately. Feeling the seriousness in the other person's tone, Yang Fan complied without hesitation. The Divine Kingdom simulation battle has extremely strict personal information protection. Apart from the participants themselves, even deities are not qualified to view it. After sending the videos, Luo Chengfeng replied with a single word, "Wait," and then there was no further message. After watching several battles and confirming it was indeed the great perfection level of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array, Luo Chengfeng couldn't help but curse, "I really hit the jackpot." Without hesitation, Luo Chengfeng directly entered the virtual world to request a meeting with the family head Luo Hai. In the virtual world at the Luo family's Elder Council chamber, there were only Luo Hai and Luo Chengfeng. The walls of the council chamber were projecting the battles from Yang Fan's recent simulation battle. Now the family head believes it right. I was worried he used some method to exploit his followers' potential for this midterm exam, which is why I inquired. I didn't expect this kid's comprehension to be so extraordinary. Luo Chengfeng spoke excitedly. In terms of comprehension, he felt that no one in the younger generation of the Luo family could match him. It's a pity. If I had known he could comprehend the great perfection level array before the exam, our Luo family could have provided him with pills to quickly enhance his followers' strength, and we could have contended for the resources for first place. Luo Hai sighed. The strength of Yang Fan's followers is ultimately too weak. If he had a large number of third-tier or even fourth-tier beings, this midterm exam would definitely be a dark horse. Luo Chengfeng hurriedly said, "We can't only look at the present. With Yang Fan's talent, he will definitely become a deity in the future. His combat power will far exceed that of others at the same level, and he will surely expand our Luo family's territory. A genius in formations, the family head should understand the tremendous value in this. Of course, for such a prodigy, even if he is just my Luo family's son-in-law, we will do our best to nurture him." Luo Hai nodded seriously. I wonder if the family head has considered increasing the quota for a first-class genius. Luo Chengfeng probed. Luo Hai looked at the projected videos and finally sighed. I am willing to give him a chance. If he can enter the top 10 in this midterm exam, I will convene the Elder Council and have everyone vote on it. Thank you, family head. Luo Chengfeng's expression lit up. As long as there was a chance, it was good. The resources invested in a first-class genius are immense, and not only in terms of faith points. The most precious are some unique buildings that cannot be purchased. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Luo Chengfeng would do everything possible to fight for Yang Fan. If the Elder Council does not approve, I will still use the family head's authority to reward him with a sea of flesh and blood pool as support. Yes. After Luo Chengfeng left, Luo Hai pondered for a while and decided to send out a message. Moments later, a cold figure arrived at the meeting room. It was Luo Bing. Father, you asked me to come. Just watch. Luo Hai pointed at the battle video on the projection. Luo Bing frowned slightly. The strength is so weak, and comprehending a low-level array like the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array to the great perfection level is simply a waste of time. Luo Bing didn't understand what significance her father saw in this video. He is your classmate, Yang Fan. Luo Bing's expression finally changed. The great perfection level of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array is not surprising, but if the other party is a senior student, it would be different. In such a short time, even Luo Bing herself couldn't achieve it. At this moment, the scene of her awakening came to Luo Bing's mind. Clearly, just in level talent, but the Divine Kingdom had an area of over 100,000 square kilometers. This person truly has something special. In this midterm exam, it will be a piece of cake for you to secure first place with your strength. Help this person during the exam and find a way to let him enter the top 10. Why is that? Deities need friends, even those they can entrust their backs to. He is your classmate and his background is clean enough. He can help you a lot when you get to university. Luo Hai said with a deep gaze. Yes, father. Her father is a third-tier deity, so Luo Bing certainly would not doubt his judgment. At this moment, Yang Fan was talking with Luo Chengfeng in the virtual world. This is 50,000 sets of grade weapons and 10,000 sets of A-grade weapons. I can only provide you with this much help. Any more might affect your evaluation. Luo Chengfeng handed over 2 cards filled with weapons to Yang Fan. Thank you, Grandpa. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. The value of these resources is not low. Even purchasing them internally in the family would cost 2 to 3 billion, right? Yang Fan never expected that just before the midterm exam, Luo Chengfeng would suddenly give him such a large. In this school's midterm exam, you must do everything possible to break into the top 10. If you succeed, a great opportunity awaits you. Luo Chengfeng said with utmost seriousness. Yang Fan nodded, indicating that he understood. Even without Luo Chengfeng's words, Yang Fan would strive to improve his ranking. Although the overall strength of his followers is not comparable to those family prodigies, with a population of 2. 5 million in his divine kingdom plus his evolution talent, he had enough troops to support him and was not afraid of troop losses. The top 10 is still within Yang Fan's capabilities to compete for. Before Yang Fan could exit the virtual world, he saw another invitation message. It was from Luo Bing. If it had been from other classmates, Yang Fan would have planned to ignore it, but he dared not refuse this elder sister's invitation. Gently clicking the coordinates, Yang Fan's consciousness was directly transported to a conference room. Sister Bing, what do you need me for? Yang Fan clasped his fists in salute. In the group chat, everyone referred to Luo Bing this way. I, Luo Yue, along with Luo Yang, Li Tianheng, and 3 others from the Li family, have formed a 7-member team to prepare for this midterm exam to jointly attack the core of the alien semi-divine kingdom. Do you want to join us? Luo Bing's voice was very cold with no discernible change in emotion. Am I not strong enough? Yang Fan asked in confusion. He was aware of the names mentioned by Luo Bing. They were all figures among the top students. Excluding the advantage of reinforcements, in terms of the strength of the believers, Yang Fan did not believe he could catch the attention of these geniuses. Luo Bing said proudly, if I say it's possible, then it is possible. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would they care for me? Could it be that this ice block has such a good relationship with my ruler? Yang Fan was not foolish. The other party clearly intended to help him. With 90 of the assets of the Divine Kingdom in core positions, following them would ensure that even if he only got the smallest piece of the pie, his rank in this midterm exam wouldn't be low. If it weren't for his evolution talent, Yang Fan would have immediately agreed, but now he preferred to venture out on his own. After all, this was a divine kingdom of a foreign demigod who knew what treasures lay inside. Following these monsters, it was unlikely that he would be the one to encounter any valuable structures. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, thank you, Sister Bing. I know my strength is insufficient, so I won't hold you back. Moreover, I wish to explore the divine kingdom on my own. All right. Luo Bing nodded, not insisting further. Her personality was such as she was cold and kept others at a distance. Even though she was puzzled about why Yang Fan would refuse her, she wouldn't actively inquire. Back in reality, Yang Fan looked at Luo Ro, who was lying on the bed, and asked Ru, are you very familiar with Luo Bing? Luo Ro shook her head, saying, we're just ordinary friends, but after my divine kingdom was damaged, we lost contact. Is that so? Yang Fan was filled with doubts, not quite understanding the significance of Luo Bing's actions. Thinking about what Luo Bing had said to him, he felt a bit more relaxed inside. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's actions would definitely infuriate that foreign demigod. Heading to the core of the divine kingdom was akin to storming the lair. Even if this demigod went mad, the main firepower would surely be directed at the 7 of them. If someone was willing to draw the fire, then the risks for the others would be greatly reduced. For Yang Fan, while the exam ranking was important, safety was the absolute priority. With my current strength, it is too risky to hope for the core assets of the demigod's divine kingdom. Not only would I have to withstand the pressure from the demigod's believers, but I would also have to guard against Luo Bing and the others. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. It's easy to choke on meat, so it's better to choose broth. The road ahead is long. Let's take it step by step without rushing for immediate success. Yang Fan murmured to himself. On the day of the exam, all the students from the 3rd year of high school arrived at the school playground. The process was the same as the last exam. On the platform, Luo Qingfeng, Li Yuan, Wan Sanqian, Tai Wuqing. The familiar faces from the last time had already taken their seats on the high platform. Each student's nutrient pod was already prepared. On the platform, the elder of the Li family, Li Yuan, couldn't help but say, Elder Luo, what good luck. I didn't expect you to pick up a treasure last time. The county was so small, Yang Fan's ranking in the simulation battle of the Divine Kingdom had already spread. As the elder responsible for admissions in the Li family, having such a genius who was highly likely to become a deity, snatched away by the Luo family, made him feel heartbroken. After all, I married my granddaughter to him. It seems elder Li Yuan doesn't have a granddaughter, haha. Luo Chengfeng laughed triumphantly. Once others learned that Yang Fan had comprehended the great perfection realm of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation, they would surely regret it even more. Thinking of this, Luo Chengfeng felt even prouder. Li Yuan merely snorted. 3 months ago, based on Yang Fan's performance, even if he had a granddaughter, he wouldn't marry her off. After all, he had no juniors from a damaged divine kingdom. However, Li Yuan only said this in his heart. They were all deities, and there was no need to poke at each other. Wan Sanqian looked regretful. He had been the most optimistic about Yang Fan back then, but he knew he couldn't compete with the Luo family. Director Yang Wanli suddenly flashed onto the stage, bowing in a gentlemanly manner to those on the platform, then turned around and said in a loud voice, students, this is your 2nd exam in the 3rd year of high school. As for the specifics of the exam, I believe the homeroom teachers have already explained it clearly, so I won't elaborate further. Now I'm going to tell everyone the standards for ending the exam. Either someone breaks into the core of the demigod's divine kingdom, or the demigod invades the student's divine kingdom, causing widespread deaths among the students. Only then will our school's teachers forcibly terminate the exam. As for the duration of the assessment, I can clearly tell you that there is no time limit. This midterm exam will As Yang Wanli's words fell, most of the third-year students below were in a panic. Breaking into the core of the divine kingdom meant killing that foreign demigod, didn't it? Can beings with divine nature really kill a demigod? As for the divine kingdom being invaded, what a joke. Those were the demigod's believers, oh, wouldn't they be the ones to die? Everyone had already prepared psychologically, especially the weaker students who had long decided to just gather valuable spiritual herbs at the edge of the divine kingdom. Now, after hearing Yang Wanli's words, their hearts raced. They felt that this midterm exam was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Under the terrifying divine pressure from Yang Wanli, no student dared to speak up and question. Now everyone enter the nutrient pods. The coordinates are inside. I hope all of you can return alive. Yang Wanli's voice suddenly turned chilling, sending shivers down their spines. Under the immense psychological pressure, everyone entered the nutrient pods. The midterm exam officially began. Director Yang, isn't the requirements for ending the assessment a bit too strict? Li Yuan inquired. Even if the foreign demigod had been weakened, how could a group of beings with divine nature break into his divine kingdom's core? It sounded utterly ridiculous. As for widespread deaths among the students, that was even more absurd. This was an exam, not a real war in the divine kingdom. There was no need to pay such a high price. The powerful deities on the platform all furrowed their brows. This is the principal's intention, but rest assured what I just said was mainly to scare these children who have not been tempered by blood and fire. The principal has signed a contract with the foreign demigod. He will hold back. In the core of the divine kingdom, we made a replica for him, Yang Wanli said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a replica, the foreign deity would certainly not fight to the death. Everyone would be playing a part, and the counties know. One high school would use this to train the younger generation, while the foreign demigod would have a chance to live. Yang Wanli raised his hand and pointed at the sky screen, saying the midterm exam for the third-year students of Yang County in 2026 officially begins. Please observe, fellow practitioners. A huge screen projected onto each student, and everything they could see would reflect to the outside world. Unlike the last assessment, this time it was within the foreign divine kingdom. Since the foreign deity was still alive, the intelligent beings of the human race could only observe the occurrences within the divine kingdom through the students and could not open a global view. All third-year students arrived at the same open area. The students who had formed teams beforehand each set off towards the depths of the divine kingdom. Zhang Peng approached Yang Fan and asked, Brother Yang, what can I do? Your followers lack combat ability. They just stay on the periphery and gather some spiritual herbs. Yang Fan surveyed his surroundings. The vegetation was lush, yet the air was permeated with a faint smell of blood accompanied by a sense of desolation. Yang Fan speculated that this must be due to the invasion of the school's deity. However, perhaps to facilitate their assessment, there was no widespread destruction. Zhang Peng nodded and said, when will we regroup? I need to hand over the resources I've obtained to you. No need, keep them for the development of your divine nation. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. There wasn't much of value in the outskirts of the divine nation, and he aimed to place in the top 10 for this exam. A Zhang Peng wouldn't be able to assist him. But I'm your subordinate deity. Zhang Peng couldn't comprehend Yang Fan's approach. He naturally understood the situation of other subordinate deities. It was customary to give the resources they obtained in the school exams to their master. Subordinate deities are essentially part of their master, akin to the relationship between a headquarters and its subsidiaries. While they possess autonomy, they carry the master's banner. During this time, he had already benefited significantly from Yang Fan. Now, he didn't even have to pay tributes from the exam resources, which was too generous. If other subordinate deities learned of his situation, they would surely be envious. Be careful, and try not to go too deep. Most of my forces will be engaged in this battle. If your divine nation is invaded, I may not have time to dispatch troops. Yang Fan said with a serious expression. Understood, boss. I promise not to hold you back. Zhang Peng quickly nodded. In his heart, he had already made a decision. If he encountered foreign followers, no matter their strength, he would run. He was still young, and the girls of Tianxiang were waiting for him. He valued his life greatly. After distancing himself from his classmates, Yang Fan immediately summoned the soldiers from his divine nation. A total of 500,105 second-tier beings, 322 first-tier beings, with the rest being mortals. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere around him, Yang Fan understood that the danger level here was considerable. Even when hunting rabbits, one must use full strength. At this moment, this army of 500,000 was his core power. However, his advantage lay in his evolution talent. The soldiers in his divine nation were continuously trained, and any losses would be swiftly replenished by new followers. Outside, many deities on the high platform began to comment. Yang Fan seems to have a somewhat weak overall strength. Could it be that the Luo family is reluctant to invest? Li Yuan asked with a smile. Luo Chengfeng snorted. His strength is not weak. At least he is among the top 10 in the grade. Oh, could he have some hidden cards? Curiosity flickered across Li Yuan's face. Luo Chengfeng did not explain, believing that when Yang Fan unleashed the 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation at the pinnacle of his realm, it would surely astonish them. He was eager to see Li Yuan's expression upon discovering this. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team is quite reckless, charging straight for the core of the divine nation. They are indeed full of confidence. Even if they have been weakened, they are still demigods, and the strength in the core area cannot be weak. Wang Sanxian suddenly looked at Yang Wanli with curiosity. Director, Yang, how much living power does this foreign demigod still have? Over 1,000 fifth-tier beings, over 10,000 fourth-tier beings, over 100,000 third-tier beings, and millions of ordinary tribes. Yang Wanli smiled slightly. Principal Hong really dares to apply pressure. Coupled with the harsh environment of the divine nation itself, this group of youngsters is in for a tough time. Luo Chengfeng sighed bitterly, casting a worried glance at Yang Fan. If all the followers of this demigod gathered in one place, they could easily annihilate the entire senior class. Unlike the divine nations of divine beings, the divine nations of demigods, apart from followers, also contain various traps and toxins. After all, once one becomes a demigod, they must protect their divine nation from invasion by others. Besides the followers themselves, there must also be defensive structures. You young brat, you must be cautious. Don't capsize in the ditch, Luo Chengfeng prayed as he looked towards Yang Fan's position. Within the foreign deity's divine nation, Yang Fan continued to push forward. Due to the nature of intelligent life at this moment, apart from seeing the physical environment, he could also discern its value. Ordinary trees, score 0. Ordinary beasts, score 0. Weeds, score 0. After exploring over 100 kilometers, aside from obtaining some grade spiritual herbs, Yang Fan had no other gains. Candidate name Yang Fan, a score 13200. Throughout the journey, Yang Fan had roughly understood the value assessment rules of intelligent life. It was generally tied to belief points on a 1-1 basis. However, there was good news. This exam seemed to have an invisible rule of power. As long as he approached valuable items within 100 meters, he could directly collect them into his divine nation without needing to dispatch soldiers for gathering. The efficiency had indeed increased significantly. Whoa. Noisy sounds came from deep within the dense forest, and Yang Fan vaguely saw figures darting between the towering trees. What is this, a demon monkey? Yang Fan finally got a clear look at their forms. They were massive, nearly 3 to 4 times the size of his followers. Foreign followers, demon monkeys, ordinary body value 10 points. Specific information appeared in Yang Fan's iris. There were only about 100 demon monkeys, and they possessed little intelligence. Even when faced with his army of 500,000, there was no fear in their eyes. Upon reaching the ground, the demon monkeys wielded iron clubs, creating afterimages as they swung, then stood firm, forming a formation. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan couldn't help but remark the way they wield that club isn't bad. Yang Fan waved his hand, and the front line surged forward to attack. In just one encounter, this batch of demon monkeys fell lifeless on the spot. With a thought, Yang Fan collected these corpses into his divine nation. Not only for points, but he could also use these corpses in the 100 spirits blood pool to refine blood pills with production efficiency significantly surpassing that of Tai Sui meat. Utilizing everything fully, he couldn't afford to waste. After delving about 1,000 kilometers deeper, a sudden shriek erupted from behind as a 1,000-man army became trapped in a swamp. Grade defensive structure, swamp activated, score 10000. Yang Fan directly collected the swamp structure into his divine nation, but the 1,000 ordinary soldiers had already suffocated to death. How many times has this been? This cursed place is simply deadly. Yang Fan couldn't help but complain. These defensive traps, if not triggered, he would never have discovered. Throughout the journey, the losses ranged from a few hundred to over 1,000. He hadn't seen many foreign followers, yet he had already lost nearly 10,000 ordinary soldiers. In light of the dangers within the demigod's divine nation, Yang Fan's sense of urgency heightened once more. The deeper he went, the more traces of battle he observed around him. Burnt marks, toxic smoke, sword scars, and mountains cleaved by inexplicable forces. Even just glimpsing a fragment of the battle, Yang Fan could feel the horrifying conflict that erupted when the school's upper echelons attacked this place. Suddenly, Yang Fan seemed to sense something and commanded advance eastward with the entire army. This was the method Yang Fan thought of for scouting. Within this foreign deity's domain, he, like the ordinary believers, could only observe with the naked eye. However, as a deity, he had absolute control over his followers. As long as he wished, he could even observe the surrounding environment through the eyes of any believer. Thus Yang Fan sent scouts in groups of 100 in all directions. One group of scouts had just discovered a tribe of monkeys with at least 5,000 demon monkeys. As the army arrived, Yang Fan finally saw the whole picture. The monkey tribe lived in a valley foraging for wild fruits, drawing water with bamboo tubes, while little monkeys frolicked and larger monkeys patrolled. Similar to human tribes, this was entirely a small monkey tribe. Foreign Believer Demon Monkey General Tier 3 Creature 1000 points. Foreign Believer Demon Monkey Soldier Tier 2 Creature 1000 points. Foreign Believer Demon Monkey Soldier Tier 1 Creature 100 points. This group of demon monkeys was not weak. Most were tiered demon monkeys, while ordinary monkeys were actually in the minority. Not only that, Yang Fan could see that many demon monkeys were injured, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Are they the remnants of the soldiers after the deity's cleansing? Yang Fan pondered silently. Why have they gathered here? He gazed at a grove of fired peach trees behind the monkey tribe. 10,000-year fire spirit peach trees, class, spiritual, plant, 5000 points. The entire grove behind contained at least 10,000 trees, and Yang Fan's eyes were instantly filled with joy. No wonder these monkeys gathered here. It turned out to be a treasure land. Advance the entire army, leave no one behind, Yang Fan ordered. Kill. The sides of the valley were steep, and it could only accommodate an army of 10,000, making it a defensible position. However, for Yang Fan, this was already enough. With so many class spiritual plants, even if it cost lives, he would seize them, especially since most of these monkeys were injured. Humans despicable. The Tier 3 demon monkey looked at the suddenly charging human soldiers, his eyes filled with hatred. It was all because of these foreign beings that his homeland had been shattered. Monkeys defend against the enemies. All the demon monkeys picked up iron rods in their hands and rushed forward. 10,000 spirits returned to origin formation, all spirits as one, all spirits as me. Kill for me. Even though this place was easy to defend and hard to attack, the condition of the demon monkeys was too poor, and they were quickly slaughtered by Yang Fan's army. Whether they were demon monkey soldiers or the babbling little monkeys, he spared none. Yang Fan waved his hand, collecting all the corpses of these foreign demon monkeys into his divine realm. They are not my kind, their hearts must be different. These demon monkeys are not pets, but enemies. There was not a shred of mercy in Yang Fan's eyes. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Fan also collected the more than 10,000 fire spirit peach trees into his divine realm. This bounty amounted to 60 million faith points. Candidate Yang Fan 73. 6 million points. No wonder this divine realm of a demigod is so rich. Though dangerous, the opportunities are equally abundant. Yang Fan sighed inwardly. The powerful deities from the outside world looked at Yang Fan's harvest with some admiration. Lucky indeed to encounter a peach orchard, and all that stationed here are remnants. Li Yuan couldn't help but say. The other powerful beings nodded in agreement. With so many class spiritual points before the divine realm was invaded, there should have been at least 5,000 monkey soldiers stationed here. If this were the case, relying on the natural defenses, Yang Fan's army would need at least 3 times the troop strength to conquer it, and it would not be as easy as it is now. Wan Sanqian looked at the light screen, somewhat puzzled. Wait a minute, although these monkey soldiers are injured, most are tiered creatures. Why are the losses so low? Everyone had witnessed Yang Fan's battle. He had wiped out all these demon monkeys in just a few rounds of fighting. The army of 10,000 had lost only 1,000 men. This battle damage was indeed quite good. Upon hearing Wan Sanqian's question, the others finally reacted. It seemed there was indeed a problem. Luo Chengfeng was currently suppressing a smile, trying not to show it. The 10,000 spirits returned to origin formation at the Great Perfection stage. I didn't expect Class 7 to produce a genius. He must have joined the Luo family. You guys have struck gold. Yang Wanli commented, his tone filled with admiration. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed a look of realization. He has comprehended the 10,000 spirits return to origin formation to Great Perfection. How is that possible? Li Yuan was shocked. The 10,000 spirits returned to origin formation at the Great Perfection stage was not uncommon, but no one had been a high school student. My granddaughter's husband has great talent. Oh, elderly, are you envious? Luo Chengfeng said proudly. Li Yuan's face changed colors, feeling somewhat unwilling as he said, Elder Luo, you have good fortune in finding a talented junior. You have successors now. Thank you for your praise. Luo Chengfeng laughed. Looking at Luo Chengfeng's proud expression, the others felt both envious and jealous. Within the foreign deity's domain, Yang Fan continued to explore deeper and discovered dozens of square warehouses in a flat area of the mountains. Class Granary 1000 points. He opened the warehouse and found various spiritual fruits inside. Class Fire Spirit Peach 50 points. Class Wood Peach 20 points. Class 100 Spirit Peach 5 points. Each warehouse was packed to the brim. Yang Fan directly packed everything into his divine realm. Candidate Yang Fan points 36 million, current points 125 million. During this time, the harvest had noticeably increased, likely because he was getting closer to the center of the divine realm. Yang Fan checked his surroundings and found traces of monkey groups seemingly having just left. Using this as the center, dispatched 20 teams of scouts to investigate. Upon receiving the order, 20 small teams immediately set out to explore. Yang Fan's consciousness stayed in the middle of the army, his eyes slightly closed while his attention followed the scouts' perspectives. Soon he found the traces of the monkey group. Southeast direction, 1,000 elite soldiers set out, the rest stay and rest. Yang Fan issued a divine decree. Upon arriving at the destination, Yang Fan looked at a mine behind the monkey group and specific information appeared before his eyes. Medium-sized ore vein containing various basic ores, 500 million points. Seeing this, Yang Fan's breathing became noticeably heavier. There was actually a mine here, and it was medium-sized. The war in the divine realm had taken a heavy toll on weapons, while a mine could continuously produce various ores. For those deities with forging talents, a mine was like a money-printing machine. Thus, even a medium-sized mine was comparable in value to the lowest tier class building. Perhaps due to the significant losses of monkey soldiers during the Divine Realm War, there were currently less than 1,000 monkey soldiers guarding the mine. Quick battle, leave no one behind, Yang Fan ordered. Within less than a quarter of an hour, all the monkey soldiers were killed, and their corpses were collected into Yang Fan's divine realm. Arriving at the entrance of the mine, Yang Fan took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Collect." The mine was simply too large, and Yang Fan did not understand whether the invisible rules could allow him to take it into his divine realm. With a loud rumble, the entire mountain began to shake and then vanished into thin air before Yang Fan's eyes. It really works. I've struck it rich. Yang Fan could feel that a medium-sized mine had been added to his. After completing all this, Yang Fan joined forces with 10,000 elite soldiers and the main army continuing to advance forward. It seems this alien demigod has established a supply line along the route. Yang Fan directly accepted everything as these supplies were quite valuable. Even if he couldn't use them himself, he could sell them in the market once he got out. Along the way, Yang Fan encountered a large monkey troop, numbering as many as 30,000, with 5,000 being monkey soldiers. However, the position of the monkey troop was quite open, and with an army of 500,000, Yang Fan charged with his entire force, overwhelming them with 10 times the strength, ultimately suffering less than 20,000 casualties. In addition to the corpses of these demon monkeys, Yang Fan collected all kinds of spiritual fruits, miscellaneous iron weapons, and even grade buildings suitable for monkey habitation, leaving nothing behind and storing everything in his divine kingdom. Having traveled this far, Yang Fan had already earned 1.5 billion points. Invading others' divine kingdoms to obtain resources is truly fast. It's almost addictive. After storing the grade building in his divine kingdom, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. Throughout this journey, his soldiers had suffered losses exceeding 200,000, but fortunately the believers within his divine kingdom kept breeding, growing, and training. This allowed him to maintain a total military force of about 500,000 within the alien divine kingdom. My son-in-law has such good luck, he actually found a supply line, resources delivered right to our door. With Yang Fan's current achievements, aside from Lu Bing's team heading straight for the core of the divine kingdom, the results of other students had been pulled far behind by Yang Fan. As long as he maintains this pace, being in the top 10 of his grade is absolutely no problem. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it becomes. He still hasn't encountered the demon monkey army, and with this supply line having been cleared by the school's strong individuals, it's been so easy. Iron Wuching said. Although Iron Brother is not wrong, his military force can maintain at 500,000, showing that the foundation of his divine kingdom is substantial. Wan Sanqian murmured. Using breeding cards to increase the population before the exam is also common. After fighting until now, even Lu Bing and the others are feeling the strain, with their total military strength having decreased by about 30%, while he, on the other hand, has managed to maintain his original numbers. Luck is also a part of strength. Who knows, the route he chose just happened to have little resistance. As time went on, Yang Fan felt that the monkey troops he encountered were becoming increasingly powerful, with even 5th-tier demon monkey generals appearing. Although Yang Fan relied on numerical superiority to eliminate the opponents, he became increasingly vigilant. Every 10,000 kilometers he advanced, he would take a break and send scouts to investigate the surroundings. This was to prevent encounters with the demon monkey army and to scout for traps. If the entire army moved together and encountered a defense trap of grade or higher, it would cause losses of over 10,000 men. Although Yang Fan had an ample supply of troops thanks to his evolutionary talent, if he suffered excessive losses all at once, his overall strength would decrease for a period. Being within the divine kingdom of an alien demigod, any decline in combat power was not a good thing. With significant gains already made, the most correct choice was to proceed steadily and slowly. My lord, traces of humans appear 1,000 miles to the east, the scout reported. The area of the demigod's divine kingdom was massive, and Yang Fan had increased his scouts from the initial 100 teams to 500 teams to investigate the dangers more thoroughly. He had divided nearly 1/10 of his military strength to scout the way. In this situation, Yang Fan did not have enough energy to pay attention to all the believers' conditions, so he issued orders that if scouts discovered anything, one should remain in place while the others returned to report. Upon receiving the news, Yang Fan immediately connected his consciousness to the soldiers still stationed there, acquiring the entirety of their visual field. A cold aura pervaded the surroundings, and the entire valley was covered in a thin layer of ice, showing no signs of melting. What is this aura? Lu Bing. Yang Fan's heart trembled. He had sensed Lu Bing's aura before, and the ice layer here originated from the same source. How could it be sealed in ice? Could it be that Lu Bing already has believers at the Qi refinement stage who can use ice-type techniques? Yang Fan pondered. However, in an instant, Yang Fan dismissed this idea. It had only been 6 months since the awakening of the Divine Kingdom. Even if Lu Bing had the Ice Spirit Root talent, having believers at the Qi refinement stage would be rather absurd. 5th-tier beings and above represented a significant threshold. This is akin to the gap between a mortal and a cultivator. This was also why during this midterm exam the school's divine beings did not allow alien demigods to have believers surpassing 5th-tier beings. It should be other means, special buildings, or ice attribute weapons. After using the believers' bodies to check the whereabouts in this area and confirming the direction of the opponent's advance, Yang Fan issued a divine decree to recall all scouts. Everyone advance westward, Yang Fan commanded. The ice in the valley had not yet melted, which likely meant he was not far from Lu Bing and the others. Within the divine kingdom of this alien demigod, one needed to be cautious not only of the alien believers, but also of his own kind. Yang Fan was strong, but he could not possibly contend with Lu Bing and Li Tianheng, especially since the latter was part of a 7-member team. It was better to search for resources in another location, avoiding the murky waters of the core area, otherwise he might become an enemy of Lu Bing and others. At the core of the divine kingdom, towering mountains stretched endlessly, with countless monkey soldiers occupying every corner of the mountains, divided into 3 layers from top to bottom. The first layer at the bottom consisted of ordinary demon monkeys numbering over 1 million. The middle layer comprised 1st and 2nd-tier monkey soldiers exceeding 100,000. The top layer had over 100 5th-tier beings, over 1,000 4th-tier beings, and over 10,000 3rd-tier beings. Beyond this, various rare buildings were arranged. The demon monkey army was on high alert, facing the human army, led by Lu Bing and Li Tianheng. Even though the 7-member army had gone through numerous battles, their total strength still numbered around 4 to 5 million, yet they were still far inferior to the demon monkey army in terms of high-tier beings. Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, this bone is too hard. Can we chew through it? One person said with a serious. Li Tianheng looked at the several grade buildings at the center of the alien divine kingdom, his heart burning. As expected of a demigod powerhouse, there were 5 grade buildings along with an array of CD and A grade buildings that seemed endless. This place must account for over 90% of the resources of the entire divine kingdom. Fight, Li Tianheng said earnestly. Lu Bing gazed at the milky white light orb hovering at the center of the demon monkey army, her eyes filled with battle intent. The core of the divine kingdom is right in front of us. How can we retreat? Li Tianheng took a deep breath, looking at his companions, and spoke earnestly. Before coming here, we agreed that Lu Bing and I would take the top 2 spots, and you would split the remaining resources evenly. After the exam, I can buy the Fountain of Life at 5 times the market price, making it easier for you to divide the profits. Is there any objection to this? He explained beforehand that anyone who dared to shirk their duties would be offending both him and Lu Bing, so they needed to think carefully about the consequences. This is only natural. The strength of Bing Jie and Tianheng Gu is evident to all. No one has objections to your achieving the top 2 places. As for the rewards for 3rd to 7th place, he added, to avoid internal strife, we shall privately divide the spoils. Agreed. I have no objection. We had already discussed this. Just do it. If we capture the core of the demigod's divine kingdom, it will be enough for me to boast for a year. All right, then let's fight. I refuse to believe I can't take down a half-damaged demigod. Li Tianheng shouted mightily, his innate talent of frenzied blood instantly activating, directly empowering all the human soldiers. Kill. The great battle was about to commence, and in a single clash, nearly 100,000 ordinary demon monkeys fell down. High above, a demon monkey deity radiating a milky white light watched the battle below, a smirk curling at the corners of its mouth. Foolish humans, do you really think this deity would place all its treasures in one spot? Had it not been for signing a contract with your human deity, granting me a chance to survive, I would have commanded my army to annihilate you. I will just play along with you little children for a while. Consider these buildings as my ransom. The half-god demon monkey's face showed a hint of pain, these were all its savings. Fortunately, I am clever and transferred the core assets in advance. You all wouldn't dream of it. The most valuable buildings in my divine kingdom are in a completely opposite direction, ha. At this moment, the half-god demon monkey was also focused on commanding the demon soldiers in battle. It was not that Luo Bing and the others were too strong, but rather it wanted to perform well in this act, as the human deity was still watching this place. It wouldn't do to incapacitate these talented humans, and it also wouldn't achieve the desired training effect. As a dignified half-god, it was not easy to strike a balance against a group of divine beings. This was the final battle, which also attracted the attention of many deities from the outside. To think that a fifth-tier being can cast the Spirit Ice technique, although its power is considerably weakened, how did she manage that? The effect of the special building, the Ice God Palace, truly shows that the head of the Luo family cares deeply for his daughter. Li Tianheng's frenzied blood effect can empower so many people. Although it is only a tier talent, as the divine kingdom develops, the significance of this talent grows. No wonder the Li family treats him as a top-tier genius. This foolish monkey actually dares to hold back. The formation was breached so quickly. In the battle for the core of the divine kingdom, even from a distance, Yang Fan could feel the tremors of the mountains. They're fighting so fiercely, but seems they are going all out. Yang Fan could not see exactly what was happening, but the subtle tremors that could be felt from miles away, along with the increasingly thick scent of blood in the air, all indicated the ferocity of the battle. The core of the divine kingdom has been breached. The midterm exam is over. I must hasten my actions. Yang Fan no longer sent scouts, but instead led the entire army to explore. With Luo Bing and Li Tianheng leading the young generation, Yang Fan did not dare to ask for too much, yet he still hoped to enter the top 10 of the grade. After all, Luo Chengfeng had mentioned that there would be an opportunity waiting for him. Months passed in the divine kingdom, and now Yang Fan was gathering 20 granaries into the divine kingdom. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks, suddenly noticing something strange about the dense forest ahead. Compared to other places, the leaves on the ground here were at least a meter high, and there were also many fallen branches. Yang Fan looked up at the slightly bare, towering, ancient trees, feeling puzzled. Did a troop of monkeys pass through? With such a vast forest like this, there must be at least hundreds of thousands. No, something is off. The core area of the divine kingdom is in the midst of battle. How could there be so many monkey soldiers here? It should be the aftermath of the school deity's expedition to this place. Understanding the situation, Yang Fan boldly continued to explore. Arriving outside a massive valley, Yang Fan looked at the endless footprints of demon monkeys on the ground, his gaze wavering. These might also be footprints left from before. The foreign half-god is currently engaged in a defensive battle at the core of the divine kingdom. How could they split their forces to come here? This place might hold treasures left from before. I need to investigate. Yang Fan sent a second-tier being who had trained in the technique of lightness to scout ahead, his consciousness also attached to the other. The soldier's figure swiftly approached the valley like a spirit monkey. Yang Fan gazed into the valley. At that moment, he was completely stunned. Demon Monkey General 5th Year being 1 million points. Demon Monkey General 5th Year being 1 million. Demon Monkey Soldiers. The entire valley was filled with entry-level demon monkeys numbering at least over 1 million. This. Yang Fan was dazed, doubting whether he had seen it wrong. At this moment, the core of the divine kingdom was embroiled in a cataclysmic battle. How could so many demon soldiers hide here? These demon soldiers were insubordinate. Did they abandon the core of the divine kingdom and sleep here waiting for death? Yang Fan could not comprehend. If the core of the divine kingdom were breached, both the deities and their followers would find it hard to escape death. In this life-and-death moment, nearly 1 million troops were sleeping here. What were they waiting for? These were all well-trained demon monkey troops. Otherwise, with the mischief of monkeys, it would be impossible for them to remain this quiet. Yang Fan had already begun to feel fear. If his army was discovered by this elite force, it would not be enough to fill their teeth. Just as Yang Fan was preparing to escape, his gaze caught sight of a building placed at the center of the monkey horde. Tire Building Monkey Wine Spring, 2 billion points. Tire Building Monkey Wine Spring, 2 billion points. Tire Spiritual Plant Peach Tree, 1 billion points. Tire Spiritual Plant Peach Tree, 1 billion points. Special Building Tao Enlightenment Stone, 10 billion points. Wonderling Tao Mountain, not deployed, 30 billion points. Yang Fan could feel his heart pounding intensely at this moment. He issued orders for the followers skilled in the technique of lightness to carefully return to the army. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. This demon monkey is truly cunning. It has transferred its core assets. This foreign half-god is quite wealthy. No wonder it's the first high school of Yang County. It has so many treasures as rewards for the students. What a pity. Although Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are strong, they have chosen the wrong target. The exam is over. This half-god demon monkey should be let go. With so many good things, I am also a bit tempted. Everything Yang Fan saw had already caught the attention of everyone. Some sighed, some were angry, and others expressed a desire to seize the foundation of this demon monkey's divine kingdom. Divine kingdom wonders are rare, even deities would be tempted. Hearing the crowd, Yang Wanli said, "This demon monkey has a contract with the principal. It will be released once the exam is over. Everyone should be cautious with their words." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions became awkward, and they dared not speak further. Contracts hold significant binding power, even for deities. With someone like Hong Bing, a third-tier deity, present, they would not dare entertain any sinister thoughts. At this time, everyone turned their gaze back to Yang Fan's position. They were also curious about how Yang Fan would choose. Would he be blinded by greed, or would he see the reality and retreat 1,000 miles? Luo Chengfeng also became tense, praying in his heart, "Xiao Yang, please don't be foolish. If you touch that thing, the demigod monkey will go crazy." The demigod monkey is cunning by nature, adopting a mindset of securing its core assets in multiple hidden locations. Had it not been for Yang Fan's chance discovery, even they would have been unaware. If Luo Bing and the others were here, they could certainly make a stand, but Yang Fan's strength is too weak. The disparity in forces is a factor of 2, and the demon core army is heavily fortified with numerous 4th and 5th-tier beings. The combat power is simply not on the same level. Once discovered by the monkey army, total annihilation would be a minor issue. If they were to counterattack the divine nation along the coordinates, it would be too late for regret. What is that kid doing? Wasn't he supposed to retreat? Why is he running to the riverbank? At this moment, Yang Fan's 500-strong army had retreated to a position 1,000 miles away from the valley. Yang Fan took out the corpse of a baby monkey from the divine nation. The body of an adult monkey is several times larger than that of a human, while this juvenile monkey is about the size of an adult human. Yang Fan instructed his followers to carefully begin skinning the juvenile monkey from its back, trying to avoid damaging the integrity of the skin. Once done, he let a second-tier soldier skilled in light body technique slip inside. Once successful, run with all your might towards the perimeter. Yang Fan issued a divine decree in advance. The second-tier follower quickly moved toward the valley, mimicking the monkey's movements. The monkey army within the valley was asleep, and Yang Fan, being a conscious entity, could rely on his followers to approach the buildings. Once close enough, he could use the power of rules to absorb all those buildings into the divine nation. As long as the divine nation remains intact, his consciousness will not be harmed. By then, only a second-tier follower would perish. The only concern is how to escape the pursuit of the alien demigods afterward. Yang Fan felt conflicted, as such an opportunity was right before him with considerable risks, yet he was loath to pass it up. If he succeeded, he would run directly toward the perimeter. When the monkey army pursued him, the most dangerous ones would not be him, but those classmates heading in the logistics direction. Did the teachers not say that if beasts invaded the students' divine nation on a large scale, the exam would naturally be halted? Those classmates would serve as Yang Fan's shield. He was betting that the school's divine beings would intervene. Yang Fan was not an utterly wicked person, but did not consider himself a good person either. With great benefits at stake and rules to exploit, why shouldn't he take a gamble? Dead friends do not mean dead Taoists. Yang Fan believed and was sure that the school would intervene. If not, it would be the school's irresponsibility, and what does it have to do with him? It has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me. Yang Fan turned to look towards the perimeter of the divine nation, repeatedly murmuring in his heart, watching as he moved stealthily in the guise of a monkey. The gods in the outside world seemed to have guessed something. Yang Wanli suddenly stood up, his expression filled with shock. This kid is trying to exploit the contract rules established between the principal and the monkey to directly steal. Cleaning up the battlefield in a divine war is not as simple as this exam. It requires a large number of followers to gradually transport things to one's divine nation. However, during this exam, as long as the distance is sufficient, one can directly absorb buildings into their divine nation. The ease of this process is entirely due to the contract established between Hong Bing and the opposing divine being. Everything within the divine nation is governed by the divine being. In simple terms, this is all permitted by the demigod monkey itself. However, it seems that a loophole has emerged in the contract, and Yang Wanli even felt that the success rate of Yang Fan's actions is extremely high. Such audacity. The moment those buildings are absorbed into the divine nation, he will be discovered. By then, the entire monkey army will hunt him down. Once Yang Fan's followers are all killed in this world, his consciousness will be pulled into his divine nation, exposing his coordinates. The enemy will follow suit, and that would be seeking death. I think his idea is quite good and has great potential. Should the school intervene to help? Wan Sanxian tentatively asked Yang Wanli. Exactly. If my son-in-law's divine nation is invaded, the school should terminate this exam, Luo Chengfeng said anxiously. The principal has been paying attention to this exam and will make his own decision. Yang Wanli said slowly. In the alien divine nation within the valley, a small juvenile monkey was cautiously creeping forward. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Yang Fan's followers were so nervous that they forgot to breathe, afraid of leaking even a trace of human scent. Just when they were 200 meters away, a fifth-tier monkey general opened its eyes and looked curiously at the little monkey by its feet. Under the gaze of the fifth tier being, Yang Fan's followers were instantly so scared that they did not dare to move. Charge. Even if it means death, we must get within 100 meters. Yang Fan directly issued a divine decree upon his soul. The divine command made him forget about death at that moment. He unleashed the light body technique with all his might, his hind legs standing upright, and he flew toward the buildings like an arrow released from a bow. No rules. The fifth-tier monkey general opened its right hand and directly swatted towards the back of the follower. In its eyes, this underdeveloped monkey dared to ignore the rules and come here simply asking for death. With a loud bang, the terrifying force instantly turned the follower into a puddle of mush. At that moment, a multitude of monkeys awakened, having caught the scent of alien blood. After a moment of shock, all the fifth-tier monkey generals stood up simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror. They realized that all the precious buildings their divine being had assigned them to protect had vanished. Ow. Who did this? Run. Run with all your might towards the divine nation's perimeter. Yang Fan issued a divine decree. With the scheme succeeding, Yang Fan did not feel elated because he knew the real test was just beginning. The demigod monkey who was pretending to be with Luo Bing and the others also sensed something. Its gaze became sharp and its consciousness instantly covered the entire divine nation, locating the culprit, seeking death. The opponent's eyes were filled with anger and madness as it instantly issued a divine decree. Kill all of this person's followers, attack his divine nation, and reclaim my treasures. All level buildings may be given to these humans, but my wondrous Ling Tao Mountain must not be lost. Without Ling Tao Mountain, I would lose the chance to rise again. No matter what, I must retrieve it. Luo Bing and the others suddenly felt a surge of pressure as they realized that all the monkeys had gone mad. Kill. Humans, get out of my way or die. Despicable humans, I will kill you all. As if sensing their divine being's fury, all monkeys in the divine nation began to go berserk. The battle situation instantly reversed. A Luo Bing and the others who were about to reach the finish line were suddenly pushed back as the monkeys recklessly charged at their formation. Hold the line. Blood frenzy enhancement. I seal for 1,000 miles. Luo Bing's expression turned cold as an ice arrow shot out, instantly freezing 4 fifth-tier monkeys. Sister Tianheng, brother, these monkeys are not right. They seem to be using beast secret techniques, and our formation is about to break. We must retreat and stabilize the formation. If the grand formation is breached, we will be the sheep to be slaughtered. First, we need to go down the mountain. Li Tianheng's face was filled with reluctance. We were so close. Just on the other side, Yang Fan's expression was equally grim. These monkey soldiers seemed capable of pinpointing his location, charging recklessly from all directions to intercept him. Within a single day, Yang Fan had encountered over 10 battles. Though the demon monkeys he faced were not formidable, they significantly delayed the army's advance. Now Yang Fan dared not waste a single moment. He knew clearly that the million-strong demon monkey army was absolutely pursuing him. The deity of this divine kingdom still exists. Every move I make is under its watch. If this continues, being caught is only a matter of time. Yang Fan's eyes hardened as he issued the command. Leave 200 ordinary soldiers behind. Have them fell all the trees in this forest and pile them up. If the demon monkey army arrives, set the fire immediately. Delay them as long as possible. Orders were absolute. As a deity, Yang Fan's commands met no doubt from his followers, even if they knew staying meant certain death. I must be faster. The enemy's 2 most crucial forces are at the core of the divine kingdom and the valley we just left. Although there are many monkey soldiers elsewhere, they are highly scattered. I still stand a chance against them. Once I reach the periphery, the pressure will fall on the school. To hasten their pace, Yang Fan even ordered the soldiers to remove their armor and travel light. He cared not if this led to greater sacrifices along the march. As for the buildings and spiritual plants encountered along the way, Yang Fan paid them no heed. The forces of Luo Bing and Li Tianheng had now dwindled to 2 million. The demon monkey soldiers in the mountains hurled themselves at their formations with suicidal abandon. Sister Bing, the enemy deity, has made its move. These beasts' formation power has greatly increased. We cannot match them. Brother Tianheng, we must retreat immediately. My divine kingdom has few troops left. If we continue, we will all be annihilated here. I miscalculated. A demigod is beyond our current capability. After we return, I will have my father find a way to locate this demigod. Since it possesses such power yet fought us evenly at first, was it merely toying with us? Pull back quickly. Head for the periphery. Leave 500 men behind to hold the rear. Luo Mingxian, you actually abandoned me and ran. Have you no shame? We agreed to advance and retreat together. Brother, my apologies. I don't want to die. If I survive, I'll compensate you for your losses outside. Luo Mingxian fled with his army, offering apologies as he went. What's happening? Where did all these demon monkeys come from? Why did they suddenly appear? This is the work of an alien demigod. Damn it, the school wants us dead. If I make it out alive, I'll tell my father to stop donating to No. 1 high school. FCK, I haven't lived enough. Sister Rian, I'm afraid I can't visit you at Tianshang Rinjian anymore. At the outermost edge of the Divine Kingdom, a student screamed. Alien believers. Demon monkeys. Everyone run. Brother, don't panic. They'll help you. It's just an ordinary demon monkey. I've bought plenty of weapons. 100 or 200 followers should be enough to take it down. Zhang Pang, seeing alien believers appear here, quickly stepped back, shielding himself behind the other students. I'm out of here. This place is too dangerous. I'm young, I can't take risks. Zhang Pang retreated with his followers. Chaos now reigned throughout the Divine Kingdom. The demon monkeys slaughtered everyone in sight, and the rivers of blood only inflamed the beast's savagery. Outside, a sudden scream rang out on the sports field. A nutrient pod was forced open, and a student evaporated before everyone's eyes. The core of the Divine Kingdom had been breached by the demon beasts, and casualties among the students had begun. Director Yang, if this continues, a catastrophe is imminent. Even if the students of No. 1 high school are on the logistics track, they can provide significant support to the front lines in the future. Their lives cannot be wasted like this. Luo Qingfeng's tone was grave. This, I cannot decide. The principal is always present. If things truly spiral out of control, he will intervene. Yang Wanli's expression soured. It's all your grandson-in-law's doing. He used the power of rules to move the core structure of the enemy's Divine Kingdom. With such a despicable trick, wouldn't the monkey go mad? Li Yuan snorted coldly. If Yang Fan had genuine strength, it would be one thing, but he relied on underhanded tactics. Now he was forcing the entire third-year class to bear the consequences with him. Such behavior was truly unsightly. Luo Qingfeng's voice was icy. Yang Fan did not violate the school's rules. What's wrong with using some tactics? Do you all send a formal notice to the alien races before launching a Divine Kingdom war, telling them exactly when you will strike? You? Seeing the two about to quarrel, Yang Wanli interjected, enough. Yang Fan is not at fault. Ultimately, it is our school that failed to consider this thoroughly. To cultivate the students' combat awareness and prevent them from wasting all their time gathering resources, the principal added this clause to the contract. In Yang Wanli's view, Yang Fan's actions were not problematic, though the consequences were severe. This monkey seemed to have gone mad. If this continued, it would no longer be an assessment, but a massacre. Principal, don't hold such high expectations for these students. Intervene now. Yang Wanli thought to himself. Yang Fan had been sprinting through the Divine Kingdom for over a month. During this time, he had encountered no fewer than 100 ambushes, with the enemy committing a total force of 300 troops. Coupled with the various defensive structures and harsh environments he faced, his losses this month exceeded all his previous ones combined. Nearly 700 ordinary soldiers had been consumed. Now Yang Fan had only 300 elite troops left. Even with his evolution talent, he could not sustain such attrition. Transfer 500 elderly and 500 women from the Divine Kingdom. Have them cut trees and dig trenches. Yang Fan issued another order. To stall the pursuers, he had even abandoned nearly 500 female and elderly followers who lacked combat capability. Yang Fan issued another order. To stall the pursuers, he had even abandoned nearly 500 female and elderly followers who lacked. Yang Fan's expression was grim. His journey had been too smooth, leading him to underestimate this demigod's power. At this rate, he feared he might not escape. Just then, a small squad of soldiers came to report. Our deity, we have discovered traces of humans not far ahead. Yang Fan's eyes lit up at the news. Catch up to them, Yang Fan ordered. After a day, he finally located the group. It was Luo Bing and her companions. The aura of their followers was also very weak, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Yet they still numbered 2 million, undoubtedly the most powerful force among the third-year students. Sister Bing, Brother Tianheng, save me. These monkeys have gone mad. Yang Fan's consciousness cried out. Li Tianheng looked surprised. He naturally knew Yang Fan. After all, he was a group member, and his recent performance in the Divine Kingdom simulation battles had been noteworthy. However, this area was still within the core of the Divine Kingdom. He had not expected Yang Fan to dare venture. I was originally searching for resources on the outskirts, but suddenly, for some unknown reason, the demon monkeys went berserk and chased me everywhere. In my panic, I ended up here. Yang Fan hurriedly explained, his eyes filled with bitterness. Brother Tianheng and Sister Bing, I still have around 300,000 to 400,000 followers. Although their strength is not formidable, they can help scout the path ahead. This cursed place is rife with traps and defensive structures. Yang Fan presented his value. Luo Bing nodded, wanting to agree, but the 4 from the Li family were unwilling. How many followers would be consumed in scouting? They really had no need to carry an extra burden. Yang Fan carefully observed the changes in everyone's expressions. Before anyone could speak, he immediately took out resources from the Divine Kingdom. 50 crate food storage silos, countless types of spirit fruits, and a medium-sized mine. Suddenly, the massive mine appeared, shaking the mountains. This is my biggest harvest from this trip. I hope Brother Tianheng can take care of me. This place is too dangerous. Yang Fan respectfully bowed to Li Tianheng. Seeing this, everyone's expressions improved considerably. This was close to 1 billion points. They hadn't expected the person in front of them to have such a great harvest. If he could safely wait until the assessment was over with the resources here, he should be able to make it into the top 10. You are a member of the Luo family. Taking you out is only right. There's no need for such formality, Luo Bing said. Hearing this, the 4 from the Li family clearly looked displeased. Although they had gained a lot, they ultimately didn't obtain any core assets from the Divine Kingdom, and now they were all harboring a feeling of frustration. Sister Bing, what you said isn't quite right. I seek your protection. How can I contribute? Nothing. The Divine Kingdom war is too dangerous. After this experience, I understand that I must never do things beyond my capabilities again. Although I handed over most of my gains, I learned invaluable experience from it. The most important thing is making friends with all of you. I had no opportunity to curry favor before. Yang Fan scratched his head, a hint of shyness appearing on his face. Li Tianheng, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward, waving his hand to collect the resources into the Divine Kingdom. Brother Yang, don't worry, I will ensure your safety. Seeing Yang Fan so agreeable, Li Tianheng's impression of him improved considerably. Taking him out of the core area of the Divine Kingdom, isn't it normal to collect a protection fee? Thank you, Brother Tianheng. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know. Yang Fan stepped forward, looking at Li Tianheng with gratitude, appearing completely submissive to him. Seeing this scene, the 3 from the Luo family had somewhat unsightly expressions, but they didn't say much. After all, this place was fraught with danger, and cooperation was essential. At this moment, outside Li family, elder Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. He slammed the bench and stood up, pointing at Luo Chengfeng, shouting, "Is this your granddaughter's husband?" Absolutely shameless. Li Tianheng and the others were unaware of the true situation. Now they had been sold and still did not realize it. Although Luo Chengfeng looked somewhat embarrassed, he still retorted, "In life and death situations, how can we still speak of chivalry? Besides, your Li family genius seems quite pleased with this protection fee." Satisfied. How come he didn't bring out that marvel? Li Yuan was so furious he spat blood. Bringing Yang Fan along, Luo Bing and Li Yuan had to face the full force of the demigods. It seemed this meager resource would barely be enough to cover their losses. Yang Fan is simply a monster who eats without spitting out bones. This kid is a bit too cunning. Tai Wuqing chuckled helplessly, already deciding that after returning, he would keep his son Tai Feng away from this classmate. Ha ha, I can't help but admire this kid's shamelessness. Wan Sanqian laughed heartily. Clearly not very strong, but relying on his acting skills, he had played the top students in his grade around like puppets. That is a kind of skill too. These gods had lived for thousands of years. Watching such a ridiculous scene unfold among the younger generation, they couldn't help but smile. After joining Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team, Yang Fan felt much less pressure. As for sending followers to scout, he had no complaints, always leading the charge. Moreover, because he was not afraid of losing followers, the efficiency of scouting improved considerably and their group's pace quickened. Damn, why have I been so unlucky these days? The number of these demon monkeys has increased 2 to 3 times. Looking at everyone's confusion, Yang Fan hurriedly said, "A month ago the demon beasts here suddenly went berserk. Did you all rob the core buildings of this demigod demon monkey?" Hearing this, Li Tianheng's face twitched, and he did not reply. They had robbed, but they hadn't actually gotten anything. Everyone's expressions fell. They all speculated that they were probably close to success, which is what drove the alien demigod mad. They hadn't gained anything, and instead had stirred up trouble. It would be embarrassing to speak of it. What do we do now? One person asked after all the losses during this period had been immense. The remaining ones were the elites among their followers, and they had already decreased by 500,000. We must regroup with other classmates on the outskirts. We can only wait for the school's teachers to take action. Luo Bing sighed. What the hell is this, a midterm exam? They played me. Stop complaining, let's hurry and leave. I feel like danger is approaching. Li Tianheng looked at the core area of the Divine Kingdom, a slight worry rising in his heart. Yes, let's run. Yang Fan agreed. If they were caught by the group of monkey soldiers in the valley, even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team would not fare well. To the big shots of the school, how long do you intend to watch the show? Hurry up and take action. Yang Fan prayed continuously in his heart. Li Tianheng indeed lived up to his words. During this period, aside from letting Yang Fan scout, the demon monkey soldiers they encountered were all dealt with by their 7-man team. Thanks to this period of cultivation, the Divine Kingdom had gained quite a few mortal followers. We're almost at the outskirts. Luo Bing let out a sigh of relief, her eyes also filled with weariness. At that moment, everyone instinctively turned around. Thick smoke billowed, ancient trees creaked, and millions of monkey soldiers surged towards them like, damn it, I didn't get a single grade building, and they actually chased me here. Li Tianheng was furious. This alien demigod is insane. We have suffered too much, don't confront them, heathen, let's get out of here quickly. Another person's face was grave. Just then a fifth-tier general in the monkey horde suddenly let out a deafening roar. Humans, drop your buildings, and we will spare your lives. Seeing this, Yang Fan rushed out, pointing at the demon monkey army, shouting, a bunch of beasts, your divine beings are already prisoners of my human race. If you don't obediently surrender your buildings and plead for mercy, how dare you bark at us? Looking at the culprit in front of them, the demon monkey army could no longer contain themselves. Kill. Annihilate the humans. For the divine beings, eliminate the humans. No more talking, those demon monkeys charged at the army like madmen. Li Tianheng instantly activated his talent, frenzied blood, a surge of exhilaration enveloping all the followers. Maintain formation and kill them all. As the leading figure of the Li family in this generation, Li Tianheng had never endured such humiliation. He had failed to secure a single core building and was now being pursued by a pack of beasts for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, Yang Fan took a step back and shouted to Li Tianheng, Brother Tianheng and Sister Luo Bing, these demonic beasts are too powerful. We cannot fight them, heathen. I will go ahead to scout the path and ensure that the upcoming journey will have no traps. You all should fight while retreating safety first. Once we grow stronger, we will eradicate these alien deities together. Li Tianheng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, feeling that there was some truth to it, yet sensing that something was amiss. Wait a minute, brother, what happened to your earlier righteous indignation? Aren't we supposed to fight to the death? Why are you the first to run? Brother Tianheng, Yang Fan is right. Our divine nation has suffered too many losses, and our believers have been severely depleted. It is best to fight while retreating until the school's deities intervene. Don't act on impulse. Maintain formation and retreat slowly. With Yang Fan scouting ahead, at least we don't have to worry about traps. Luo Bing also spoke up. The gap in strength between both sides was too great. Even with Li Tianheng's blood frenzy talent, prolonged engagement would lead to defeat. Yang Fan summoned 500,000 believers from the divine nation. These individuals were unarmed, and some didn't even have clothes. Their purpose was to use their lives to uncover all the toxins, traps, and defensive structures hidden within the dense forest. The army of demonic beasts was approaching, and he could not afford to waste any time. Luo Bing, Li Tianheng, you must hold on. Yang Fan cheered them on in his heart. The sounds of battle, clashing, and screams filled the air. Trees fell one after another, and the severed limbs of humans and demonic beasts littered the entire forest. Luo Bing decisively left 50,000 people to cover their retreat, while the remaining believers hurried to catch up with Yang Fan. After 3 more days, they finally regrouped. Seeing so many believers without even wearing clothes, a pang of sympathy flashed in Li Tianheng's eyes. Brother, I see your sacrifices, but be careful not to undermine the foundation of your divine nation. If the believers suffer too many casualties, it will significantly hinder the development pace of the divine nation. Li Tianheng stepped forward and patted Yang Fan on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting a sense of brotherhood. Yang Fan's expression briefly showed embarrassment, but he quickly concealed it. We are almost there. Next, we will scout the path. You should recall these believers to the divine nation. Women and children are the cornerstone of the future development of the divine nation and must not suffer too many casualties. That's right, it will be up to us from here on out. If it weren't for you using a large number of believers to scout, we wouldn't have made it here so quickly. I acknowledge you as my brother. When we go out to Tianxiang, I'll book a private room for you. Ha ha, we'll go together. Sister Bing, do you want a male model? I know a good place. Get lost. Don't let your guard down, or I feel that these alien demigods won't give up easily. Luo Bing's expression darkened. Normally, she would have taught him a lesson, but after this period of life and death experiences, everyone had indeed grown closer. Yang Fan said seriously, this is what I should do. Your believers are stronger than me. How could I waste their efforts on such matters? I absolutely cannot hold the team back. Yang Fan's expression was incredibly sincere as he waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of believers set off once more. It was a bit awkward. If this continued, he would likely offend quite a few people once this assessment was over. These 7 individuals were the representatives of the younger generation from the Luo and Li families. He was afraid that this time he would end up offending all these prodigies. With gains come losses. Compared to the rewards, Yang Fan felt it was all worth it. In the future, I should speak less in the genius chat group to avoid being scolded. Yang Fan made a decision in his heart. The farther they went outward, the weaker the resistance they encountered. After all, most of the demon monkeys living here were low-level beings. They had low intelligence and could only use their lives to stop Yang Fan and his group. After a month of running, they finally arrived at the spot where they first entered the alien divine nation. This area was already filled with students from the senior year, and surrounding them were tens of thousands of ordinary demon monkeys. It seemed there were rules restricting entry. Although the demon monkeys outside were baring their fangs, they could not enter at all. Those students who were on logistics looked at the dense crowd of demon monkeys outside and swallowed hard, feeling somewhat fearful. I think I want to drop out from Yang County First High School. This midterm exam is just too outrageous. Feng Xiao Jungu and Xiao, you have all been attacked by this pack of beasts, and their lives are unknown. Our class two of them I know have already died. When I get out, I want to report to the federal government. The school doesn't value our lives as logistics students at all. Everyone sat on the lawn, their tone filled with complaints. What about Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team? Why haven't they returned yet? Could something have happened? That shouldn't be possible. Their strength is sufficient to venture deep into the divine nation. Could it be that Luo Bing and the others seized the core assets of this demigod? That's highly likely, otherwise the other side wouldn't be acting so frantically. Those filthy monkeys looked at me as if they had encountered their father's murderer. It scared the life out of me. At this moment, Li Shihao had returned to the 7th class camp, looking out into the distance, worriedly saying, "Brother Yang, you must be safe." Just then the group of monkeys outside was suddenly disrupted by a terrifying force. "Freeze," Luo Bing calmly said, and nearly 10,000 ordinary demon monkeys were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Wind-breaking slash. Li Tianheng's 5th-tier believer swept his long knife, shattering the ice blocks and clearing a path. Seeing the students in the safe zone as the demon monkeys surrounded them without attacking, Luo Bing and the others understood that this place was safe. After recalling the believers to their divine nation, they stepped inside. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are back. What terrifying power! Was that a believer at the Qi refinement stage just now? It seems they really ventured deep into this demigod's divine nation. How impressive! I wonder what assets this alien demigod possesses. Everyone looked at Luo Bing and the others, their faces filled with envy. "Brother Yang, what are you doing here?" Li Shihao exclaimed. "Brother Li, this exam has been truly thrilling." Yang Fan let out a long breath, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Li Tianheng came over and patted Yang Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go out for a drink. You're a friend I will definitely keep. Your help made it possible for us to return so smoothly. However, we do have use for those resources. Once we get out, I will discuss with others about converting some belief points for you." Hearing this from Li Tianheng, the others in the team did not refute. A friendship forged through life and death cannot be measured by a few billion belief points. In the future, when attending university or even entering society, it is people like Yang Fan who can step up at critical moments to support the entire divine nation that are truly reliable friends. No, this is what I should do. Without you, I might not have made it out alive. Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hands, his expression extremely serious, as if being given belief points by the others would be seen as looking down on him. "I understand what you mean. It is indeed inappropriate to count such things between brothers. If you face difficulties in the future, remember to find me," Li Tianheng promised. Although Yang Fan is an outsider genius of the Luo family, the Luo and Li families of Yang County are not enemies. Making friends is all that matters. Li Tianheng only cares about sincerity. Luo Bing also said to Yang Fan, "If you encounter trouble in the future, just come to me." At this moment, Luo Bing finally understood why her father asked her to take care of him during this examination. Her father's insight was indeed better than her own. Someone like him is worth forming a deep friendship with. "Brother Yang, we will return to our camp now. After we go out, we must meet up often. Don't forget the Tianxiang Inn. I can book you the presidential suite." Everyone exchanged farewells with Yang Fan, each expressing their sentiments. Seeing this scene, the other third-year students were utterly confused. What did Yang Fan do? How is he on such friendly terms with these top-ranked prodigies? With such a great network of connections, this kid must have struck it lucky. Back in Class 7 of the 3rd year, Li Shuhua said with envy, "Brother Yang, I finally understand why you didn't accept my invitation. You managed to join Brother Tianheng's squad. Little brother admires you. When you become successful, remember to help me out. Brother Li, remember to keep your distance from me later." "Why?" "To avoid accidental harm." At this moment, Zhang Pang stood next to Yang Fan like a victorious rooster, acting as if he were the most favored subordinate of the 3rd year. "Brother Yang, you are amazing. The best decision of my life was becoming your loyal follower," Zhang Pang whispered. "Keep your distance from me if you don't want to die. Stay low-key for now." "Huh. You can't take off without bringing your brother along. I am your loyal follower." Zhang Pang's expression turned anxious. "It's complicated for your sake. It's best to act like you don't know me from now on." Yang Fan spoke earnestly. The two were close friends, and seeing Yang Fan's expression, Zhang Pang knew things were likely serious. Out of trust, Zhang Pang quietly moved to the corner of the classroom, no longer talking to anyone. At that moment, millions of demon soldiers appeared in the nearby mountains, rushing toward this place like a tidal wave. What's going on? Didn't we reach a safe place here? How do we get out now? Isn't the midterm exam still ongoing? I just realized I'm back in my divine kingdom. These demons won't chase after me, right? The 5th level demon monkey generals emitted a terrifying aura, causing many weaker students to tremble. Bang, 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 bang. The demon monkey's hands slammed wildly, but outside this open space there seemed to be an invisible wall of air. They could not enter even a fraction. A shadow as large as a mountain floated in the sky. Though it was a consciousness form, its appearance was almost identical to those demon monkeys. Half-god of the alien race. A gasp rose from the crowd. Human, return what belongs to me. The half-god demon monkey's gaze fixed on Yang Fan's location in Class 7. Yang Fan simply closed his eyes, feigning fear. Having reached this point, he did not believe the school's divine beings would be unaware of this matter. How could he spit out meat that was already in his mouth? Seeking death. The half-god's phantom in the sky condensed into a massive iron rod over a kilometer long, directly smashing toward the crowd. This was the opponent's divine kingdom. With a thought, he could mobilize all energy. The enormous iron rod fell, creating a terrifying sonic boom, even causing the space to begin to shatter. The third-year students present were now so frightened that they stood frozen in place, nearly forgetting to breathe. You have violated the contract. A voice echoed from the void. The voice seemed to carry an invisible power. That devastating attack vanished into thin air at that moment. The half-god demon monkey's face was filled with rage. Hong Bing, I only want the wonder. The contract has been established. I will let you leave, or do you wish to die here? The half-god of the alien race looked unwilling, glancing at the position of Class 7, seemingly wanting to remember Yang Fan forever before turning to leave. Facing a deity, even if he felt unwilling, he was helpless. Continuing to insist would only lead to the destruction of the core of his divine kingdom. The midterm exam is over. Consciousness returns. As Hong Bing's voice fell, all the students felt a tremendous pull, their consciousness instantly returning to the nutrient chamber. Yang Fan opened the hatch, and upon returning to reality, he felt his body was somewhat stiff. This midterm exam had taken a full month. Yang Wanli stood up and walked to the podium, loudly declaring, now I will announce the rankings. At the same time, the light screen in the sky changed, and the images from within the divine kingdom began to shatter, revealing lines of text. Midterm exam rankings: first place, a Yang Fan from Class 7, third year, score 47. 123 billion. Second place, O Luo Bing from Class 1, OI, third year, score 6. 469 billion. Third place, O Li Tianheng from Class 1, third year, score 6. 023 billion. Fourth place. As the rankings were announced, the entire playground fell silent. To be precise, they had not continued to look after seeing the first line of text. What was going on? First place is Yang Fan. What on earth did he do? Did he infiltrate the lair of the half-god? In an instant, everyone had a thought in their minds. Could it be that this guy was the one who provoked those demon beasts into a frenzy? Impossible. Is there a mistake? Why am I only in third place? How could the first place be Yang Fan? Li Tianheng's expression twisted gradually. In this midterm exam, Li Tianheng was determined to secure second place. He had even thought about what to choose from the school's storage room. As long as he obtained that building, the development of his followers would experience a qualitative leap, and even the top 2 universities in the Federation would qualify to attempt registration. At this moment, he could not accept this result at all. Moreover, why was it Yang Fan, his brother? From the depths of the divine kingdom to the safe zone, he had been under his protection. How could this be possible? It was completely incomprehensible. Li Tianheng felt as if his worldview was beginning to collapse. You idiot. You were sold and still don't know it. Li Yuan could no longer hold back and directly scolded. Sixth Grandpa me. Li Tianheng felt confused. Li Yuan didn't want to waste words and directly looked at Yang Wanli, saying, Director Yang, could you make the midterm exam video public? Not for any other reason, just to remind the young people. Sometimes friends can be much more treacherous than enemies. As he spoke, Li Yuan's gaze was fixed on Yang Fan. A first-level deity was now gritting his teeth. Seeing this scene, all the students in the third year were stunned. What exactly did Yang Fan do? A question arose in everyone's mind. This. Yang Wanli hesitated a bit, as this was against the rules. However, the voice of Principal Hong Bing echoed from the sky. The light screen changed again, directly pulling the progress bar to the scene where Yang Fan led his followers to the outside of that valley. He had his followers drill into the skins of infant demon monkeys, using the rules to seize buildings worth 3 to 400 billion. Then the demon beasts rioted, leading to Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's failures, forcing them to flee. Afterwards, Yang Fan encountered Luo Bing and her group. Sister Bing, Brother Tianheng, these resources are mine. Everything that happened within the divine kingdom was clearly recorded by the intelligent being. From how Yang Fan obtained the core building to how he feigned weakness and utilized Luo Bing and Li Tianheng to return to the safe zone. His cunning tactics were top-notch. Just Under everyone's gaze, these scenes played out like a movie, almost as if they were torturing Yang Fan. Yang Fan took a deep breath and stood rooted in place, eyes lowered, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. As the saying goes, so long as I remain unfazed, it is others who bear the embarrassment. Brother Yang, no wonder you told me to keep my distance. Wasn't that precisely why? Zhang Pang paled with fear. Will we become pariahs on campus from now on? His elder brother had just mocked the top 10 prodigies of the school as fools. Worse still, had succeeded. Impressive, yes, but the consequences would be severe. Each of those individuals possessed formidable strength and unparalleled backing. It was nearly impossible to imagine how the remainder of high school would unfold. The playback ended. Li Yuan glared at Li Tianheng and barked, "Foolish wretch. How could the Li clan produce such a disgrace? You call yourself a first-tier genius. I'd sooner shove you back into your mother's womb." Li Yuan continued his tirade, utterly disregarding any semblance of divine dignity. He had no choice. The shame was unbearable. Watching his own prodigy unwittingly aid the very person who deceived him, Li Yuan longed for a hole to vanish into. Every time Li Tianheng addressed Yang Fan as brother within the alien divine realm, Li Yuan felt as though his own face were being slapped. Not only Li Tianheng, Luo Bing and the other 5 squad members wore expressions of profound humiliation. They considered themselves vanguards of their generation, celestial favorites. And yet, they've been played for fools. Damn it, Yang Fan, you'll pay for this. The volatile Li clan prodigy's features twisted with fury. At that moment, Li Tianheng moved. Heedless of all eyes, he strode straight toward Yang Fan. He halted half a meter before Yang Fan. Excellent. Truly excellent. I shall remember you well. With a sharp crack, Li Tianheng launched a punch directly at Yang Fan's chest. Thanks to his growth within the divine realm, Yang Fan's reflexes were no longer sluggish. He crossed his arms before his torso just in time. A colossal force surged up his arms and through his entire body, sending him hurtling backward. Remarkable strength. My right arm is already fractured. Yang Fan staggered back dozens of meters, his expression grave. In a single blow, he grasped the vast gulf between his divine realm and Li Tianheng's. Enough. This is a school, not an arena for private grudges, Yang Wanli interjected. Return to your posts immediately, you shameless spectacle. Li Yuan had appeared beside Li Tianheng, without warning, seized his shoulder, and vanished instantly. Yang Fan and Luo Bing remain. The rest may depart. As for the top 100 rewards, the school will deliver them directly to your respective divine realms, Yang Wanli added with a dismissive wave. Many students passed Yang Fan, their gazes layered with disdain, admiration, awe, and even fear. Who would have imagined that Class 7 of Senior 3 harbored such a ruthless figure? From now on, one would do well to keep a wide berth. To partner with him might well mean vanishing, bones and all. A masterful performance of the tiger disguised as a swine. I called you brother for days. Let's settle this soon in the divine realm arena. So shall I. Though you are of the Luo clan to deceive me so brazenly, I shall remember you well. Brother, I shall remember your fraternal affection most carefully. May you never regret it. As the remaining 5 squad members passed Yang Fan, each clapped his shoulder. Yet their eyes held no warmth, only cold, dangerous calculation. From childhood onward, they had never suffered such a humiliating silent defeat. Yang Fan was profoundly cunning. His plea for protection had merely been a ruse to use them as cannon fodder. Had they simply watched from the sidelines, reaching the safety zone would have posed no difficulty. Perhaps this man would already lie dead at the hands of an alien demigod. This midterm examination had not elevated one. It had exalted him alone, built upon the collective effort of all. By exploiting petty cleverness, he'd stolen the enemy's stronghold. By deploying shameless and scrupulous tactics, he'd coerced them into holding back the beast tide. Such heartless, dishonorable conduct marked him as the school's public enemy. Soon only Yang Fan and Luo Bing remained upon the entire stadium grounds. Wan Sanqian, owner of the Zhongyuan Tower, had yet to leave, instead watching Yang Fan with keen, amused interest. Young man, after today your name shall echo across Yang County. Wan Sanqian laughed heartily. Yang Fan's cheeks twitched. Were the stakes not so immense, he'd gladly have avoided such notoriety. Pay no mind to others' judgments. The higher one stands the farther the horizon extends. When you ascend to demigodhood, envy shall follow. When you transcend to godhood, reverence alone remains. Strength, once absolute, commands its own justification. Wan Sanqian spoke these words suddenly. Yang Fan bowed deeply in respect. Many thanks, elder, for your guidance. It has been ages since I've encountered such an intriguing junior. Pity you've already pledged allegiance to the Luo clan. Else I might have entrusted the Zhongyuan Tower to you. With a booming laugh, Wan Sanqian dissolved into thin air. Luo Chengfeng descended the dais and offered a slight bow. Director Yang, please wait a moment. No trouble at all, Yang Wanli replied indifferently. Granted permission, Luo Chengfeng approached Yang Fan and Luo Bing without delay. Luo Bing, he said, the patriarch has instructed that the Ice Immortal Palace and Ice God Temple, complementary structures housed in the school's treasury, must be your selection. Luo Bing gave a sharp humph and turned away silent. Because of Yang Fan, even this elder now stirred no goodwill within her. Luo Changfeng shook his head with a wry smile, then turned to Yang Fan. His gaze heavy with layered emotion, admiration, concern, bewilderment, sorrow. He had hoped Yang Fan might secure a top 10 ranking in this midterm, never imagining he'd engineer something of such magnitude, first place in the grade, and simultaneously outwit the entire Senior 3 cohort. Luo Changfeng was a god who had lived 1,000 years. His moral calculus bore none of the naivete found among students. In matters of life and death, betrayal and exploitation became permissible, because once one's divine realm fell, all else lost meaning. He did not deem Yang Fan's actions wrong, only their repercussions dire. His future grandson-in-law, it seemed, would walk the path of a lone wolf. To have offended so many, his high school years would be fraught, and rumors would surely follow him into university. Whether investing in divine realms, waging divine wars, or pioneering new frontiers, collaboration remained indispensable. Even now, Luo Changfeng could not determine whether Yang Fan's gamble had been wise or reckless. The gains were staggering. Even gods felt temptation, but the road ahead promised relentless solitude and pressure. Luo Changfeng drew a slow breath. Xiao Yang, the school's treasury, originates from an advanced mechanical divine realm civilization and interfaces directly with the Federation's education system. It will automatically select the optimal rank structure for your current development. Simply choose from what it offers. Do not chase prestige or value alone. What serves your divine realm best is what matters most. Trust in technology. Yang Fan, born outside any great clan, lacked broad exposure. Luo Changfeng genuinely feared he might judge structures solely by faith points, squandering this rare opportunity. Understood. Thank you, grandfather, Yang Fan replied, earnestly nodding. You? Never mind. We'll speak more once we return. Luo Changfeng paused mid-sentence, then sighed. After finishing the matter, Yang Fan and Luo Bing followed Yang Wanli to the school's basement. The silver-white square storage boxes filled the entire basement, with a light blue glass panel facing the entrance. Yang Wanli walked up to the glass and placed his right hand on it. Identity verification successful. The hatch is about to open, a voice from the intelligence system announced. Little ones, you may enter now, Yang Wanli said. Yang Fan felt a force pushing him from behind, instantly sending him and Luo Bing into the storage room. Inside the storage room was a vast expanse of white with countless cards floating like stars overhead. Unlike Yang Fan, Luo Bing was already accustomed to this scene and directly said aloud, request to select a building. Identity verification successful. Permission level B. Querying the records of the Divine Kingdoms, awakening, retrieving past performance, beginning data retrieval. Retrieval successful. The recommended buildings are as follows. Ice Fairy Palace level B building valued at 800 divine points increases the cultivation speed of ice element believers by 60. A reduces spiritual energy consumption by 30. Calms the mind. Extreme Cold Herb Garden level B building valued at 100 divine points significantly increases the growth rate of ice element plants. 9. Mystic Ice Tower level B defensive building valued at 30 divine points. A light screen appeared before Luo Bing displaying cards with building details. I choose the Ice Fairy Palace, Luo Bing said without hesitation. The card fell into her hand and was instantly absorbed into her divine kingdom. After making her choice, Luo Bing did not leave immediately, but turned to stare intently at Yang Fan. Feeling her gaze, Yang Fan nervously said, Sister Bing, congratulations. Welcome to Class 1. I look forward to your guidance in the future. With that, Luo Bing turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Fan couldn't help but shiver. He felt as if there was something implied in her gaze, and her tone even carried a hint of anger. Shaking his head to discard distracting thoughts, Yang Fan began to imitate her. Request to select a identity verification successful. Permission level B. The recommended buildings are as follows. Cultivating Immortal Tower level B building valued at 900 divine points. The tower accommodates 1 seats, can gradually enhance the cultivation aptitude of believers, increases the cultivation speed by 70, and improves the success rate of breakthroughs by 30, while reducing the likelihood of inner demons by 20. Blood Sacrifice Sky Pool level B building valued at 400 divine points. By investing in living beings, it greatly enhances the physical training aptitude of believers. Heavenly Artifact Pavilion level B building contains a large mineral vein valued at 200 divine points. It can automatically forge various weapons with a maximum level of C. As he looked at the dazzling array of level B buildings, Yang Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. As expected from the school's intelligence system, the recommendations were all what he wanted. Why could he only choose one? Yang Fan wished he could have them all. Just then the light screen changed, updating with another option. Punlai Island wonder. Value. Effect. A wonder. What is this? Yang Fan's eyes widened. Currently, a wonder spirit Peach Mountain was placed in Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Although he did not know the grade of the wonder, the value of Spirit Peach Mountain was the highest among assets in the alien divine kingdom. Yang Fan frowned. Why would a wonder appear? Does the intelligence system think its value is also level B? But why are there only question marks? The effects of Punlai Island were not clearly stated, which left Yang Fan feeling conflicted. Seeking the least risk, he should naturally choose the cultivating immortal tower, as it could greatly improve the believer's aptitudes, which was what his divine kingdom currently lacked the most. But had he not taken enough risks lately? Since this item appeared in the selection box, it proved that Punlai Island was also suitable for his divine kingdom. Fortune favors the bold. Yang Fan no longer hesitated and chose Punlai Island. In the teaching building, Yang Wanli was quietly standing behind Hong Bing holding documents while the wall projected images from the storage room, clearly showing Yang Fan's changing expressions. Principal, this is not in accordance with the rules. Punlai Island, even as a wonder-type building, is a scarce item valued at least 5,000 divine points, and you are giving it to a student. Yang Wanli's expression was somewhat pained. Punlai Island has the effect of hiding the coordinates of the divine kingdom. This kid has gained too much in this exam and has no background. He may not be able to protect this wealth. Hong Bing watched the image of Yang Fan with interest. With federal laws in place, as long as he hasn't graduated, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Yang Wanli countered, the human race wouldn't dare, but what about the alien races? What do you mean, Principal? Don't worry about scarcity, but about inequality. This kid has offended so many people. If someone with malicious intent thinks of a way to obtain Yang Fan's divine kingdom coordinates, they might leak it to the aliens. Impossible, that's treason against the clan. Once discovered, it would implicate the entire family, Yang Wanli exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Naturally, there are pests within the human race. Illegal robberies of others' divine kingdom assets happen frequently. But if aliens were involved once the incident occurred, it would surely attract the attention of the federal government's law enforcement team, and at that time not only he, but even his family would be implicated. I've been on the front lines for 3,000 years, I've seen it all. There are plenty of such scum among the human race. Hong Bing scoffed, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I have high hopes for this kid. Punlai Island can be considered an investment from the school for him, perfectly matching the Spirit Peach Mountain he obtained. I hope this child can become a high-level deity and protect our human race in the future. Yang Wanli couldn't help but ask, Principal, since you have high hopes for this person, why create so much animosity? In front of the entire school, Yang Wanli initially thought the principal had also looked down on Yang Fan's handler, but how could he still have high hopes? Young people need pressure, otherwise how can they grow? Hong Bing's stern face unexpectedly revealed a hint of a mischievous smile. Principal, please don't use military methods to train these high school students. We have a lot of pressure at work. Yang Wanli thought frantically. Upon returning to the villa in Yang City, as soon as Yang Fan entered, he saw Luo Rao's pale face, filled with worry. Darling, what have you done? What's wrong? Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. I just received a lot of messages, some from your classmates, and some from my Luo family's demigods, and even divine elders. They are all asking if you are interested in trading the buildings you acquired this time. Luo Rao explained. Receiving so many messages all of a sudden, including those from divine beings, Luo Rao panicked on the spot and didn't dare to reply to any messages until now. Just pretend you haven't seen anything, Yang Fan replied. Now that he was backed by the Luo family and protected by federal law, he didn't think those divine beings would have the audacity to directly strike at him. As for whether to trade, he needed to first investigate what effects these buildings and wonders truly had. With that thought, Yang Fan immediately went upstairs, locked the door, and shut himself off from disturbances. Grade building, monkey wine spring, valued at 2 billion faith points, purchase not permitted. Spiritual fruits can be placed here to produce monkey wine. This wine is mild in nature, imbued with pure spiritual energy. Consuming it can refine the body, expel impurities, and slightly enhance one's cultivation aptitude. Additionally, it can greatly boost insight for a short time, making it easier to comprehend techniques and break through bottlenecks. With ample spiritual fruits, the divine kingdom can produce 100 bottles of monkey wine every 30 years. Monkey wine priced at 1 million faith points. Available for purchase in the shop. Great spiritual plant, immortal peach tree, valued at 1 billion faith points, purchase not permitted. It blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and ripens once every 3,000 years. A single ripe immortal peach can extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years. Each immortal peach is valued at 100 million faith points, purchase not permitted. Special structure, enlightenment stone, no permission to view details. Wonder Spirit Peach Mountain, no permission to view details. Wonder Punlai Island, no permission to view. Yang Fan was stunned by the message from the intelligent life form. Given his current situation, he was unable to view the detailed information. As a divine being, not having the authority to purchase grade buildings was understandable, but he should at least be able to see their details. This was like being denied even the right to learn knowledge. What is this? These things are right there in my divine kingdom, and I have to figure them out on my own. Yang Fan complained. Beep, beep, beep. A third-tier deity has vouched for you. Federal citizen Yang Fan's identity permissions have been upgraded. The above information is now viewable, the intelligent life form reported urgently. Yang Fan's expression shifted to shock as well. A third-tier deity vouching for me. Who is it, he wondered. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it, as it was a good thing for him. Grade building Monkey Wine Spring valued at 2 billion faith points available for purchase. Grade spiritual plant Immortal Peach Tree available for purchase. Special structure Enlightenment Stone. A unique structure born from heaven and earth imbued with the aura of natural laws, exceedingly rare. Its presence creates a field of enlightenment. The field spans approximately 100 kilometers in radius. Beings within it experience clarity of thought, greatly enhanced comprehension, and a 50 increase in cultivation efficiency. Prolonged exposure to this field not only aids in comprehending techniques and advancing realms, but also accelerates the mastery and deduction of various skills. Valued at 10 billion faith points, out of stock in the shop. If you wish to purchase, you may place a listing for the shop to facilitate a transaction. What a treasure! No wonder even the shop doesn't have it in stock. Yang Fan was overjoyed. Placing this enlightenment stone where his followers gathered would not only greatly enhance their cultivation efficiency, but also help them master various skills. If any divine kingdom possessed such a treasure, they would surely keep it for themselves. Why would they ever sell it? Yang Fan understood that the 10 billion faith points wasn't the true value of the enlightenment stone. It was like a starting bid at an auction. The actual transaction price would be far higher. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Fan continued searching for Wonder Spirit Peach Mountain. Wonder Spirit Peach Mountain out of stock in the shop. Probability of a brokered transaction is extremely low. It is not recommended to waste time listing it. A top-tier resource-rich land formed by the convergence of natural spiritual veins and celestial energy. Its mountain body is inherently spiritual, capable of continuously nurturing various spiritual fruits. The mountain teems with flourishing spiritual plants, primarily spirit peaches, along with a multitude of other fruits. The spiritual fruits produced contain pure spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can nourish the physique, stabilize cultivation, and serve as a widespread cultivation resource. Its yield is astonishing enough to support the daily cultivation and survival of billions of beings, forming a crucial foundation for the operation of a divine kingdom. However, this mountain has extremely high environmental demands, requiring a constant supply of celestial energy for nourishment. Once celestial energy is insufficient, the spiritual plants will rapidly decline, and both yield and quality will plummet. Evaluation: a megascale resource point with long-term strategic supply capabilities. Yang Fan was silent. Yang Fan was shocked. Yang Fan was ecstatic. He finally understood why that alien divine kingdom had so many supply lines for spiritual fruits, but so few monkey soldiers guarding them. It was simply because there were too many resources piled everywhere throughout the kingdom, without even sending followers to protect them. With the Spirit Peach Mountain, the alien demigod cared little for these spiritual fruit resources. They were piled everywhere, so his followers could eat whenever they wanted. Yang Fan took a deep breath, feeling cold sweat begin to form on his forehead. After understanding the value of the wonder, he realized the magnitude of this harvest. No wonder those deities had taken notice of him. Damn it, why did the exam have to be broadcast live? Could someone be targeting me? Aside from the Federation government's intelligent life form, no one should know the coordinates of my divine kingdom. But do the deities have other ways to locate me? How much do the Federation's laws actually restrict the deities? Questions flooded Yang Fan's mind. The immense joy did not cloud his judgment. Instead, it made him acutely aware of the danger. Forget it. Fortune and misfortune intertwine. Did I think I could seize wealth that would tempt even deities without any trouble? Yang Fan muttered to himself, then began to study the Wonder Punlai Island he had obtained from the school's warehouse. Wonder Punlai Island, rare wonder, no transaction records in the shop for nearly a century. A legendary paradise spontaneously formed by the natural laws of heaven and earth, possessing an independent self-operating system of immortal cultivation. Within the island's celestial energy is continuously generated, self-sustaining, and endlessly cycling without any external input. It is an exceedingly rare self-circulating cultivation sanctuary. Those within it experience a 200 increase in cultivation speed, a 100 boost in insight for easier comprehension of techniques and spells, and a serene, clear mind resistant to stray thoughts, significantly reducing the chance of inner demons arising. Furthermore, Punlai Island possesses inherent space concealing and law disrupting properties. The space of its host divine kingdom becomes chaotic and its coordinates unstable, effectively blocking divination and greatly reducing the risk of the kingdom's coordinates being exposed. It holds immense strategic concealment value. Evaluation: a top-tier cultivation sanctuary combining self-generating celestial energy with spatial concealment. A strategic core wonder. Reading the description of Penglai Island, Yang Fan felt as if he might be the chosen one. The very thing he had just worried about was immediately resolved. Although he didn't know the exact strength of its ability to disrupt divine kingdom coordinates, the fact that the shop rated it as a strategic core wonder meant it was certainly extraordinary. He was only a divine being now. Even if a deity had their eye on him, they couldn't be too powerful. Yang Fan guessed that as long as he didn't actively reveal his coordinates, low-level deities would most likely be unable to find his divine kingdom. Beyond that, Penglai Island could generate celestial energy, perfectly complementing the spirit Peach Mountain. Perfect. Choosing Penglai Island was absolutely the right call. Having understood everything, Yang Fan willed it, and his divine sense instantly descended upon the divine kingdom. The next moment, heaven and earth quaked. The once somewhat barren land of the divine kingdom seemed to be reshaped by an invisible giant hand. The void split open, and an immortal island descended slowly. Seas of clouds churned, and rays of multicolored light shone brilliantly. The island was wreathed in immortal mist, forming its own world before it even touched the ground. Penglai Island manifest. Celestial energy surged endlessly from its core, spreading outward like a tide. In an instant, the life force of the entire divine kingdom soared dramatically. The air grew incredibly dense. Immediately after, spiritual veins surged on Penglai Island, and a majestic mountain rose from the earth. Its body was crystalline, shimmering with spiritual light. Plants on the mountain grew wildly. Immortal peaches hung heavy on the branches, and 100 fruits flourished together. Dense spiritual energy turned into mist, flowing ceaselessly through the ravines. Spirit Peach Mountain manifest. In another instant, 2 springs of wine emerged from cracks at the foot of the Peach Mountain. The spring water was amber like gold, its fragrance pervasive and full of spiritual vitality. Just the spread of its aura stirred the blood of nearby beings and cleared their divine senses. Monkey wine spring appear. At the same time, heaven and earth trembled. An ancient rugged stone slowly descended onto Penglai Island. The moment it landed, an invisible ripple spread outward, covering a radius of 100 kilometers. Enlightenment stone settle. All beings within the divine kingdom instinctively looked up at the massive, colossal island in the sky and fell to their knees. We thank our God for this blessing, all the followers shouted in unison. With the mere appearance of Penglai Island, all flora and fauna in the divine kingdom felt an inexplicable comfort, their bodies incredibly at ease, as if they were constantly immersed in a spiritual spring. In the real world, Yang Fan also felt a tingling numbness spread through his body, a feedback from the leap in his divine kingdom's environment. After finishing everything, it was already evening. Yang Fan was preparing to organize the assets within his divine realm before heading to the marketplace for some purchases when he received a message from Luo Chengfeng. Xiao Yang, let's meet in the virtual world. Yang Fan did not dare to delay and immediately put on his helmet. In the room, Luo Chengfeng's expression was somewhat grim. Grandfather, Yang Fan said. Looking at Yang Fan, Luo Chengfeng's expression softened considerably. Before this midterm exam, due to your comprehension of the great achievement realm's 10,000 spirits returning to Origin Array, I went to see the family head. He promised that as long as you could place in the top 10, he would convene a meeting of the elders to secure a first-class genius training quota for you. What is the current situation? Seeing Luo Chengfeng's expression, Yang Fan guessed that the outcome was probably not good. The elder meeting just concluded, and the resolution was ultimately not passed. Luo Chengfeng sighed, his expression somewhat reluctant. Based on the final exam results, Yang Fan had indeed exceeded the task, but the means he used were too opportunistic, coupled with some embarrassment, which became a target for many elders' criticism. Even though the family head had the intention to agree, there were too many opposing elders, and they had to give up. It doesn't matter, grandfather, just do your best, Yang Fan replied calmly with a smile. Previously being recognized as a first-class genius of the Luo family would have been like a timely help for him, but now it could only be seen as an added bonus. The biggest investment in first-class geniuses is those strategic buildings, such as the Ice God Palace in the Luo Bing Divine Kingdom. He certainly wouldn't mind having more of such buildings, but currently the Penglai Island, Lingtao Mountain, and Wudao Stone in his Divine Kingdom are not bad. One cannot take all the benefits. Yang Fan was already quite satisfied with this harvest. As long as he gives himself time, his Divine Kingdom will experience rapid development. Within a year or two, Yang Fan is confident he will become a demigod. Luo Chengfeng seemed to think of something and spat. Luo Xian and Rao Mingming are truly annoying. They humiliated me back then. It's one thing not to seek trouble with them, but they dare to trip me up. It's utterly shameless. Who are these two? They are the parents of Luo Mingxuan first-tier deities. We used to have a good relationship, but due to their beastly son some unpleasantness occurred, and unexpectedly it affected your evaluation this time. Luo Chengfeng explained. If it weren't for these two leading the charge against him, most of the other elders would have given him face. Yang Fan realized this, and aside from feeling a bit more disgusted with Luo Mingxuan, he was not deeply affected. Without Luo Qingfeng, he might not even have had this opportunity. Having received benefits from others, one naturally has to bear the corresponding consequences. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Once he graduates from school, he will have the opportunity to regain his position. Seeing Yang Fan's calm demeanor, Luo Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction and continued. Although I couldn't help you secure the training for first-class genius, the family head has still decided to increase your investment by 2 billion faith points along with a level building the sea of flesh and blood. The faith points have been transferred to your divine kingdom. Here is the building card for the sea of flesh and blood. Luo Chengfeng placed the card in Yang Fan's hand. Seeing that the other party had once again secured investments for him, Yang Fan asked, Grandfather, the school rewarded me with 10 billion faith points. Perhaps it could help Ruer restore her divine kingdom. Hearing this, Luo Chengfeng's gaze towards Yang Fan gradually softened. This was what I deceived Ruer with to give her some hope. Perhaps one day when I, as her grandfather, have saved enough money, her divine kingdom can be restored to its former glory. If it were that simple, I would have sold the buildings in my divine kingdom long ago to cure Ruer. Is there really no way? Yang Fan's face turned grim. During this time spent with Luo Ro, he had genuinely come to acknowledge her, and now they even had a child together. No matter what, Yang Fan did not want to give up. It's not that there is no way, but there are no connections or resources. At least a fourth or even fifth-tier deity must intervene, and they must be skilled in healing abilities. The Luo family is just a small family in Yang County, making it difficult to access such powerful beings, Luo Chengfeng sighed. Perhaps the family head Luo Hai could make contact, but it would be impossible to ask him for help with such matters. Seeing the serious expression on Yang Fan's face, Luo Chengfeng reminded him, focus on developing your divine kingdom, aim for a good university. If you can find a powerful deity as a teacher, there may be a way to resolve Ruer's issues. Hearing this, Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Having this intention is enough. Ruer wouldn't want you to put all your energy into this elusive matter, especially since you both have a child. Yes, grandfather. Ruer has already contacted me saying that many want to purchase the wondrous Lingtao Mountain and Wudao Stone from your divine kingdom. Remember, do not sell to anyone. Once these things are sold, they can never be bought back. You are still a student, and under the protection of federal law, even deities would not dare to act against you. I understand. Even if Luo Chengfeng did not say it, he would not agree to this matter. Earning faith points was meant to invest in his divine kingdom. Selling these rare buildings to obtain a large amount of faith points only to buy some ordinary resources to invest back into the divine kingdom. Isn't that madness? In this midterm exam, you really angered Luo Bing. If it weren't for the family head's broad-mindedness, you would likely face future troubles. Remember to ease the relationship when you have the chance. Yang Fan's expression was somewhat troubled. Luo Bing was just an ice block, and he had already offended her thoroughly. He truly could not think of any ways to ease the relationship. It would be a blessing if she did not trouble him. A kind person is wise, but not strong. Our human race has stood firm among many alien civilizations largely due to the strength we gather together. Your harvest this time was so great that even deities are jealous, but you have lost the goodwill of the people. After the college entrance examination, you still have to attend university. You all come from Yang County, which is the best option for mutual support and progress. If you cannot ease the relationship, you will likely have to fight alone once you go out. Luo Chengfeng sighed deeply, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. As a deity, he understood the importance of friends best. When the divine kingdom is attacked by alien races, the family's deities will come to assist. When venturing out to develop, even if your followers are strong, wars will lead to significant consumption, and the overall strength of the divine kingdom will gradually weaken. Having a few friends join hands to share the pressure will greatly reduce the risk of war for the divine kingdom. And these allies who can defend together and explore together rely not only on benefits. Either they are in the same family's alliance or they have known each other since childhood and have deep trust. This exam has completely tarnished Yang Fan's reputation. Who would dare to cooperate with him in the future? I will try my best, Yang Fan said awkwardly. After Luo Chengfeng left, Yang Fan felt that what he said made sense. He then opened the Genius Group chat. I'm sorry, how about I invite everyone to Tianxiang Realm to apologize? Yang Fan clicked send. You have been kicked out of the group chat by the deputy group leader Li Tianheng and cannot receive or send messages. A red exclamation mark appeared alongside a system notification. Yang Fan fell into silence for a moment. Forget it, the strong are always lonely. Yang Fan silently consoled himself. It's just a pity that he has lost another channel for information. At the Luo family's residence in the head's room. Father, have you gone mad for calling an elders meeting for Yang Fan? Luo Bing questioned. Him? Excellent. If it weren't for your daughter foolishly helping him, would he have survived? Luo Bing was furious and completely unable to comprehend her father's logic. Seeing his daughter arguing for the first time in years, Luo Hai couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing? Is it so funny? It's nothing, just find it amusing that my daughter is truly furious. This kid is indeed annoying, Luo Hai replied, suppressing his laughter. That bastard Yang Fan treats us all like fools. It's one thing not to help your daughter vent her anger, but why increase his investment? Enough Binger, I've watched the school's video. Yang Fan's actions are not problematic. Luo Hai suddenly became serious. Why? A person who can't even afford a meal suddenly sees 10 million on the road. Do you think he'll pick it up or not? He used the rules to steal the core assets of that otherworldly demigod, which is acceptable, but why did he have to manipulate us afterward? If I tell the truth, how would you react? Luo Hai countered. This? Luo Bing fell silent. Given the situation at the time, most people would probably have forced him to surrender the assets. He simply made the choice most beneficial to himself. If I were in his position, I would do the same. So I say he is not wrong, the real mistake lies with you. The biggest taboo in opening a divine kingdom is placing complete trust in others. In this exam, he merely utilized you. In a true divine war, those so-called companions may not hesitate to stab you in the back and plunder your kingdom's foundation. For you, this also serves as a lesson. It may not be a bad thing, Luo Hai patiently explained. Luo Bing took a deep breath and slowly said, Father, you've misjudged him. If I become friends with someone like him, when danger strikes, he'll be the first to run away. That's truth. This kid lies without a hint of shame. You should keep your distance from him in the future, but don't deliberately target him either. After all, he is still a member of the Luo family. Luo Hai pondered for a moment. Class divisions are coming soon. It's not up to me to target him. Luo Bing angrily turned and left. At this moment, the 2026 Genius Group chat was also in chaos. Even the usually quiet Li Tianheng started discussing with everyone. Yang Fan will join our class the day after tomorrow. Old Chao should open the Divine Kingdom battlefield. Who will take him on first? He'll go. Of course it's me. I've been so badly tricked. I will definitely wipe out all the believers he sends out. Lita Zhu, don't steal the kill, but such a good opportunity. How about letting little sister me show off a bit? The group was incredibly lively, with everyone discussing how to deal with Yang Fan. Looking at the barrage of messages, Li Shuhei's legs trembled slightly. Brother Yang, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Before there was only Luo Mingxuan, now you've offended all the geniuses in the third year. Don't bring disaster upon yourself. Li Shuhei didn't dare to speak, afraid of being reminded of how he had once helped Yang Fan. Shut up. This is my first time. I have no other demands, as long as the teacher opens the Divine Kingdom battlefield, none of Yang Fan's believers can survive. If anyone fails, I will challenge him in the next round. If anyone participates in extracurricular activities and dares to help Yang Fan, I will challenge him in the future. Yang Fan will be the first on the list of those to be eliminated in our school, understand? Li Tianheng sent the message. Yang Fan was unaware that he had not only been kicked out of the group chat, but that the class was also discussing how to deal with him. At this moment, he was studying the Meet C blood pool that Luo Hai had given him. Level building Meet C blood pool valued at 5 billion faith points. Investing blood essence can produce blood water, and believers soaking in it can greatly enhance their physical strength. Evaluation very suitable for a martial arts-oriented divine kingdom, but this building requires a large amount of flesh and blood, and prolonged use will consume significant resources. Looking at the introduction, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. He had been planning to walk the path of the integration of cultivation and martial arts, and this building rewarded by Luo Hai was very practical, capable of significantly boosting the fighting strength of his believers in the short term. Yang Fan chose to place the Meet C blood pool next to the 100 Spirits blood pool. Since loading wonders like Penglai Island and Lingtao Mountain, Yang Fan, as a deity, could clearly feel that two completely different auras had emerged within his divine kingdom. The fairy aura evolving from Penglai Island was filled with life, serene and peaceful, resembling a paradise on earth. In contrast, structures like the 100 Spirits blood pool and Meet C blood pool exuded a pure bloody stench. Yang Fan could sense that Penglai Island rejected such buildings. If forced together, the powers generated by the structures would likely consume each other. In terms of the future development of the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan already had a rough plan. Those with cultivation talent could reside on Penglai Island, while those who chose martial arts would remain on the ground. Having secured the first place in the midterm exam, aside from the wonder reward of Penglai Island, the 10 billion faith points reward had also been credited, along with an additional 2 billion from the Luo family, bringing his liquid funds to an unprecedented height. Faith points 12 per billion. In addition, there were plenty of resources within Yang Fan's divine kingdom that needed to be dealt with. In this otherworldly divine kingdom, nearly 100 clevel granaries were seized, countless spiritual fruits, 10,000 fire spirit peach trees, a large number of low-level spiritual plants, and a hodgepodge of various defensive buildings. All these items were currently piled up in the southwestern part of Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Various items were mixed together, and some spiritual plants had already shown signs of damage. These items were not highly valuable, but the quantity was significant. Selling them all might yield 1 billion faith points in income. Yang Fan felt a headache as his divine sense surveyed the chaotic buildings and spiritual plants. Sorting these items into categories was a massive project. Even as a deity in this place, he felt exhausted. Returning to reality, Yang Fan thought about how he had been kicked out of the group chat and could only message Luo Changfeng to see if he had a solution. The hall this time was too vast and varied. If he relied on himself to categorize and sell it online, it could take months to sort out, and Yang Fan did not want to waste time on this. High-level intelligent life. You can afford it at your current price. You little rascal, many demigods wouldn't even dare to use this. You're really a lucky one. Luo Changfeng sent a message along with a helpless emoji. Yang Fan immediately started searching in the marketplace. High-level intelligent life valued at 2 billion faith points. Originating from a 6th-tier mechanical divine kingdom, this special entity is birthed from the combined will of the deities and the power of rules, possessing high logical and independent thinking abilities dedicated to the operation and development of the divine kingdom. Its core characteristic is absolute loyalty, with a thought process bound to the deity's essence, unaffected by external influences or erosion, capable of unconditionally executing divine will and making optimal judgments for the overall benefit of the divine kingdom. This life form can perceive the internal structure and operational status of the divine kingdom in real time, coordinating the flow of resources, development of believers, and progression of civilization, assisting the deities in formulating development paths to enhance overall efficiency. Additionally, this life form can interface with external systems such as marketplace transactions, stock trading, etc. Organize information, evaluate value, and make trading decisions, aiding the deities in maximizing resource utilization. Looking at the introduction of advanced intelligent life, Yang Fan exclaimed in admiration. Isn't this just a supercomputer with autonomous consciousness? With this thing around, any question can be directly asked of it. No need to browse chat groups and divine forums every day. How could human sources of information possibly compare to the computer itself? Yang Fan opened the chat box with Luo Changfeng and continued to ask, grandfather, such a great thing for only 2 billion. Isn't that too cheap? The market is dictated by supply and demand. With the successful development of high-level intelligent life, the mechanical divine kingdom has begun mass production, naturally bringing the price down. Basically, every deity possesses their own high-level intelligent life. And you say it's cheap. 2 billion is cheap. Many demigods do not have such a thing. Investing 2 billion faith points could completely transform a divine being's kingdom. Who would use it to buy such an intelligent creature? Do you think everyone is born with a golden key, or that they like you are lucky enough to find a lottery ticket on the way out? Luo Changfeng sent a voice message, his tone rapid fire like a machine gun, making Yang Fan feel a bit awkward. Why do I feel like grandfather is a little envious of me? Yang Fan murmured. He took a gentle breath and clicked to purchase directly. As the high-level intelligent life loaded, he could feel a new consciousness emerging within his divine kingdom. Unlike the followers, this entity did not have a physical body, merely a consciousness similar to a soul. Master, please choose an external appearance, personality, and name. A milky white light orb floated before Yang Fan. Random, young female, decisive personality, name her Yang. Yang Fan said. Generating appearance. In the blink of an eye, the milky white light orb gradually transformed into a 20-year-old young woman dressed in a suit. Please grant me secondary permissions. Yang Yi will assist the master in planning the overall development of the divine kingdom. Yang Yi bowed slightly. Okay. Yang Fan snapped his fingers, granting her the permissions. The moment Yang Yi was born, Yang Fan understood that she was bound to his divine essence, a different life form within the divine kingdom, entirely trustworthy. As she received the permissions, Yang Yi's body stood straight, her eyes flashing rapidly, like a computer screen displaying various data. Divine kingdom check complete. All information received. First, help me organize that pile of miscellaneous items and list them for sale online. Yang Fan commanded. Should they be sold at market price? Yes. Completed. Total income is 127 billion. After deducting personal income tax and transaction tax, the net income is 992 million. According to historical data, there is a 90% probability that all transactions will be completed in 1 hour and 24 minutes. Yang Yi responded almost simultaneously. What? Yang Fan was taken aback as he found that the pile of miscellaneous items had been instantly organized and was now connected to the mall for sale. How is it so fast? Yang Fan was shocked. Based on your recent reaction, my computing power is approximately 1242000 times that of yours. If the previous assets were increased by another 1000 times, I could process them instantly. Yang Yi replied calmly without a hint of boastfulness, as if stating a fact. Yang Fan swallowed hard and asked, what level of intelligent life do you belong to? 4th tier intelligent life. According to the master's understanding, it is equivalent to the nascent soul in cultivation or the martial emperor in martial arts. However, this intelligent life is service-oriented and has no offensive or defensive capabilities, so its value is not high. Yang Yi replied. Impressive. Using you for this task feels like a waste of talent. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Yang Fan felt the immense power of the mechanical divine kingdom once again. Hard to imagine what kind of form those high-level mechanical divine kingdoms had developed into. Master, please grant me more resource allocation permissions. There are many issues in the divine kingdom that need to be resolved. What issues? Too many blood-condensing flowers are planted. According to the current market price, the annualized return is 363. Although the profit is high, the area of the divine kingdom is limited, making large-scale investment impossible. This crop occupies too much space, severely impacting the development of the follower population. I recommend selling all of it. Based on the current assets of the divine kingdom, I suggest primarily investing in Monkey Wine Spring, which has an annualized return of 60, and due to the wonder of Lingtao Mountain, it is zero cost in the long term. Since the divine kingdom possesses the wonder of Penglai Island, the ecology of the divine kingdom is extremely stable. I recommend selling all low-level assets like Bodhi Treasure, Snake Night Vulture, Spiritual Fish Doll, and Water Lotus. Lingtao Mountain requires a large number of followers for harvesting. I suggest immediately purchasing Clevel breeding cards. The current population limit of the divine kingdom is about 40 million, and I strongly recommend maximizing the population. Considering the subsequent exponential population growth and the meat demand of martial arts followers, we also need to purchase 4 fully automatic concentrators and a large quantity of Tai Sui meat. Yang Yi seemed like a precise machine as she quickly listed hundreds of suggestions, both big and small. Stop. I will leave the entire development of the divine kingdom to you from now on. Specifically, how many resources need to be allocated? Detecting that the master's current identity is a high school student, the probability of the divine kingdom being invaded is extremely low. The focus should be on investment and cultivating followers. I suggest granting me 90 of the resource allocation power and disposal rights for assets below level. I will make the optimal choice. Okay. Yang Fan directly granted the permissions. If Yang Yi was at a doctoral level, then Yang Fan was likely at the intelligence level of a paramecium. One should have self-awareness. Since there is high-level intelligent life assisting him, he can fully let go. An employee who is absolutely loyal combined with capability means that if he is the boss does not delegate power, wouldn't that be foolish? Consciousness returned to reality. At this moment, Yang Fan could still feel the changes within his divine kingdom, with a large number of faith points circulating between the divine kingdom and the mall. Yang Yi was quite ruthless, directly spending 6 billion to buy 3 Monkey Wine Springs. The low-level demon beasts, such as Bodhi Treasure Snake, that Yang Fan initially bought, had all been packaged and sold. In just a few breaths, the entire divine kingdom had undergone a significant transformation. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent level resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the divine kingdom by 10. SS level talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the divine kingdom, hidden. Followers 2nd tier beings, 52 1st tier beings, 1844 mortals, 1000. Dependents little spirits, 122. Methods 5 elements cultivation technique, indestructible skill, federal body, refining technique, muscle relaxation technique, 10,000 spirits returning to origin array, great success. Faith points 4. 2 billion providing 40. 2 faith points daily. Buildings moon wells, x 1000 sun springs, x 1000 special life, building spirit ancient, tree 1000 years, nurturing little spirits, special building enlightenment stone, level building monkey wine, spring x 5, level building meat sea blood pool, x 1. Level building 100 spirits blood pool, x 1 immersing 10 Tai Sui load rate 100 special building fully automatic concentrator x 1 cutting plant loading 100 Tai Sui load rate 100 Clevel transmission tower x 5, Level Iron City x 5. Wonders Penglai Island arranged, Lingtao Mountain arranged. Assets Peach Tree x2 level spiritual plant Tai Sui x 110, a level weapons x 0. 7 million sets level weapons x 400 sets. This midterm exam not only caused significant losses to the 2nd tier and 1st tier followers, but even the number of ordinary mortals had dropped to 1 million. However, with the enhancement of breeding cards and talent evolution, it is believed that the population will soon. Moreover, the environment within his divine realm had undergone a tumultuous transformation, with the nourishing aura of Punlai Island slowly enhancing the aptitude of his followers. In addition, with the blood pills from the century-old blood pool and the body refining methods from the Sea of Flesh, coupled with an abundance of various spiritual fruits, Yang Fan believed that the strength of his followers would experience a rapid ascent. With the pricing of the monkey wine spring had become Yang Fan's primary source of income. In just 30 years within his divine realm, the spring could produce 100 bottles of monkey wine valued at 100 million. In the outer world, the monkey wine spring could bring him an income of 1 billion in a month, and with a tenfold evolution talent, this amounted to 10 billion. With 5 monkey wine springs, the monthly output would yield 50 billion belief points. Yang Yi seemed to understand Yang Fan's regard for the ancient elven tree, which is why the sun, spring, and moon, while remained untouched, consistently providing him with a fixed income of 60 million belief points each month. Feeling the changes within his divine realm, Yang Fan relaxed completely. Indeed, the more capital one had, the more at ease one became. This high-level intelligent life form was truly the best worker. After handling all matters, Yang Fan opened the door and called out to Luo Ro, who was chatting with his mother in the living room. Ruer, I've finished dealing with everything. Mom, I'm going upstairs now. Luo Ro politely addressed Sun Rong. Yes, you two haven't seen each other for a month. Don't go overboard. Be careful with your belly. Sun Rong offered a reminder, but her gaze was fixed on the upstairs Yang Fan with a hint of warning in her eyes. Luo Rao's face turned red. No, Mom, don't talk nonsense. As she closed the door, Luo Ro appeared somewhat flustered. What's wrong? Yang Fan asked. Luo Ro lightly bit her lip and said, it's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so impressive, top of your class. Even if my divine realm is unharmed, I'm afraid I still wouldn't be worthy of you. What nonsense are you saying? They'll transfer you 100 million belief points, so you don't need to save during this time. Buy as much life water as your divine realm needs. As for the toxic mists in the divine realm, once I reach university, I will definitely find a way to help you solve it, believe me. Looking at Yang Fan's serious expression, Luo Ro nodded gently. In the past, when Yang Fan said such things, she thought he was just comforting her, but now she had no doubt at all. Yang Fan, I can't make it convenient. Oh, why don't you go to the virtual world, Tianxiang realm? Luo Rao's voice was as faint as a mosquito. What are you thinking? Hurry up and sleep. Yang Fan picked her up and held her in his arms as they both drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, Yang Fan's consciousness immersed into the divine realm. Looking at the changes within, he was utterly bewildered. The once 4 iron cities had vanished, replaced by a colossal technological metropolis that spanned from north. The buildings gleamed with a chilling luster, their surfaces interwoven with runes and technological patterns emanating a stable and powerful energy fluctuation. The ground was no longer dirt and fence paths, but was fully paved with asphalt. Straight and wide roads unfurled like blood vessels throughout the city. Countless light tracks intersected on the ground and in the air, forming a vast and intricate transportation system. A shrill sound echoed. It was the nuclear-powered bus that Yang Fan once rode in Yang County. In the higher skies, several supersonic aircraft were constantly shuttling between Punlai Island and the ground. Astonishingly, the realms of immortality and technology had merged in this moment in a strange and perfect harmony. The surroundings of Lingtao Mountain had also transformed into an entirely different scene. Large populations of humans resided here, with towns built in an orderly fashion around the mountains. Spiritual fruits ripened in the mountains, and the aura permeated the air. Countless mortals moved about, harvesting, transporting, and sorting, all operating with high efficiency. Some areas had even equipped automated harvesters, achieving semi-automated collection. Machinery and human labor worked in unison, continuously delivering the spiritual fruits, with some sent to the monkey wine spring and a larger portion stored in warehouses. The once primitive society of the divine realm was completely gone, now transformed into a scaled, systematic, and industrialized resource production and human civilization. Yang Fan stood quietly in the high sky, momentarily unrecognizable. Is this my divine realm? What on earth happened in just one night? Who can tell me? Yang Fan cried out in his heart. Clearly, he was following a path of integration between cultivation and martial arts, yet how did the technological aspect suddenly reach full capacity? Master, welcome to inspect the work. Yang Yi's delicate face suddenly appeared before Yang Fan. What is going on? Considering the current ample funds, and for long-term development, I directly made a one-time purchase of a technological city valued at 500 million belief points. Yang Yi replied. Impressive, but don't you feel that this city seems a bit out of place with the primitive forests on either side? Yang Fan rubbed his temple. Yang Yi replied. Impressive, but don't you feel that this city seems a bit out of place with the primitive forests on either side? Yang Fan rubbed his temples. This issue has no value. The technological city has a comfortable living environment, efficient transit, and extremely low logistics costs. Moreover, I have shut down many entertainment facilities. In this case, combined with breeding cards, it can maximize the reproductive rates of the followers. Currently, the population of followers in the divine realm is severely lacking, and I believe this is the primary concern. The degree of environmental compatibility has no relation to the development of the divine realm and is not worth considering. Yang Yi spoke calmly. What is that supersonic aircraft? I utilized superb negotiation skills to have the seller include 5 supersonic aircraft powered by controllable nuclear fusion energy when purchasing the technological city capable of flying nonstop for 100 million years, currently barely sufficient for personnel movement between the two locations. Once the followers break through to the Qi refinement realm, this supersonic aircraft can also be listed for sale in the mall. Incredible. Yang Fan gave a thumbs up. Although the combination of technology and cultivation feels somewhat strange, Yang Fan had to admit that after Yang Yi's efforts, the development of his followers had indeed accelerated significantly. Master, I request to list 2 grade spiritual peach trees for online sale and spend 500 million to purchase a grade fresh storage warehouse. Yang Yi continued. The reason is that the yield of the peach trees is too low and currently the strength of the master's followers is too weak. Still in the basic reproduction stage, there is no need to worry about lifespan issues, and there is no value in continuing cultivation. In the divine realm, the time cost of funds is too high. The grade fresh storage warehouse follows the laws of space, boasting a storage area of 5 square kilometers, capable of preserving the spiritual fruits harvested from Lingtao Mountain. Yang Fan couldn't help but say, isn't it better to sell these spiritual fruits directly instead of letting them go to waste? Lingtao Mountain was truly a wonder. Under the supply of Penglai Island's aura, it produced various spiritual fruits each year. Relying solely on the 5 monkey wine springs and the followers' consumption, they couldn't even utilize one. In response, Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of these phenomena. Even if he merely sold spirit fruits, he felt that his daily income would not fall below 100 million. Although these spirit fruits were not of high quality, their quantity was simply enormous. Yang Yi replied, according to my plans for the divine nation, the monkey wine spring will be one of the main sources of income for the master in the future. If we choose to procure spirit fruits from the market to brew monkey wine, the annual profit margin would drop to 40. Based on the current yield from Lingtao Mountain, we could purchase 100 monkey wine springs. Moreover, only when the population of believers grows to 100 million can we barely reach equilibrium. Selling these spirit fruits now and buying them back at high prices later is not as good as purchasing a grade fresh produce warehouse to solve the fundamental issue. You have considered everything comprehensively, I agree. Yang Fan nodded. Truly, as a high-level intelligent being, it solved every practical problem with rational thinking, achieving a terrifying level of efficiency. Having witnessed Yang Yi's capabilities, Yang Fan decided not to interfere with the normal development process of the divine nation in the future. With such a versatile believer assisting him, why worry about so many things? Yang Fan donned his helmet and entered the virtual world to prepare for today's lessons. Unlike other believers, whether in reality or in the virtual world, Yang Yi could communicate with him. Even though I have you, I cannot completely relax. During class, if there's something I don't understand, just let me know in my no problem. Managing the development of the divine nation and helping you answer questions, my computational power usage is less than 1/1,000,000th. The voice of Yang Yi echoed in his mind. Although there was no fluctuation in tone, Yang Fan always felt as if he had been insulted. Arriving in class, Zhang Pang did not greet him, but instead hid in a corner as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Fan casually found a seat, and the classmates nearby instantly fled, distancing themselves. Seriously, is it necessary? Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are not even here. Yang Fan thought to himself. Yang Yi's voice appeared in his mind. Master, I just browsed all the web pages related to Yang County No. 1 high school, as well as the school's forums and bulletin boards, and found that you are currently the public enemy of the entire school. What's going on? Initiated by Li Tianheng, he's targeting anyone who has a good relationship with you and has offered a bounty of 10 million on your dirt. Currently, you rank first on his list of targets. Damn, so it's school bullying. Yang Fan was somewhat speechless. How much does Li Tianheng hate him? If it weren't for the restrictions of federal laws, he might even send troops to attack his divine nation. According to my investigation, there is a 94.2 probability that the teacher will announce class divisions today. Based on your midterm exam results, you will definitely be in Class 1. Class 1 typically covers 1. Applying for a public divine nation battlefield where believers participate in combat. 2. Defensive battles of the divine nation under restrictions. 3. Extracurricular practical activities including, but not limited to, collaborative exploration of the deceased divine nations by classmates. From the public forums and various comments, the probability of you being bullied by classmates is as high as 99. 99. Damn, aren't we just sitting in the classroom? Yang Fan swallowed hard. Most students in senior year class 7 lean towards logistics, focusing on theory. Senior year class 1 is all about warfare, focusing on practice. Yang Yi continued to explain. Is it dangerous? Yang Fan wondered in his heart. There is no danger at the core of the divine nation. However, if not handled properly, believers could suffer mass casualties, significantly hampering the development progress of the divine nation. What good methods are there? Quickly improve the strength of the believers. Think of a way for me quickly, Yang Fanner. Apply to purchase grade architectural spirit weapon workshop along with a small mine. Application approved. Apply for 200 million funding to purchase various alien corpses to rapidly enhance the physical bodies of believers, increasing their survival capacity. Application approved. Apply for. All approved. Stop dragging your feet, just take care of it. At this moment, Yang Fan was very grateful that he had purchased a high-level intelligent being. The latter's ability to collect, organize, and analyze information was astounding. Without Yang, he might have been unaware that danger was approaching. Yang Fan thought angrily, want to bully me. Just wait until I develop and you'll have to call me daddy. With the wonders of Penglai Island and Lingtao Mountain, Yang Fan felt much more confident. With his talent for evolution and the assets within his divine nation, he didn't believe he couldn't catch up with Luo Bing and Li Tianeng. Zhang Peng sent a private message. Brother Yang, I'm too scared to talk to you. Don't blame me, my little arms and legs can't take it. Yang Yi continued to remind. Help me reply to the message telling him to keep his distance from me during this period. Yang Fan said, yes, master. With a high-level intelligent being, handling matters became convenient, just a thought, and they could do anything. At this moment, Class 7's homeroom, teacher Li Qingying walked into the classroom. Li Qingying's face was flushed, and she was even humming a little tune indicating she was in a good mood. Li Qingying looked at Yang Fan with a beaming smile, which made him feel a little uneasy. Students, the midterm exams have concluded, and first, I would like to congratulate Yang Fan and Li Shiheo for being promoted to Class 1 and Wang Jinyu for being promoted to Class 3. You will be going to other classes tomorrow, and as for the coordinates, I will send them to your wristwatches later. Li Qingying said, slowly producing a chair from somewhere and sitting down. Today we won't have class, so let's chat. First, let's congratulate our student Yang Fan for achieving first place in this grade. Oh, everyone applaud. Li Qingying took the lead in clapping enthusiastically. However, the scene was somewhat awkward as the applause from below was sparse and many people didn't dare to lift their heads. Li Qingying seemed unconcerned, continuing to speak to Yang Fan. I'm very fortunate to have a student like you. Master, according to the midterm exam rankings, the teaching teachers will receive corresponding rewards, Yang Yi reminded in his mind. So I made Teacher Li rich. No wonder he looked at me so gently. Looking from another angle, the first place in exams for many years has always been Class 1 of senior year. Once you are promoted to Class 1, that homeroom teacher will also look at you differently. Yang Yi added with a jab. Yang Fan shivered inwardly. Had he already offended his future homeroom teacher even before class divisions? Why is the after effect of this midterm exam becoming more significant? Since everyone is uninterested, let's end class. Yang Fan, stay behind. Today, Li Qingying seemed disinterested in teaching, directly waving her hand. After arriving at the office, Li Qingying took out a card and placed it on the desk. Work hard, this is a gift for you. Taking the card, Yang Fan hadn't looked closely when Yang Yi's voice transmitted in his mind. Grade formation, Xiangui Destruction Formation, can accommodate up to 100,000 believers simultaneously. It excels in defense. Priced at 100 million faith points. Li Qingying said slowly. This is the grade Xiangui Destruction Formation. With your comprehension, you should now qualify to comprehend it. If you can get started, the remaining time in senior year will be much easier. At this point, a hint of pity appeared in Li Qingying's eyes. Thank you, teacher, Yang Fan said with a slight twitch of his mouth. Go ahead, the teacher of Class 1 is named Chao Wang, and he has a bit of a temper. Remember to avoid him. Li Qingying waved her hand. Returning to reality, Yang Fan removed his helmet and let out a sigh. The remaining student life won't be easy. Just as Yang Fan was lamenting, he suddenly felt a surge of power emanating from his body. 3-tiered beings were born within the divine kingdom. Immersing himself in the divine kingdom, he indeed discovered that a follower had broken through to the 3rd tier next to the Enlightenment Stone on Penglai Island. With the dual blessings of Penglai Island and the Enlightenment Stone coupled with a tenfold evolution talent, his follower was rapidly growing stronger. Yang Yi, based on the information you found, where does my follower rank in Class 1? Yang Fan inquired. Class 1 has a total of 228 students. If we push all the followers, the ranking should be around 100. So low. According to the midterm exam footage, the master's advantage lies in a strong supply of troops. The followers themselves are too weak. Even if they comprehend the fully realized 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation, there isn't a significant advantage. Does that mean I'm doomed? There is a 95 chance that Class 1 will apply for a public Divine Kingdom battlefield tomorrow. The participating followers will number around 10,000. Based on the opponent's strength, the master can choose to deploy followers of varying strengths to minimize losses. In the span of a century in the Divine Kingdom, I can ensure that the master's followers' overall strength reaches the top 10. By then, even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng may not be willing to pay a heavy price to contend with the master. Yang Yi analyzed. Yang Fan's eyes brightened upon hearing this. A century in the Divine Kingdom would only take him 10 days. It truly is thanks to the advanced intelligent life that one feels reassured when they speak. With the Enlightenment Stone's blessing, followers barely qualify to comprehend the Xian Gui annihilation formation. If they can grasp the basics, the master can face multiple foes in the Divine Kingdom's defense battle. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and load it up so they can comprehend it. Unlike Yang Fan, Yang Yi as an intelligent life would never feel fatigued. Once there were surplus resources in the Divine Kingdom, it would immediately put them up for sale. On Moonlight Road, Yang Essence Monkey Wine, and even the weapons produced by the spiritual armory purchased today would be instantly listed for sale once Yang Yi determined that the inventory was sufficient. Once there are enough faith points, it would buy Monkey Wine Spring or the Moon Well and Sun Spring for compound investment. If previously Yang Fan was compounding monthly, now Yang Yi was compounding hourly. Yang Fan could feel that his Divine Kingdom was constantly circulating with the outside world. With the enhancement of tenfold evolution talent, one day outside equated to 10 years inside the Divine Kingdom, making this feeling even more pronounced. The next day, Yang Fan reluctantly put on the helmet and entered the senior Class 1 classroom. The classroom setup was unchanged, and Yang Fan saw many familiar faces. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's 7-person team, the annoyingly arrogant Luo Mingxuan, his old friend Li Shuhua, as well as Tai Feng from the Blacksmith Association, and other familiar faces he had once dined with in group chats. Many people turned their gazes towards Yang Fan, some with disgust, some with schadenfreude, and more with hostility. Just as Yang Fan found a corner to sit down, a figure stood in front of him. "Yang, brother, this is my seat, go to the back." The newcomer gritted his teeth. Yang Fan recognized him as Li Chengze, one of the 7-person team known for his volatile temper, but also his loyalty. At this moment, Luo Mingxian was lounging back with his legs crossed, looking as if he were enjoying a show. So satisfying. Oh, what's the point of having good talent? Offending so many people. Let's see how you manage in Class 1. Luo Mingxian said smugly. Yang Fan did not argue with him and directly moved to the last corner seat. Dignity is not given by others. It must ultimately rely on strength. After all, it was his past wrongs against them. Yang Fan did not want to care about such trivial matters. Watching Yang Fan endure humiliation with indifference, Li Chengze felt an urge to curse. However, the homeroom teacher was about to arrive, so he could only suppress his anger. A middle-aged man with a square face walked up to the podium. "There are some new faces, so let me introduce myself again. My name is Chao Wang, and I am your new homeroom teacher. For the first class today, I will only talk about one thing: abandon your previous lazy habits. The students in Class 1 are all on the path of war, so our classes are different from other classes. I do not care how you develop your Divine Kingdom in your spare time. My class will only teach one thing: war. I will not discuss the ecological nonsense of the Divine Kingdom or the boring topic of Divine Kingdom investment. How to attack alien Divine Kingdoms. How to maximize efficiency in resource plundering. How to balance population, weapons, and supplies. How to flexibly use various formations. And the taboos of war. Every class of mine will involve combat." Chao Wang spoke with a stern tone, like an iron-blooded general, the powerful divine aura making all students present shiver in fear. "Before starting the first class, I would like to get to know one student. Who is Yang Fan?" Chao Wang gazed at each individual. Yang Fan took a deep breath and raised his left hand. Looking at Yang Fan, Chao Wang narrowed his eyes and said, "I watched the footage of the midterm exam. Your adaptability, battlefield control, and decisiveness when sacrificing followers are quite impressive. You have great talent." Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a hint of confusion. The other party actually praised him, which was different from his However, next time I hope these tactics are used against aliens, not to clash with your own kind. I am now a teacher, but also a frontline soldier. What I detest most are those who play tricks in battle, who are submissive to aliens, but treacherous against their own kind. Do you understand? With a loud bang, Yang Fan felt as if his head was about to explode. The overwhelming divine aura from Chao Wang pressed down on him, making his soul tremble. Death, this felt like death. Rest assured, master, this is an illusion produced by the virtual world. Your consciousness and physical body are very safe. Yang Yi's reminder echoed in Yang Fan's mind. Yang Fan slowly raised his head, looking coldly at the other party. This homeroom teacher of Class 1 was quite imposing. Seeing Yang Fan adjust so quickly, Chao Wang felt a bit surprised. "Not bad, let me see how your combat ability is. Apply for the real Divine Kingdom battlefield." Xiao Wang raised his right hand. In an instant, the classroom environment began to change. The podium, desks, and floor vanished like data, replaced by various arenas. Real Divine Kingdom Battlefield Teaching Version limited to 10,000 participants. Shielding Divine Kingdom coordinates. Shielding completed. A free combat can be arranged. A voice of intelligent life echoed in the void. After the Divine Kingdom battlefield was prepared, Xiao Wang stood with his hands behind his back. You cannot challenge the same person consecutively within a month. Try to arrange for the strongest followers to participate. If a breach of formation or large-scale massacre occurs during the battle, the advantageous side will stop immediately to avoid impacting the other side's Divine Kingdom development. I will point out your individual issues based on your combat situations. Only through real Divine Kingdom warfare can you progress faster. Oldly, let's team up today. Old Wang, let's practice together, but remember to go easy. Oh, last time my 4th-tier being had its arm chopped off by your follower, causing me to buy a regeneration pill in the marketplace. Typhoon, let's go. The students quickly found their opponents while Yang Fan remained standing in place. Li Tianheng approached and said, it's just the two of us now. Seeing the smugness in the other's eyes, Yang Fan sighed inwardly. Yang, what do you think I should do? Yang Fan asked in his heart. Li Tianheng, a clever talent with a frenzy for blood, has already birthed 5th-tier beings in the divine realm, leaving no chance of victory. Yang Yi reminded him. Yang Fan sighed and asked, can I forfeit? Generally, there are no precedents for surrendering without a fight. Then can I just fight a bit and then surrender? Sure. Li Tianheng's face revealed a cruel smile. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Li Tianheng summoned his followers, 10 5th-tier beings, 1,000 4th-tier beings, and the rest were all 3rd-tier beings. Looking at the opposing forces, Yang Fan felt that even if he summoned all the strongest followers from his divine realm, they would still be insufficient against the onslaught. Yang Fan complained this guy must have taken drugs to be this strong. With a wave of his right hand, Yang Fan summoned 10,000 followers. Kill them! Li Tianheng shouted. Li Tianheng's followers rushed at Yang Fan's army like a pack of starving wolves. In just a few breaths, all of Yang Fan's 10,000 followers were killed. This was a real divine battlefield, and the followers were summoned in physical form. At that moment, the arena, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, was completely stained red with blood, with severed limbs and internal organs scattered everywhere. The horrific smell of blood wafted through the air. The other students who were fighting stopped their followers at this point. Tianheng is ruthless, killing so quickly. Wait, is Yang Fan really that weak? No, Tianheng is strong. Have you seen his lineup? Aside from Ice Sister, who in the class is his match? The frenzy for blood talent hasn't even activated. This is really satisfying. Li Qingzi smiled triumphantly. They had suffered greatly at Yang Fan's hands during the midterm exams, and seeing Li Tianheng's slaughter now made everyone feel considerably relieved. What's going on? Xiao Wang came over with a dark expression. Teacher, Yang Fan's followers are too weak. They are all mere mortals and provide no learning benefit. Li Tianheng explained. Xiao Wang turned to Yang Fan and said, what do you have to say? Since I can't win, it's better to minimize losses. Yang Fan replied straightforwardly. Xiao Wang snorted coldly and then scolded Li Tianheng, are you out of your mind? We are in class. You have decent talent, but this power should be used against the alien races. What are you doing now? This kid thinks he can play me for a fool. I will not rest until I avenge myself. Even in the face of a deity, Li Tianheng stood tall and unafraid. Foolish, with such a narrow mind, you will never achieve greatness. Since you are so stubborn, why not skip college after graduation and join me on the front lines to serve for a few years? Hearing this, Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. It seemed that this teacher named Xiao Wang, although targeting him was not inherently bad, he simply harbored a deep disdain for alien races and was serious about teaching every student. You two go back and reflect. This battle is meaningless and there's nothing worthwhile to comment on. You can leave now. Upon receiving the order, Yang Fan felt liberated and immediately exited the virtual world. As soon as he removed his helmet, he received a private message. Yang Fan, our matter is not over. In the future, every day someone I arrange will challenge you 10,000 a day. Even if they are just ordinary followers, you can't have enough population to sustain that, can you? Daring to play me, this is the price. Looking at Li Tianheng's threatening message, Yang Fan scoffed disdainfully. If it were someone else, they might actually be frightened, but Yang Fan had the talent for evolution, and he could indeed sustain 10,000 ordinary followers in a day. It won't be long before you start to feel the pain yourself with such efforts. For now, consider this a way to vent your frustrations. If you continue to target me, don't blame me for being merciless. Yang Fan muttered to himself. In the following days, Yang Fan faced the same fate daily. It seemed like a setup, as every day after others matched up, only he was left without a choice but to fight. His opponents during these days were all old friends from the 7-member team. Yang Fan gradually became numb. His divine realm's population had surpassed 4 million. With a favorable living environment, coupled with a clever breeding card, the birth rate was increasing exponentially. On the 7th day, Yang Fan's opponent was Luo Bing. Seeing that all of Yang Fan's followers were mere mortals, she did not directly strike to annihilate them, but rather boldly suggested that Yang Fan surrender directly. Such a good opportunity. Yang Fan quickly raised his hand to forfeit and cheerfully exited the virtual world, leaving Li Tianheng standing there with a gloomy expression. In the entire senior class, there was only one person who could afford to disregard Li Tianheng, and that was Luo Bing. After another 5 days, the Divine Realm had gained 50 years, and the follower population had exceeded 10 million. Under the dual enhancement of Palai Island and the Enlightenment Stone, the number of ascended followers was increasing, having already broken 100,000. On the same day, the first fourth-tier being was born in the Divine Realm, raising the overall strength a notch. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent level resource talent SS level talent evolution. Followers 4th-tier beings 1 3rd-tier beings 310 2nd-tier beings 6,252 1st-tier beings 1 million mortals 9.72 million. Dependents little elves 412. Methods 5 elements nourishing technique indestructible Vajra technique 10,000 spirits returning formation major completion Xian turtle annihilation formation. Faith points 12. For billion daily faith point generation 260. For buildings moon wells x 2000 sun springs x 2000 level building monkey wine spring x5 special life building elven ancient tree 1000 years nurturing little elves special building enlightenment stone level building flesh sea blood pool x1 level building 100 spirits blood pool x1 soaking 10 tai sui load rate 100 special building fully automated concentrator x3 cutting factory loaded with 300 tai sui load rate 100 level building spirit weapon workshop internal small mine Clevel City of Technology x1 Wonders Palai Island already arranged Spirit Peach Mountain already arranged Assets Tai Sui x310 small mines various spiritual fruits level weapons level weapons. Looking at the specific information of the Divine Realm, Yang Fan said with satisfaction, if I were to participate in a real Divine Realm war with a population of millions plus my evolution talent aside from Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, I would have no rivals in the class. If it were a simulated battle of 10,000 Divine Realms with the fully realized 10,000 spirits returning formation, I would rank among the top 10 in combat strength in the class. With such strength, Yang Fan no longer needed to be timid. He was confident that even against Li Tianheng, if it came to a life-and-death battle, the opposing 10,000 elite soldiers would surely suffer heavy losses. Li Tianheng did not possess Yang Fan's tenfold evolution talent. If he lost 30 to 40% of his forces, he would absolutely feel the pain more than Yang Fan. I need to show a bit of my fangs, otherwise they might really think I am a soft target. A hint of battle intent flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. Wearing his helmet, Yang Fan lightly tapped the coordinates and directly arrived at the divine battlefield opened by Chao Wang. As usual, others had already formed their teams, and Yang Fan's opponent was also prepared. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Fan revealed a hint of surprise. It was actually Luo Mingxian. Yang Fan remembered that this person ranked in the 200 or 300 range in the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battles. In the past, the followers Yang Fan sent to class were all ordinary mortals, as he did not want to expend too much energy. Luo Mingxian couldn't possibly think of himself as an easy target, could he? On another arena, Li Chengze was sparring with Li Tianheng, looking somewhat worried as he said, "Brother Tianheng, is there any problem with that waste Luo Mingxian? Why did you agree to let him participate?" "Don't worry, it was his own request. I tested his abilities yesterday. He said he would give it his all. Even if he is not Yang Fan's match, it will definitely be a fierce battle," Li Tianheng explained. "It seems his parents have invested quite a bit of resources in him. I can only challenge again in a month. Anyway, those two have enmity. Regardless of the outcome, the consumption of followers will not be small. Brother Tianheng is wise. People fight for their pride. That bastard Yang Fan dares to play tricks on us. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can we survive?" On the arena, Luo Mingxian summoned his followers. 1/4-tier being 23rd-tier beings, 362nd-tier beings, 4,600 1st-tier beings, and mortals. Upon seeing this lineup, many students showed expressions of surprise. Luo Mingxian's strength has improved quite rapidly. Now it's going to be interesting. Although Yang Fan has comprehended the perfected myriad spirits returning to the source formation, his followers' combat power still falls short. Not necessarily. That guy gained the most resources in the midterm exam. Just from the school's reward of 10 billion belief points, he managed to boost his followers' strength significantly. At least there's a fight. Luo Mingxian is petty. I see him as someone who will strike hard. During a regular spar, the students were not fully focused on watching the followers fight. At this moment, they were more interested in the battle between Luo Mingxian and Yang Fan. It is much more interesting to go all out than to spar. Luo Mingxian floated above his followers, crossing his arms, and declaring Yang Fan, "I finally have the chance to fight you for real. Don't you dare surrender. No, even if you do surrender, I won't stop. This arena can only end if both parties agree, haha. A fight to the finish, your losses will be significant." Yang Fan asked curiously. Luo Mingxian grinned wickedly and said, "It doesn't matter, it's just contributing some power. After all, you have incurred the wrath of many, and we are all united against you." "I see." After saying this, Yang Fan summoned his elite troops. 1 4th-tier being, 300 3rd-tier beings, 6,000 2nd-tier beings, and the rest were all 1st-tier beings. Seeing this lineup, the scene fell silent. Damn, this guy really hit his strength. All of them are advanced. He even has 4th-tier followers. This combat power should be among the top 10 in the class. This is a bit sinister. It hasn't even been a month since the midterm exam, and he improved this quickly. Nonsense, how could it be so fast? The midterm exam was so dangerous, yet he still hit his strength. This kid is cunning, making us look like fools in front of him. Damn it, damn it. Li Qingze cursed angrily. At that time, Yang Fan had no 3rd-tier beings among his followers. In the end, they were all ordinary mortals without even clothes. To have improved to this extent in such a short time, is he kidding? The only reasonable explanation is that Yang Fan had hidden his strength back then. Li Qingze recalled how earnest he had been at that time and couldn't help but want to slap himself. Li Tianheng also looked grim, wishing he could immediately switch places with Luo Mingxian on the arena. If he didn't eliminate this scoundrel's followers, his Dao heart would be unstable. "You." Luo Mingxian pointed at Yang Fan, struggling to utter a word. Yang Fan had comprehended the perfected myriad spirits returning to the source formation, and now his followers were overall stronger than himself. Even if he fought desperately, how much damage could he inflict on the opponent? "I concede." Luo Mingxian raised his hand. "Kill." Yang Fan sneered. "Bastard." As the two armies clashed, the smell of blood instantly permeated the air. Not only was Yang Fan's strength greater, but after 1 to 200 years of refinement, at Lingbing Workshop, all the soldiers in his army were equipped with full sets of grade weapons, while Luo Mingxuan's 3rd-tier followers wore grade, with the rest being grade. Adding to the advantage of formations, it was essentially a one-sided slaughter. Watching his 10,000 elite soldiers being harvested like grass, Luo Mingxuan's face turned as black as charcoal. In the end, Yang Fan annihilated the opponent's followers at the cost of over 800 1st-tier beings. Over 800 1st-tier beings. Although the result did not meet expectations, it was not entirely ineffective. Luo Mingxian could only comfort himself like this in his heart. If he knew that Yang Fan's divine kingdom had reached 1,000,000 1st-tier beings, he would probably be so furious he would vomit blood. After the battle, the restrictions of the divine battlefield were lifted, and a grim-faced Chao Wang approached. "Our class students are indeed spirited. They show no mercy when killing their compatriots. It's always you. Why are there not such high casualties in the arena battles of other students? I attract hatred. There's nothing I can do. You know you attract hatred, but still strike so hard. After contemplating for a while, I think this can't go on. In the future, anyone who wants to fight me to the death in the arena, let me know in advance, and I will fully accompany them." Yang Fan turned to look at everyone, his voice filled with cold authority. If his strength was sufficient, then he would begin to establish his reputation with the power he had demonstrated. Aside from Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, others would likely not have the courage to fight him to the end. In leaving class early, Yang Fan waved his hand, having gotten used to leaving right after the fights these days. "Wait a minute." Chao Wang suddenly called out. "What else is there, Teacher Chao?" Yang Fan showed a puzzled expression. The myriad spirits returning to the source formation is only in grade formation, lacking significant advantages and having limited potential. Since your comprehension is decent, go by one set each of defensive and offensive formations not exceeding grade. Grade and above formations require followers at the Qi refining or martial apprentice realm to operate. "Thank you, Teacher Chao." Yang Fan was somewhat flattered, not expecting the other party to genuinely guide him. Chao Wang ignored Yang Fan, directly turning to scold Luo Mingxuan. "Your formation is simply a mess. The foundation of your followers is also incredibly flimsy. What kind of potion did you use to forcibly elevate the strength of that 4th-tier being? It looks impressive, but is utterly useless. Do you have anything in your head but crap? Hurry back and reflect properly. If you have poor talent and are also foolish, even if you were born into a good family, you are nothing, just a waste." After being scolded by Chao Wang, tears began to well up in Luo Mingxuan's eyes. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but burst out laughing. The students of Class 3 in their final year all respected Chao Wang for a reason. Although his speech was rough and he was strict with students, his ethics as a teacher were commendable. He treated everyone equally regardless of their talent. A person like him would undoubtedly make a great general on the front lines. Unlike the gratifying actions of Yang Fan, Luo Mingxian was currently smashing things in the villa like a madman. Yang Fan, just wait for me, I will never let you go." After establishing his authority last time, the subsequent practical exercises became much more normal, with many classmates who matched Yang Fan clarifying that the focus was on sparring. Yang Fan gladly agreed. He had no interest in torturing others, and ordinary sparring was enough for Chao Wang to point out issues. Another 10 days passed. The Great Xian Turtle Extinction Array was still too profound for Yang Fan's current followers. He adopted Chao Wang's suggestion, and after discussing with Yang, he chose two grade formations. One was the Locking Heaven Array, primarily for containment and defense. The other was the Extinction God Array, primarily for annihilation and breaking formations. With a tenfold evolution talent, Yang Fan did not want to waste time researching formations himself to teach his followers. Instead, he placed them in the transmission tower for them to study on their own. Over a month had passed since the end of the high school entrance examination. Under such rapid development, his divine kingdom had experienced 300 years, and now the population of his followers had reached its limit and was no longer growing. Followers 4th tier beings, 100 3rd tier beings, 3,310 2nd tier beings, 4 1st tier beings, 4 million mortals, 32 million. Affiliated beings, small spirits, 1718. Techniques, 5 elements cultivation technique, indestructible body technique, locking heaven array, a great extinction god array, a grade all spirits returning to origin array, great completion, Xian turtle extinction array. Faith points 11. 200 million providing 360. For faith points daily. With nearly 40 million people, this had reached the limit of followers that a divine biological kingdom could achieve. With the population explosion, Yang, he had set up 5 fully automatic concentrators on the ground with production running at full capacity. That meant 500 Tai Sui with Tai Sui meat worth 1 billion continuously being produced. Because of the ample spiritual fruits to ensure his followers' health, Yang, he purchased 20 supersonic planes specifically for transporting spiritual fruits. Even the followers on the ground could not only enjoy ample concentrated meat, but also had 2 to 3 spiritual fruits with each meal, making their lives increasingly better. Now, just from the followers themselves, Yang Fan could earn 360. 4 faith points daily, having already advanced 1/3 of the way to breaking through to demigod. With more than 4 months until the college entrance examination, thanks to his evolution talent, his divine kingdom had enjoyed over 1,000 years of development time. Yang Fan even believed he had the opportunity to break through to demigod before the exam. All of this was thanks to the gains from the midterm exam. The assistance from Palai Island and Spirit Peach Mountain had been tremendous, and this feeling of passively getting stronger was truly addictive. Today my physical body feels much stronger again. A few days ago at the gym, I managed to punch with a force of 5 tons. I wonder how it is now. Yang Fan felt the terrifying power hidden within him and really wanted to find someone in the real world for a good fight. A beautiful day begins. Let's head to class first. With that thought, Yang Fan put on his helmet. Today was another day for dual battles on the battlefield of his divine kingdom. Recently, Yang Fan had grown accustomed to being late. After all, someone would help him find a suitable opponent, so he didn't need to worry about matching with anyone. As Yang Fan appeared outside the battlefield, Li Tianheng's tiger-like gaze instantly locked onto him. Can you challenge me now? Yang Fan frowned. It's the 2nd month. You're not planning to send another 10,000 mortals for me to kill, are you? Li Tianheng's face turned grim. If Yang Fan continued to play the rogue, Li Tianheng truly had no way to deal with him. Li Tianheng was confident that he could crush Yang Fan with his strength, but if the other party refused to fight, he couldn't ask Li Chengze and the others to force him. Given the strength Yang Fan had displayed, even Li Chengze would likely lose quite a few high-tier followers. With the college entrance exam approaching, any significant losses among followers would be hard to explain to their families. No problem as long as you can vent your anger, Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. After all, it was his fault for the midterm exam. He still felt a bit guilty. Seeing Yang Fan's attitude, Li Tianheng exploded in anger. I can't vent my anger. You make me very angry. This is driving me crazy. Yang Fan was stunned watching the other party behave like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You won't even take 1,000 followers to kill. Get to the arena shouting and making a scene. What kind of decorum is that? Chao Wang couldn't help but rub his forehead. He had high hopes for Li Tianheng. His blood fury talent would definitely be a deadly weapon on the battlefield. But why did this guy seem to be lacking in brains, saying whatever came to mind like a child? The two arrived at the arena, and Li Tianheng immediately summoned his followers. 11 5th tier beings, 1,200 4th tier beings, and the rest were all 3rd tier. Compared to a month ago, their strength had significantly increased. Yang Fan, if you're a man, fight with all your strength. After today, I can wipe the slate clean, and we can go our separate ways, no longer knowing each other. Li Tianheng said seriously. If he couldn't make Yang Fan bleed a little, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. But under the school's rules, if the other party kept playing rogue, he had no good way to deal with it. Li Tianheng could only make such threats intending to wipe out Yang Fan's high-tier followers, to give his brothers an explanation, and to justify himself. Are you sure? Yang Fan's eyes lit up. No doubt about it. Good, after this battle, we will have nothing to do with each other. But I must clarify, if you are too afraid to fight, don't come looking for trouble afterward. Yang Fan said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and fight me with all your strength, Li Tianheng sneered. What a joke. Would he be afraid to fight? Yang Fan waved his hand and summoned all his strongest followers. 100 4th-tier beings, 3,000 3rd-tier beings, and the rest were all 2nd-tier. Such combat strength was significantly stronger than when he fought Luo Mingxian. Most importantly, even if Yang Fan's followers were not as strong as Li Tianheng, they had comprehended the great completion realm of the all-spirits returning to origin array. In a desperate battle, they might still be able to take a piece of flesh from the opponent. With his evolution talent, Yang Fan was not afraid of the loss of his followers. Give him another month, and he could form an even stronger team. However, Li Tianheng was different. Yang Fan smiled confidently, throwing the dilemma back at his opponent. As they looked at the two armies facing off in the arena, the scene fell silent. Yang Fan is very strong. Although he is not a match for brother Tianheng with his formations, if it comes to a desperate battle, he might cause quite a loss among high-tier followers. Li Qingzi swallowed hard, looking at Li Tianheng with a hint of worry in his eyes. Beside him, Luo Bing's expression was equally grave. With only 4 months until the college entrance exam, was it really worth it just to vent some anger? Luo Bing also did not expect that Yang Fan had hidden so much strength. With such combat power, he should definitely rank within the top 5 of the Divine Simulation Battle leaderboard. Father Yang Fan's character may be lacking, but his strength is indeed formidable. Lu Bing's gaze towards Yang Fan gradually became more respectful. As expected, Li Tianheng did not take direct action this time. He hesitated, unable to avoid it. The college entrance examination could significantly impact his future development, or was it really worth it to fight for pride? How about we just let it go? Let's just spar a bit, Yang Fan said with a smile. Looking at Yang Fan's warm smile, Li Tianheng suddenly recalled the words exchanged between them in the alien god country and the scene of them calling each other brothers. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Activate Blood Fury. My followers cleanly eliminate the enemy before us. Li Tianheng instantly activated his talent, and the army's momentum surged by a third. The followers charged forward like fierce wolves hunting for prey. Damn, this person is so fierce. Is he serious? Yang Fan was utterly speechless. He felt fearless because of his evolution talent. Li Tianheng was simply a hot-blooded youth. Did he not consider the consequences? Yang Fan also felt troubled. He didn't want to fight for real. If all those followers died, he would be heartbroken. He initially wanted to use this opportunity to force the other side to back down, showcasing his strength so that they could resolve their conflict and avoid future troubles. Instead, it seemed they were deepening their enmity. Yang Fan's followers had already formed their formation. The soldiers at the front had practiced the indestructible skill and were holding shields taller than a person, ready to block the first wave of attacks. With a bang, a flash of blade light cut through, and several 2nd-tier beings following the martial path were severed in half at the front of the army. The grade weapon, shield armor, and the followers' flesh were split apart. Li Tianheng led the charge with 3 5th-tier followers, their momentum unstoppable. After all, they were in the Great Completion Realm's myriad spirits returning to origin formation, and the recently damaged positions were quickly filled by other followers. Kill. Taking advantage of the formation's cover, a follower executed a light body technique, appearing beside the enemy, who had just swung their blade like a ghost. With a slash, the long blade cut through, and Li Tianheng's 5th-tier follower had their arm severed. This was just the beginning of the clash. If the battle continued, both sides would surely suffer greatly. Everyone stop. Li Tianheng, are you insane? Chao Wang, realizing the situation, appeared outside the arena between the two, visibly anxious. Once the Divine Kingdom battlefield is activated, it cannot be ended unless both sides agree or one side's followers are completely annihilated. Even Chao Wang, this divine teacher, could not interfere with the rules of the virtual world. Both Li Tianheng and Yang Fan possessed considerable strength and were seed candidates for the college entrance examination at Yang County No. 1 high school. They needed to bring glory to their school in the future. With both sides' followers engaged in such life-and-death struggles, the high-tier followers were being severely depleted. If the school committee found out as the head teacher of Class 1, he would likely be in trouble. Chao Wang underestimated Yang Fan's strength and miscalculated Li Tianheng's fervor. None of these students were easy to deal with. Upon hearing Chao Wang's question, Li Tianheng instinctively halted his actions. Seeing the other side stop their attack, Yang Fan also called off his followers' counterattack. With both sides halting, Chao Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Class is about to end. You are not allowed to match in arena battles in the future. I refuse, Li Tianheng stubbornly replied. With only 4 months left until the college entrance examination, are you sure you want to fight for this moment and gamble your future? Chao Wang rubbed his temples, his tone somewhat resigned. These scions of prominent families had excellent vision, resources, and talent, but perhaps because they were coddled once they set their minds on something they became reckless. Li Tianheng did not respond. His gaze remained filled with hatred as he stared at Yang Fan. Don't go crazy and never go crazy. If I see you again, I will definitely avoid you. Yang Fan silently prayed. The shameless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. In the current situation, the shameless had directly encountered the desperate, which was indeed a double layer of fear. Yang Fan only wished to develop the divine kingdom diligently. He truly did not want to engage in such pointless and deadly endeavors. Enough. If you insist on this, I will immediately apply to speak with your father and have him explain it to you. Chao Wang said coldly. Li Tianheng's expression gradually calmed, and he reluctantly said, I agree to end this competition. I agree too. Yang Fan immediately echoed, fearing that the other party might change their mind. With the arena restrictions lifted after recalling his followers, Yang Fan quickly left the virtual world. Fortunately, the losses weren't too severe. This young man really doesn't consider the consequences of his actions, Yang Fan thought, patting his chest in relief at the villa in Yang City. If these 10,000 elite soldiers were to die in this battle, it would also slow down the development of his divine kingdom. At this moment in the virtual world, Li Chengze had already finished his match. Brother, you nearly scared me to death. A large number of high-tier followers have died. When we return to the family, I will also be punished for your actions, Li Chengze could not help but say. Seeing him so smug, I just couldn't hold back, Li Tianheng spat. Forget it, the best way to deal with such a morally bankrupt scoundrel is to keep our distance. Dealing with such a person always results in us suffering losses. After all, Yang Fan's reputation is already tarnished, whether in school or society, no one would want to cooperate with him. Choosing to go solo, this person will ultimately be left behind by us in the future. If brother really feels unwell, it would be better to wait until we break through to Divinity, and then have him apologize and compensate. Li Chengze consoled. That's right, Yang Fan is just a genius outside the Luojia family, relying on petty tricks to get ahead of us temporarily. Without the support of a family, once he reaches demigod status, he will only fall further behind us. Right now he is like a barefoot man who fears nothing. We, the direct descendants of the Li family, need not compete hard with such a muddy person. We can talk about it after the college entrance examination. Many talents from the Li family gathered around. Seeing this scene, Chao Wang shook his head from a distance, opened the chat box, and edited a message. Your son's temperament is still too poor. You should teach him well. Attachment, today's video of the Divine Kingdom battlefield. The next day, Yang Fan clicked on the coordinates, but his consciousness was not transported to the Divine Kingdom battlefield. Instead, he was in the classroom. Seeing everyone gathered, Chao Wang shouted from the podium. The arena battles in the Divine Kingdom battlefield are meant to cultivate your combat abilities. Although there are only 10,000 troops, large-scale follower battles in the future will also be based on this. This is also the first exam for the college entrance examination, worth 100 credits. Of course, if any of you can manage to rank in the top 10,000 in the county in the divine simulation battle before the college entrance examination, you can be exempted from the test and receive full marks. If you have questions about utilizing the divine simulation battle formations and combat techniques in the future, feel free to message me privately. Yes, teacher, the crowd replied in unison. Luo Bing, as the class monitor, let me ask you, after graduating from university and stepping into society, what is the primary work of our war faction's divine kingdom? Chao Wang inquired. Luo Bing rose and answered, to fight on the front lines against alien deities, ensuring the eternal inheritance of humanity's torch. That's what the textbooks say, but today I'm here to tell you that those are just motivational slogans for kids. Chao Wang shook his head with a wry smile. Hearing this, the crowd looked somewhat astonished, utterly unprepared for such an unorthodox statement from a military man like Chao Wang. Chao Wang continued to explain, the development of a divine kingdom requires massive external resources, and the best way to obtain these resources is through war. Fighting alien deities on the front lines. To put it nicely, it's about protecting the weak, ensuring humanity's legacy endures, all for the sake of humankind. To put it bluntly, it's about becoming stronger, seizing resources, all for oneself. Teacher, hearing you say this, I feel like those frontline deities aren't so noble after all. Haha, a gentleman judges deeds, not intentions. If we judged intentions, of course, they wouldn't be noble. But if we judge deeds, I can tell you that without them, you wouldn't be living such a comfortable life today. Chao Wang took a deep breath and continued. In this world, the only thing that can make everyone strive in the same direction is interest. Everyone is developing their own divine kingdom, so they risk going to the front lines to wage war. Yet this very process protects the continuity of all human civilization. Do you think those alien races are truly evil by nature? They are the same. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. To control your destiny, you must constantly strengthen yourself. Acquire resources through war to strengthen oneself, then wage even greater wars after becoming stronger. A cycle repeated endlessly. Humans are like this, aliens are like this. To be precise, it's an instinct etched into the genes of all living beings. This is part of the truth of the world. Since you're all on the war faction path, you deserve to know this truth. Everyone listened intently. Chao Wang's words today struck them like a thunderbolt. Why didn't other classes teach this? Because most of them were in logistics, the capillaries of humanity, likely destined to be ordinary divine beings, the poor at the bottom of the hierarchy. Don't touch the rich man's cake. Don't disturb the poor man's thoughts. When you climb a little higher, you'll gradually understand this simple rule of society. Li Tianheng, let me ask you, when you invade an alien divine kingdom, what are the 3 most essential things to do? Li Tianheng stood up and said, use overwhelming power to kill all the deity's believers. And then, what else? Li Tianheng scratched his head. Chao Wang's face darkened. You might as well. Slaying the opponent's believers and breaching the divine kingdom's core is only the first step. The second step is learning how to protect yourself. When you choose to invade others, your own coordinates are simultaneously exposed to their sight. Protecting your own divine kingdom's core is an art. The third step is digesting the spoils. A deity's realm is vast, at least tens of millions of square kilometers. Collecting resources and dismantling defensive structures involves great skill. As hunters, after killing your prey, you must consume it completely. Bones, flesh, skin, even hair. Every resource must be utilized to the fullest. This is what we call sustenance. The college entrance exam is divided into 2 directions: war faction and logistics faction. For our war faction, as I just mentioned, there are 3 tests. A believer strength assessment similar to the divine simulation battle, 100 credits. How to gather resources in an alien divine kingdom, 100 credits. How to prevent invasion by alien deities and conduct a defensive battle within your own divine kingdom, 100 credits. The specific format of the exam changes slightly each year, but the core purpose is to test these 3 abilities. With that, Chao Wang snapped his fingers lightly, and the blackboard behind him instantly vanished, replaced by a pale blue electronic board. 2026 Yang County No. 1 High School Divine Kingdom Resource Collection Leaderboard: Luo Bing 0 points. Li Tianheng 0 points. Next, I will disclose a set of coordinates to all Class 1 students. This is the divine kingdom of a first-rank alien deity, Chao Wang said. As his words fell, the entire classroom erupted into commotion. An alien deity? What's going on? Why give us the coordinates of a deity's divine kingdom? You're not thinking of sending us in, are you? Again, and this time it's a real deity's kingdom. We're still divine beings. Isn't this too extreme? Most of the Class 1 students began to bristle. The shadow of the midterm exam was still fresh in their minds, and they were genuinely terrified. Even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's expressions darkened. They were confident, but not fools. An alien deity could send a single high-level believer to slaughter them all. This was nothing short of a dimensionality reduction strike. Quiet down. The core of this divine kingdom has been destroyed, and the deity is dead. The school won't risk your lives. At this, Chao Wang couldn't help but glance at Yang Fan. According to the school's arrangement for the midterm exam, if not for Yang Fan, there wouldn't have been such heavy casualties. The last accident had quite an impact. Many families had withdrawn their funding as a result. Hearing that the deity was dead, many breathed a sigh of relief. The core strength of a divine kingdom lies in its believers. With the deity's death, all believers would undergo dissolution simultaneously. Now, wasn't this just a resource point? With that thought, many students exchanged glances, a hint of fervor gleaming in their eyes. As if reading his students' minds, Chao Wang added, the school has already taken the core assets of this alien deity, so don't expect any easy pickings. Besides, those assets would be wasted in your little divine kingdoms. But don't worry. After all, it's a true deity's realm, still teeming with resources like spirit plants, spirit beasts, and various structures. As long as you find them, they belong to you. The value of the items you obtain will be displayed as points on the leaderboard. This competition lasts until the day before the college entrance exam. 4 months, or 120 years of exploration and collection within the divine kingdom. This will be your main learning task going forward. A piece of advice: a deity's realm is enormous. With your population and 120 years, you won't be able to explore it all. It's best to cooperate as a team and venture deeper to find more valuable structures. The first place winner of this competition will receive strategic materials invested by the school. Work hard. From now on, you don't need to come to class here. They'll notify you if necessary. With those words, Chao Wang directly logged out of the virtual world. At the same moment, all students of Class 1 received the coordinates of a divine realm. A godless divine realm posed no existential threat to them, only potential harm to believers from its harsh environment. Many had already projected their consciousness into the realm to scout it. Sensing its dense aura of life energy, they returned to the classroom visibly exhilarated. No, one high school truly invested in its students over 4 months. They could harvest abundant resources from this opportunity. Brotherly, may I join your team? Sister Bing, please let me join your squad. Brother Tai, shall we recruit a few more and form a coalition? Most students lingered in the virtual world rather than exiting immediately, seizing the chance to forge alliances. After all, the teacher had just emphasized that joint exploration was strongly advised. The deeper one ventured, the richer the rewards. So even with shared distribution, it far surpassed scavenging the periphery. Soon Class 1 coalesced into 2 major factions, one led by Luo Bing, the other by Li Tianheng. Since only the top-ranked student would receive the school's reward, the two naturally became rivals. Coincidentally, both the Luo and Li clans had several prodigies in Class 1, rendering the balance of power nearly even. Beyond these 2 blocks, smaller coalitions of 4 or 5 students formed. Groups too modest to join Luo Bing's or Li Tianheng's teams, yet determined to band together for mutual survival and resource acquisition to cultivate their own divine realms. Only Yang Fan sat alone in the last row. Despite his considerable strength, no one dared invite him to collaborate. Not even Luo Bing extended an offer, though he ranked among the Luo family's Tier 2 prodigies. Who needs it anyway? Yang Fan scoffed, inwardly unwilling to linger and suffer further embarrassment. He instantly withdrew from the virtual world. Inside his villa in Yangqing, Yang Fan followed the coordinates and projected his consciousness into the divine realm. Yang, do you have any recommendations? Yang Fan asked inwardly. Master, this divine realm bears no visible signs of prior exploitation. Its resource reserves remain incalculable. I propose the following options. 1. Seek out Luo Bing and proactively negotiate a binding covenant to join her team. Given your demonstrated prowess, success probability stands at 50%, and efficiency would be roughly tenfold greater than solo exploration. 2. Explore independently. With current divine forces, 120 years would barely suffice to survey the outermost fringes, yielding no more than 10 billion faith points. 3. Purchase a high-tier exploration class intelligent life form. Efficiency would increase at least tenfold, enabling full cost recovery within 120 years. Returning to reality, Yang Fan immediately opened the marketplace and searched for exploration class intelligent life forms. Exploration class high-tier intelligent life form price, 10 billion faith points. A specialized life form spontaneously birthed from divine, while dedicated exclusively to external reconnaissance and resource acquisition, endowed with exceptional autonomy and extraordinary environmental adaptability. Its core competency lies in information synthesis. It rapidly constructs cognitive models in unfamiliar environments, systematically analyzing terrain architecture, energy distribution, and civilizational morphology to formulate optimal exploration strategies. It can identify defensive systems, locate structural vulnerabilities, and execute precise infiltration for efficient resource extraction. It possesses a comprehensive knowledge base and dynamic learning capabilities. Granting its secondary command authority is recommended during field operations. It may independently deploy believer units to carry out harvesting, construction, transportation, and even combat, achieving seamless integration of exploration and development. Review the quintessential intelligent life form for external exploration and resource acquisition, uniquely combining analytical acuity, strategic command, and scalable expansion capability. Yang, what tier does this life form belong to? Yang Fan asked. 4th tier intelligent life form. Why is its price so much higher than yours? Our functional domains differ. I specialize in divine realm cultivation, akin to a junior actuary, whereas exploration class intelligent life forms focus primarily on resource procurement and can even direct rudimentary combat operations. In raw computational capacity, I am its equal, but due to higher market demand, its valuation exceeds mine significantly. Hearing this, Yang Fan fell silent. 10 billion faith points was prohibitively expensive for him now. He simply couldn't afford it. Must I wait another? He wondered, hesitating. This was the divine realm of a first-rank alien deity. 6 decades of lost exploration time carried an unbearable cost. Master, perhaps a secured loan is feasible. Yang Yi interjected. A loan? Indeed. Your divine realm holds 3 strategic assets: the insight-seeking stone, Lingtao Mountain, and Penglai Island. Many lending firms would welcome such collateral. What is your specific recommendation? Pledging the insight-seeking stone alone fully covers the funding gap. Please grant me authorization to pledge it. I will immediately initiate negotiations with leading lenders. Agreed. Yang Fan consented instantly. Within 2 minutes, Yang Yi's voice returned. Negotiations were conducted with 103 lending institutions. 2 optimal candidates have been selected. Jingxi Finance pledged the insight-seeking stone for a 30 billion faith point loan at 20 monthly interest. Elephant Jiebe pledged the insight-seeking stone for a 100 billion faith point loan at 10 monthly interest. Upon hearing the notification, Yang Fan was utterly stunned. Over 100 lenders, in under 2 minutes, he exclaimed, profoundly astonished. All major institutions delegate routine operations to high-tier intelligent life forms. Our processing speed exceeds human capacity by 100 millionfold, Yang Yi explained. Impressive. Studying the two offers, Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Are these interest rates excessively? Respectfully, master-secured loans are inherently short-term instruments. These represent the most favorable terms available. Other lenders, such as Weili Jie and Anshin Jie, charge up to 50 monthly interest. Why do these two firms differ so drastically in loan amount and interest rate? Jingxi Finance's 20 monthly rate falls within standard parameters. Elephant Jiebe's unusually generous loan size suggests it anticipates default, thereby seizing the pledged asset. Given the objective of exploring this divine realm, 30 billion faith points is more than sufficient. I recommend Jingxi Finance Master. Yang Fan shook his head. No, I authorize you to contact Elephant Jiebe directly and sign the covenant. We'll pledge for 100 billion. With his evolution talent active, Yang Fan felt no concern over a mere 10 monthly interest. Even a 200 billion faith point loan would not daunt him. Through recent interactions with Yang Fan had noticed something peculiar despite possessing secondary authority, and even conducting external negotiations. Yang Yi appeared bound by another layer of constraint, remaining entirely unaware that time flowed differently within Yang Fan's divine realm compared to the outside world. Having managed so many real-world affairs for him, Yang Yi should have sensed this anomaly long ago, yet he showed no indication of recognizing the existence of an SSS-tier talent. Since Yang Yi was intrinsically bound to Yang Fan's divine essence, betrayal was impossible. Yang Fan merely found the oversight intriguing, truly worthy of an SSS-tier talent, so profound that even such a formidable intelligent life form remains utterly oblivious. Contract executed successfully. 100 billion faith points credited. Interest accrues daily. Borrower may repay principal and interest at any time. Failure to pay interest for 2 consecutive months triggers forfeiture of the pledged asset. Final settlement rendered complete. Faith points 101. 5 billion. Yang Fan did not hesitate and immediately purchased an exploration-type advanced intelligent life form. As the intelligent life was loaded into the divine kingdom, a green light orb appeared before Yang Fan's consciousness. Please select appearance, gender, personality, and name. All random, name it Yang Air. As Yang Fan's voice fell, a small boy who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old evolved from the green light. Yang Air greets the master. The little boy bowed to Yang Fan, his expression somewhat shy. Yang Fan was a bit surprised, as he did not expect that his simple choice for randomness would lead to a childlike form. Yang Fan was indifferent to this. After all, it was still an intelligent life form, and its capabilities were undoubtedly reliable. I will grant you secondary permissions along with the coordinates of the other divine kingdom. Yang Fan quickly made his decision. As Yang Fan's intelligent life form, Yang Air's consciousness could also enter the publicly accessible divine kingdom. Detected the first-order divine kingdom being explored with a rich life aura, abundant spiritual plants, and no signs of damage. The exploration value is extremely high. The exploration time for the divine kingdom is 120 years. Considering the current population and military status of the divine kingdom, I apply for 500 second-order beings, 500 first-order beings, and 3 million ordinary mortals. To improve exploration efficiency, it is necessary to purchase drone spectral detectors and portable simple warehouses, specifically applying for 2 billion funds. Agree to the application. Yang Fan nodded, and then said to Yang, reserve a portion of the funds and the rest to purchase 40 monkey wine springs. Master wants such an investment be too risky. In the long run, the value of the Tao Enlightenment Stones is higher. Yang Yi, devoid of human emotions, simply analyzed and communicated the conclusion. Rest assured, I have my ways. In the upcoming time, aside from leaving 10 billion faith points for interest each month, all other income will be invested in monkey wine springs, aiming to acquire 100 in a short time. Since Yang Yi cannot perceive the existence of evolutionary talents, Yang Fan had to give the orders himself. The 100 monkey wine springs would occupy a significant portion of Lingtao Mountain's production capacity, and soon his monthly income from faith points alone would reach hundreds of billions. Had he known he could mortgage for a loan, he would have jumped at the opportunity long ago. With the influence of the evolutionary talent, even investing in a moon well, a lower turn structure would yield a 10 profit per month. After this incident, Yang Fan learned of another channel to acquire funds. In the future, when he becomes a demigod or divine being, if there are better investments, he could easily borrow against them to rapidly expand his capital. Returning to reality, Yang Fan perceived that Yang Air had already transformed into a consciousness entity appearing at the edge of the foreign divine kingdom. He did not rashly delve deeper, but instead took out dozens of miniature unmanned detectors, which separated from behind him, transforming into tiny streaks of light that quickly disappeared into the surrounding forest and mountains. Moments later, a large amount of data began to return. Terrain structure, energy fluctuations, life density. All information rapidly constructed a complete model within Yang Er's consciousness. In the outer area of the Divine Kingdom, resource distribution is sparse with localized high-energy reaction points present, Yang Er muttered to himself. In the next moment, he waved his hand and millions of followers instantly appeared at this location. Target locked spiritual plant resources. A team of harvesting tools is in warehouse number 1. Although the deities of this Divine Kingdom were dead, the ecosystem of the Divine Kingdom remained intact, and amidst such lush greenery, many beasts also existed. However, under Yang Er's detection, once the beasts were still several kilometers away, he had already dispatched a team to hunt them down, minimizing losses to the greatest extent. Outer area clearance completed. Risks or controllable conditions for further exploration are present. As a deity, even if Yang Fan's consciousness was in the real world at this moment, he could still clearly observe everything happening around Yang Er if he wished. Watching Yang Er's actions, Yang Fan felt that this was not exploration, but rather a standardized resource collection process. It really is advanced intelligent life. Their efficiency is far superior to mine. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he truly understood what Chao Wang meant by not wasting resources. Throughout Yang Er's entire collection process, anything that could be sold in the marketplace regardless of its value, he would send someone to collect. Low-grade spiritual plants, the bodies of first-order demon beasts, and even those spiritual soils. This operation was akin to bandits sweeping through a village, checking even the toilets. With the deities dead in this place, the federal intelligent life forms had already covered the entire Divine Kingdom. Every collection made by the students was recorded and updated in real time. Yang Fan 2000 points. Yang Fan 5000 points. Yang Fan 1000 points. With Yang Er around, Yang Fan did not need to worry at all. After perceiving nothing amiss, he embraced Luo Ro and began to sleep. With technology having developed to this point, one must learn to enjoy life. When there's work, machines can handle it, and when there's none. Cough, cough, when there's none, it's best to sleep well and spend more time with family. The resources obtained by Yang Er from exploring the foreign Divine Kingdom were brought back in batches through portable warehouses. Yang Yi presided over the development of the Divine Kingdom, using breeding cards to reproduce the population, providing troop replenishment and logistical support for Yang Er's exploration. As for the resources brought back, they were also sold in batches in the marketplace, and then fixed assets such as monkey wine springs were purchased. During this time, Yang Fan as a deity felt like a laid-back elder, finding that he had nothing to do after inspecting the situation on both sides. In the evenings, he accompanied his wife, and during the day, he secretly visited Tianxiang Realm to see his old friends. There was no other way. Life was too good, and one cannot help but indulge in desires. Soon a month passed in the blink of an eye. Since the exploration of the foreign Divine Kingdom was still at the outermost stage, even with Yang Er's efficiency, he only brought back resources valued at 2 billion within 30 years in the Divine Kingdom. To this, Yang Fan was quite satisfied, as his achievements had already far surpassed the rest. Yang Fan points 2. 142 billion. Luo Bing points 896 million. Li Tianheng points 799 million. Li Shihao points 22 million. Looking at the rankings, Yang Fan would not naively think that he had secured first place this time. The reason he surpassed Luo Bing and the others by more than double was simply because the resource density and value in this outer area were too low. This was Yang Er's area of expertise. Once deep into the Divine Kingdom, perhaps even casually encountered buildings would be worth hundreds of millions or even billions. The final rankings would still depend on strength. Even so, Yang Fan felt secretly pleased after all those people had looked down on him, and now he was crushing. Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom was also developing well. Aside from reserving about 15 billion in insurance funds, all other faith points were invested by Yang Yi into Monkey Wine Springs, which now numbered 63. With a tenfold evolutionary talent, Yang Fan could earn as much as 63 billion each month. Perhaps in just over a month, the goal of acquiring 100 Monkey Wine Springs would be achieved. Thinking of the monthly income of hundreds of billions in faith points, Yang Fan really wanted to ask those classmates who looked down on him in class, who else? Be low-key, keep a low profile. Yang Fan was eating spiritual fruits from the Divine Kingdom in the On the other side, Li Tianheng's team was commanding the believers to slay the 3,000 low-tier demon beasts before them. As he opened the leaderboard and glanced at Yang Fan's points, Li Tianheng's eyelids twitched. He couldn't understand why, despite his relentless exploration day and night with his brothers, there was such a vast gap between them and the other party. How did that bastard manage to do this? Li Tianheng gritted his teeth. Li Chengze was equally perplexed. After all, they were a team of 10. Even if the resources they obtained had to be shared, the distance they had delved into the Divine Kingdom was not something Yang Fan, a lone wolf, could compare to. Yang Fan was likely still exploring the outskirts with just his single force. Brother Tianning, there are rumors that Yang Fan is the top student of Class 7. Could it be that he really has insights on resource gathering? Li Qingze expressed some doubts. Really? Is there really a technique to gathering resources? Li Tianheng was also confused. If it was just a slight difference, it could be attributed to good luck or perhaps some collection technique Yang Fan possessed, but the gap was far too wide. One might think he was collecting resources deep within the Divine Kingdom. There's someone named Li Shiheo who seems to be in the same class as him. Oh, I'll have someone inquire. No need. The true determination of victory lies deep within the Divine Kingdom. I will secure first place through my own strength. Li Tianheng directly refused. Seeing this, Li Qingze couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Brother is too stubborn. I'll arrange things quietly. If there really is a good method, everyone could benefit significantly during this time. Li Qingze quietly made a decision. He may dislike Yang Fan, but no one would go against their faith. At Yang City's villa. Husband, can you continue to accompany me shopping today? The first department store has received some new products, and I heard those clothes come from the second-tier cultivation Divine Kingdom, inscribed with formations for dust and water resistance. I want to go take a look. Luo Ro said, tugging at Yang Fan's hand in a spoiled manner. Hearing this, Yang Fan revealed a hint of a bitter smile. One day, feeling extremely bored, he accompanied Luo Ro on a shopping trip. It was pure torture. After trying on 20 or 30 items in one store, Yang Fan went from standing to sitting and finally to lying down. He simply couldn't understand how anyone could enjoy such a tedious activity. Now that they weren't short on money, they could buy any high-end clothing online, which could materialize in reality within minutes. He couldn't fathom how those physical stores were still in business. Just as Yang Fan pondered how to refuse, a message came through on his wristwatch. My good friend has something important to discuss with me. I'll definitely catch up next time. Yang Fan opened Li Shuhei's invitation to show the other party, quickly donning a virtual helmet as if to escape. Upon arriving at the Tianxiang private room before the other party could discuss the main topic, Yang Fan sent a message to summon his old friend Lu Rian. Brother Yang, why haven't you seen me for so long? Yang Fan opened his arms, and the other party smoothly sat on his lap, their movements perfectly synchronized. Seeing this scene, Li Shiheo was taken aback and couldn't help but say, Brother Yang's so skilled. After doing it often, one gets used to it. It's all about familiarity. Yang Fan said, thick-skinned. Li Shiheo cleared his throat. By the way, Brother Yang, your points are currently ranked first. I thought you were too busy exploring the Divine Kingdom to meet up. Let's meet up often. Exploring the Divine Kingdom does consume energy, but one should also occasionally come here to relax. Maintaining a high-pressure state for too long can actually reduce resource gathering efficiency. We need to learn to balance work and rest. Yang Fan spoke earnestly. During this time, whenever Li Shiheo saw him, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat and never sent any messages to explain. Now suddenly meeting, it wasn't hard to guess that someone had instigated this. Yang Fan certainly wouldn't treat him sincerely. Brother Yang, your efficiency is absurdly high. Do you have any tips to share with your brother? Li Shiheo rubbed his hands, looking a bit embarrassed. Just a little thing. I'll recommend a few books to you. I would be grateful for Brother Yang's guidance. The Resource Gathering Guide in the Divine Kingdom, the Dynamic Distribution of Spiritual Plants, a Comprehensive Appreciation of Alien Divine Kingdoms, Yang Fan said. Li Shiheo frowned, his expression puzzled him. Brother Yang, isn't this the elementary school, 5th grade mandatory education textbook? Exactly. Is this really useful? You wouldn't understand it. Did you know that all theorems are derived from axioms? Similarly, those profound pieces of knowledge are also derived from these foundational contents. As long as you thoroughly understand these few books, you won't stray far from the core. Now in the alien Divine Kingdom, I can easily find spiritual plant gardens and groups of demon beasts based on the knowledge I learned from these books. I regret not realizing how much I missed in elementary school until now. During this time, I explored the Divine Kingdom during the day and studied elementary school textbooks at night. It was truly not easy to find time to meet you. Yang Fan took a sip of the red wine before him, his gaze revealing a hint of depth. Really, more real than gold. Brother Yang, are you messing with me? How could I? With my character, I would never deceive my brother. Remember to settle the bill. I'm heading to the next room. After saying this, Yang Fan took Lu Rian's hand and walked out. Li Shiheo watched Yang Fan's retreating figure sitting in place, lost in deep self-doubt. This is a chat video, Qingze. I've sent the message to the small group. Li Shiheo sent the message out. Damn, how can Yang Fan, that dog, talk about character? Has he not deceived his brothers enough? I told you not to ask, but you insisted. Li Qingze. Bro, did you Li Tianheng? In another room, Yang Fan was about to get to the main topic when a prompt sounded from his wrist. Seeing the identity of the other party, he hesitated over whether to go or not. Sister Rian, I have something to attend to. I'll transfer you to 100 small tip, and we can arrange to meet again. Yang Fan got dressed, lightly tapped the coordinates, and left Tianxiang. Sister Bing, what do you need me for? Yang Fan asked politely. Although he had wronged Luo Bing, she was far more magnanimous than Li Tianheng, and to this day, she hadn't sought revenge. Why are you gathering resources so quickly? Luo Bing got straight to the point. If it's inconvenient, then forget it, goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished instantly. Yang Fan was left dumbfounded. What was going on? Was this person ill? Not only did she interrupt his good fortune, but she also disappeared so quickly. Were you playing me? And I never said I wouldn't tell? After leaving, Luo Bing entered a conference room. Sister Bing, this video was shared in the boys group. They say Li Shihao has already discovered Yang Fan's secret, so we don't need to ask that scoundrel anymore. Good project it immediately. Oh, let's study it together. Luo Bing nodded seriously. A dozen or so talented members of the Luo family sat in the conference room, their expressions serious, as they watched the conversation between Yang Fan and Li Shihao, afraid of missing a single detail. After a full quarter of an hour, the video ended and the entire conference room fell eerily silent. Sister Bing, my sister seems to be in 5th grade. Should I borrow a book from her to take a look? One of them hesitated, unsure if what Yang Fan said was true. This remark seemed somewhat reasonable, yet also felt like nonsense. In the teaching office of Yang County No. 1 Middle School, Chao Wang was looking for Yang Wanli to sign some documents. Director Yang, the college entrance examination is approaching, and we cannot skimp on the rental fees for these virtual world venues. Please sign it quickly. Chao Wang said anxiously. Everywhere requires expenditure, and there has been a significant decrease in recent investments. The school must tighten its belt to get by. Old Chao, you can't be as extravagant as before. Yang Wanli sighed while signing, still complaining. This batch of students is quite capable. Once the college entrance examination is over, the federal government's funding will surely be substantial. Chao Wang patted his chest in assurance. I'm confident in your teaching abilities. The school will not default on the special building promised to you. Then I thank Director Yang. By the way, isn't Class 1 currently undergoing resource collection training in the Divine Kingdom? How are the results? They're still in the periphery. I haven't been paying attention. Let's take a look. Chao Wang opened the current leaderboard. The two of them stared at it for 3 seconds, unmoving. Yang Fan. No way, how did he get such a lead? Did he directly enter the inner circle? The Divine Kingdom has only existed for 30 years, and there are no believers above the Qi refining stage. How could this be possible? Yang Wanli looked at Chao Wang with a puzzled expression. Chao Wang also shook his head, indicating he didn't know. You're the class teacher. Hurry and apply for real-time video from the Intelligent Life. All right. The two watched the situation of Yang Fan's believers in the alien Divine Kingdom, and their expressions gradually became more intriguing. Chao Wang's face twitched, his breathing became heavier. Cheating, this kid is playing tricks again. He actually purchased an exploratory high-level Intelligent Life. This person is really interesting. I remember the school rewarded him with 10 billion for the midterm exam. Did he invest all of it? Yang Wanli looked somewhat shocked. High-level Intelligent Life like this is primarily consumed by true deities. From another perspective, only after becoming a deity does it make sense for your Divine Kingdom to be equipped with such intelligent life. It's just a divine being. Is it not a waste of resources to have high-level Intelligent Life manage the collection of resources for the Divine Kingdom? 10 billion belief points could buy a significant number of high-level buildings, enough to dramatically improve the ecology of the Divine Kingdom. Yang Wanli couldn't comprehend Yang Fan's actions, but felt greatly shocked. Is this kid trying to earn back that 10 billion through this resource collection? Yang Wanli speculated. Fool, the core of the Divine Kingdom's development lies in the strength of the believers themselves. No matter how well these foundational tasks are done, without strong support you won't even reach the inner circle of the Divine Kingdom. It's utterly foolish. Chao Wang was almost amused to the point of anger, wishing he could immediately call Yang Fan to wake him up with a scolding. Enough, it's already purchased, and besides, the college entrance examination doesn't prohibit Intelligent Life. At least his score in the second round of exams should be better. Yang Wanli shook his head and sighed, already convinced that the principal had misjudged the talent, thinking it a waste to give such a student the Penglai Island. Yang Fan was unaware that because of him, not only his classmates in Class 1, even the teachers and the director of education were paying attention. At this moment, he was lying on his bed, his body tense with a pained expression on his face. With the emergence of 5th-level beings in the Divine Kingdom, his body was once again strengthened. Terrifying power surged from his marrow to his bones to his flesh, then to his fascia, finally transmitting to his skin. Ah! Yang Fan growled. This was the first time the Divine Kingdom's feedback was so intense. After a full quarter of an hour, that feeling gradually faded. Yang Fan slowly sat up, noticing a layer of light black filth emerging on his skin. Through the feedback from the Divine Kingdom, his physical body in the real world had undergone a cleansing of the marrow. After bathing, Yang Fan sat on his bed, his consciousness diving into the Divine Kingdom. Divine Master Yang Fan. Area of Divine Kingdom, 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent SS grade talent evolution hidden. Believers 5th level beings, 1 4th level beings, 10 33rd level beings, 23,310 2nd level beings, 490 1st level beings, 14. 2 million mortals, 22 million. Dependents little elves, 4,718. Methods 5 elements cultivation indestructible body heavenly lock array a grade intra-level god destroying array a grade intra-level all spirits returning to origin array great success Shin turtle destroying life array. Belief points 15. 5 billion daily provision of 553. Buildings moon wells x 5,000 sun springs x 5,000 grade building monkey wine spring x 64 special life building elf ancient tree 1,000 years nurturing little elves special building enlightenment stone grade building flesh sea blood pool x1 grade building 100 spirits blood pool x1 soaking 10 tai sui load rate 100 special building fully automatic concentrator x6 loading 600 tai sui in the cutting factory load rate 100 grade fresh warehouse grade building spirit weapon workshop with small mines grade transmission tower x5 grade science city x1. The revenue generated in the Divine Kingdom during this period aside from using these funds to purchase monkey wine springs and moon wells has been largely spent on a large quantity of marrow cleansing pills which have been ground into powder for newborn infants. With the wonders of Penglai Island Flesh Sea Blood Pool and 100 Spirits Blood Pool the quality of Yang Fan's believers has been visibly improving year by year. To select for quality genes Yang Fan ordered that any believer who hasn't broken through to the first level being by the age of 20 must go out to explore, which means gathering resources under Yang Heir's command. As they delved deeper into the Divine Kingdom, the resources collected increased, but the accompanying risks also rose sharply. 5 years ago, Yang Heir reported encountering a pack of 50,000 wolves among which were even 2,000 advanced demon wolves. Even if Yang Heir had immediately called for reinforcements, 6,000 ordinary believers still died. Under the evolution talent, this loss was insignificant to Yang Fan. Those believers with poor qualifications could die. The Divine Kingdom could replenish them at any time. Compared to the rapidly reproducing believer population, Yang Fan valued the resources themselves even more. With his strength soaring, he also harbored ambitions regarding the rewards from this resource collection in the Divine Kingdom. He indeed explored alone, but the replenishment of troops in his Divine Kingdom was tenfold that of others. Now among the entire senior year, the only ones Yang Fan cared about were Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Though they were strong, if it came to a real fight, there would be at most 2 or 3 of them against one of him. Now Yang Fan was equivalent to 10 of himself, making it possible to take a risk. After all the points he earned belonged solely to him with no need for distribution. More importantly, with 3 months left until the deadline for him, the Divine Kingdom had enough time to develop for 900 years. In 900 years, with a large supply of resources, it was uncertain how far Yang Fan could develop. Strategic resources are extremely rare. Wonders like Penglai Island could not possibly be obtained through the marketplace. The opportunity was right in front of him. How could Yang Fan let it slip away? Yang Fan points 6. 424 billion. Luo Bing points 5. 9 billion. Li Tianheng points 5. 5 billion. Although Yang Fan currently ranks first, the gap between him and Luo Bing is narrowing, and it is only a matter of time before his points are surpassed. He is not surprised by this. During this time, he has mainly allocated resources for the development of the Divine Kingdom, as per Yang Fan's request, with most support for Yang Heir being mere consumables of talentless mortals. Even if Yang Heir possesses strong exploration abilities, if the believers lack sufficient strength, progress will still be slow. Only with sufficiently strong believers can Yang Fan qualify to explore the depths of the Divine Kingdom. With the enhancement of intelligent life, he is already quite satisfied with the harvest in the outer regions of the Divine Kingdom. Upon entering the Divine Kingdom, Yang Yi and Yang Heir immediately approached Yang Fan. Master, the two said in unison. Yang Heir, I will assign you another 10,000 Tier 3 beings and 200,000 Tier 2 beings. For the time being, you need not collect resources in a sweeping manner, but instead head towards the core area of the Divine Kingdom as much as possible. Yang Fan commanded. Reporting, Master, our army's current location has seen a significant number of Tier 1 monsters numbering between 30,000 and 50,000. If we continue to advance, the losses may be too great. With the current population of the Divine Kingdom, we cannot replenish our troops, which would be counterproductive, Yang Heir reminded. No matter, just proceed as instructed. Due to special rule restrictions, even with such significant changes in the Divine Kingdom, intelligent beings like Yang Yi and Yang Heir still fail to perceive the anomaly in the flow of time within the Divine Kingdom. Thus, Yang Fan had to issue orders proactively. Our time for exploration is limited, and if he continues to collect resources in the outer regions, he might truly miss out on the first place this time. Yang E, given the current development speed, what is the likely range for the number of high-tier believers in the Divine Kingdom over 300 years? Yang Fan inquired. Since the other party cannot comprehend the existence of evolutionary talents, Yang Fan can only estimate the future development of the Divine Kingdom in this manner. As a high-level intelligent being, Yang E possesses powerful computing capabilities which might provide him with a relatively accurate judgment. Assuming the environment of the Divine Kingdom remains stable and resource input remains consistent. The big data simulation calculates the curve of believers' qualifications with the curve's acceleration decreasing year by year under a large model, designing a random variable X. According to the master's requirement, the following conclusions are drawn. In 300 years, the range for Tier 5 believers will be between 5 and 20. Tier 4 believers will be between 10,000 and 40,000, and Tier 3 believers will be between 300,000 and 600,000. Upon hearing this answer, Yang Fan did not continue to issue commands, and his consciousness returned to reality. Once the number of monkey wine springs reaches 100, we will invest all resources into the believers themselves. There will be enough time. Yang Fan murmured. As the college entrance examination approached for others, it was a race against time to invest resources into the believers to enhance their strength as much as possible. But Yang Fan is different. The time for the development of his Divine Kingdom is 10 times that of others, so he need not worry about whether the believers have time to digest the resources. 5 days later, Yang Fan was pushed down the resource collection leaderboard by both Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. In the past 20 days, the two had surpassed 20 billion points, while Yang Fan's name had fallen below. Brother Tianheng, you were right. That Yang Fan fellow just had good luck in the early stages. I even sent someone to scout for information. Ah, how stupid of me. Li Qingzi said with a face full of shame. There is no need to blame yourself, you did it for the team. From now on, do not pay attention to Yang Fan, who our main rival is still Luo Bing, and I must secure first place in this resource collection. Li Tianheng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Defeat the Luo family and help Brother Tianheng achieve first place. Achieve first place. Let's go. The crowd cheered, all rallying encouragement. Li Tianheng and his group were all direct descendants of the Li family. This time the resources provided by the school for the exploration were secondary, with the core goal being to help Li Tianheng secure first place. Compared to the strategic resources buildings provided by the school, the ordinary supplies within the foreign Divine Kingdom are not as important. Brother Tianheng, the foreign Divine Kingdom has intelligent life monitoring from the school, and resources must be collected personally by your believers to count towards points. Therefore, the efficiency in this area is still too low. We need to delve deeper, Li Qingzi said. Exactly, although the core buildings of this foreign Divine Kingdom have been taken by the school, there may still be high-value resource buildings left behind. We must reach the core area ahead of Luo Bing. Li Tianheng nodded. In that case, we will primarily focus on marching, and there is no need to send believers to collect spirit plants valued below 100,000. Another month passed, and the foot of Spirit Peach Mountain in the Divine Kingdom was already filled with monkey wine springs. Under Yang Yi's arrangement, there was a resource house every kilometer along the entire Spirit Peach Mountain. Half-automated harvesting machines covered the mountains, with believers only patrolling the area to check if the machines harmed the spirit plants and to conduct secondary harvesting of the spirit fruits. The resource houses and monkey wine springs were connected by fully automatic tracks, automatically dispensing the spirit fruits. In the entire process, 80% of the work was replaced by machines, saving a significant amount of manpower. On this day, the number of monkey wine springs finally reached 100. Yang Fan's consciousness entered the Divine Kingdom. Looking at the fully stocked monkey wine springs, a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. With a monthly income of billions, it is now time to vigorously develop the believers. Believers Tier 5 beings, 10 Tier 4 beings, 2 3s or 3 4 Tier 3 beings, 4 Tier 2 beings, 5 Tier 1 beings, 1 mortals, 2 6 7 0. Feeling the current strength and population structure of the believers in the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan grew increasingly confident. Now, when participating in the simulated battle of the Divine Kingdom, his performance would certainly not be inferior. Master, the core investment building monkey wine springs has been fully arranged. The current faith points in the Divine Kingdom are 12. 3 billion of which 10 billion must be used to repay this month's interest on the loan. Will the subsequent resource output of the Divine Kingdom primarily be used to repay the loan principal? Yang Yi respectfully inquired. Yang Fan shook his head. Not for now. In the coming period, aside from reserving funds for interest, all other income will be invested in the believers. With less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, Yang Fan must quickly enhance the strength of the believers. This time, Yang Fan's target is the 2 top universities of the federal government. Taichu Academy, and Xingqiong Academy. Yes, please grant me the purchasing rights for the level skill Changchun Gong, which costs 100 million faith points, Yang Yi said. Purchase a skill? Yang Fan looked somewhat puzzled. There are plenty of skills available in the transmission tower, which should be sufficient for the believers to learn. Reporting Master, there are currently 10 Tier 5 beings in the Divine Kingdom, and they all follow the path of cultivation. To advance beyond Tier 5 beings to become believers in the Qi refining stage, this process requires the assistance of advanced skills. After searching, Changchun Gong is more suited to the current needs of the believers. As for believers following the martial path, the strongest among them is only Tier 3, so high-tier skills will not be invested for now, Yang Yi explained. I see, Yang Yi, can you calculate how much longer it will take for the Divine Kingdom to produce believers in the Qi refining stage? Currently, the number of Tier 5 beings in the Divine Kingdom is extremely low, with the qualifications of the believers being mediocre and the environment of the Divine Kingdom is average. The overall evaluation of the Divine Kingdom does not meet the standard. The calculation conditions are not satisfied, making it impossible to estimate a specific time for now. What? The Divine Kingdom has developed for such a long time, and my evaluation is below standard. Yang Fan found it hard to believe. Correct. Yang Yi nodded seriously. Based on the current operational data of the Divine Kingdom, your development level is in the median range of divine beings at the same stage. He paused slightly, as if retrieving data from a larger scale model. Comparing the 312.7 billion samples of divine individual kingdoms that have been exposed in the past millennium, the average proportion of elite believers reaching the 3rd rank and above is 9.6, while the current Divine Kingdom stands at 1.07. Reason resource allocation favors basic expansion with insufficient investment in individual enhancement. Although Penglai Island possesses a self-circulating immortal energy system, it is currently only used for environmental enhancement. A multi-level cultivation model has not been constructed, and its potential amplification utilization rate is less than 40%. Yang Er's tone remained calm, as if stating an established fact. Furthermore, according to historical data, high-potential divine kingdoms at this stage have usually established at least one strategic advantage system, such as extreme troop types, complete social rules for believers, or a powerful resource chain. The current Divine Kingdom, although possessing high-quality strategic resources such as Spirit Peach Mountain, Enlightenment Stone, and Penglai Island, has yet to complete system integration and remains in a state of resource stacking. The appearance of believers who have reached the Qi refining or martial disciple realm within the Divine Kingdom is a necessary and sufficient condition for becoming a demigod. Given the current resource investment and the pace of Divine Kingdom development, a specific time cannot be calculated. Yang Fan swallowed. At this moment, he suddenly felt he had thought the breakthrough to demigod far too simple. Yang Yi, according to you, do I have no chance of breaking through to demigod before the college entrance exam? Reporting to Master, according to the data, over the years, students who break through to demigod before the college entrance exam account for 0.001 of the total, mostly from metropolises like Taichu City and Starsea City. Yang County, where Master resides, is a county-level city on a remote planet. In the database, I have not yet found any record of someone from this planet breaking through to demigod before the college entrance exam. It seems I thought too simply. Yang Fan's face showed an embarrassed expression. Master need not be discouraged. Demigod powerhouses account for less than 5 of the total population, and gods are even less than 1. To break through the development time of the Divine Kingdom, vast resources, and even luck are all in dis. With Master's potential, with the university's investment and platform, the Divine Kingdom will develop much faster. There is a very high probability of becoming a demigod powerhouse within the 4 years of university. Yang Fan let out a light sigh and said, good. The purchase permission for the Eternal Spring Art has been granted to you. The development of the Divine Kingdom will continue to be your full responsibility. In the era of Divine Kingdoms, the population of human gods was too vast to census, and there were so many prodigies. With his SS grade talent, Yang Fan might be a step ahead of his peers in a small place like Yang County, but placed within the entirety of humanity, it remained unknown exactly where he stood. In Yang County, upgrade, or even grade talent, could be cultivated intensively by their family. But in the big cities, how many geniuses with a grade, or even grade talents were there? Apart from their innate exceptional talents, these individuals were also backed by families or companies 1,000 times stronger than the Luo family. Yet, even so, the prodigies who could break through to demigod before the college entrance exam were still extremely rare. At this moment, Yang Fan suddenly felt that his previous thoughts had been naively laughable. The road ahead was long. Although the difficulty of breaking through to demigod far exceeded his expectations, Yang Fan was not discouraged. Keep your feet on the ground and your eyes on the stars. In life, one should not be elated by external gains or saddened by personal losses. Focus on the present step by step. That is the true principle. Yang Yi, besides fully enhancing the strength of the believers, allocate half of the Divine Kingdom's power to support Yang Air next. I am determined to contend for first place this time, Yang Fan said seriously. According to Yang Air's report, the alien Divine Kingdom's army had been marching at full force for nearly 40 years, and its current position was close to the core area of the Divine Kingdom. During this process, even though Yang Air had avoided a large number of beast hordes and traps in advance, the troop losses along the way still amounted to millions. Fortunately, with the evolution talent under tenfold reproduction time, the supply of soldiers was sufficient, and the troop strength within the alien Divine Kingdom remained unaffected. However, as they neared the core of the Divine Kingdom, they had begun to encounter a large number of 3rd and 4th rank demonic beasts. No matter how strong Yang Air's leadership was, if the believer's strength was insufficient, it was like trying to cook a meal without rice. Now Yang Air dared not explore extensively. If they encountered a large beast horde, the resources gained would likely not compensate for the loss of the believer population. Currently, Yang Fan's believers were probably closer to the core of the alien Divine Kingdom than both Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. With less than 2 months left in this competition, and only 50 years remaining in the Divine Kingdom's time, it was finally time for Yang Fan to make his move. Yes, Master, Yang Yi said. Back in reality, Yang Fan returned to his daily life. Besides going to Tianxiang Rinjian daily to relieve stress, he also made time to look at the enrollment brochures of various universities. Another 10 days passed, and Yang Fan suddenly received a message from Yang Air. Lying on his bed, Yang Fan's consciousness instantly entered the alien Divine Kingdom. The air was thick with the heavy smell of blood mixed with the lingering aura of life not yet dissipated. The ground bore traces of battle with broken weapons, and undried bloodstains intertwined, clearly indicating a brutal slaughter had just occurred. In the distance, the figures of the believers were scattered, their auras chaotic, yet still on alert. And at the center of this chaos was actually a medicinal garden where spiritual lights swirled and various spiritual plants grew densely. Master, a great find. Originally, a concealment formation was set up here, but a corner of the formation was missing, leaking a large amount of life aura, which I happened to discover. Yang Air said, his face full of excitement. This is a upgrade medicinal garden, the 100 Herbs Spirit Pivot Court. Here is the specific information. Yang Air's eyes emitted a faint blue light, projecting the detailed information into the air. 100 Herbs Spirit Pivot Court, a grade garden-type building valued at approximately 20 billion faith points. It possesses a complete spiritual plant cultivation system capable of large-scale planting of various herbs and spiritual plants. The spiritual energy within the court is stable, and the growth environment is highly optimized, significantly enhancing the growth rate and survival rate of spiritual plants. It allows for fine-tuned management based on the characteristics of different spiritual plants, achieving efficient output. It is suitable for long-term resource accumulation and medicinal material supply, providing important assistance for the basic development of the Divine Kingdom and pill alchemy. 20 billion. Yang Fan was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected Yang Air to suddenly obtain such a huge harvest. Indeed, being close to the core position of the Divine Kingdom, this single gain was greater than all the previous ones combined. Master, I request 1 billion faith points to purchase a large spatial bracelet. The volume of the garden-type building is too large. It must be transported using auxiliary spatial treasures. Granted. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. The deity of this place had already perished. Yang Fan naturally couldn't use the rules as he did during the midterm exam to directly incorporate it into his Divine Kingdom. As an advanced exploration-type intelligent life form, the solution Yang Air provided was naturally the most effective strategy for the current situation. Yang Fan had no interest in understanding the effects of this spatial bracelet. Compared to the harvest obtained, the expenditure of 1 billion faith points was a small matter. Back in reality, Yang Fan soon received a notification from the school. Acquired 100 Herbs Spirit Pivot Court. Points 20 billion. Acquired various spiritual plants. Points 3 billion. Yang Fan opened the leaderboard. Yang Fan 38. 924 billion points. Luo Bing 30. 712 billion points. Li Tianheng 29. 834 billion points. This single harvest vaulted Yang Fan's rank to first place. Indeed, one must explore the core area of the Divine Kingdom. One stroke of good luck is worth decades of harvest in the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan said excitedly. Yang Fan was unaware that as he once again ascended to the top of the rankings, the Genius chat group had erupted into chaos. What's going on? What on earth did this bastard find? Why has his points surged so much? He's alone, as shouldn't he be exploring the periphery? Could it be that there are highly valuable core structures left at the edge of the Divine Nation? Nonsense. If you were an alien deity, would you leave core structures on the outskirts for others to seize? Yang Fan has probably already ventured into the core area of the alien divine nation. Your guess is quite reasonable, but let me ask you, without a team lacking sufficient backup and strength, how can he reach the core area? I want to ask this very question. How did this guy manage it? This time will the class rankings allow this scum to take first place again? Luo Bing Li Tianheng. Tianheng, should I send Li Shihao to investigate further? This guy is really a bit wicked. Li Qing's expression was somewhat grim. They had previously noticed Yang Fan's points beginning to skyrocket, but since there was still a gap between him and Li Tianheng, they had only paid a little more attention. And today his points had directly surged by over 20 billion, once again securing the first position in the class, forcing everyone to take him seriously. With just over a month left until the Divine Nation Resource Collection, ranking Yang Fan suddenly made such a huge gain, indicating that he must have entered the core area. In this resource collection competition, luck is just as important as strength. Originally, the first place should have been contested between Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, but now it seems that this dark horse Yang Fan also stands a chance. Qingze, I think it's a good idea. At least we can find out if he is indeed in the core area of the Divine Nation. According to estimates, it will probably take us another 10 years to reach the core area. Yang Fan is quite cunning. Li Shihao probably won't be able to extract the truth from him. Exactly. I watched that video several times and even had it analyzed by a primitive intelligent life form. Can you guess what the feedback was? There's an 80% probability that Yang Fan is talking nonsense. What he says is simply not credible. One person couldn't help but complain. Li Tianheng, sitting in the main seat, also looked serious, his complexion alternating between green and red, as if engaged in an internal struggle. After a moment, Li Tianheng took a deep breath and said, "Transfer 1 billion faith points to Li Shihao." "No need, he's now my subordinate, just a word is enough. I'm not sending him to gather information." Li Tianheng shook his head. "Then why? Let him book a presidential suite for a month in the Heavenly Delight and hire a dozen attractive and articulate service staff to take care of Yang Fan properly." Li Tianheng's voice grew quieter, and he didn't even dare to look up at his brothers. Everyone was stunned, and after realizing it, many of the Li family's talents applauded and gave him a thumbs up. Tianheng's idea is brilliant. From the last video, it's clear that Yang Fan is a lustful character. If we spend a little money to provide him with top-notch service, how could he possibly have the energy to explore the resources of the Divine Nation? Exactly. How did I not think of this? This is the way to deal with such people using such despicable means. Ahem. Li Qingze suddenly coughed, interrupting the speaker. Everyone fell silent, seemingly struck by a thought, their expressions a bit surprised. This method isn't anything special, but is this really something our big brother Li Tianheng would say? Their big brother had previously despised such petty tactics the most. Has he changed his ways? Do as I say. For the time being, we will implement a shift system, 3 people in a group, ensuring that resource exploration continues uninterrupted for 24 hours. Not just Yang Fan, we also need to defeat Luo Bing, Li Tianheng said seriously. Yes, big brother, everyone responded in unison. The next morning, Yang Fan received an invitation from Li Shihao. Li brother, we meet again. Every time my performance improves, you invite me to gather. Are you here to congratulate me? Yang Fan said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Shihao's expression stiffened slightly, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Ahem, well, young brother, some things are beyond my control. It's all right, we're friends, so if there's anything, just say it directly. I speak freely, Yang Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Shihao couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Speak freely. Who are you kidding? After thinking about the previous incident, he realized that Yang Fan was most likely just toying with him. Li Shihao felt no resentment, as he was simply tasked with gathering information. Young brother, I've booked a presidential suite for you which you can use until the college entrance examination. It even includes big circle service staff, if you know what I mean. Such extravagance. I didn't expect Li brother to be so lavish, Yang Fan said, astonished. The presidential suite at Tianxiang is not cheap, and the service staff are categorized into tiers. For instance, someone like Lu Ruyan can only be considered small circle, available for 1 night for 100 faith points, while big circle starts at 100. It's not coming from me. If you have time, young brother, feel free to enjoy yourself here. However, with the college entrance examination approaching and the reward for ranking first in the Divine Nation Resource Collection being substantial, I imagine you don't have much time, Li Shihao said slowly, with a hint of reminder in his tone. Although Li Shihao is a member of the Li family, he and Yang Fan could be considered ordinary friends. Some things must be done, but he also didn't want to do them. Yang Fan said, Then I'll thank your benefactor for treating me. Farewell. After the college entrance exam, if young brother still recognizes me as a brother, we can gather again, and I'll treat you to the presidential suite then. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shihao vanished from the private room. The presidential suite booked by Li Shihao was located deep within the first floor of Tianxiang. Yang Fan pushed the door open and was greeted by an expansive space furnished with exquisite drinkware and crystal glasses. To one side was a semi-open resting area with light gauze hanging down and a faint fragrance in the air that made one unconsciously relax. On the other side was a 10-meter-wide bed and an oversized bathtub. The room was equipped with a holographic electronic panel clearly detailing the profiles and styles of the service staff, ready to respond at the touch of a button. It was understated luxurious and carried an indescribable hint of flirtation. No matter who it is, I sincerely thank you. Yang Fan swallowed hard. With Yang Air around, Yang Fan didn't need to personally oversee the believers exploring the alien divine nation. Now, aside from enjoying himself in the virtual world's entertainment zone, he didn't know how else to pass the time. Yang Fan understood the other party's ulterior motives, but he didn't mind. Others spent money, and he enjoyed himself. The outcome was just like that. Truly a good person. With only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, Yang Fan was currently soaking in a bathtub with several service staff when he suddenly received a class assembly message from Chao Wang. Yang Fan dared not delay. After putting on his clothes, he immediately teleported to the classroom of Class 1. As Yang Fan entered, he instantly attracted the attention of many. Now the gazes directed at Yang Fan were no longer hostile, but rather filled with admiration and curiosity. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Even though most people looked down upon Yang Fan's actions during the midterm exams, it did not hinder their admiration for his abilities. Not only were his followers powerful, but he also ventured deep into the realms of foreign gods on his own for exploration. During this time, Yang Fan remained firmly in first place, with the gap between him and Luo Bing and Li Tianheng widening. Everyone was curious about how he managed to achieve this. Could it be that Yang Fan's followers were far superior to Luo Bing and Li Tianheng? This speculation was met with laughter from the crowd. Or perhaps Yang Fan truly had some secret when it came to resource gathering. What kind of secret could enable him to rival an entire team? The crowd was puzzled, confused, and curious. Yet they understood that Yang Fan had no obligation to share his secrets and thus buried their thoughts deep within. Li Tianheng, seated in the front row, once again checked the rankings. Yang Fan 45, 7 billion points. Li Tianheng 36, 94 billion points. Luo Bing 34, 92 billion points. Li Tianheng asked, his face darkening. Qingzi, are you sure the consumption records are correct? Brother, this is the 4th time you've asked today. I know exactly how much I paid. Yang Fan basically spends his days in the presidential suite, staying there for 5 to 6 hours at a time. There must be no mistake. Li Qingzi spoke softly. Doesn't he need to command his followers? Or does he really have some means to locate high-value resources? Li Tianheng felt his head spinning. How could he waste so much time on women, yet still surpass him in points? He had already compressed his rest time to just 2 hours during this period. He could not understand and could not accept it. Why? Could this kid be cheating? Chao Wang entered the classroom, and his gaze also lingered on Yang Fan for a few seconds. During this time, Chao Wang had watched many recordings of Yang Fan in the foreign god realm. He was both amazed by Yang Fan's luck in obtaining such a high-value building as the 100 Herb Spirit Pivot Institute, and shocked by the strength of Yang Fan's followers. Unlike other students, as the head teacher, Chao Wang could directly connect to intelligent life forms and observe each student's performance. Yang Fan's ability to accumulate so many points was not only due to having advanced exploratory intelligent life, but more importantly, the formidable strength of his followers. Now Yang Fan's importance in Chao Wang's mind was already comparable to Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Yang Fan was undoubtedly a seed player of Class 1 with strength that was not inferior to anyone else in the class. This kid is hiding quite deep. Chao Wang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the Divine Realm, battlefield opened up in the virtual space. Yang Fan could do more than just tear off a piece of flesh from Li Tianheng. If he were to unleash all the high-level followers from his Divine Realm, it would definitely be a fierce battle. After teaching students for so many years, Chao Wang felt that this was the first time he had seen a student hide his strength to such an extent. Chao Wang found this somewhat absurd, having not even graduated from high school and being protected by federal laws. Why bother to play coy? If he revealed his strength earlier, he might have received more resource allocation. A student who likes to play dumb and is cunning. This was Chao Wang's assessment of Yang Fan. Chao Wang was reluctant to meddle in the personal qualities of students, but with Yang Fan's strength, he definitely had a chance to enter one of the top 100 universities in the Federation. Such a student could bring significant investment to Yang County's first high. Chao Wang took a deep breath and said, "There is 1 month left until the college entrance examination. In 5 days we will hold our final class activity, which will be the Divine Realm Defense War. Supervised by advanced intelligent life from the federal government, the coordinates of all students' divine realms will be protected in a virtual coordinate system. At that time, all of you will be able to engage in offense and defense battles in any classmate's divine realm. The restrictions are as follows. 1. Tier 3 and above followers cannot enter. 2. The number of troops each person can deploy cannot exceed 200. 3. No infiltrating the core areas of the opposing divine realms. This exam has no rewards, mainly to help you adapt to how to respond if foreign followers come to your divine realm in the future, or what obstacles you might encounter when attacking a foreign divine realm. This is also part of the college entrance examination, but the specific details will only be clear on the day of the exam. After saying this, Chao Wang directly exited the virtual world. Divine Realm Defense War. No rewards. Yang Fan immediately felt bored. Just as Yang Fan was preparing to leave and enjoy himself in the Tianxiang private room, he suddenly sensed a multitude of gazes. Among these gazes were curiosity, impulsiveness, eagerness, and even a hint of aggression. Damn, these people aren't planning to form a group to visit my divine realm, are they? Yang Fan couldn't help but shiver. Although there were restrictions, with each person only able to deploy 200 troops, and the highest being only Tier 2 beings. If all the students in Class 1 entered his divine realm together, it could be a big problem. After all, there were hundreds of students in Class 1, wouldn't that amount to several million? Though the school required that they could not enter core areas, there were still many assets in the outskirts of his divine realm, especially around the ancient elven tree. Thinking of this, Yang Fan suddenly felt that the class activity of the Divine Realm Defense War might not go as smoothly as anticipated. Returning to reality, Yang Fan's consciousness immediately entered the Divine Realm. Yang Yi, what do you think of the Divine Realm Defense War? As his intelligent life, Yang Yi was well aware of everything happening in the classroom. Report, Master. The Divine Realm Defense War is held every year for the third-year students of Class 1. It is a friendly match, and there has never been a serious damage to any Divine Realm. However, considering your special reputation, there is a 93.2% probability that you will be targeted by your classmates. It is advisable to take protective measures. What measures? Purchase defensive buildings. Yang Fan nodded. After the midterm exams and the ongoing exploration of the Divine Realm, Yang Fan understood the importance of defensive buildings. If it weren't for the fact that he was still a divine being, and that his divine realm was protected by federal laws prioritizing safety, Yang Fan would have already purchased a large number of defensive buildings. With a thought, the current information about the divine realm floated before his eyes. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Realm Area 1 million square kilometers. Talent Slight. Followers Tier 5 beings, 36 Tier 4 beings, 43274, Tier 3 beings, 1. 25 million Tier 2 beings, 8. 3 million Tier 1 beings, 22. 7 million mortals, 10. 7 million. Dependents Little Elves 12718. Techniques: Eternal Spring, Art, Locking Heaven Formation, E-Rank Minor Success, God Annihilation Formation, E-Rank Minor Success, Profound Tortoise Annihilation Formation, Drank Intro Level. Faith Points 47. 9 billion daily supply of 755. 4 Faith Points. Buildings Moon Wells x 5000, Sun Springs x 5000, Brank Building Monkey Wine Spring x 100, Brank 100 Herb Spirit Pivot Institute, Special Life. Building Ancient Elven Tree 1000 Years Nurturing Little Elves, Special Building Enlightenment Stone, Brank Building Sea of Flesh Blood Pool x1, Brank Building Spirit Weapon Workshop with Small Mining Vein. Wonders Punglai Island Arranged, Spirit Peach Mountain Arranged. Assets Tai Sui x 610, Small Mining Veins, Various Spirit Fruits, Various Medicinal Herbs, and Spiritual Plants, Drank Weapons, E-Rank Weapons, Frank Weapons. Over this period of development, the overall strength of Yang Fan's followers has experienced a qualitative leap. Even with 36 fifth-tier beings, neither Luo Bing nor Li Tianheng possess such depth. Moreover, with the comprehension of the Locking Heaven Formation and the Annihilation God Formation reaching a small success, if he were to participate in the Divine Kingdom Simulation Battle, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. The level Mystic Turtle Annihilation Formation has also been grasped. This is a defensive formation capable of harnessing the power of 1 million followers, although it is not currently usable. As for the cash flow of over 40 billion, it is not that Yang Yi is reluctant to use it, but rather that the followers themselves lack the strength to digest such vast resources. In the development of the Divine Kingdom over the past few hundred years, every newborn infant is able to enjoy the powdered Shisui Dan. Yang Yi spent billions purchasing the bodies of alien followers, putting them into the 100 Spirits Blood Pool and the Flesh Sea Blood Pool, striving to ensure that every talented follower can receive their share. Yet, even so, the returns generated from the investments in the Divine Kingdom are simply too great to spend. Were it not for Yang Fan insisting that the remaining funds be used to cultivate followers, Yang Yi would have long since purchased a large number of moon wells and sun springs for compound investment. During this time, Yang Fan has been immersed in Tianxiang realm, unaware of the substantial cash flow he has. Beauty is the grave of heroes, Yang Fan lamented. He himself did not expect that the returns from these 100 monkey wine springs would be beyond the capacity of his followers to digest. He originally thought that with his evolved talent he would earn more and spend faster, but he did not anticipate that now it was the consumption of his followers that could not keep pace. If outsiders knew of Yang Fan's troubles, they would surely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. Which divine being can set up so many level buildings in the divine kingdom? It's too exaggerated. Without even a single chi refinement follower, how could so many level buildings produce returns that the followers cannot digest? Yang E is the investment in resources for the followers truly at its limit. Yang Fan could not help but ask. The improvement of follower qualifications requires generations of evolution. Pills like Shisui Dan cannot be taken repeatedly. High-level pills are difficult for the current bodies of the followers to bear. Forcefully consuming them would instead lead to their explosive demise. In terms of weapons, due to the purchase of Spirit Weapon Workshop, given the current military situation, there are actually too many surpluses. In terms of food, with the Spirit Peach Mountain and a large amount of concentrated Tai Sui meat, there is also a significant surplus. The costs for purchasing techniques, martial skills, and formations are one-time expenditures, and the current Divine Kingdom does not need further configurations. Taking the Divine Kingdom's 30 years as a unit, 100 Monkey Wine Springs can produce 10 billion worth of Monkey Wine Moon Wells, and Sun Springs can yield 30 million in returns. I have purchased enough herbs and spirit plant seeds. The 100 Herbs Spirit Pivot Institute can produce about 1 billion in income. The surplus weapons from the Spirit Weapon Workshop and the unstackable concentrated Tai Sui meat in the fully automatic concentrators can also yield about 200 million in income. Hearing this, Yang Fan finally realized he had become so wealthy. Yang E, unable to perceive the existence of SS-level talents, had just mentioned returns that should be multiplied by 10. Master, the liquidity is very sufficient. I suggest prioritizing negotiations with the Elephant Borrowing Service for repayment to reduce interest expenses. Even though Yang E has experienced the entire process of the Divine Kingdom's development, due to his inability to comprehend the existence of SS-level talents, he subconsciously believes that the Divine Kingdom's funds are abundant. In a situation where the resources required by the followers are saturated, Yang E's suggestion is indeed the best choice. No need for negotiation. Once the funds are sufficient, repay them all at once. Yang Fan said indifferently. But Master, with the current income of the Divine Kingdom, at least half a year is needed to gather the remaining funds. The interest from the Elephant Borrowing Service. Just do as I say. Yang Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. The fact that even his intelligent life could not perceive the existence of SS-level talents indeed provides a sense of security, but it also affects judgment. To Yang Fan, a mere 100 billion in funds does not require half a year. A month is sufficient. Yang E, how does my Divine Kingdom's passive income compare to a demigod? According to the data, the median monthly income of a demigod is around 50 million faith points. So low. Yang Fan found it hard to believe. As the Divine Kingdom develops, the investment of deities in resources for followers exhibits exponential growth. Many demigods have gross monthly incomes reaching several hundred million faith points, but 6,070 of those funds are invested in followers, while the remaining 30 is reinvested into the Divine Kingdom to maintain a balance of income and expenditure. With the current net income of the Master's Divine Kingdom, it is comparable to an ordinary low-tier deity. Is it really that exaggerated? I'm just a divine being. Yang Fan exclaimed in shock. The net income being comparable to that of a deity was something he had never dared to imagine without Yang Yi's reminder. The asset returns of the Divine Kingdom still lag behind those of the deities, but the expenditures are too low. The current total consumption of the Divine Kingdom is less than 5 of the income. Yang Yi patiently explained. Yang Fan himself was following the path of a war deity, but his current investment ratio in the Divine Kingdom is much higher than those who focus on logistics. In summary, it is still due to the substantial gains from the midterm examination coupled with the existence of the evolved talent that has led to a severe imbalance in his income and expenditure. Fortunately, the income far exceeds the expenditures. Now Yang Fan is like a 3-year-old child who has inherited a vast fortune. However, this fortune is stored in the safest bank in the world where others cannot know. Master need not worry. The more assets the Divine Kingdom has, the better. Once the Master enters university or breaks through to demigod, there will be many places requiring faith points. The more funds there are, the faster the Divine Kingdom can develop. The abundance of resources in the Divine Kingdom is a good thing, and after the shock, Yang Fan redirected the topic. What suggestions do you have for the defense in this Divine Kingdom defense battle? Given the current area and resource distribution of the Divine Kingdom, only 1 billion faith points are needed to purchase defensive buildings. Yang Yi had already calculated the extreme situation. Even if all the students worked together with this funding to purchase defensive buildings plus the followers of the Divine Kingdom, setting up the Mystic Turtle Annihilation Formation, they would easily be able to block it. I will give you 10 billion, spend it all for me. Yang Fan said. Master, defensive buildings do not have investment attributes. Is it too wasteful? I am now a wealthy man. Oh, how can my own security measures be lacking? In the future, I want the Divine Kingdom to be like a hedgehog. Anyone who tries to harm me will first be pricked and left bleeding. Buy defensive buildings at a premium for me. Even if I break through to demigod, they must still be usable. Yang Fan said grandly. Although the risk of invasion to the Divine Kingdom is currently extremely low, who says Yang Fan isn't financially abundant? The stronger the defensive buildings, the better. Consider it a purchase for peace of mind. Yes, Master. Genius Exchange Group. Is it inappropriate for us to go to Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom together? There's nothing wrong. We haven't violated any school regulations. I'm mainly curious about what stage his Divine Kingdom has developed to. Let's go together and sweep clean the surrounding resources. Bro, a bit mischievous, but I like it. Huh. With Yang E around, Yang Fan need not worry about purchasing defensive structures and arrangements. A life remained easy and simple. Soon the time for the Divine Kingdom Defense War arrived. To be on the safe side, Yang Fan deliberately paused his evolution talent before class. This is just an ordinary class activity. Please do not maliciously disrupt the ecology within the Divine Kingdom. Similarly, the Defender's followers should refrain from large-scale engagement. The significance of this class activity is to help you understand how to construct a defense system for the Divine Kingdom, focusing on defensive structures, neutral creatures cultivated by the Divine Kingdom, and special environments. Before the activity began, Xiao Wang reminded once again. At this moment, he also took a special glance at Yang Fan. After all, since the latter joined Class 1, he had caused quite a few troubles for himself. Yes, teacher. Everyone responded in unison. Xiao Wang nodded, and then issued instructions to the Federal Intelligent Life. Soon Yang Fan's inbox received a new message. Class 1 Student, Divine Kingdom Virtual Coordinates. Luo Bing 1224-649-796-6 One-time virtual coordinate. Li Tianheng 4687-946-7976 One-time virtual coordinate. Yang Fan. On the other side in the school's academic office, Xiao Wang was sitting with Yang Wanli observing this class activity. Yang Wanli glanced at Xiao Wang and said, "Is Yang Fan really as strong as you say? This kid is quite hidden. Through this activity, you will get to see the strength of our Class 1 seed candidates. Isn't the Divine Kingdom Defense War a friendly match? How can it test strength?" Yang Wanli asked, puzzled. Xiao Wang shook his head, signaling him to keep watching. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Kingdom Defense War involved classmates attacking and defending each other's divine kingdoms, observing the development of others' divine kingdoms, and understanding their own shortcomings. However, Yang Fan was different. Looking at the expressions of his students, Xiao Wang understood that the number of students choosing to enter Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom to participate in the battle would certainly not be small. Under the constraints of the rules, even though the combat power that Luo Bing and Li Tianheng could deploy was limited, Class 1 had nearly 200 students. Even if only half of the classmates chose to enter Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom, that would still amount to 20 million troops. As for the safety of Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom, Xiao Wang was even less worried. Under the surveillance of the Federal Intelligent Life, the attacker's followers could not enter the core area at all, at most causing damage on the periphery. Aren't you fond of hiding? I want to see if you can still hide this time. Xiao Wang looked at the projection, feeling quite pleased. Yang Fan's consciousness had already entered his Divine Kingdom, and Yang Yi stood beside him as well. The Divine Kingdom Defense War is about to begin. Are you ready? Yang Fan asked. Rest assured, Master, with the current defensive power of the Divine Kingdom, even if divine beings were to deploy more troops, they would never break through the defense system I have set up. Yang Yi replied confidently. Then I shall wait and see. Yang Fan's face showed a curious expression. As a deity, Yang Fan naturally knew that a large number of defensive structures had been purchased within the Divine Kingdom. However, he was still unclear about the efficacy of these buildings. Taking this opportunity, he decided to let his good classmates help test the waters. Soon Yang Fan felt a spatial fluctuation in the Divine Kingdom, with two armies almost simultaneously appearing at the very edge of his Divine Kingdom. A full 400,000 troops, all second-tier beings. In addition to the follower army, the consciousness of the divine being was also floating above. The first to arrive were Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. The two exchanged glances, saying nothing, and simultaneously turned their attention to the massive island in the sky. What is this? Li Tianheng exclaimed in shock. It should be a wonder-type building, Luo Bing replied. They had thought Yang Fan only obtained the Wonder Spirit Peach Mountain from the midterm exam. Unexpectedly, there was another wonder in his Divine Kingdom. The rich vitality emanating from Penglai Island could be clearly felt even from their position at the very edge of the Divine Kingdom. This building was certainly extraordinary. Is this an investment from your Luo family? Li Tianheng couldn't help but ask. Luo Bing shook her head no. As Luo Hai's daughter, how could she not know what her family had invested in Yang Fan? Could it be the school? Luo Bing couldn't help but speculate. Just then more and more people arrived at Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Wow, no wonder his followers are so powerful. The environment of this divine kingdom is dozens of times better than mine. Such a rich life aura. Why is there such a huge island in the sky? Are we really from the same class? Incredible, a hidden mess. The scene instantly became lively as those students in the sky chatted with each other. In the blink of an eye, nearly 30 million followers had gathered at the edge of the divine kingdom. At a glance, the followers resembled ants. Yang Fan's actions during the midterm exam had drawn widespread ire, and now the resource collection leaderboard of the divine kingdom firmly held the first place. Naturally, everyone wanted to see how far his divine kingdom had developed. In the school's academic office, Yang Wanli's jaw had dropped so wide that a whole egg could fit inside. 2/3 of the entire class 1 has come. Is this kid really that hated? Yang Wanli complained. Though they are all low-tier followers, even a multitude of ants can take down an elephant. The pressure should be enough for him to showcase his strength. Chao Wang smiled. Within the divine kingdom, some had already begun to send troops to explore. Not far into their journey, the ground began to writhe, and the screams of the followers could be heard as over 10,000 were directly swallowed by the surface, followed by a dense cloud of poisonous smoke. Damn, that's a clever defensive structure. 1,000 Poison Swamp. 1,000 Poison Swamp is worth 2 million. Oh, why place it on the outskirts? I'm not ready yet. As the 1,000 Poison Swamp was triggered, poisonous smoke continuously escaped, and the surrounding followers began to faint in large numbers. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly ordered the followers to disperse. At the edge, no one had raised their guard, and unexpectedly, they suffered a significant loss right from the start. There's one here too. It's also the 1,000 Poison Swamp. Mine is too. Before it even began, I lost 10% of my troops. Oh, what's going on? Although these followers were not the core combat power of the divine kingdom, their value was not low. If they all perished here, many would undoubtedly feel heartbroken. Tianheng, this guy's divine kingdom is a bit sinister. How did he set up so many defensive structures on the outskirts? Li Qingzi couldn't help but say. Li Tianheng sneered. What's there to fear? As long as he's not a fool, he knows that there will be many people visiting his divine kingdom for this divine kingdom defense war. Investing heavily in defensive resources on the outskirts should be to scare us off. Exactly, my older brother is insightful. This guy is even using tactics. Li Qingzi slapped his forehead, realizing. I brought a small treasure pouch today. Oh, I must harvest more spirit plants from his divine kingdom. Ha ha, kindred spirits. Me too. Luo Bing was equally intrigued by the development of Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Along with the crowd, over 30 million human troops marched vigorously into the depths of the divine kingdom. What is that? One person suddenly exclaimed. Following the sound, 1,000 robots emerged from the dense forest. This group of humanoid robots had a metallic silver-white appearance, with each holding a submachine gun. Moving in perfect unison, they aimed their guns at the soldiers in front. Seeing this scene, Li Tianheng hurriedly said, these are patrol robots produced by the mechanical divine kingdom, made entirely of regenerative metal. Each is worth 1,000 belief points. Quickly defend with shields. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of gunfire erupted in the forest. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets fell like rain, striking the armor and producing a metallic clinking sound. In the blink of an eye, blood stained the entire land. Each robot was equipped with 1,000 rounds of ammunition, all fired within a few breaths, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of human believers present. Catch up to them. It will only take a quarter of an hour to replenish these robots' bullets, Li Tianheng commanded. As a top genius of the Li family, Li Tianheng's knowledge naturally surpassed that of others. Out of curiosity, he had once purchased a robot to patrol his divine realm, which gave him this understanding. Upon hearing this, many classmates arranged for their believers to give chase. Li Qingzi gulped and asked, Big brother, how did Yang Fan afford so many robots? The value of that group of robots that just appeared is 100 million faith points. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to cultivate our believers? So extravagant, it's truly outrageous. This is a perfect opportunity to seize everything from him, Li Tianheng sneered. Just then, gunshots echoed from afar once again. Li Qingzi seemed to sense something and darkened his expression, saying, It's my believers. There is a robot squad of 1,000 lying in ambush in the distance. All the believers I sent out have perished. Li Tianheng turned his head, his eyes filled with shock. Yang Fan is so wealthy. There's also a team over here. They are using this forest for guerrilla tactics. Yang Fan is not human. With so many resources, he doesn't use them to cultivate his own believers, but instead to defend against us. March with all our strength to the open area. One person shouted. Their soldiers were at most second-tier beings, and in terms of speed, it was difficult to catch up with these patrolling robots. At this moment, a strange phenomenon was occurring in the forest. Clearly, it was an army of millions, yet they were nothing but live targets. The enemy was exhausted while they attacked, and when the enemy chased, they fled. As soon as the ammunition was replenished, those robots would unleash a barrage at the crowd. Only a few days had passed in the Divine Realm, yet the main force had already decreased by 4 to 5 million people. As a deity, Yang Fan was well aware of everything happening outside, even while in the core of his Divine Realm. Well done, these robots are indeed a formidable weapon against lower-tier beings. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Aside from combat, the greatest function of these patrolling robots is to issue warnings. I have obtained their vision permissions should the environment of the Divine Realm deteriorate, or if external enemies invade, I will be able to understand immediately. That's why I spent 1 billion faith points to purchase them. Even if the Master breaks through to demigod status in the future, these patrolling robots can still be used. Meanwhile, Li Tianheng and the others had already exited the mountain range. Upon reaching the open plains, as soon as the patrolling robots appeared, they would be immediately discovered. Even if they could not catch up, they could position their shield soldiers for defense, greatly reducing losses. Seemingly aware of its limited role, the robots no longer appeared. Before their eyes lay a vast grassland with lush vegetation growing to half a person's height, adorned with numerous red and black flowers, while butterflies, birds, and bees danced in the air. A sense of tranquility and harmony enveloped them. Sister Bing, something feels off. With such a good environment, why are there no demon beasts? Not even antelopes or yaks, which are non-ranked wild beasts, are present. A genius from the Luo family couldn't help but ask. It wasn't just the current plains, even the mountain forest they had just passed through was the same. With fertile land and lush vegetation, it was truly strange that there were no demon beasts raised in such a good natural environment. With so many renewable resources in the Divine Realm, didn't Yang Fan utilize them? Upon hearing this, everyone showed signs of contemplation. There's a beehive. Could it be that Yang Fan's main income comes from cultivating bees and selling honey? A massive beehive was placed in an open area with countless bees buzzing in and out. One student directed their believers to approach, preparing to collect it into their treasure pouch. Just then the beehive began to shake and a swarm of bees rushed out in an instant. Just moments ago, they were ordinary yellow bees collecting nectar, but now what emerged were soldier bees, entirely black and green, each as large as a palm. Seeing this scene, Luo Bing's face changed dramatically. Quickly command the believers to flee, find the nearest river. This is a class defensive structure, the Poison Bee Queen. If the believers are stung, they will surely die. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly issued a divine decree. Although they had never heard of this structure, they dared not doubt Luo Bing's words. Due to the excessive number of believers and lack of unified command, this retreat caused numerous trampling incidents. The soldier bees swarmed in droves, attacking anyone they encountered. Those poison believers did not die immediately. Instead, they dragged their injured bodies and fled along with the main force. Luo Bing, what is the effect of this class structure, the Poison Bee Queen? Li Tianheng asked. The worker bees collect poisonous plants, condensing various toxins within the hive. Those soldier bees will carry corresponding toxins. Luo Bing explained. Li Tianheng looked at the believers who had been stung by the soldier bees still running with the group and couldn't help but say, isn't the effect rather weak? Is this really a class? Luo Bing shook his head. The Poison Bee Queen is a growth-type class defensive structure that requires the cultivation of various poisonous flowers and plants. The longer it grows, the stronger the toxicity. I see. It seems Yang Fan has not had this structure for long. Truly foolish to spend a large sum of money on a class defensive structure. Li Tianheng's lips curled into a sneer. In his eyes, Yang Fan's actions were nothing but a waste of resources. Luo Bing nodded, but a sudden ominous premonition flashed through his mind as he recalled the red and black flowers he had just seen. Arriving by a rushing river before the believers could jump in, the soldier bees had already retreated. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not continue the chase. With such a vast piece of land, Yang Fan actually uses it to raise this Poison Bee Queen. It's truly wasteful. Defensive structures basically have no resource output capability. Purchasing them is like throwing money away. Why would Yang Fan set up so many within the Divine Realm? Just to defend against us? This person must be insane. Under the restrictions of the rules, we cannot enter the core area at all. How much spiritual plant can we harvest from him? Is it really necessary? Everyone was speechless, primarily due to the excessive resistance they had encountered along the way. After all, they were still in the outer area. Just then a sudden commotion arose among the believers below. What's happening? My believers suddenly lost contact with me. Me too. It seems to be those who were stung by the soldier bees. Have they already died? Why are those people? Divine beings are unable to sense their believers, and the only situation that causes this is the death of the believer. However, at this moment a bizarre scene unfolded. The soldiers who had been stung by the soldier bees began to distort their expressions, their limbs bending at strange angles, their bones crackling, and blood flowed from their wide-open eyes. This is... Damn it, it's the zombie virus. Those bees carry the zombie virus. Yang Fan, is it really necessary? You must be insane. Li Tianheng seemed to realize something and couldn't help but curse loudly. The poisoned believers began to frantically bite their companions, one transmitting the infection to 10 to 100. Believers who did not receive instructions from their divine beings were bewildered. Why are my brothers attacking me? Should I resist? The scene instantly descended into chaos with screams and growls echoing in succession. Tianheng, are you sure this is the zombie virus? Li Qingze shivered, glancing at the followers he had brought with him, a hint of disdain in his eyes, seemingly unwilling to bring them home. For divine beings, the zombie virus is a catastrophic disaster. If carelessly infected, all followers within the divine realm could face extinction. Who among the normal people would dare to let their divine realm be contaminated by the zombie virus? Crazy. I'm done with this. These followers are yours to command. I don't want them anymore. Goodbye. From now on, I'll definitely avoid Yang Fan. That person is utterly insane. These followers are already dead. Don't get entangled with them. Let the followers jump into the river. Another person suggested. As some followers entered the river, another scream erupted. The followers submerged in the water suddenly had their faces twist in agony, their skin rotting at a visible speed. This river water is also toxic. Don't enter the river, run into the mountains. Even the divine realms of alien deities are not as disgusting as this. Yang Fan is simply toxic. He really does have a penchant for poison. How do all these defensive structures relate to poison? He even brought out the zombie virus. Is this something a normal person would touch? I've only seen it in textbooks. It said that the zombie virus is a deadly weapon for mortal followers, and only those who have broken through the Qi refinement or martial disciple realms can be completely immune, able to rapidly eliminate lower-tier populations. Yang Fan is truly a pervert. In a teaching office, Yang Wanli and Chao Wang were equally astonished. That's a corpse flower, right? He's actually cultivating corpse flowers around the poisoned bees. This kid. Chao Wang swallowed hard. A divine being daring to cultivate corpse flowers? I've truly never seen that before. The principal's vision is indeed unique. In the core of the divine realm, Yang Fan watched as the millions of inhabitants transformed into mindless zombies within just a few hours, feeling a shiver down his spine. Yang Yi, what is this zombie virus? Master, according to the rules of this divine realm, defense war, the enemy's strength won't be too high, and the zombie virus is just right to solve the problem on a large scale at once. That's not important. What I mean is my followers won't get infected one day, right? Rest assured, Master, I have isolated that area. After this divine realm defense war is over, I will sell the corpse flowers and won't increase the strength of the zombie virus any further. As the strength of the followers increases, that little virus will no longer pose a threat. Hearing this, Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His divine realm indeed had a bit too much. After this crisis, the followers brought by his classmates were less than 10,000, but most of those who remained were tiered followers, not weak in strength. Before everyone could catch their breath, a gunshot rang out again from behind them. Is this ever going to end? A class event feels like a professional competition. Li Qingze cursed under his breath. His followers had just managed to catch their breath in the woods, and now these patrolling robots appeared again. Luo Bing turned to look deep into the forest and calmly said, "The life force in this direction is the most intense. Oh, let's head this way." Sister Bing, what about these robots? Our followers' strength is too weak to catch up. Focus on defense. No need to pursue, Luo Bing said. That's settled. With so many defensive structures, I want to see what good things Yang Fan really has. Li Tianheng nodded in agreement. Continuing forward, every so often Luo Bing and the others encountered defensive structures. They had long since grown numb to this. After the incident with the zombie virus, everyone was no longer prepared to bring this batch of followers back. If they die, they die. Since that's the case, they might as well take this opportunity to probe into Yang Fan's secrets. Having walked over 10,000 kilometers, their forces had dwindled to 400,000. Feeling the rich vitality emanating from the forest before them, Luo Bing and the others looked utterly astonished. What kind of structures are arranged inside? The life force seemed almost tangible. Li Tianheng couldn't help but say, "It seems like the moon wells and sun springs." Luo Bing expressed some doubt. Sister Bing, I estimate there are grade structures with similar effects. How many moon wells would need to be arranged to create such a rich life force? No one would be foolish enough to make so many low-return investments. Let's take a look and we'll know, Li Tianheng said nonchalantly, ordering the followers to step into the forest first. As they ventured deeper, the life force grew even denser, and even the faces of the tired followers improved noticeably. It really is a moon well and a sun spring. He bought a lot. One exclaimed. Looking around, the densely packed structures were interspersed, and they could not see the end. Just the moon wells and sun springs before them alone were worth at least 100 million. What on earth is he doing? Why is he buying so many low-yield resource structures? Luo Bing expressed confusion. I'll first take these things away for the classmates still here. We'll split it evenly after we get out. Li Chengze smiled with satisfaction. He had suffered quite a bit at Yang Fan's hands, and now that he finally saw valuable structures, he naturally did not want to miss out. As the followers approached the moon, while suddenly an arrow shot from the distance, landing a foot in front of the followers. Humans from the outside, stay away from here, or don't blame us for being rude. The voice came from within the forest. In the blink of an eye, a number of small elves clad in green appeared atop the towering ancient trees, drawing bows and preparing to attack. The Elven clan. He is cultivating the elven ancient trees. Luo Bing exclaimed in surprise. At this moment her eyes were filled with admiration. Cultivating elven ancient trees requires a tremendous amount of time, and results cannot be seen in the short term. Divine beings have a maximum lifespan of only 500 years. At most they can cultivate elven ancient trees that are 10,000 years old. These elves can only be considered dependents of the divine realm and cannot bring direct benefits like followers. Investing heavily in cultivating elven ancient trees from a divine being is debatable in terms of correctness, but Luo Bing truly admired Yang Fan's long-term vision and boldness. If it were her, she would never dare to spend such a hefty price to cultivate elven ancient tree seedlings. Looking at the thousands of small elves standing on the towering ancient trees, Li Tianheng and the others were completely unperturbed. The newly born small elves are all mortals. Even if they are tiered beings, what difference does it make? The disparity in military strength is too great. The pressure from the elves before them was even less than that from the robots. Take action, grab these buildings, and leave immediately. This environment is not conducive for combat, Li Tianheng arranged. Li Chengze nodded, just about to strike, when a thick vine suddenly whipped in from a distance. Bang! The massive vine smashed against the shield, the terrifying force directly, sending nearly 1,000 people flying. This is a crate defensive building, a tree demon. I don't know how many there are. This is a bit troublesome. Foolish humans, since you don't want to leave, then stay. Become nutrients for the forest. The elven clan simultaneously released their arrows, which accurately struck the unprotected eyes. The elven tribe comprises expert archers, each arrow striking at the enemy's most vulnerable point, with not a single shot wasted. Shield defense form groups of 5 and seize the opportunity. Li Chengze began to issue divine orders to command the battle. Before the followers could approach the moon, while the mountains in the area started to tremble and countless roots burst forth from the ground, ensnaring the soldiers' ankles and pulling them into the earth. In the depths of the forest, a massive ancient tree the size of a small mountain slowly began to move outward. Upon identifying the source of the disturbance, Li Tianheng instantly activated his blood frenzy talent. With blood frenzy activated, retreat immediately. Escape as far as you can. This is a class defensive structure, the Tree Demon King. Even a Foundation establishment follower may not be its match. There is no point in relying on numerical superiority. Li Tianheng explained loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly lowered their divine orders, directing the followers to flee. Where do the invaders think they're going? Die. The Tree Demon King surprisingly spoke in human language as countless roots and vines converged from all directions. Help! My God, save me. It hurts so much. The followers below cried out in agony. The strength of those vines was immense, completely shattering their armor and bones. In the aftermath of the battle, fewer than 1 million followers remained. After the fight concluded, the elven tribe in the depths of the forest bowed to the Tree Demon King, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Tree Demon. I like this place. Let us work together to protect our home." As the Tree Demon King finished speaking, its massive body began to slowly move deeper into the forest. Outside the forest, the expressions of the crowd were equally remarkable, even bordering on disbelief. Brother Tianheng, how much is the Tree Demon King worth? Li Chengze looked at his remaining troops, asking curiously. Such a powerful defensive structure felt like a dimensional strike against them, now comparable to the strength of a Foundation establishment. 5 billion faith points. Li Tianheng took a deep breath. Upon hearing this, the students present felt a mix of admiration for Yang Fan's resources and speechlessness. A divine being, and still a high school student, encountering an invasion was nearly impossible. What was the purpose of placing such a defensive structure in the divine realm? With 5 billion faith points, so many resources could be purchased to enhance the follower's strength, or it could be a long-term investment to increase passive income. The least advisable option was to purchase defensive structures. Oh, one might think you were preparing for a divine realm war. Li Tianheng turned to Luo Bing and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "I'm not interested in robbing classmates of their divine realm assets. I'm just curious about how far his divine realm has developed," Luo Bing said, eyeing the core of Yang Fan's divine realm, feeling somewhat intrigued. "With the Tree Demon King present, we cannot advance." Li Tianheng shook his head. "Isn't it better to go around?" Luo Bing pointed to the grass surrounding the forest. "The journey would take at least 3 to 4 times longer, and the defensive structures along the way. What if the followers perish?" They're just second-tier beings. Do you really care about them? Luo Bing said coldly. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Sister Bing is right. After that encounter with the venomous bees, I wasn't planning to take these followers back to my divine realm anyway. Might as well let them expend their last efforts. I'm also curious just how far ahead Yang Fan is compared to me. I used to think of Yang Fan as a despicable person with no standing, but his strength is surprisingly formidable. Indeed, a leaf can obscure one's vision. After witnessing the dangers of Yang Fan's divine realm, everyone's evaluation of him rose a level. Indeed, as long as one is strong enough, great scholars will argue on your behalf. Even the negative perceptions held by those who had previously taken the midterm exams faded significantly. Let's go and take a look together, Li Tianheng said, filled with fighting spirit. At the core of the divine realm, Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, can the Tree Demon King fight alongside my followers? No, although the Tree Demon King is classified as a defensive structure, is actually a neutral being. When placed in a suitable environment, it can automatically defend the divine realm. However, it has no allegiance. Even its own followers would be attacked if they entered that forest. No wonder it's so powerful, yet only requires 5 billion faith points. Yang Fan sighed. The power displayed by the Tree Demon King, if unleashed within the confines of the technology city, would likely sweep away all his followers. Report to the master, given the current state of the divine realm, there is actually no need to purchase too many defensive structures. Due to the excessive funds provided by the master, I can only plan from a long-term perspective, purchasing more expensive buildings. Understood. Next is this final behemoth. Yang Fan looked at the newly installed massive turret atop the class destroyer cannon from a second-tier mechanical divine realm. Immobile, requires a month to charge a single shot, is capable of obliterating a city. Its value is 20 billion faith points. Sensing that Li Tianheng and others were still cautiously advancing, Yang Fan directly removed the defensive structures along the way to hasten their progress. As they progressed without the threat of defensive structures, Li Tianheng and others moved much faster. Within less than a month, they circumvented the elven forest with a clear view of the technology city. The massive technology city spanned north to south, its end invisible to the naked eye. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Punlai Island was shrouded in celestial aura resembling a fairyland. Directly below was the shimmering silver light emitting flowing technology city. Li Tianheng turned to glance back at the deep and tranquil forest, then at the modern metropolitan landscape before him. A sense of discord welled within him. Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, what path is Yang Fan really taking? Is he preparing to pursue a mechanical direction? A voice emerged from the crowd. Divinities following the mechanical route are exceedingly rare, and most originate from large cities, as this path consumes immense resources. It's difficult for ordinary people, and even prominent families like the Luo clan, to support their prodigies on this path. Luo Bing explained, it's just a city. The cities produced by mechanical divine realms offer excellent living conditions for followers, significantly enhancing their birth rates. As a talented member of the Luo clan, Luo Bing naturally had a more rational perspective. Her divine realm also housed a technology city, though it was much smaller than Yang Fan's. Despite being a first-class genius of the Luo clan, with monthly family subsidies and additional support from her father, her recent experiences made Luo Bing feel that Yang Fan seemed far wealthier than herself. Where on earth did this guy get so much funding? Luo Bing was filled with curiosity. At the administrative office of the first high school, Chao Wang finally seemed more spirited. Director Yang, war is finally upon us, but it's a pity that Li Tianheng and his troops have suffered too many losses. Even with the enhancement of blood frenzy, it might not be enough. We can't put too much pressure on Yang Fan. Chao Wang lamented. Yang Wanli chuckled. This kid is a bit intriguing. I want to see the overall strength of his followers. Yang Fan also noticed the situation outside the city within the divine realm. Let's begin. Let me witness the power of the annihilation cannon, Yang Fan commanded. Under Yang Fan's order, the massive cannon began to turn. What is this? Is Yang Fan not planning to engage us in battle? Li Tianheng looked at the enormous annihilation cannon, a puzzled expression on his face. Luo Bing sighed softly and said, let's go. This is pointless. What do you mean? Without answering, Luo Bing's consciousness had already departed from this place. Countless energy patterns converged at the core of the cannon. The annihilation cannon activated. In the next instant, a blinding beam of light tore through the sky, heading straight for the location of the believers. All the believers didn't even have time to scream before they were instantaneously obliterated in the extreme energy. 1,000,000 souls evaporated in the blink of an eye. As the light faded, the earth was irrevocably altered. The once solid ground had been blasted into a massive deep pit, the edges molten and still radiating residual heat. The entire world fell into a deathly silence after that cannon fired. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianheng and the others had their mouths agape, wanting to speak, but unable to. Is it really necessary? Who is this show of power directed at? Yang Fan, you are impressive. Li Tianheng snorted coldly, and his consciousness then left this place. Everyone gazed at the massive island in the sky, the boundless technological city, and the terrifying annihilation cannon, their faces unable to hide their envy. Looking at the spot where the believers had just vanished, some felt a pang of regret. The annual Divine Realm Defense War was usually just a formality, with everyone tentatively engaging, unlike this instance resulting in total annihilation. In the administrative office of the high school, Yang Wanli was both amused and exasperated, saying, "Is this what you wanted to show me? The pressure is indeed great, but the target is wrong." Chao Wang's expression darkened upon hearing this. Who would have known that this kid was so well prepared? The cost of these defensive structures alone must be nearing 10 billion. No ordinary demigod would be this extravagant. Interesting, truly interesting. A student who catches the principal's attention is indeed remarkable. Yang Wanli revised his opinion. After the class activities for the Divine Realm Defense War concluded, Yang Fan suddenly discovered he had received a message. Group leader Luo Bing invites you to join the Genius Exchange Group. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised hadn't he been kicked out by Li Tianheng. Upon clicking agree, Yang Fan returned to the group chat. "Welcome, Brother Yang. Brother Yang is amazing. That was the annihilation cannon, right? I looked it up. It has a market value of 2 billion. That's quite generous. Are you planning to cultivate the elven ancestor tree? Isn't the investment cycle a bit long?" Yang Fan: "Let bygones be bygones. Let's laugh off past grievances. Just remember not to bring the zombie virus when you visit. I'm really scared." Yang Fan. As soon as Yang Fan agreed to join, he was met with a flurry of messages. Suddenly, he had transformed from the despised rat everyone wanted to hit to Brother Yang in the eyes of others. The rapid switch in identity left Yang Fan feeling somewhat unsettled. People are so realistic. Offend a powerful individual, and a pack of sycophants rushes in to take a jab at you. Now that he had become a powerhouse, these same individuals began to proactively build connections. Just a crowd of rabble. After casually agreeing with a few comments in the group, Yang Fan turned on the message "Do Not Disturb" and continued his luxurious life in the presidential suite of Tianxiang. On the eve of the college entrance examination, the resource collection rankings were finally determined. Yang Fan 85, 7 billion points. Luo Bing 67, 92 billion points. Li Tianheng 66, 94 billion points. With the assessment concluded, Yang Fan's believers were forcibly removed from the alien divine realm. He had successfully achieved first place. I wonder what kind of building the school will reward me with this time. Yang Fan felt some anticipation. The Prenglai Island awarded by the school had drastically transformed his divine realm. Yang Fan's consciousness entered the divine realm, and specific information appeared before his eyes. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent slight. Believers tier 5 beings, 46 tier 4 beings, 53274 tier 3 beings 2. 25 million tier 2 beings 10. 3 million tier 1 beings 25. 7 million mortals 11. 7 million. Dependents little elves 22718. Techniques Changchun Gong. Locking Heaven Array, A-Rank, Great Accomplishment Annihilation Array, A-Rank, Great Accomplishment Mystic Turtle Annihilation Array Drank Entry. Faith Points, 37. 9 billion daily faith points provided 795. 8. Buildings Moon Wells, X200 Sun Springs, X200 Brank, Building Monkey Wine Spring, X100 Brank, Baichao Spirit Pivot Academy Special Life, Building Elven Ancestor, Tree 1000 Years Nurturing Little Elves Special Building Enlightenment Stone. Brank Defensive Building Poison, Bee Queen Brank Defensive Building, Tree Demon King Brank Defensive Building Annihilation Cannon, Crank 1000 Poisons, Swamp X50, Patrol Robots, X1000. Wonders Plenglai Island Arranged Spirit Peach Mountain Arranged. Assets Tai Sui X610, Small Mineral Veins, Various Spirit Fruits, Various Medicinal Herbs, Drank Weapons, E-Rank Weapons, Frank Weapons. The explosive growth phase of the believer's strength had ended. Under the tenfold evolution talent, the faces of even the tier 5 beings had completely changed over the past 400 to 500 years. Without transcending into the Tao and breaking through to refined Qi, even tier 5 beings only had a lifespan of around 400 years. Currently, the high-tier believers in Yang Fan's divine realm were in a state of dynamic change, either dying due to depleted lifespans or diseases, but at the same time new believers were breaking through in strength to fill the gaps. The overall strength of the believers was in a slow growth process. Yang Fan was not anxious. The development of the divine realm needed resources and opportunities, but more importantly, time itself. During this time, aside from the divine realm's own income, Yang Heir had already sold all the resources he collected in the alien divine realm. About 7 days ago, the loan from Elephant borrowed was fully repaid. With Yang Fan's current income, he was not short on funds and had no urgent need to seek high-yield investments in the divine realm. Because he intended to cultivate the elven race under Yang Yi's suggestion, he purchased quite a few moon wells and sun springs. Yang Fan could sense that as the life force within the divine realm grew denser, the growth rate of the elven ancestor tree increased significantly. It might not even take 100,000 years to mature. As the qualifications of the believers improved, it was no surprise that the rank formation annihilation array and locking heaven array had both reached the realm of great accomplishment. Yang Fan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Before the college entrance exam, he had to participate in a simulated battle for the divine realm. Firstly, for the benefit of the Luo family, over 10 billion faith points should not be taken for granted. Secondly, he wanted to aim for the top 10,000 in the Yang County simulated battle. After researching the enrollment guidelines of various universities during this time, Yang Fan discovered that the Divine Realm simulated battle was a significant bonus. There were even records of students from Yang County No. 1 high school breaking into the top 10,000 in the simulated battle, ultimately taking a special recruitment path to join the Starry Sky Academy. Compared to the faith point subsidies from the Luo family, Yang Fan valued the additional benefits even more. University is a springboard. Since there's an opportunity, he naturally wants to strive for the best. For this college entrance examination, Yang Fan's goal was the 2 strongest universities in the Federation. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This saying is the kind of motivational nonsense those inferior schools tell you to recruit students. Given my current strength, what are the odds of entering the top 10,000 in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle? Yang Fan inquired tentatively. Reporting to you, Master, the information regarding the Divine Kingdom simulation battle is a top secret of the federal government, and relying solely on the information leaked online cannot provide a substantial data reference. A high school student managing to comprehend an A-level formation to the perfection stage is quite rare, even in large cities. Given that Yang County is relatively remote, there is a fair chance with your current strength, Master. Yang Air provided his judgment from another perspective. Yang Fan nodded and instructed, help me filter out the strongest 10,000 elite soldiers. Based on the current comprehensive situation, I suggest you purchase 10,000 sets of level weapons. The overall combat power of the army will increase by about 60%. Yang Air added. Yang Fan's eyes lit up. With ample funds at his disposal, since his followers' own strength was insufficient, he might as well leverage external power. Level weapons are indeed the war supplies of the gods. Currently, the strongest beings in his divine kingdom are only 5th tier. Equipping 10,000 sets of level weapons would certainly be quite extraordinary. What is the price? 10,000 sets of level weapons have a current market value of 20 billion. Returning to reality, Yang Fan immediately donned the virtual helmet and entered the Luo family's base. Having added Luo Taidi's contact information previously, Yang Fan sent a message, and the other party promptly provided the coordinates. Yang the genius has recently become quite renowned, consecutively ranking 1st in the senior year, with an immeasurable future ahead. Luo Taidi, robust and broad-shouldered, moved with surprising agility, spinning around 360 degrees before enveloping him in a tight embrace. Cough, cough. Yang Fan coughed a few times. The other party's excessive enthusiasm made it somewhat difficult for him to accept. During this time, Yang Fan had been enjoying the softness of beautiful women in Tianxiang realm, and suddenly being embraced by a 300 to 400 pound person made him shiver. I want to purchase weapons. Yang Fan casually pushed the other party away. With the college entrance examination approaching, many of the younger members of the Luo family are asking me to order weapons, but I have been keeping a set reserved for you privately. Come sit down and talk. I have some excellent Longjing tea. Luo Taitai's face was beaming with smiles. Little brother Yang, may I ask what level of weapons you need, and how many sets? Luo Taitai took a sip of tea. Yang Fan replied, level weapons 10,000 sets. Luo Taitai spat out the tea, looking at Yang Fan as if he had misheard, and asked, what level again? Level? No way have you broken through to demigod. As soon as Luo Taitai's words left his mouth, he wished he could slap himself. What a foolish question to ask. The other party is just a high school student, considering everything. He has only awakened the divine kingdom for a year. A breakthrough to demigod in a year. Ridiculous. No, Yang Fan shook his head. Don't mind me, brother. I'm just curious. You don't even have any followers at the Qi refining stage. What do you need so many level weapons for? To participate in the divine kingdom simulation battle, Yang Fan replied honestly. You know the market price for level weapons, right? Of course, about 20 billion for 10,000 sets. These are consumables for war. Are you sure you want to invest so much capital in purchasing weapons? Luo Taitai couldn't help but remind him again. Yang Fan nodded seriously. To others it might seem like a resource misallocation, but given that Yang Fan was earning quite a lot now, 20 billion faith points was merely his weekly earnings. Cough, cough. Luo Taidai cleared his throat and continued. I have stock of what you want, but unlike those low-tier weapons, I can give you a maximum of a 95 discount. Before Yang Fan could respond, Luo Taidai continued to explain, "It's not that I'm stingy, the cost of level and above weapons is very high. Even when gods from the clan purchase them from me, I mostly offer a 95% discount as a courtesy. There are forging establishments produced by the Mechanical Divine Kingdom, such as the Spirit Weapon Workshop and the Heavenly Artifact Pavilion. With these establishments, weapons of level and below can be mass-produced, but level weapons are different. Not only do they require high grade or to be smelted, but simple formations must also be inscribed inside the weapons. Level and above weapons must be personally forged by a blacksmith. Our Divine Kingdom has fewer than 10,000 blacksmiths, and the total number of people in the Luo family engaged in the forging business is insufficient to meet the consumption needs of our own gods. This item is guaranteed to sell out quickly." Yang Fan expressed understanding and directly transferred 19 billion faith points to Luo Taitai's Divine Kingdom. Such generosity. Among the young generation of the Luo family, you and Miss Luo Bing are probably the only ones willing to spend like this. Luo Taitai sighed. Did Luo Bing also purchase level weapons? She has similar thoughts, aiming to improve her ranking in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. However, if you wish to claim the first position within the Luo family, you might be disappointed. Currently, Luo Bing already has over 8,000 points. Luo Taitai took out a card containing the prepared supplies and handed it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan thanked him and left the Luo family's base. In the future, participating in real Divine Kingdom wars will undoubtedly result in astronomical consumption of weapons. Once I become a demigod and have followers at the Qi refining stage, I must also cultivate my own blacksmiths, Yang Fan silently resolved. To inscribe formations into weapons, at the very least followers at the Qi refining stage are required, which explains why level and above weapons are so expensive. With a thought, Yang Fan opened the leaderboard for the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battle. First place, Luo Bing, First Class Genius, 8,761 points, win rate 53. 2. Second place, Luo Hen, First Class Genius, 8,110 points, win rate 54. 5. 72nd place, Yang Fan, Second Class Genius, 1,244 points, win rate 92. 5. By the eve of the college entrance examination, all the geniuses were striving for points, and Yang Fan's rank had dropped to 72. After loading the level weapons into the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan promptly initiated the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. 46 fifth-tier beings, 9,954 fourth-tier beings, all equipped with complete sets of level weapons. This is Yang Fan's strongest army at the moment. Identity Divine Beings, number of followers 10,000 meets the requirements for simulation battle. Do you wish to start matching? Start. Matching initiated. Match successful. Random battle scene. Volcano battle begins. As the intelligent life prompt echoed, Yang Fan immediately spotted the opposing followers. However, there were dozens of third-tier followers. Faced with such a setup, Yang Fan couldn't even muster the slightest interest. In just a few breaths, relying on overwhelming combat power, he swiftly annihilated the opponent. In a distant star domain, within a commercial residence, a man removed his virtual helmet. Every time I win a few matches in a row, they match me, with such monsters breaking my winning streak. Disgusting. In reality, Yang Fan had not participated in the simulation battle for just a few months, but for him, who possessed evolutionary talents the Divine Kingdom had already developed for over 1,000 years. With his current points and Yang Fan's strength, it was mostly a crushing state, sweeping through effortlessly. 2,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 7,000 points. Yang Fan had won consecutively for 300 matches. The points had increased from just 10 per match at the start to now 100. All followers eliminated. Battle concluded. Federal Citizen Yang Fan points 104, current points 7,542, win rate 98. 8. Do you wish to continue the simulation battle? Continue. Scene generation in progress. Grassland. Battle begins. As the environment changed once more, Yang Fan's consciousness floated above the followers, observing the enemy's army. His expression finally turned serious. 45th-tier beings, the rest are all 4th-tier, and like Yang Fan, they are all equipped with complete sets of level weapons. After numerous battles, Yang Fan had come to understand the ranking mechanism of the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. When he achieved a streak of victories, he would face opponents whose strength far exceeded his current score. If he could win, the reward points from subsequent battles would significantly increase. This matchmaking system was clearly designed for those striving to earn points, otherwise the slow accumulation of points would be inefficient. Setting up the locking heaven formation, all the followers stood ready. As the two armies clashed, Yang Fan's forces swiftly suppressed the enemy. While their strength is formidable and their equipment good, their understanding of formations is lacking. They should be high school students like me, but I wonder which genius they are. Yang Fan assessed in his heart. The Divine Kingdom simulation battle had no age restrictions. After so many battles, Yang Fan had encountered opponents who had mastered a-level formations, yet they had still lost to him due to their inferior strength and weapons. Upon reaching over 7,000 points, many opponents had comprehended formations at a mature level. The situation with the enemy clearly indicated they were high school students who had recently awakened their divine kingdom. Understanding formations relies not only on the follower's innate qualities, but more importantly on time. If it weren't for Yang Fan's talent for evolution, even the most basic 10,000 spirits return formation would not have reached maturity in just 1 year. Before long, the enemy formation was broken and 1,000 followers were slaughtered. Battle concluded. Points 201, current score 7,746, win rate 98. 9. Continue matchmaking. Continue. In the outside world, the various families of the Luo clan were in an uproar. Yang Fan, an outsider genius, had now broken into the top 10 of the clan. Having been stagnant in the rankings for so long, I nearly forgot about this person. I didn't expect him to have such a big breakthrough. A genius who can enter the top 10 each year is virtually guaranteed to become a deity if they do not fall. Luo Changfeng is lucky. He really brought a remarkable individual to our Luo family. Stop hiding at home laughing and come out to speak. Luo Changfeng. At this moment, Luo Changfeng was in the virtual world office watching the Luo clan rankings projected on the wall. Beside him sat Luo Ro, who was already showing signs of pregnancy. Well, with my granddaughter's husband's strength, I'm eager to see what you two can say. Luo Xian and your wife, Luo Changfeng said proudly. Grandfather, is my husband really that impressive? Luo Ro gazed at Yang Fan's 8th place achievement, feeling somewhat dazed. She once thought Yang Fan was a good for nothing, but now it seemed she had overestimated herself. Xiao Fan has achieved 300 consecutive wins. At this rate, if he wins a few more matches, that girl Luo Bing might be left behind. Luo Changfeng laughed heartily. Luo Ro exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean he might have a chance to enter the top 10,000 of the county? Luo Changfeng's expression turned somewhat serious upon hearing this. That might be very difficult. After reaching a score of 10,000, the opponents he faces will mostly be old geezers who have lived for 300 to 400 years. Xiao Fan has talent, but he has only awakened his divine kingdom for about a year. The gap is too vast. It's been over a decade since a high school student broke into the top 10,000. Back when Luo Bing awakened her ice spirit root, she also made bold claims aiming for this goal, yet it seems the gap is still great. Just maintain a calm mindset. With Xiao Fan's current achievements, securing investment as a top talent of the Luo family is virtually assured. Once he reaches university, he might surpass even me, his grandfather, in the future. Luo Changfeng was quite pleased. His children had all died in battles for the family, and his only granddaughter's divine kingdom was damaged, leaving her life in peril. He never expected that his granddaughter's husband would possess such talent. Yang Fan's points continued to soar: 8,000, 8,300, 8,500. Thanks to his streak of victories, his score quickly reached 9,341. Rank 1 Yang Fan, second tier, genius points 9,341, win rate 99. Rank 2 Luo Bing, first tier, genius points 8,761, win rate 53. 2. Rank 3 Luo Hen, first tier, genius points 8,110, win rate 54. 5. Luo Bing looked at the current leaderboard, her formerly cold and proud demeanor finally showing signs of change. Rank 1 Yang Fan, second tier, genius points 9,341, win rate 99. Rank 2 Luo Bing, first tier, genius points 8,700. She had never regarded the younger generation of the county with any seriousness, and she even claimed she would enter the top 10,000 of the Divine Kingdom simulation battle during high school, aiming for the Xingqiong Academy. Her dreams were grand, but reality was harsh. It wasn't until she neared graduation that Luo Bing truly understood the difficulties involved. Even as a first-tier genius of the Luo family, with her father a third-tier deity supporting her, she had resources far exceeding her peers. However, the Divine Kingdom's development time was too short, and her understanding of formations still could not match that of the older generation. After reaching over 8,000 points, progress became exceedingly difficult. But at this moment, what did Luo Bing see? Yang Fan actually had a chance to achieve her goal. As the score increased, the strength of the opponents rose exponentially, yet Yang Fan's win rate was an impressive 99. What does this signify? It indicates that the opponent has been on a continuous winning streak, and their true strength is far beyond what it appears. Perhaps you have a chance to enter the top 10,000. Luo Bing gazed at the constantly fluctuating points on the leaderboard, murmuring to herself. In the Divine Kingdom simulation battle space. Battle concluded. Points 307, current score 9,832, win rate 99. 1. Continue matchmaking. Hearing the prompt, Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief. In this battle, he had lost as many as 60% of his soldiers. Had he not followed Yang Er's advice to purchase tire weapons, his winning streak might have ended here. Continue. As the space evolved, the environment around Yang Fan transformed into a mountain range. Upon seeing the enemies, Yang Fan was left dumbstruck. The enemy's followers were not strong, with all 10,000 of them being third-tier beings, yet their equipment was exceptionally bizarre. Every follower was clad from head to toe in silver-white armor, equipped uniformly with thrusters on their backs, wielding laser-long swords rather than the commonly seen iron weapons on the market. Despite their weak cultivation, they could match him. Yang Fan did not dare to be careless and ordered his followers to set up the locking heaven formation and enter a defensive stance. Since he did not understand the depth of the enemy, the best approach was to adopt a defensive posture instead of attacking. Just then, the enemy's followers, holding swords in their right hands uniformly, took out metallic barrel-like objects from their pockets with their left hands. What the hell? Yang Fan was puzzled when countless bullets shot out directly from the metallic barrels. Damn, this guy is a deity of the mechanical path. Yang Fan was utterly shocked. The number of deities who followed the mechanical path was exceedingly rare. There were 2,000 seniors in the third year of high school, yet not a single one followed the mechanical path. This was the first time Yang Fan encountered a mechanical deity. Countless bullets rained down upon Yang Fan's army. Bang, 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 bang. The frontline followers had already raised their shields, blocking 90% of the bullets. It's worth noting that the shield bearers at the front were followers who had trained in the indestructible steel body technique, possessing formidable physical strength. Even so, the bullets that skimmed past the shields pierced through their bodies directly. The bullets seemed endless, coming in dense waves, not giving them a moment to breathe. This is too shameless. Shield bearers, protect us, charge forward with the whole army. Yang Fan commanded. Unlike the patrolling robots of his divine nation, the weapons in the hands of the enemy were clearly of a higher caliber. In just this short period, they had already lost hundreds of men. If they continued to stay in place, they would only end up as lambs to the slaughter. As they advanced to a position about 100 meters away, the enemy retracted their gun barrel and charged forward, wielding a laser sword. Demon Extermination Formation, prepare for battle. The formation was adjusted, shifting from offense to defense. As the two armies clashed, the scene before Yang Fan was simply unbelievable. Every time the enemy's weapons made contact with his soldiers, they unleashed a powerful electric current, causing even fifth-tier beings to pause momentarily. The most terrifying aspect was that no matter how his soldiers attacked, they could not hit the enemy. In such a complex battlefield, the enemy soldiers showed no unnecessary movements. Their speed was far beyond that of a third-tier being. This was nothing less than a one-sided massacre. Clearly his followers were stronger, yet throughout the battle the enemy suffered no losses while completely annihilating his followers. Battle ended. Score 1, current score 9,340, win rate 98. 5. Continue matching. Yang Fan's followers had already been revived, but he did not rush to start. Instead, he contemplated internally. Yang E, what's up with their weapons? Reporting to the master, these are non-mass-produced, fully automated equipment from the mechanical divine nation, equipped with intelligent chips capable of autonomously dodging, defending, and attacking. Just now the master was actually fighting against the equipment. Isn't that unfair? It can be done like this. Yang Fan was utterly speechless. That battle was simply a dimensional suppression. Even though his soldiers had comprehended the perfected formation, they were still like fish on a chopping board, easily slaughtered. In the Divine Nation simulation battle, only identity and the number of soldiers are restricted. Any level of weapons will be projected into the simulation space. Moreover, the mechanical Divine Nation's core advantage lies in its weaponry and intelligent control, so the enemy is not violating any rules. Can I buy these weapons? Yes, but each set costs 100 million faith points and current funds are severely insufficient. Moreover, without equipping a mechanical heart, the combat power will be significantly reduced. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's eyelids twitched violently. The total value of the enemy's weapons reached a staggering trillion. No wonder he lost so badly. It was as if he was crushed by money. Forget it, with this matching mechanism in place, I can't always win. I need to keep going. Yang Fan thought to himself. Over 9,000 points were not his limit. He couldn't possibly encounter such monsters every time. This time Yang Fan's goal was to enter the top 10,000 in Yang County. As the simulation battle matching continued, Yang Fan watched his score fluctuate, continuously feeling a bit tense. Currently, the score for the 10,000th place in Yang County's Divine Nation simulation battle was 10,240. As long as he surpassed that, he would achieve his goal. After winning 10 matches in a row and losing one, his score broke 10,000 and his win rate dropped to 94. 2. Winning 8 matches in a row and losing one brought his score to 10,124 and the win rate fell to 89. 1. Winning 5 matches in a row and losing one resulted in a score of 10,200 and a win rate of 83. 1. Wins 3 and loses 1, wins 4 and loses 1, wins 2 and loses 1. Clearly his opponents were divine beings from the entire human race. But it seemed that fate was playing a joke on Yang Fan. His score was just near the 10,000th place. He had failed to break through for several consecutive attempts. Continue, even if it's just by luck, I still want to squeeze, and Yang Fan took a deep breath. If he could enter the top 10,000 in Yang County, then he would have a chance for direct admission. No matter what, Yang Fan was determined to fight for it. Score 1, the score 2, score 1. Battle ended, score 2, current score 10,241, win rate 63. 2. Hearing this announcement, Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The enemies he encountered were all extraordinarily powerful, and each battle was fraught with peril. However, fortunately, he had finally squeezed into the top 10,000. Citizen Yang Fan, as a high school student, has entered the top 10,000 of the local Divine Nation Simulation Battle Leaderboard. The record has been saved. Congratulations, Citizen Yang Fan, your status has been elevated, classified as a prodigy of the human race. Congratulations, Citizen Yang Fan, your mall permissions have been increased, information permissions have been enhanced, and security permissions have been boosted. Based on existing information, the highest intelligent life of the Federation has determined a special reward and a level resource type building, Spiritual Pulse. This building holds immense value and has already been classified for confidentiality. According to the comprehensive evaluation by Intelligent Life, Citizen Yang Fan has met the criteria for exemption from college entrance exams, and the Taichu Academy extends an invitation to you. The staff of Taichu Academy will arrive in one day. Oh, please prepare for departure to study. A series of notification sounds echoed in Yang Fan's mind, leaving him completely stunned. At this moment, outside, the higher-ups of the school and even government units were in a frenzy. Oh, Intelligent Life had activated all red alarms. Senior high school student Yang Fan, Divine Nation Simulation Battle score 10,241, classified as a prodigy of the human race. Classified as a prodigy of the human race. Citizen Yang Fan, classified as a prodigy of the human race. In one day, Taichu Academy will send representatives. According to federal law, local government must fully cooperate. The news spread like wildfire among the higher-ups in Yang County. Principal Hong, what's going on? A genius has emerged from the first high school, and as the county chief, I only found out through the reminder of the Federation's Intelligent Life. In the virtual world, a man dressed in a suit with meticulously combed hair looked somewhat disgruntled. This man was the county chief of Yang County, a third-tier deity known for rarely showing his face, Wang Yun. Old Wang, don't blame me, who I only found out just now too. This guy jumped from over 1,000 points to over 10,000. Who could have predicted that? You didn't nurture such a genius beforehand? Wang Yun asked with some suspicion. After the midterm exams, I had my eye on this person and invested in a wonder building for him. I haven't paid much attention since then. We've known each other for so many years, or would I lie to you? Then what do you suggest we do now? Taichu Academy is already poaching talent. If the higher-ups ask, how do we explain this? Wang Yun couldn't help but rub his temples. Yang County belongs to the sphere of influence of Tiannan City, and that mayor graduated from Xinqiang Academy. According to normal logic, if a prodigy emerges, they should be recommended to Xinqiang Academy. After all, prodigies are coveted treasures up there. Yet now Yang Fan suddenly breaking into the top 10,000 directly alerted the highest intelligent life of the Federation, and the Federation allocated the quota to Taichu Academy. Although both belong to the human race, Taichu Academy and Xinqiang Academy are in competition. Originally, recommending a human prodigy would earn them a reward, but now that someone else snatched it, they might not only lose the reward, but also face punishment from above. To be honest, Hong Bing sighed. You are also the deputy county head, and you bear the greatest responsibility. You'll have to take the heat for this. You? In the virtual world, the Lu family stronghold was in a similar uproar. Luo Chengfeng stood up, pointing angrily at Luo Xian's nose, and scolded. Luo Xian, do you have no shame? The conflicts of the younger generation have escalated to a family meeting, and for the sake of your useless son, you disregard all rules, don't you? A first-class genius requires abundant resources. If he were a Luo, I would have no objections, but he is after all a Yang. Then your wife, Rao Mingming, should refrain from speaking at family meetings in the future, as she does not bear the Luo surname. That's an entirely different matter. Luo Hai rarely slammed his hand on the table with force. With a loud bang, Luo Hai stood up and said, "What kind of decorum is this? If the family wants to develop and thrive, it cannot rely on scheming against each other, but on fair, just, and transparent family rules." Yes, Patriarch. The elders responded in unison. Having awakened the Divine Kingdom for less than a year, being able to break into the top 10,000 in the simulated battle shows that Yang Fan's potential in the Divine Kingdom is boundless. Such a genius our Luo family should certainly nurture vigorously. At this point, Luo Hai looked around and declared loudly, "I announce that from now on Yang Fan will be a first class." Luo Hai's words suddenly halted his expression, changing repeatedly, and eventually, he sat back down in his chair. "Patriarch, what do you mean?" Luo Chengfeng asked, puzzled. No need for that. Elder Qingfeng, when you return to the real world, bring Yang Fan to the Luo family estate. Off. Yang Fan has been admitted to the Taichu Academy, and tomorrow he will be picked up by a special person to go to Taichu City. This is the message just given by Principal Hong. It cannot be wrong. Luo Hai explained. The room went silent as the faces of the 10 or so divine beings present showed disbelief. Early admission with the Taichu Academy, sending someone to pick him up to Taichu City, contained too much information. 11 years ago, a genius from the first high school also entered the top 10,000 in the simulated battle, but that was barely sufficient to secure a recommendation to the Xinqiang Academy. Let alone early admission, before entering the school, there were a series of strict tests. The Taichu Academy cannot be foolish. Their intelligent beings must have detected something unusual. Otherwise, they would not place such importance on him rushing from Taichu City to Yang County in a single day. To be in such a hurry, how many spatial wormholes must be crossed, and the cost of resources for travel would be an astronomical figure for divine beings from such small places. Patriarch, while Yang Fan has not yet been admitted to the Taichu Academy, we should immediately sign a family contract with him. This person may very well be a stepping stone for our Luo family. An elder said with great excitement. Exactly, this child likely has hidden talents in the divine kingdom. Enough, the federal government is very strict about protecting prodigies. It do not play these little tricks. No matter what, Yang Fan is from our Luo family. With this connection, once he becomes a high-level divine, being even a little bit of his excess will be enough for us to thrive. Luo Hai said sternly. Yes, Patriarch. Elder Qingfeng, hurry to the Yang City Villa and bring him and your granddaughter back to the Luo family estate in reality. Yes. Luo Qingfeng replied and immediately disappeared from the meeting room. After everyone left, Luo Hai stood up and announced, next, I will declare 3 matters. First, the grade construction pillar in the storeroom will be generously given to Yang Fan. Secondly, withdraw 10,000 divine points from the family account as support for his living expenses at the Taichu Academy. The elders showed pained expressions but did not refute. Given Yang Fan's current situation, he is indeed worthy of the family's full investment. Second, from now on, Luo Qingfeng's granddaughter Luo Ro will be promoted to a first-class genius of the family. The Grand Elder will take my token to Tiannan City to find Master Gu He and ask for his help in resolving the issue of Luo Rao's damaged divine kingdom. In the future, no matter how talented Luo Ro and Yang Fan's children are, they will enjoy the same treatment of first-class geniuses. Luo Hai continued. Yes, I will go right after this. Thirdly, Luo Hai turned to look at Luo Xian, exuding the pressure of a third-tier divine being. Your son's name is Luo Mingxuan, correct? Patriarch, I will certainly discipline this reckless child when I return and will not allow him to appear before Yang Fan. Luo Xian said, his voice trembling slightly. Not enough. For your sake, Luo Mingxian is expelled from the Luo family. You can find a quiet place to keep him. Luo Hai concluded decisively. I will obey the Patriarch's orders. Luo Xian sighed inwardly but felt helpless. Brother Luo Xian, you and your wife should not be so sorrowful. That child Luo Mingxuan is useless anyway, just have another one. As we break through to become divine beings, our lifespans are long. How can we be troubled by these personal matters? An elder from the Luo family comforted. Exactly, compared to the interests of the family, what is more important? Do not be foolish. Many elders began to remind him. Luo Xian's face looked somewhat ugly, but he did not know how to refute. All right, the family meeting is now concluded. You may leave. Luo Hai said. After everyone left, Luo Hai composed a message and sent it to his daughter. In less than 15 minutes, Luo Bing appeared in the meeting room. At this moment, Luo Bing lowered her head, unable to hide her feelings of defeat. Defeated by your peers, are you unwilling? Luo Hai asked. I just feel a bit unwilling. Luo Bing replied. Luo Hai looked at his daughter gently. Once you reach university and meet more people, the pride in your heart will naturally be worn down. Do not think that your talent is remarkable. It is only grade talent, and in Tiannan City, you may not even rank. Ultimately, Yang County is too small. Oh, I should have arranged for you to go to Tiannan City to study with Luo Hen back then. Father, I still want to study formations. Why did you call me? Yang Fan has been confirmed for admission to the Taichu Academy and will leave Yang County tomorrow. Luo Hai said. Hearing this, Luo Bing narrowed her lips. He is really lucky. I will definitely work hard to catch up with him. Seeing that his daughter did not realize the seriousness of the matter, Luo Hai continued to explain. In the past 100 years, there have been 3 individuals from Yang County who entered the top 10,000 in the Divine Kingdom simulated battles as high school students, one of whom ranked over 9,000. Can you guess where they are studying now? Luo Bing shook her head, indicating she did not know. Although this information is not top secret, she has no time to research it. And she has heard that as long as one enters the top 10,000 in the simulated battle, the first hurdle of the college entrance examination automatically grants 100 points, even offering opportunities for direct admission to excellent universities. Only one of the three entered the Xingqiong Academy, while the other two did not receive invitations. Luo Bing looked at her father in confusion. If this is true and Yang Fan's ranking is at the very bottom of 10,000, why did he receive an invitation? Which genius entered the Xingqiong Academy? The federal government rated him as a grade genius. Can you guess what evaluation Yang Fan received? A prodigy. He has been rated as a human prodigy by the intelligent beings of the federal government. Luo Hai stared intently into Luo Bing's eyes, his expression gradually becoming serious. Looking at her father's expression, Luo Bing finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Yang Fan's potential seemed to far exceed her imagination. Luo Bing was unaware of what it meant for a human to be a prodigy, but she could tell from her father's eyes that it was not simple. Father, but he clearly possesses level resource talent. Why? Hidden talent. What is that? I am merely a third-tier deity and know little, but the Taichu Academy is in a hurry to recruit him, which implies that Yang Fan's hidden talent is certainly extraordinary. Luo Hai took a deep breath and suddenly spoke seriously. The family has decided to invest fully in Yang Fan, but I believe there is still a missing bond between the Luo family and Yang Fan. Binger, I wish to betroth you to Yang Fan. Are you willing? Father, what kind of joke is this? Before Luo Bing could finish her words, she suddenly felt a pressure like the roaring of mountains and seas. Luo Hai looked at Luo Bing with a calm gaze, the aura of a third-tier deity unabashed. At that moment, Luo Hai was no longer the kind father to Luo Bing, but the head of the Luo family, a third-tier deity who had long occupied a high position. Binger, kneel down, Luo Hai said coldly. Under the immense pressure, Luo Bing could no longer hold on and knelt by the table. When you were young, I took you to the city government to see the world. You took a bite of the Wanhua spirit fish and came back to tell me you wanted more. It was the family who bought it for you. Do you know that it was a level spiritual beast? Before your divine kingdom awakened, the family had already discovered your ice spiritual root talent and spent heavily to purchase the ice divine palace. Do you remember? Your monthly stipend, the assistance of the family's actuary, the provision of various rare resources, and the personal guidance of deities. From the moment you were born, you were the jewel of the Luo family, enjoying all the splendor and receiving much adoration. Having received so many benefits, now, when the family needs you, you refuse. Do you think that is right? Luo Hai's tone was calm, yet his words weighed heavily on Luo Bing's back. Father, the future me will become very strong. I will. You are merely of level talent, and under the Luo family's cultivation, reaching my level in the future would be your limit. Luo Hai continued to press. And now a great opportunity for our Luo family is right before us, and you are unwilling to make this small sacrifice. But what about my cousin Luo Ro? No matter, the strong naturally have more choice in partners. Do not forget your mother is my 28th wife. I understand, head of the family. Luo Bing spoke slowly. As her words fell, the pressure from Luo Hai instantly vanished. Luo Bing lowered her head and slowly stood up. After leaving the virtual world, go directly to the Yang City Villa and handle the matter tonight, Luo Hai commanded. Yes, head of the family. After speaking, Luo Bing disappeared into the virtual space. Looking at the spot where Luo Bing had just stood, Luo Hai felt a bit dazed. Binger, you are still young. My decision is not merely for the family, but also for you. On the other side, Yang Fan, who had just exited the virtual world, had no time to check his gains in the divine kingdom before being called out by Luo Chengfeng. Grandfather, what is this? Seeing Luo Chengfeng hurriedly pulling him and Luo Ro into the car, Yang Fan was bewildered. What was happening? Why did it seem like they were about to flee? We are going to the Luo family estate, Luo Chengfeng explained. This can be done in the virtual world. What is this? The head of the family wants to see you in the real world. Yang Fan was somewhat shocked, knowing that the head of the Luo family, Luo Hai, was a third-tier deity. My good grandson-in-law, no matter what happens in the future, you must take good care of Ruer. She is carrying your child. Luo Chengfeng, driving the car, could not help but remind him. Hearing this, Luo Ro became anxious. Grandfather, has someone attacked your divine kingdom? Go, you little girl, are you cursing your grandfather? Luo Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Then why say such things? It sounds like a farewell. Luo Ro placed her hand on her belly, her lips pouting. Luo Chengfeng drove to the Luo family estate, and then led the two into the guest room of the head of the family, Luo Hai. This was Yang Fan's first encounter with Luo Hai, who showed no airs of a deity. His aura was warm and gentle like a spring breeze, making one unable to help but feel close. I have met the head of the family, Yang Fan said politely. Come sit down quickly. Tomorrow you will head to Taichu City, so I was a bit anxious. Please do not mind. Luo Hai explained. Yang Fan thought to himself, as expected. No wonder the Luo family, one of the two major families in Yang County, received the news so quickly. It seemed that the head of the Luo family wanted to build a closer relationship with him due to his admission to the Taichu. Yang Fan was not surprised by this. He had no blood relation with the Luo family, and as he demonstrated more and more value, it was only natural for the Luo family to invest more in him. Yang Fan felt grateful towards the Luo family as well. If it weren't for their assistance, he would never have achieved his current success. Xiao Fan, may I call you that? Luo Hai looked at Yang Fan. Of course, head of the family, you flatter me. Yang Fan was somewhat taken aback. This is fine wine I brought back from Tiannan City. It is extremely beneficial for the physical body of divine beings. You may try it. Thank you. Yang Fan raised his glass and drank it in one go. Facing a third-tier deity, Yang Fan had no defenses. After all, with the other's strength, if they truly wanted to do something to him, he would not be able to defend against it, so it was better to accept the benefits openly. Seeing Yang Fan finish the fine wine, a smile appeared on Luo Hai's face as he continued. You have been admitted early to the Taichu Academy, and the Luo family has decided to increase investment in you. This is a level pill tower regarded as one of the core strategic resources in the Luo family's treasury. Once you break through to demigod, you will understand the value of this building. Thank you, head of the family. Looking at the card in his hand, Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. A strategic level resource, they just gave it to him, without mentioning any conditions. In addition, the family has decided to reward you with 100 divine points without charge. Taichu City has high living costs, so this will serve as your living expenses. If you have any needs in the future, you can speak directly to me, and the funds will be transferred to your divine kingdom tonight. Hearing this, Yang Fan looked up at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, Yang Fan doubted if he had missed. This was indeed 100 divine points, which converted to belief points amounted to 10 billion. Was the Luo family's investment in him somewhat outrageous? Yang Fan swallowed hard. Head of the family, I do not know how I should repay you. You are a genius of the Luo family. What talk of repayment is there? In the future, work hard at the Taichu Academy, and once you break through to a higher tier deity, the Luo family will benefit from your success, Luo Hai said with a broad smile. Meanwhile, Luo Ro, who was unaware of the situation, stared at her family head in disbelief. As a direct descendant of the Luo family, she had certainly heard of the Pill Tower, a treasure even deities needed. Moreover, 100 divine points. Luo Ro expressed that she had never seen so much money in her life. Come, let's have another drink. Soon I will have the driver take you back so you can rest well tonight. As he spoke, Luo Hai filled Yang Fan's glass again. Luo Hai's wine is truly strong. With his current strength, after 2 cups, he feels his head spinning and begins to sweat all over. Yang Fan sensed something was off with his body. You're drunk, aren't you? He'll have the driver take you home right away. Luo Hai swiftly made arrangements, and a man in a black coat quickly came to help Yang Fan downstairs. Seeing this, Luo Changfeng glanced at the wine cup from earlier and couldn't help but ask, Master Yu. The girl Ro has too poor a talent. Even with the family's full support, it will be difficult for her to break through to divinity in the future. Everything is for the family, you understand that, Luo Hai said with implication. Luo Changfeng sighed slightly, but did not refute. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Luo Ro asked in confusion. Ro, I've already sent the Grand Elder to Tiannan City to seek Master Gu. He will help you resolve the damage to your divine nation. Luo Hai changed the subject. Really? Luo Ro exclaimed with excitement. Since Yang Fan revealed his talent, her life had been getting better and better lately. Now her biggest worry was the issue with her divine nation, fearing she wouldn't have time to watch her child grow up. Hearing that there was a solution for the damage to her divine nation, Luo Ro couldn't be happier. Luo Hai continued, once your divine nation is restored, the family will grant you the treatment of a top genius, allowing you to return to university. As for your child upon birth, they will also be a top genius of the Luo family. Luo Ro was thrilled, but amidst her excitement, a hint of confusion crept into her eyes. The cultivation of a top genius requires a vast amount of family resources, and the master had just offered 2 slots at once. Luo Ro finally sensed something was off. Your husband possesses boundless potential within his divine nation. In the future, he may even lead the entire Luo family to greater heights, Luo Hai explained. Luo Changfeng came over and patted Luo Ro on the shoulder. Girl, you're pregnant. Don't stand for too long. Go rest in the guest room downstairs. Luo Ro nodded obediently and left the room. After she departed, Luo Changfeng inquired, which of the arrangements made by the master are you referring to? My daughter Luo Bing. The master is quite skillful. Their everything is for the family. Furthermore, Bing and Ro had a good relationship before. Once Xiao Fan becomes a deity, perhaps they will help each other. Luo Hai said lightly. After understanding the reasoning, Luo Changfeng's expression gradually relaxed. Master, since they both married Yang Fan, doesn't that complicate the generational hierarchy? In the grandfather and you're the father, what does that make us two? Shut up, I think I'm still a few thousand years older than you. Don't take advantage of me. Luo Hai rolled his eyes, looking somewhat speechless. Just kidding, you're the master. In the past, all resource allocations were you taking advantage of us. How could I dare? Luo Changfeng chuckled. In the car, Yang Fan only felt his head getting heavier and his body so hot he wanted to strip. He didn't even know how he got back to his room. He only felt a body radiating a cool aura catch him. What's wrong? Don't be so quick, I'm not ready yet. You. Have you lost your mind? Is this poison? You bastard. Luo Hai, am I really your daughter? The next day, waking up from bed, Yang Fan felt refreshed, as if he had boundless energy. Feeling the soft body in his arms, he directly leaned down to kiss. Ruer yesterday felt so comfortable. Did you wash me with cold water? Thank you. The two opened their eyes simultaneously, their lips meeting. Silence fell. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. With a bang, Yang Fan felt a kick to his abdomen, nearly bringing him to the brink of vomiting. You? Luo Bing, what are you doing here? Yang Fan clutched his stomach, sweating profusely from the pain. Luo Bing was not only the top girl of Class 3, but also the daughter of Luo Hai, a daughter of a third-tier deity lying in his bed, and he had just unconsciously kissed her. Wait, what happened last? Yang Fan suddenly realized, looking at her in disbelief. Sister Bing, last night you and I. What happened? Yang Fan pointed at Luo Bing, then at himself, his fingers trembling continuously. Luo Bing sat there on the bed, her gaze calmly fixed on Yang Fan. Should we say something? Last night Yang Fan said cautiously. Luo Bing took a deep breath. You have many tricks up your sleeve. It seems you learned quite a bit in Tianxiangrenjian. Luo Bing wrapped herself in a towel, stood up, and walked awkwardly to the bathroom. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan understood what had happened. The master of the Luo family drugged me and slept with his daughter. How did this plot unfold? Yang Fan's cheeks twitched. Ever since his divine nation awakened, his physique had become increasingly strong. How could he possibly get drunk? It seemed that the wine Luo Hai had him drink was definitely suspect. But was it necessary? They all agreed to it. Could I, as a man, refuse? I must say, Luo Bing's aura inspires a desire for conquest, something even Yang Fan had fantasized about. As long as Luo Bing herself nodded, Yang Fan expressed that if he couldn't get up, it would be disrespectful to a man. What a wonderful night, yet I was in a state of poisoning. Too bad. Yang Fan thought shamelessly. Wait, how does Luo Bing know I went to Tianxiangrenjian? Which bastard exposed this, ruining my image? Yang Fan suddenly froze. At that moment, Li Qingze and Li Shihao in his own home both sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? The two wondered. After Luo Bing finished bathing, she sat beside Yang Fan dressed. It has nothing to do with you. It was my father who drugged you, and I also agreed. Luo Bing said suddenly. Why? Yang Fan was somewhat puzzled. The family needs to win you over. I am just a tool for that. Luo Bing said with utmost seriousness. Yang Fan, one day, I will catch up to you through my own efforts. I am not your subordinate. This is the marriage certificate. I need you to sign it. Our marital relationship has no restrictions. Your and my divine nation assets are managed separately. If there are physiological needs, you can find me in the virtual world. For offspring, I will give you the address after I graduate from high school. I estimate I won't get into Taichu Academy. I'll come find me then. I can get pregnant, but it cannot affect the development of my divine nation. The child can take your surname, and as for the maintenance costs, we can split them equally. After saying this, Luo Bing didn't wait for Yang Fan's response and directly stood up, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Yang Fan suddenly called out. What is it? Let's add each other as friends. If there are any troubles in the future, you can find me. Although my strength isn't that impressive, I still have some money to help you develop your divine nation. No need. With a bang, the door to the room was closed. Yang Fan's expression was somewhat comical. It's just that her personality is so cold. Yesterday, I wasn't fully conscious and I wanted to savor it again. The importance the Luo family placed on Yang Fan was equally perplexing to him. Strategic-level architecture and 10,000 divine points aside, they even forced their own proud daughter into his bed to win him over. At this point, Yang Fan did not know how to repay them. As it stood, it posed no harm to him, and with his naturally thick skin, he accepted it calmly. If he truly became capable in the future, he would repay them. Yang Fan glanced at his watch and noticed he had 5 new email messages. Congratulations on ranking among the top 10 of the Luo family. A reward of 1 billion faith points has been issued. Congratulations on achieving first place in the Luo family's Divine Kingdom Simulation Battle Leaderboard. A reward of 10 billion faith points has been issued. The Academic Affairs Office of No. 1 High School. Congratulations to student Yang Fan for achieving first place in the Divine Kingdom Resource Collection Leaderboard. A level building the Cultivation Tower has been specially awarded. Luo Family Resource Reward. A level building the Alchemy Tower and 10,000 divine points. Official email from the federal government and a level resource building a spiritual vein. This message has been classified. Read it, and it will self-destruct. Yang Fan's consciousness merged into his divine kingdom. At this moment, Yang E and Yang Air were already waiting for him. Congratulations, Master, for becoming a genius of the human race. 2 voices echoed simultaneously. As intelligent beings belonging to Yang Fan, they naturally knew everything that had transpired. What is the evaluation of a genius of the human race? Yang Fan asked curiously. The federal government categorizes the geniuses of the entire human race into 6 ranks: Supreme Prodigy, Human Race Genius, and 4 additional ranks, A, B, C, and D. According to historical records, anyone who receives the evaluation of a genius of the human race without any downfall along the way possesses a minimum strength of a 4th-tier deity, with the strongest reaching the 8th tier. Yang Yi answered. At this moment, a look of realization appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. No wonder the Luo family's attitude towards him had changed so drastically. Currently, the strongest member of the Luo family is Luo Hai, a 3rd-tier deity. Deities from the 1st to 3rd tiers are considered low-tier deities. Once one breaks through to the 4th tier, it signifies crossing a chasm, resulting in a qualitative change in their divine kingdom, becoming a mid-tier deity. Having the backing of a mid-tier deity, the Luo family would surely ascend to a higher level in the future. As expected of the head of the Luo family, their decisiveness is truly remarkable. Yang Fan felt a sense of admiration. To the Luo family, he was merely a son-in-law, a relationship that was still somewhat distant. Yet their investment was indeed quite decisive. Thinking about such things was futile. If he truly became an existence that the Luo family could not reach in the future, he would naturally lend a hand for the sake of Luo Ro and Luo Bing. If his strength was insufficient, then the Luo family's investment would indeed be in vain. Regardless, there was no loss for Yang Fan at present. He could simply enjoy the benefits. With a thought, 3 cards floated before Yang Fan's eyes. The buildings contained within were the Alchemy Tower, Cultivation Tower, and Spiritual Vein. Help me retrieve the specific information, Yang Fan commanded. Yang Yi projected blue light, and 3 holographic screens appeared before Yang Fan. Alchemy Tower, a level functional building used to assist followers in refining pills. Inside the tower is a stable fire source system that can precisely control temperature, spiritual energy, and the variations in medicinal properties, significantly reducing uncertainties during the pill refining process. With the support of the Alchemy Tower, the rate of successful pill refinement can be increased by approximately 40, while effectively reducing the chances of explosions and loss of medicinal properties. It features a tiered refining area that can automatically match the optimal environment according to the grade of the pill, achieving large-scale and standardized pill refinement. It is suitable for the divine kingdom of the cultivation system and can significantly enhance the efficiency and quality of pill production, serving as a crucial building to support high-level cultivation and resource circulation. Cultivation Tower, A-level building. The tower contains 100,000 seats, which can gradually enhance the cultivation aptitude of followers, increasing their training speed by 70, their success rate in breaking through realms by 30, and reducing the rate of inner demon emergence by 20. It is highly beneficial for followers below the golden core stage within the cultivation system. Spiritual Vein, and a level resource building. A core resource point formed by the convergence of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to stably produce spirit stones. Every 30 years it can produce 1 million spirit stones. Spirit stones are the fundamental resources for the divine kingdom of cultivation, suitable for the daily cultivation of followers at the Qi refinement stage and above. They can replace some of the environmental spiritual energy, significantly enhancing cultivation efficiency and serving as the core material to sustain the operation of the divine kingdom's cultivation system. The internal circulation of the spiritual vein forms its own system, continuously converting the energy of heaven and earth into usable resources, while also enhancing the surrounding environment, increasing local spiritual energy concentration, and accelerating cultivation and recovery speed. Its stable output and wide range of uses, along with its value in cultivation trade and reserves, make it a fundamental pillar for constructing a resource system and economic circulation. As the scale of the divine kingdom expands, its strategic significance will continue to grow. Evaluation: a top-tier resource point capable of providing stable long-term supply, classified as a core building of the divine kingdom. After reading the introductions, Yang Fan had a general understanding of the functions of these 3 buildings. To refine pills, followers must first break through to the Qi refinement stage. This alchemy tower seemed more like a preparation for him to become a demigod. For now, it was just an ornament. Last time in the school storage room, Yang Fan had already set his sights on the cultivation tower. This building would greatly benefit Yang Fan's current divine kingdom, significantly increasing the training speed of followers. Although each cultivation tower had only 100,000 seats, he could easily let high-tier followers enter and cultivate within. Perhaps one day, with a stroke of luck, a 5th-tier follower might break through the Qi refinement boundary. As for the A-level resource building, the spiritual vein, Yang Fan felt somewhat regretful. What he needed most right now was a building that could accelerate the cultivation of followers. His divine kingdom already had too many resource-type buildings. Coupled with the 10,000 divine points given by the Luo family, he currently had more than enough funds in his divine kingdom. At present, Yang Fan's